In the 60th year of Konoha, during the Chunin exam, elite genin from various villages gathered in Konoha village, preparing for the Chunin exam. In the 1522nd year of the Sea Circle calendar, the Straw Hat Pirates landed in Alabasta and met Ace, who was chasing Blackbeard in a small restaurant. Just as the two worlds were developing along their own trajectories, a mysterious existence descended, and a huge screen appeared above the two worlds. No matter where you look, it is the same size. It is very considerate that a small screen also appears in front of some people in a closed space. In a word, as long as you are a creature in these two worlds, you can see this screen no matter where you are. In the Hokage building of Konoha Village in the Naruto world, the third-generation Hokage Yuan Fei Hiruzen rested his chin with both hands and listened to the report of the Umbu ninja with an uncertain expression. Are you sure it's not the work of other ninja villages? The masked AMBU ninja knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Yes, all means of detection have been used. This screen is as if it doesn't exist except that it can be seen." At the critical moment of the Chunin exam, the AMBU asked, "Hokage-sama, what should we do?" Yuan Fei Hiruzen was silent for a while and said, "Increase vigilance and wait and see." "What about the Chunin exam? Will it be suspended or continued?" "The exam will continue." "Yes." The ANBU turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Yuan Fei Hiruzen's face was hidden in the shadows, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Knock, knock, knock." A knock on the door sounded come in. Yuan Fei Hiruzen's voice sounded. Squeak. The office door was pushed open, and a one-eyed old man with bandages and a cane walked in. The one who came in was the leader of the four evil men of Konoha Shimura Danzo. "Hiruzen, this sudden screen has seriously threatened the safety of the village. I suggest increasing the funding for the route and increasing the number of route ninjas fivefold." Yuan Fei Hiruzen looked at his good friend Duan Ran, who had taken countless scapegoats for him, and refused. "No, as for the screen, it is enough to have the Umbu on guard, and the route should just stay buried in the ground." Danzo looked at his friend's expression of no room for negotiation, and stopped arguing and turned away. At this time, Yuan Fei Hiruzen's unhurried voice sounded from behind Danzo. "In view of the recent decrease in village income, I have decided to cut the funding for the route by half." Danzo turned around suddenly, not looking disabled at all, and looked at his friend in disbelief, and said, "Hiruzen.I object. The route is the foundation of Konoha, and shaking the route is destroying Konoha." Yuan Fei Hiruzen said expressionlessly, "It is a peaceful time now, and the village does not need such a large military expenditure. Besides, I am a Hokage." Danzo looked at Yuan Fei Hiruzen with a gloomy face and said, "You will regret it." Bang! In the office of the Raikage of the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage AI asked angrily, "What is the screen in the sky? Is it the work of Konoha's people?" Sakbai, "It is impossible to determine what it is. There is no chakra fluctuation, and it is impossible to get close. In addition, the spies lurking in Konoha sent news, and Konoha was also a little flustered by the sudden appearance of the screen." The fourth Raikage AI ordered the Umbu to strengthen the village's vigilance, and at the same time closely monitor the two old guys Yuan Fei Hiruzen and Anoki. Sakbai, yes. In the office of the Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, Anoki listened to the report of the Umbu and made the same decision as the Raikage, strengthening the vigilance while closely monitoring Konoha and the Cloud Ninja. In Rain Village, Akatsuki leader Pain looked up at the screen in the sky, and Conan whispered behind him, "Nagato, what should we do? Will this suddenly appearing screen disrupt our plan?" Pain said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. God is invincible." In Mist Village, a man wearing a whirlpool mask who was no one also looked up at the screen in the sky and whispered coldly, "No matter what you are, you can't prevent me from building a perfect world without war and hatred, a world with Lin." Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage of Konoha, looked at the screen in the sky and whispered, "It seems that the plan has to be suspended." "Interesting. What kind of wind will you stir up?" In the world of pirates at the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku said with a serious face, "How is the investigation of Guan Yu's screen in the sky?" "Crane, it's not a devil fruit ability, and it's impossible to get close. All the personnel in the headquarters have been screened. Except for finding some spies, no signs of anyone playing tricks have been found. Kizaru, Vegapunk has not found any results on the investigation, and this screen can be seen all over the world, including the undersea prison and the holy land of Marihoa." Zhangguo rubbed his brows and said, "Has the CP organization found anything? What about the pirates and the guys in the dark world?" Kizaru crossed his legs and said lazily, "I just contacted the undercover personnel in various places, and those guys don't know what's going on. Akainu, the World Government Intelligence Department has not found anything, and the five elders ordered the Navy to solve this screen as soon as possible. The world nobles are very panicked." Marshal Zhang was slapped at the conference table and roared, "Solve? I have no clues. What can I do to solve it? Should I use the celestial dragons? Butts? Do you really think the Navy is omnipotent?" Akiji yawned and said, "Marshal Sengoku, calm down. Anger can't solve the problem. Let's all go back to sleep. It will be sunny again when we wake up." Gar picked his nose and said, "Sengoku, I'm not saying anything about you. Instead of wasting time on useless things, it's better to catch more pirates." Sengoku looked at his old friend's silly face and wanted to punch him, so that this fool would know what a sandbag-sized fist is. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima sky under the huge screen, the giant dragon transformed by the four emperors Kaido was flying wantonly. Deafening roars continued to sound. Let the storm come more violently. Destroy this boring world. On the top of Onigashima, the three big signs of the Beast Pirates stood side by side. Plague Disaster Quinn frowned and said, "The boss is drunk again. What the hell is this screen?" Flame Disaster Jean, the spy lurking in the Navy headquarters, has lost contact. The last news is that the Navy is also investigating the screen. Drought Disaster Jack, whatever it is, the Beast Pirates are the strongest, and Brother Kaido is undefeated. Jean and Quinn looked at their younger brother Jack in surprise at the same time, and couldn't help but sigh that the simpler the mind, the more likely they are to get to the point. Jean nodded and said, "Yes, no matter what changes this screen will bring, Mr. Kaido will lead us to the highest throne." The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in Baldigo, the white Earth Island of the New World. In the conference room, the Revolutionary Army was discussing the sudden appearance of the screen. At this time, a blonde boy and a yellow-haired girl walked in from outside the conference room. Everyone in the conference room said, "Sabo, Kurla, welcome back." Sabo smiled and greeted his comrades and walked to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. "Mr. Long, I'm back." Long nodded and said, "Sabo, you should know about the screen. Tell me what you think." "Sabo, I think we should be quiet for a while. This screen will definitely bring changes to the world. Whether it's good or bad, it won't be wrong to wait and see for a while." "Long, I just contacted Kuma. The Navy and the world government are also confused, and Kuma gave the same advice as you." "Sabo, Mr. Long, your decision is," Long said loudly. "Immediately notify comrades around the world to suspend all activities and wait for the situation to become clear. The headquarters will make a decision again." At this time, a revolutionary army stood up and said, "Leader, will those actions that have been prepared be stopped? And what about those who are fighting?" "Long, all actions that have not yet started will be canceled. For those that have already started, arrange for nearby comrades to go to support immediately. The battle must be ended as quickly as possible." Yes, off the coast of Alabasta, on the Golden Mary, Luffy studied the screen for a while. After finding that there was nothing fun, he decisively gave up and happily started a party with Ace and his friends. In Wangwu Island, Big Mom Pirates, Big Mom is having an episode of Cravings. In the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks glanced at the screen and ignored it, continuing to immerse himself in the banquet. After finding out that they could do nothing about the screen, all the big and small forces in the two worlds chose to lie down. Chapter 2. The first gathering of chat group members. As everyone gradually adapted to the screen in the sky, an unexpected transformation occurred. A piercing sound reverberated, drawing the attention of all beings in both worlds back to the celestial display. After a fleeting flicker of static, a series of peculiar characters emerged. Remarkably, despite the linguistic barriers between the two cultures, the instant the characters appeared, every creature comprehended their profound significance. The Inferno chat group opened its doors for the first time, inviting members to join. The illustrious figures summoned included Gold, Roger, Rox D, Zebek from the Pirate World, and Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Madara Uchiha, and Azuna Uchiha from the Naruto world. The initial participants were all renowned individuals who had long since departed from both realms, and only those within the group were permitted to speak. The chat group would periodically conduct quizzes with substantial rewards, available exclusively to its members. Those who answered correctly could earn lavish prizes, including the chance for resurrection. However, the penalties for incorrect answers were severe, without any limits. At regular intervals, the chat group would employ quiz formats to invite new members into the fold. For now, this was the situation. Once the screen revealed the list of initially summoned individuals, both worlds erupted simultaneously. In the Marine Headquarters meeting room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 3 admirals, and Vice Admiral Tsuru gathered, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the information displayed. Sengoku inquired, could it truly be those two? Tsuru replied, it would be preferable if it were false. Moreover, there exists another world. If this is genuine, alas. Kazan interjected, how terrifying. They are legendary monsters. The individuals from the other world must be equally formidable. Akainu asserted, regardless of what transpires. I shall uphold justice to the very end. Roger? Merely an outdated relic. Kizaru yawned, seemingly unfazed. On Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido, having reverted to human form, cast a glance at the screen, his demeanor growing somber. Jack asked, Brother Kaido, I know Roger, but who is this Rox? Both Jin and Queen regarded Kaido with curiosity. Kaido took a deep swig of sake and replied, he was my captain. Jin, astonished, exclaimed, Kaido-san's captain? Kaido confirmed, indeed. I was merely an apprentice aboard Rock's ship when I first set sail. Not only I, but also Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shiki were once crew members of Rock's. The 3 prominent figures gasped in unison. What? At Whole Cake Island, Big Mom mused, the Pirate King Roger and Captain Rox. What nostalgic names. Yet this era no longer belongs to you. Katakuri inquired, Mama, who is Rox? Big Mom replied, he was my captain. Not just me, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Kaido were all once his crew. Speaking of which, Kaido still owes me an immense debt of gratitude, an obligation he shall never repay. Katakuri, what manner of existence is capable of gathering so many formidable individuals under its banner? Big Mom, no matter if Rox has returned, it makes no difference. Neither I, Kaido, nor Whitebeard, nor the elusive Shiki will ever submit to anyone. This era no longer belongs to those deceased souls. Red-haired pirates, Shanks, Captain Roger, it is Captain Roger. How nostalgic. Beckman, if it's true, this sea, even this world, shall be thrown into turmoil. I sense that the most chaotic era is upon us. Shanks laughed heartily. The tide of time never halts for any individual's will, regardless of the chaos that lies ahead. I shall spare no effort in safeguarding my comrades and friends. Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Whitebeard gulped down a ton of fine wine in one go, satisfied, and let out a hearty belch. That scoundrel Roger and Captain Rox, how has so much time passed without my notice? Marco, father, who is Rox? Whitebeard, the sovereign of the previous era, ultimately vanquished by Roger and Garp at God Valley. Marco, what? The Pirate King and the hero of the Marines allied? Unbelievable. Whitebeard, that is Rox, a man who nearly dominated the world. Marco, go retrieve Ace. Marco, father, do you sense something? Given Ace's temperament, he won T return without defeating Blackbeard first. Whitebeard, then stay with Ace for now. Once I've shaken off the observing Marines, I shall come for you both. Marco nodded, activating his fruit ability, transforming into his phoenix form, and soared towards Alabasta. Going merry, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper watched the screen with exuberance, dancing with joy. Another world awaits. The scent of adventure fills the air. Ace, upon seeing the name of the man he has loathed for a lifetime, turned pale, averted his gaze, and focused intently on savoring his meal, no longer watching the screen. Naruto World, Konohagakure. Hokage Office. Yuan Fei Rijan gazed at the screen displaying the names of the first, second, and fourth Hokages, his eyes filled with nostalgia. The elite shinobi in the office were equally fixated on the familiar names on the screen. Nara Shikaku. Hokage-sama, shall we continue the Chunin exams? Yuan Fei Rijan pondered for a moment. Let us pause for now. Arrange for personnel to protect the children. The village will enter a state of full alert. Outside the Chunin exam venue, Uzumaki Naruto. Such familiar names. It feels like I've seen them before. Haruno Sakura. Foolish Naruto. Those are the first, second, and fourth Hokages. As written in the books. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura, you are so clever. Sasuke, don't you think? There are also 2 Uchiha up there. Do you know them, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara was a figure from the same era as the first Hokage, later betrayed and attacked the village, ultimately being slain by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. As for Uchiha Azuna, I know not. I am aware. Sakura, with a flushed face, eagerly approached Sasuke and remarked, According to historical records, Izuna Uchiha was the brother of Madara Uchiha, who perished before the founding of the village. Folklore suggests that Madara himself was responsible for Izuna's demise. Humph. Sasuke's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort and walked away alone. Sakura inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" At that moment, a Jounin appeared, announcing the suspension of the exam and instructing everyone to return to their respective Jounin leaders. "Naruto," Uzumaki exclaimed. "Why has the exam been paused?" Sasuke glanced at the screen and replied, "Foolish laggard. With such a significant event occurring, the exam is bound to be suspended." Naruto protested, "But I was so close to becoming a Chunin." In the Rain Village, Konan remarked, "Indeed, that individual is not Madara Uchiha. He has deceived us, Nagato." Nagato responded, "Umph. I never believed in him from the start. I merely utilized him to achieve our objectives." In the Mist Village, a man with a swirling mask, an enigma to all, gazed coldly at the screen, his thoughts concealed from everyone. At that moment, a figure emerged behind him, a voice raspy with urgency. "Nagato likely suspects your identity." The masked man retorted, "Obito, do not underestimate others. Nagato has never trusted us. Our collaboration is merely a temporary alliance due to shared goals." Obito questioned, "Will the appearance of this screen disrupt our plans?" The masked man replied, "Let us observe the unfolding events." Chapter 3. The initial inventory. The first gathering of participants in the chat has concluded, and the initial inventory will soon commence. Hashirama Senju, an inventory? This screen is truly remarkable, capable of reviving the consciousness of those who have long passed. Alas, aside from the screen, there is naught else to behold. Madara Uchiha. Humph. Hashirama Senju. Madara, how I miss you. Tobirama Senju. Brother, we are still in the unknown. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Izuna Uchiha. You wretched Senju with your white hair. The heavens have certainly opened their eyes. You too have met your demise. Izuna Uchiha. Brother. How much time has elapsed? Why do you? Tobirama Senju. Do not embarrass yourself by appearing, you worthless fool who fell to my single strike. Madara Uchiha. Izuna, much has transpired since your death. It is all in the past. Tobirama, consider yourself fortunate that we are confined to this spot. Otherwise, I would ensure your demise once more. Hashirama Senju. Madara, do not take it so seriously. Tobirama is merely jesting with Izuna. I truly cherish the days we spent together. Madara Uchiha. Haha. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama, what has become of the village? Tobirama Senju. Brother, shortly after your passing, the first great ninja war commenced, and I too perished in the conflict with the Cloud Village. I entrusted the village to the monkey. Hashirama Senju. So, war is inescapable. Why can we not coexist peacefully? Madara Uchiha. Hashirama, you are too naive. Had you heeded my counsel, we could have united to annihilate all other ninja villages, thus preventing the ensuing chaos. Hashirama Senju. Madara, war brings only unending suffering and hatred. I steadfastly believe that one day, people will come to understand one another. Madara Uchiha. Naive. Shanks. Naive? It is sheer childishness. The ultimate solution to conflict is unification. Roger, the defeated need not bark. What is said, and it is no concern of yours. Is it not better to remain a mere spectator? Shanks. You scoundrel. Roger, collaborating with the Navy is a disgrace to all pirates. Roger. Ha ha. Pirates are free. I shall act as I please without seeking the judgment of others. Hashirama Senju. Greetings to my friends from another world. Tobirama Senju. Does another world truly exist? Roger. I too, if not already deceased, would yearn to embark on an adventure in your world. This brief exchange stirred profound ripples in the hearts of individuals from two worlds, affirming the existence of another realm. The initial inventory is about to begin. During the inventory playback, the chat will be temporarily muted and unmuted during the QA session. Additionally, as this is the first inventory, for those unfamiliar with the rules, there will be no penalties for incorrect answers. The inventory officially commences. Good luck to all. The chat interface fades, replaced by bold letters, Inventory of the War at the Summit of the Pirate World. As the ink fades, a scene begins to unfold. In a dimly lit corridor, a tall and imposing figure strides forward. As the light gradually brightens, the aged visage of the naval hero Garp emerges in the video. Ultimately, Garp approaches his cell. Gazing at the disheveled young man shackled by heavy chains within, he remarks, Well, you do look quite miserable. Are you still alive, Ace?" The young man is none other than poor Dasti, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace lifts his head to meet Garp's gaze. His voice weak as he utters, "Old man, Garp responds, having sustained such severe injuries, it's quite remarkable that you're still breathing. Because of you, the Navy headquarters. No, the world government is in utter chaos. Trembling, Ace implores, kill me, just kill me. Garp retorts, kill you? Fool, it's too late for that now. Even if you were to die, Whitebeard would never relent. No one can stop him now. We have angered the King of the Seas. The video concludes. Note, the true relationship between Garp and Ace will be discussed in 5 minutes. A correct answer rewards 10 pounds of exquisite wine, transferable. An incorrect answer incurs no penalty. On board the Moby Dick of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates fall into a stunned silence, which is soon replaced by uproar. Vista exclaims, Ace has been captured by the Navy? How is that possible? Joza declares, it must be that despicable Blackbeard. Father, we must rescue Ace. Thatch asserts. The war on the top mentioned on the screen must refer to our confrontation with the Navy. Father, we must prevent Ace from suffering any harm. Whitebeard, his expression dark, gazes at the screen and states, Marco has already gone to find Ace. We shall set sail immediately. The Navy must understand the consequences of harming our family. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates clamors for vengeance, determined to rescue Ace. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku seizes Garp by the collar, shouting, Garp, you scoundrel. What is your true connection to Port Asti, Ace? Do you have no sense of decency as a naval hero? Garp chuckles, ha ha ha. This is clearly the work of some vile pirate utilizing a devil fruit. It's nothing but fabrications, ha ha ha. Tsuru interjects, Admiral Sengoku, please remain calm. The nature of Ace and Garp's relationship is inconsequential. Those outside the group chat cannot answer the questions. What truly matters now is that the Whitebeard pirates, given Whitebeard's nature, will not let this go, even if nothing has yet transpired. Akainu asserts, as members of the Navy, we must uphold justice to the end. If that old man Whitebeard dares to come, I will personally reduce him to ashes. Akiji muses, the war on the top? Does it refer to a future day when Ace will fall into our hands, leading to a conflict between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters? Kizaru comments, foreseeing the future? How terrifying. At that moment, a soldier rushes in with the report that the surveillance ship monitoring the Whitebeard pirates has lost contact. A wave of dread washes over the Navy's higher-ups. Whitebeard is indeed on the move. Sengoku orders reinforcements to be dispatched, insisting they must locate the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates and Port Asti Ace. Simultaneously, the defense of the New World Naval Base is being strengthened. The Straw Hat pirates aboard the Golden Mary, upon witnessing Ace's battered appearance on the screen, were immediately engulfed in panic. Luffy exclaimed, Ace, I must go save him. As for Garp, he was selectively ignored. Nami forcefully grabbed Luffy by the head and shouted, Isn't Ace right there beside us? In that moment, Luffy noticed Ace watching their antics from the side, and with a sigh of relief, he furiously yelled at the screen, You deceitful scoundrel. How could Ace possibly be captured by the Navy? You fool, watch out or I'll send you flying. Sanji remarked, from the way Ace looks in the video. This must be something that will happen soon, if what is shown on the screen is indeed true. Nami questioned Sanji. Are you suggesting that this screen can foresee the future? Zoro replied, If another world possesses such things, then the notion of foreseeing the future isn't so implausible. Usopp added, So, does that mean Ace will be captured by the Navy in the future? The crew turned their gazes toward Ace. Luffy, with a worried expression, said, Ace, to which Ace responded nonchalantly, Regardless of whether this future is real or not, now that I am aware of it, I shall change it. How could I possibly leave my tearful little brother alone in this world? At the same time, Ace resolved within himself to be even more cautious in his pursuit of Teach, as he would never allow his actions to endanger his father and comrades. Somewhere on Onigashima, Yamato observed her friend, consumed by guilt and despair, collapsing to the ground in helplessness, tears streaming down, deepening her hatred for Kaido. Other factions in the pirate world eagerly anticipated the outbreak of the Marineford War, as a defeat for either the Whitebeard pirates or the Navy headquarters would bode well for them, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. The exception was the peace envoy, red-haired Shanks. In the world of Naruto, in a certain location, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the screen, feeling a profound melancholy. War? Can it truly be avoided in any world? In the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Obito coldly stated, Indeed, no world can escape the clutches of war. It is only through the infinite Tsukuyomi that a perfect world devoid of conflict can be established. Meanwhile, the common folk of the Naruto world merely regarded the screen as a theatrical performance, while various factions quietly gathered information and intelligence about another world. Chapter 4. The Fortuitous Hashirama, Rocks. It's that bastard Garp, and Whitebeard too. It seems a great deal of time has passed, and you all look quite aged. Hashirama Senju? War? Is it truly impossible for your world to foster mutual understanding among its people? Madara Uchiha. Ha, Hashirama, how naive can you be? Abandon your unrealistic notions. Tobirama Senju, will there really be a reward? Izuna Uchiha. What if there is a reward? Hashirama. Do you honestly believe you can answer correctly? Rocks. This kid's resemblance to that scoundrel Roger is striking. Could he possibly be Roger's son? Hey, Roger. Is this your offspring? At that moment, Roger was enveloped in joy, fully convinced that Ace was indeed his son. He vividly recalled his promise to his wife. Their daughter would be named Anne, while their son would be named Ace. Roger, there are many people in the world who bear similar looks. Does that mean they are all my children? Clearly, from the screen. It's evident that this is Garp's kin. At the naval headquarters, Garp clenched his massive fists, cracking knuckles in frustration. Eager to burst through the screen and deliver a thorough beating to Roger. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Garp and remarked, "It is certain that Fire Fist Ace is indeed Roger's son. We shall raise his bounty to 1 billion. Rocks, Roger. Your explanation is rather flimsy. Roger, believe it or not, I wager that the lad on the screen is undoubtedly related to Garp. Izuna Uchiha, that seems improbable. The screen clearly indicates that pirates in the Navy are opposing forces, and Garp is a high-ranking figure within the Navy. How could his kin possibly be among the enemy? Tobirama Senju, nothing is absolute. Perhaps this Ace is Garp's illegitimate child, abandoned in his youth and raised by the opposing forces. Izuna Uchiha, Hashirama. You should consider writing a novel. An illegitimate child, really? You have quite the imagination. Madara Uchiha, judging solely by age. The possibility of a grandfather-grandson relationship seems more plausible. Rocks, impossible. Their surnames differ, and their appearances are worlds apart, with Garp's ugly mug. How could he possibly father such a handsome grandson? At the naval headquarters, Garp was fuming with rage, nearly bursting with indignation. Ready to unleash his haki upon the screen, but Sengoku restrained him with a firm hand. Garp, you fool, do you wish to bring destruction upon the naval headquarters? As time elapsed, the countdown began for the rapid response segment. The screen displayed a reminder, and each participant in the chat found a green button appearing beside them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence answering. Congratulations to Hashirama Senju for obtaining the right to answer. Please proceed. Hashirama Senju, ha ha ha. What remarkable luck. The true relationship between Fire Fist Ace and Garp is that of grandfather and grandson. Rocks, did I not just say it was impossible? Why would you respond that way? Tobirama Senju, Angie, you are far too impulsive. At least there is no penalty for an incorrect answer. Hashirama Senju, don't worry. Tobirama, Madara has affirmed it is indeed a grandfather-grandson relationship, so it cannot be wrong. Madara is quite astute. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Team 7 engages in a lively discussion. Naruto Uzumaki remarks on the seemingly dim-witted appearance of the first Hokage. Sakura Haruno questions the authenticity of the figures on the screen, pointing out that historical texts depict the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara as archenemies. Yet here they appear as friends. Kakashi Hitaki reflects that what is recorded in books may not always be accurate, and the true nature of history is often elusive, even to those who lived through it, let alone those of us in the present. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for answering correctly. The true relationship between Fire Fist Ace and Garp is that of grandfather and grandson, though not by blood. A reward of 10 jin of fine wine is granted, transferable. Senju Hashirama, ha. I knew Madara was clever. Can the reward wine be shared among the group chat? Uchiha Madara, yes, it has been transferred. Senju Hashirama, to our reunion, Madara. And to our friends from another world, let us toast to this miraculous gathering, regardless of their feelings. The members of the group chat raised their suddenly appeared fine wine to savor, for even in death, the opportunity to taste exquisite wine was deemed a stroke of luck. And they chose not to dwell on the origin of the beverage. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the pirate world, as it was revealed that the heroic admiral was actually the grandfather of the infamous pirate Fire Fist Ace. Although not by blood, the revelation was nonetheless absurd. Rockstar C. I told you, not by blood. There is no way that hideous face of Garp could produce such a handsome grandson. What a fine wine. As Garp prepared to explode with rage, Sengoku and Akiji hurriedly restrained the furious Garp, offering soothing words. The video resumed. This time, the footage shifted from a prison holding criminals to an island featuring a crescent-shaped harbor. The inhabitants of the Hokage world, while awed by the harbor's grandeur, felt little else. as their understanding of this alternate world remained limited. However, the various factions in the pirate world gasped in astonishment. Could the so-called Marineford War erupt at the naval headquarters? As the scene unfolded, 50 battleships lined up in the Crescent Bay, with numerous heavy cannons meticulously arranged. On the square, countless soldiers stood densely packed together, with a general, approximately 20 meters tall, delivering a pre-battle address. As the camera panned, a multitude of figures clad in uniform appeared on screen. A voiceover proclaimed, an elite naval force of 100,000, summoned from around the world. The camera shifted once more to reveal 5 formidable figures standing side by side. The voiceover continued, at the front of the army stand the 5 notorious villains Shichibukai, the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Boa Hancock. The scene transitioned again, showcasing 3 terrifying admirals. As the voiceover announced, located beneath the execution platform are the Marine Supreme combatants, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akaino. The appearance of the 3 admirals instantly ignited excitement among all the naval soldiers in the square. To prevent Ace from being reclaimed, the Navy has assembled all its forces, awaiting the arrival of Whitebeard. The screen displays a new scene. The once desolate bay is now graced by 3 colossal sailing ships. A tall figure, wielding a long-handled dagger, steadily ascends to the bow of the vessel. It is none other than Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Gururara. Sengoku, it has been decades since we last met. I trust my beloved son is well? The video pauses. Inquiry. By what means did the Whitebeard pirates infiltrate the bay? Responses will commence in 5 minutes. A correct answer rewards a random ability from another world, which may be transferred. There is no penalty for an incorrect answer. Chapter 5. The 6th Wave of the Wind in Watergate. The Marine Headquarters Admiral Sengoku gazed at the screen with a grim expression and remarked, "How could that scoundrel Whitebeard have invaded the bay?" Suru responded, "Did we misplace our formations? It appears that the Whitebeard pirates have coated themselves beforehand and approached from beneath the sea." Garp interjected, "Whitebeard is aging." Kizaru questioned, "Why are there only 5 of the 7 warlords? Where are Jinbei and Crocodile?" Akainu asserted, "Pirates will always be pirates. Even if they are granted amnesty by the world government, their nature remains unchanged." Akiji added, "There are only 2 possibilities. Either they withdrew voluntarily or were defeated and expelled." Suru explained, Jinbei was specially appointed as a warlord by the world government to signify goodwill between humans and the fishman race. Therefore, even if he were to be defeated, the government would not expel him from the ranks of the warlords. It must be that he withdrew on his own accord. As for Crocodile, it is hard to say. That fellow is quite cunning. Sengoku suggested, "Let us inquire about Crocodile. Ask him why he is absent from the screen." Garp replied, "Old friend, are you losing your mind? That is a matter of the future. How could he possibly know?" Suru clarified, "The Admiral means to probe Crocodile, if he indeed harbors any schemes. Perhaps we can glean some clues from his responses. On Onigashima and Wano country, oh ho ho ho, Whitebeard is quite capable. It is a pity it is not now. Let the war rage even fiercer." Queen remarked, "The Navy is being overly dramatic. To mobilize all their forces for a single emperor nearing his grave is absurd." Jinbei replied, "After all, it is Whitebeard, the strongest man upon the seas in his prime." Jack pondered, "Once they engage in battle, can we seize Whitebeard's territory?" Jinbei stated, "It depends on Lord Kaido's judgment." Red-haired pirate Shanks commented, "How long has the sea been calm? The Navy is already stirring trouble again." Beckman observed, "Whitebeard has aged. And so has Sengoku. It seems Sengoku intends to retire, seeking to use the frail emperor to intimidate the pirates, allowing the newly appointed admiral to secure his position smoothly." Shanks declared, "We cannot allow the Navy to have their way so easily. We are pirates. It is time for us to make our move." Whole Cake Island in the Sea of Nations. Whitebeard is truly foolish, clashing with the Navy over a crew member with no blood relation. Katakuri asked, "Mother, will Whitebeard achieve his goal?" Big Mom cautioned, "Katakuri, never underestimate the Navy. How powerful was Roger? Yet, he was still executed by them." On the Thousand Sunny Luffy tilted his head, gazing at Whitebeard on the screen, then turned to Ace and asked, "Is this big guy your captain?" Ace, hiding his worries, replied resolutely, "Yes, he is the one who saved my soul. I will ensure that father becomes the Pirate King." Luffy grinned and declared, "I won't lose. I am destined to be the Pirate King." Sanji exclaimed, "Oh, an unparalleled beauty." Chopper cried, "Oh no, Sanji has turned to stone." Zoro stated, "Hawkeye Mihawk. One day I will surpass you and become the world's greatest swordsman." The Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu, This is troublesome. The Navy has discerned our tactics. Vista, fool. What difference does it make? We are the Whitebeard pirates. How could we possibly be defeated by the Navy? Izo, you two are imbeciles. As long as Marco locates Ace, none of this will transpire. Tactics be damned. Whitebeard, Sengoku, that old fellow, truly lives up to his reputation as a strategist, never underestimating any opponent. In the world of Naruto, within the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the high-ranking officials and the 12 ninja guardians have gathered. Yuan Fury-Jean. Is this the army from another world? 10,000 elite soldiers? Shimizu Danzo. The other world is formidable to avert potential dangers. We must strengthen the root organization. No one pays heed to this lunatic. Uzumaki Naruto, giants. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura. Look at those giants. They are so tall. I bet they could consume 100 bowls of ramen. Uchiha Sasuke, foolish dead last, there may not even be ramen in that other world. Hatake Kakashi gazes at Whitebeard. This man is incredibly powerful. Just from his aura, he surpasses all the ninjas I have previously encountered. Might Guy, I truly wish to engage in a youthful contest with this man. Nara Shikaku, it's not just Whitebeard, the 7 warlords, the 3 admirals. And those giants all exude formidable presences. Moreover, the world cannot possibly consist of only these 2 factions. The other world is teeming with powerful beings. In the office of the Raikage in the Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage immediately commenced the development of the chakra cannon and increased military expenditures 5-fold. Mabui, we lack funds. Raikage, I will seek financial support from the daimyo. Should we reserve funds as war reparations instead of bolstering our military? Inoki of the Stone Village shakes his head in lamentation. There are no successors. Crack my back. In the Rain Village, Nagato, Whitebeard, you are formidable, but God is invincible. Uchiha Itachi, with the Navy's 10,000 troops, the number of pirates cannot differ significantly. How many precious lives will be lost? Is it worth igniting a war of such magnitude for a single individual? Onigyu, is Mr. Itachi shedding tears? In a group chat, Senja Hashirama, the ninja world has never witnessed such a large-scale war. How many will perish, and how many families will be shattered? Cannot peace be achieved through dialogue? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, do you not yet comprehend? Peace is but an illusion. Mutual understanding between people is forever unattainable. Roger, friends from the other world, you do not understand. Pirates and the Navy are akin to light and darkness, water and fire, life and death, forever incompatible. Senju Tobarama, Whitebeard's objective is Ace, is it not? By using Ace's leverage, Whitebeard could be compelled to make concessions, thus creating the possibility for dialogue. Uchiha Izuna, foolish Whitebeard, you are indeed a dullard. When hatred accumulates to a certain extent, only the complete annihilation of one side can lead to the prospect of peace. Senju Tobarama, so you have perished. Uchiha Izuna, you too have met your end. Do you believe peace is attainable? Rocks, that fellow Edward cherishes his family above all else. The moment Ace fell into the hands of Sengoku, this war was fated. Uchiha Madara, engaging in this debate is futile. Let us proceed with the questions, for time is of the essence. Uchiha Izuna, this assessment is exceedingly unjust. We possess not a shred of information regarding the other world, and relying solely on guesswork, it is impossible to answer correctly. Senju Hashirama, I find it rather straightforward. Senju Tobarama, indeed, it is quite inequitable. The information is grossly imbalanced. Screen, absolute fairness does not exist anywhere. We are currently evaluating the world of pirates. And in due time, we shall assess the world of Naruto. The tides of fortune shift. One day, it shall be your turn. Senju Tobarama, in light of that, I feel a sense of equilibrium. Now, what strategy will the Whitebeard pirates employ to infiltrate the inner bay without alarming the warship stationed at the periphery? Uchiha Izuna, that is rather simple. They will either ascend from the skies or navigate beneath the waves. Senju Hashirama, friends from another world, what are your thoughts? Rox and Roger fell silent. Despite their demise, they yearned for the powers of the other realm. Roger, without a doubt, wished to secure advantages for his son, while Rox, though lacking attachments, could not resist his curiosity. Uchiha Madara, silence, Hashirama. Who but I would bestow upon you the benefits that lie before us? Hashirama immediately retreated into himself, squatting on the ground and tracing circles. Screen, 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The answering begins. Screen, congratulations to Minato Namikaze for seizing the right to answer. Please respond. Senju Hashirama? Senju Tobarama? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Izuna? Rox? Roger? Chapter 6. The Surprising Naruto, Shinja Hashirama. Isn't it only the group chat members who can answer questions? Which side is Minato Namake's on? Uchiha Madara, foolish Hashirama. Minato has always been in the group chat. He simply hasn't spoken up. Uchiha Izuna. Who is Minato Namake's? I've never heard of him. Wasn't it said that only renowned individuals would be summoned? Senju Tobarama. You died before the village was established. How could you possibly know about some newcomers? Uchiha Izuna. Established a village? Didn't I tell you before, brother? The Senju clan cannot be trusted. They must have been the ones to cause your death, right? Damn Senju clan, what has become of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Madara, Izuna, that is all in the past. Namake's Minato to answer. The Whitebeard pirates entered the bay from beneath the sea. Screen, answer correct, reward a random ability from another world, which can be transferred. In the Naruto world of Konohagakure, Yuan Fei murmured, Minato? If only you hadn't died, Sai? Naruto Uzumaki, who is this Minato Namake's? Sakura Haruno, fool. That is the fourth Hokage. I can't believe you still play pranks at Hokage Rock. They say the fourth was incredibly handsome, although not as much as Sasuke. Kakashi Hitaki, Sensei, how wonderful it would be if time could be rewound. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, contemplating Uchiha as in his remarks. The Uchiha clan no longer existed. One day, I will personally avenge us. In the land of lightning, at the Raikage estate. Raikage A gazed at the familiar name on the screen and remarked, the yellow flash, without you, Konoha is like a tiger without its fangs. That old fool Yuan Fei is just a coward, but I'm thankful you are gone. Otherwise, I would have had a headache. Senju Tobarama, Minato Namake's. I must speak to you. With so many predecessors present as a junior, not only do you fail to greet us, but you also stealthily seize the opportunity to answer questions. This is unbecoming of a renowned individual. Uchiha Izuna. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Senju white hair. You are quite disgraceful. Shinja Hashirama. Tobarama, how many times have I told you to be tolerant of others? Perhaps he simply prefers silence. Uchiha Madara. Waiting for a slap in the face. Namake's Minato. Senju Tobarama. Madara, it seems you know this junior? Your displeased tone suggests that Minato must be from Konoha. Namake's Minato. Second Hokage. I am indeed a ninja from Konoha and formerly served as the fourth Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Eternal rivalry? It appears the village is thriving. By the way, who is the fifth Hokage? Namake's Minato. As for the first Hokage, I am uncertain. I took over as the fourth Hokage shortly before my demise due to an incident. Uchiha Izuna. Does it hurt? Senju whitehair? Senju Tobarama. Eternal rivalry is commendable. It is no wonder you are an outstanding junior from Konoha. In uncertain situations, calmly observing to gather information is the most fundamental quality of a ninja. It is quite astonishing that even in death, you maintain the fundamental qualities of a ninja, while we, due to our demise, have grown somewhat complacent. Uchiha Izuna, a hypocrite. Screen, please, Minato Namake's. Promptly choose whether to receive your reward for being alive or to bestow it upon another. Minato Namake's. I choose to transfer it to Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. Screen. The reward has been authorized to be bestowed upon Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. Please accept the reward, an introductory version of armament hockey. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. What? This is for me. Sasuke, did you see that? Even the fourth Hokage acknowledges my talent. I am surely destined to become Hokage. Let us go. Haruno Sakura remarked. I truly cannot comprehend why it would be given to Naruto. He is clearly at the bottom. It should have been awarded to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke asserted. Even relying on my own strength, I will undoubtedly become stronger. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was grinning broadly, and thought to himself, this must be what paternal love feels like. Yuan Fei Rijan murmured, Minato, the village owes your family too much. Screen, commencing live broadcast of the award presentation. A sudden brilliance of golden light enveloped Uzumaki Naruto in the Hokage office. Before anyone could react, the golden light dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. Yuan Fei Rijan and Kakashi exchanged worried glances at the sight of Naruto with his eyes closed. After a moment, Naruto opened his eyes, seemingly unchanged. Yuan Fei Rijan inquired, Naruto, do you feel any discomfort? Naruto clenched his fists excitedly and replied, Grandpa Third. I'm fine. I feel incredible. Yuan Fei Rijan continued. Could you demonstrate the reward you received for your grandfather? Uzumaki Naruto nodded, tightening his fist as his muscles tensed. Suddenly, both of his fists transformed into a deep black hue, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Uzumaki Naruto called out to Uchiha Sasuke, "Sasuke, throw me a kunai." Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke produced a kunai and hurled it towards Naruto's shoulder with lightning speed. "Naruto, be careful," Hinata exclaimed anxiously. Kakashi, ready to intercept the kunai with his own, hesitated as he witnessed Naruto boldly meet it with his fist. Trusting his student, Kakashi retracted his kunai and opted to observe. A sharp metallic clash echoed as the kunai met Naruto's fist, sparks erupting from the point of contact. Yet Naruto's fist bore no marks whatsoever. The assembled Jonin collectively gasped at such defensive prowess, which was nothing short of extraordinary in the notoriously fragile world of ninjas. Shimura Danzo abruptly stood, a greedy expression on his face as he declared, "For the sake of the village, I strongly recommend that Root undertake specialized training for Naruto." Yuan Fei shot Danzo a sidelong glance, his tone resolute. "Naruto has his own supervising Jonin. There is no need for Root to interfere." Then, speaking gently to Naruto, he asked, "Naruto, is this power something you can train?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, but I am uncertain how to train it. I only know that this power resides within me and can be utilized, but I do not know the method of training." Kakashi, lost in thought, remarked, "It appears that the screen leaves us no room for maneuver." The live broadcast concluded. Hashirama. "Ah, the Hokage's office. How nostalgic, Tobarama. That old man seems to have been your pupil, correct?" Tobarama, recalling the gloomy visage of Shimura Danzo from the live stream, felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Distractedly replied, "Indeed, I entrusted the village to him, Yuan Fei risen, before my demise." Madara. "Ha, dear Kakashi, under normal circumstances, after the death of the fourth Hokage, the fifth should ascend, yet here we see Yuan Fei risen occupying the Hokage's seat. It seems the village is in turmoil, just as I predicted. Your ideology is fundamentally flawed." Hashirama. "It may not necessarily indicate a problem. Perhaps they simply haven't had the time to select a new Hokage." Tobarama. "What is going on? Izuna, what do you mean by not having time? It seems to me that old fool clings to power, unwilling to relinquish it." Locks. "I believe that fellow Danzo poses a significant issue. Although the live stream was brief, it was evident that Danzo and Yuan Fei risen are at odds. The emergence of two conflicting voices within a single faction is a harbinger of decline. Roger. Locks, how many times must I tell you? Mind your own business. Isn't it better to quietly observe as an audience member? Locks. One must maintain a sense of presence. It would be quite embarrassing if our readers were to forget us." Hashirama. Tobarama. "What is this route you speak of? I have never heard of it before." Tobarama hesitantly replied, "How should I know? I had never heard of Root even when I was alive. Only the Umbu existed. Moreover, the young Danzo and Monkey were nothing like they are now. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted the Hokage position to him." Madara. Kakashi. "I have told you that your ideology is fundamentally misguided. It will one day cast a shadow over the village. Just wait and see. More surprises await you." Meanwhile, Minato, disregarding the disputes within the group chat, reminisced blissfully about Naruto's appearance, his hair and eyes reminiscent of his own, yet also bearing a striking resemblance to Kushina. Truly handsome. He did, however, worry that his intelligence mirrored Kushina's as well, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, it mattered not, with the screen in place. As long as he could provide Naruto with ample rewards, even if he was somewhat lacking in intellect, it would not pose an issue. After all, was not the first Hokage rather foolish, yet no one dared to speak against him? With these thoughts, Minato wore a silly grin as he reminisced about his moments with Kushina in the belly of the Reaper. Chapter 7. Hawkeye vs. Whitebeard. The video continues to play. Whitebeard gazes at Ace on the execution platform and says, "Ace, wait for me a moment." "Ace, father." Suddenly, Whitebeard tenses his arms and strikes the air with immense force, shattering the invisible atmosphere into fissures that spread like broken glass. The sea surges with colossal waves, rising higher than the island itself before receding swiftly, causing the water level to plummet. As the water level descends, an eerie silence envelopes the Navy headquarters, prompting numerous sailors to murmur amongst themselves. Moments later, one sailor observing the water level notices it rising rapidly again. Another sailor, grasping a telescope, looks into the distance and sees a massive tsunami swiftly approaching. Kazan, one of the three admirals, stands with a grave expression and exclaims, "It's coming. That guy just triggered an underwater earthquake, and now a tsunami is upon us." Edward Newgate, the Tremor fruit user, with Whitebeard's boisterous laughter. The entire island trembles in anticipation of the tsunami, causing the sailors on the island to stagger and panic. Finally, the tsunami draws near. A colossal and terrifying wave threatening to engulf the island housing the Navy headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, even with our numerical superiority, do not be overconfident. We may very well be the ones to fail. That man possesses the power to destroy the world. As the tsunami threatens to obliterate the Navy headquarters, Kazan rises from below the execution platform, leaping into the air. He extends his hands, conjuring ice pillars that connect with the tsunami. Executing his signature move, Ice Age, instantly freezing the monstrous wave along with the waters both inside and outside the bay. On Onigashima, Kaido regains a semblance of consciousness. Downing a bottle of strong liquor and roaring, "Is that all you've got, Whitebeard? You can't even destroy an island? Have you really grown old?" Big Mom of Whole Cake Island chimes in, "Whitebeard, let me witness the strength of the world's mightiest man. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to join forces with Kaido to carve up your territory, ho ho ho." Shanks of the Red-Haired Pirates observes, "It seems a battle is inevitable." Beckman replies, "Only the future will tell." Shanks continues, "That may be so, but we cannot risk exposing the weaknesses of the Whitebeard pirates. Those two ambitious fools. Kaido and Big Mom are unlikely to remain docile. We must keep them in check, or chaos will erupt upon the seas. Brothers, set sail." The crew of the Red-Haired Pirates responds, "The battle is on." Roar. Whitebeard's crew shouts, "Let the Navy headquarters witness our might. We are the Whitebeard Pirates." Roar. On the Going Merry, Usopp trembles. "Is this what the Four Emperors are like? It's over. I have a terminal illness that prevents me from going to sea." Chopper exclaims, "Ah, Usopp has fainted. Doctor, doctor. Ah, I am the doctor." Nami adds, "The Four Emperors are terrifying. Zoro, no matter how formidable they are, strength is not innate. What of the Four Emperors? One day, we shall surpass them all." Sanji remarked, "If we surrender simply because our adversaries are powerful, then our dreams are indeed trivial. Furthermore, Nami, regardless of who our opponent may be, your knight Sanji will undoubtedly safeguard you." Ace, gazing at the silent Luffy, asked, "What is this? Have you given up? This is not the brother I remember." Luffy, adjusting his straw hat, replied with a smile, "Give up? I shall never relinquish my dream of becoming the Pirate King unless I breathe my last." Ace, then Luffy, "I am merely contemplating how I would protect my comrades should we encounter such an opponent." In the world of Naruto. Within the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Akimichi Choza stated, "To control a tsunami is a daunting feat. How can we combat such an enemy?" Yuga responded, "Moreover, that admiral named Akiji is terrifying as well. He can instantaneously freeze such a massive tsunami. Such an immensely powerful marine has three like him." Nara Shikaku remarked, "Whitebeard dared to declare war on such a fearsome organization. His strength and influence cannot be underestimated." If the two worlds were to connect, Naruto interjected, "Connect? That seems impossible." Shikamaru replied, "Why is it impossible? This screen allows communication between the two worlds. Connecting them is hardly unbelievable." Uchiha Sasuke mused, "If I were to acquire abilities from another world, could I perhaps take down 7 opponents at once?" With that thought, he gazed at the powerful figures on the screen, his eyes filled with longing. Danzo was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yuan Fury's decisive words. Dwelling on this now serves no purpose. Let us continue watching and gather more useful intelligence. This is an order from the Hokage. Clearly vexed, Danzo sat down, as everyone present could discern that the last remark was directed at him. In the land of lightning. At the Raikage estate, Raikage AI shouted, pointing at the screen, "Do you see? Without the chakra cannon, how can we confront the monsters from another world?" The daimyo replied, "No matter how powerful, they are merely from another realm. Raikage is being overly alarmist." Raikage AI retorted, "A potential threat is still a threat. When the crisis arrives, will it be of any use to regret?" Faced with the imposing Raikage AI, the daimyo reluctantly opened his treasury, tossing a few pieces of silver for appeasement. In the Rain Village, Nagato instructed, "Conan, begin gathering the tailed beasts." Conan replied, "Understood." Regarding Itachi, Nagato interjected, "Save the 9 tails for last. If he attempts to cause trouble, we shall eliminate him." Conan nodded and turned to arrange the capture of the tailed beasts. In the Mist Village, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, "Truly, an awe-inspiring monstrosity." Yet, before the formidable ocular prowess of the Uchiha, they are but slightly larger insects. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the masked man, revealing Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu announced, "Obito, I have just received news that Nagato has begun collecting the tailed beasts." Uchiha Obito expressed his surprise. It seems the video being broadcast has indeed placed pressure on Nagato. Black Zetsu, filled with excitement, remarked, "It seems the emergence of the screen is not entirely a misfortune. We shall soon resurrect Lord Madara. Of course, the primary objective remains to free Mother." Uchiha Obito cast a sidelong glance at Black Zetsu and replied, "For now, let Nagato handle things on his own. Although the 5 great shinobi villages are inept, we must not underestimate them. Moreover, with the mysterious screen in play, it would be prudent to allow Nagato to deplete their strength." This, however, was merely a pretext. The masked man had no intention of resurrecting Uchiha Obito, for he sought to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi himself. In the rock village, Onoki issued a lamentation, exclaiming, "There is no one to succeed me." At the temporary encampment of the sand village in Konohagakure, Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, observed the screen with keen interest, mused, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I have lost all interest in sending my master to reunite with the previous Hokages." The video displayed, as the tsunami and the bay were frozen by Akiji, the 3 enormous sailing ships and warships of the Whitebeard pirates were encased in ice, simultaneously providing a foothold for both factions, who rushed towards each other. Thus, the war commenced. In an instant, the sounds of cannon fire, gunshots, and the clash of blades reverberated in the ears of all, accompanied by the wails of the wounded as severed limbs soared through the air, creating a scene of utter carnage. As the battle unfolded, the focus shifted to the 7 warlords, where Dracula Mihawk leaped to the forefront, astonishing everyone. "Kazara, this is quite a rare sight. Akainu, that Maverick Mihawk actually intends to join the fray? Doflamingo, are you planning to step in?" "Dracula Mihawk, I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the disparity between myself and this man before me. Boa Hancock, no matter how strong one may be. The mere gaze of that man instills fear, rendering them immobile. It is no wonder he is called the Hawkeye. Fire Fist Ace, I've longed to test my mettle against him. Every swordsman regards him as the strongest, yearning for a chance to cross blades, such is the instinct of a swordsman." Mihawk fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard, slowly drawing forth his black blade. "Yoro. Smoker, is that the legendary black blade?" "Tashiji, to be precise, it is the black blade Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords in existence. Its obsidian edge belongs to the world's mightiest swordsman." Before long, Mihawk wielded his sword with one hand, unleashing a colossal and razor-sharp green sword aura that cleaved through the ice towards Whitebeard. Just as the strike was about to land on Whitebeard, a thunderous sound erupted. Mihawk's attack was blocked. Screen, query, who thwarted Mihawk's strike? This is a multiple-choice question. A. Whitebeard. B. Diamond Jozu. C. Fire Fist Ace. D. Marco the Phoenix. 5 minutes until the answering begins. Those who answer correctly may invite one person into the group chat. There is no penalty for incorrect answers. Chapter 8. The Opportunist Rocks. Whitebeard is quite capable, ISNTE. Go on, Whitebeard, take down the Navy headquarters. Haha. Roger. Rocks, have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of the Navy headquarters' strength? While I, too, harbor disdain for the world government. The might of the Navy headquarters is not something an aged Whitebeard can confront head-on. Senju Tobarama, if he is outmatched. Why would Whitebeard still venture to the Navy headquarters? Roger. Obviously, it is to save his son, that Ace calls Whitebeard Dad, after all. Roger felt a tinge of displeasure regarding Ace's calling Whitebeard Dad, yet he could only endure it for the sake of Ace's safety. Senju Hashirama, is it worth sacrificing many for the sake of one? Uchiha Izuna, why wouldn't it be worth it? If it were for my brother, I wouldn't care if the entire world perished, even though my brother is immensely powerful and does not require my rescue. Roger, Whitebeard is precisely that kind of person. If you insult him, he might simply brush it off with a laugh, but if you harm his family, he will pursue you relentlessly, no matter the distance. Senju Hashirama, but do his other family members feel the same way? Uchiha Madara, foolish Hashirama. Do you see any of Whitebeard's crew in the footage expressing reluctance? Senju Hashirama, why? I do not comprehend. Roger, to illustrate, if your brother Tobarama were in peril, would you not go to any lengths to rescue him? Senju Hashirama, I do not know. Uchiha Madara, an expected answer. Ever since the village was established, Hashirama has changed and is no longer the dear friend I once knew. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Roger, perhaps it is due to the differences in our worlds. It is understandable that you cannot comprehend. Namikaze Minato, so, Mr. Roger suggests that Whitebeard may perish at Navy headquarters? Roger, certainly. Whitebeard is of advanced age, and judging by his complexion, he seems to be afflicted by illness. I suspect that even without this war, as time is limited. This revelation stirred a tumult throughout the Whitebeard pirates and indeed the entire pirate world. Residents of a certain island in the Grand Line. Is Whitebeard going to die? Excellent. All pirates deserve to perish. A certain none. This is truly a divine blessing. Fishman Island, Ryugu Palace Neptune. Is Whitebeard truly on the verge of death? Jinbei, please select some precious supplements from the treasury of Ryugu Palace to bring to Whitebeard. He is a friend of our Fishman tribe. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall go at once. With a look of urgency. The warlord Jinbei immediately bowed to Neptune and hurried away. Neptune gazed at the information on the screen, his brow furrowed, murmuring to himself about the uncertain fate of Fishman Island. The Whitebeard pirates, led by their father figure, Whitebeard, were filled with concern as crew members like Bista, Jozu, and Izo gazed at him with tearful eyes. However, Whitebeard remained remarkably composed, taking a hearty swig of his drink and exclaiming, Gararara. That scoundrel Roger truly has a piercing gaze. My sons, do not grieve. No one is immortal. At least I am still alive. On the going merry. Ace watched the screen with a mix of anger and sorrow. His sorrow stemmed from the fate of their father, while his anger was directed at that rogue Roger for cursing him. Indeed, Roger was nothing but a scoundrel. Uchiha Izuna, it is unfathomable that someone in such dire health could possess such terrifying strength. One can only imagine how formidable Whitebeard must be in good health. Rockstar, the Navy aims to use this war to eliminate one of the 4 emperors while simultaneously intimidating the pirates. Little did they know. Whitebeard also intends to use this war to conclude his own life as narrative. Senju Tobarama, is Whitebeard not the one who treasures his family above all? Your words paint him as somewhat selfish. Rockstar, I suspect Whitebeard is contemplating leaving behind a rear guard after rescuing Ace. Naruto Uzumaki, let us focus on answering the questions first. Time is running out. Senju Tobarama, friends from another world. Who do you think could have blocked Hawkeye's attack? Rockstar, regardless of whether we know or not, do you think we have any obligation to share that with you? While the reward may not be enticing, I still wish to reminisce with old friends. Uchiha Izuna, foolish Whitebeard, did you lose your wits before your demise? Senju Hashirama, just take a wild guess. With a stroke of luck, you might just hit the mark. Uchiha Madara, you dare speak of luck? Have you forgotten the time you were held at the casino and called upon me to bail you out? What a hefty burden. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Do not expose his shortcomings. Screen, time is up. Answers will begin in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Screen, congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for securing the right to answer. Please proceed. The residents of Konoha village erupted in joy as they witnessed Naruto triumphantly claim the answering rights, as if celebrating a festival. Naruto, hooray! Uncle Fourth has done it again. Pull me in. I want to chat with the former Hokages. Sasuke, foolish dead last. Even if the 4th knows the correct answer, he will likely pull the 3rd Hokage into the group instead. Kakashi, not necessarily. He might invite Lord Jiraiya into the group. Sakura, you mean the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi, indeed, he was also the 4th's teacher. Sakura, it seems hopeless for you. Naruto, what? Uchiha Izuna, it's you again. Your luck is astonishing. Roger, I was pressing the answer button even before the countdown began. How could I still not beat you? That was too quick. Uchiha Madara, it is merely a trivial reward. I would not accept it even if it were given freely. After sending the message, Uchiha Madara casually wiped the green powder from his hands, completely disregarding the smoking green button he had pressed. The brothers Senju Hashirama and Tobarama found it difficult to speak, as it was their own village's juniors who had seized the opportunity. Minato Namikaze, friends from another world, I am grateful to the esteemed seniors. Rux, youngster, do you know the answer? Minato Namikaze, no, I'm just taking a wild guess. Tobarama Senju, then have you not unjustly claimed the right to answer? Minato Namikaze, not necessarily. Perhaps fortune favors me, and I may guess correctly on the first try. If I guess wrong, I can simply try again. Screen, a friendly reminder, each participant may only answer once per question. Answering incorrectly disallows further attempts. Minato Namikaze, oh no. Rocks, ha ha ha. Roger, ha ha ha. Hashirama Senju, ha ha. Izuna Uchiha. This conveniently helps us eliminate one incorrect answer. Screen, please, Minato Namikaze, provide your answer. Minato Namikaze, I choose A, Whitebeard. Screen, answer. Incorrect. 5 seconds until others may continue to buzz in. Minato Namikaze, it seems luck is not on my side. Screen, time's up. Congratulations to Izuna Uchiha for successfully buzzing in. Please respond. Tobarama Senju, Madara, did you not say you wouldn't accept anything for free? Izuna Uchiha. I like Izuna. I choose C, as the content displayed indicates that both Vista and Hawkeye are swordsmen, with Vista being the most likely candidate. Screen. Answer. Incorrect. Izuna Uchiha has lost the right to answer. 5 seconds until others may continue to buzz in. Roger. How could it be Vista? Although he is a swordsman, the strongest under Whitebeard is the Phoenix Marco. Roger. Damn. How did I let the answer slip out? Screen time's up. Buzzing begins. Screen. Congratulations to Hashirama Senju for successfully buzzing in. Please respond. Tobarama Senju. Aniki, do not rush to answer. Hashirama Senju. I thank the friends from another world. I choose D, the Phoenix Marco. Roger. Friend, you are thinking too soon. Ha ha ha. Hashirama Senju? Screen. Answer. Incorrect. Hashirama Senju has lost the right to answer. 5 seconds until others may continue to buzz in. Hashirama Senju? Wrong? How could that be? Roger said it himself. Tobarama Senju. Aniki, did you not hear him say that even if he knew the answer, he would not share it? Have you forgotten so quickly? Hashirama Senju. Wasn't that Rox who said it, not Roger? Tobarama Senju. Does it make a difference? Izuna Uchiha. How could my esteemed Uchiha clan lose to such a fool? I am ashamed to face our ancestors. Screen. Rox has successfully buzzed in. Please respond. Roger. I was robbed again. The reward was within reach. Izuna Uchiha. It's all that foolish Hashirama's fault. I was so enraged that I forgot to buzz in. Rox. Stop making feeble excuses. Being slow is simply being slow. I choose B, that Diamond Joza blocked Hawkeye / Chapter 9. Whitebeard joins the group chat screen. Congratulations to Rox for answering correctly. Please select the name of the person you wish to invite. Note. They must have a certain level of notoriety. There are no limits to life or death. Rox. Haha, I choose Whitebeard. Screen. The invitation has been sent. Please wait for the invitee's approval. As Rox selected Whitebeard, a small screen materialized before him, displaying a message. Rox invites you to join the group chat. Do you accept? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates naturally noticed this and erupted in cheers. Vista, Dad, this is fantastic. Joining the group chat means we can answer questions and perhaps earn a reward to cure your illness. Without hesitation, Whitebeard accepted the invitation. He was indifferent to his own fate, but deeply concerned for his children. Now that he was in the group chat, there might be an opportunity to secure rewards for them. If they grew stronger, he could rest easy. Screen. Edward Newgate has joined the group chat. A warm welcome. Rox, you should thank me, old man. Roger. Whitebeard, how nostalgic. Those days of battle feel like they were just yesterday. Time flies, and yet the dead are unaware of its passage. Senju Hashirama, friends from another world, welcome. Uchiha Izuna. Whitebeard, can you really control tsunamis? Senju Tobarama, how does one acquire power in your world? Uchiha Madara, your strength is commendable. It compels me to exert a fraction of my power. Whitebeard, Gorarara, is Roger itching for another beating? Captain Rox, though you are a rogue, I extend my gratitude. Friends from another world, I am curious about your powers as you are about mine. How about we exchange knowledge? Screen. Mute. Video playback. Video footage. A massive, sharp green sword aura cleaves through the ice, aimed at Whitebeard. A robust figure dashes forth to intercept the strike. With a resounding crash, Mihawk's attack is deflected skyward. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, appears in the frame, his form nearly enveloped in hard diamonds, shimmering brilliantly. The crowd is momentarily stunned as the brutal battle resumes. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru steps forward from the execution platform. Kizaru, with a sly grin, remarks, truly, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are formidable. Each one is as powerful as a monster. To minimize losses, we must capture the king before the thieves. No sooner had he spoken, Kizaru transformed into light, vanishing from sight, and reappeared above Whitebeard. With arms crossed, countless orbs of light, each the size of a fist, rained down upon Whitebeard. This was one of Kizaru's signature moves, the Yasukani no Magatama. Whitebeard, hey, why is it so blinding? Just as the attack was about to strike Whitebeard, a figure with wings soared toward Kizaru's Yasukani no Magatama, with a series of rapid collisions. Kizaru's onslaught was entirely thwarted. At this moment, everyone discerned the figure adorned with blue flames, who was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco exclaimed, how could we allow you to disturb our great captain so easily? As his words resonated, The numerous punctures inflicted upon him by Kizaru's Shoku no Mizu were entirely mended by the swirling blue flames. Kizaru remarked, "Truly terrifying, this white-beard pirates. Marco, the mythical Zoan-type phoenix is rarer than even Logia, transforming into a magnificent bird cloaked in blue flames." Marco surged toward Kizaru and delivered a swift kick that sent Kizaru hurtling into the ground, creating a substantial crater. In a flash of light, Kizaru reappeared unscathed before the gathered Marines, his attire untouched. Meanwhile, Diamond Joseph forcefully struck the ice beneath him, raising a massive block of ice akin to a small mountain to hurl toward the execution platform. Below the platform, only Admiral Akina remained. He looked up and grumbled, "Honestly, those fools have abandoned their posts. If we all advance, who will guard this place?" With that, a torrent of magma surged from his right arm, and under his control, a colossal fist of magma, nearly as large as the ice block, was formed. He clenched it and smashed it into the icy mound, instantly melting it. The molten fist erupted into countless magma spheres, each the size of a human head, raining down upon the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in a cacophony of wails. Across the pirate world, civilians were left in shock by the scenes displayed on their screens. Some marveled at the monstrous strength of the warriors, while others were horrified by the bloodshed on the battlefield, nearly soiling their garments. On the Going Merry, Ace watched as familiar companions fell, a wave of guilt washing over him as his fists clenched tightly. Luffy, unusually somber, sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixated on the unfolding scenes on the screen. In Windmill Village, Dayton anxiously observed the screen, continuously cursing Carp for his inaction, questioning how he could stand idly by while Ace faced execution. In the Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage office, Naruto exclaimed, "How impressive, a birdman with blue flames. When will I be as powerful as those depicted on the screen?" Sakura responded, "They're all monstrous in their strength, but honestly, they look quite hideous. They can't possibly compare to Sasuke." CHG commented, "People from other worlds are so tall. They must eat well. I wish I could try their food." Sasuke gazed enviously at the screen, wishing for the strength of those warriors, convinced he could avenge his parents and clan single-handedly. Meanwhile, Lee excitedly watched the war unfold on the screen, realizing that these fighters did not utilize ninjutsu, yet still emerged as formidable warriors. He pondered if his current efforts were sufficient. The seasoned jonin and elders, however, did not share the youthful enthusiasm of the younger generation. Their expressions were grave as they observed the chaotic battlefield, recognizing that the conflicts of their own world paled in comparison to the ferocity of this otherworldly confrontation. Any formidable individual present here could undoubtedly alter the current power dynamics of the shinobi world. Chunin Xiaokong. Fortunately, the two realms do not intersect. Yuan Fei Asuma. With the screen in place, it is challenging to ascertain. Yuan Fei Ryzen. Narashikaku, is there any solution? Narashikaku, there is a solution. But, he glanced at Naruto as he spoke. The assembled high-ranking officials instantly comprehended Shikaku's implication, yet no one dared to vocalize it first. Yuan Fei Ryzen sighed, stating, "The risks are too great. Let us not consider it for now. Is there no other alternative?" Shikaku shook his head. At the residence of the Raikage in the Land of Lightning, Raikage AI gestured, and an Umbu agent appeared, kneeling in anticipation of orders. Raikage AI commanded, "Send someone to the Wind Thunder Gorge to summon B to return to the village, and another to inform everyone in the village that they must refrain from speaking ill of B. Those who disobey will be executed on the spot by the Umbu." The masked Umbu nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly vanished from sight. Just as Raikage AI was about to depart, the steward of the daimyo informed him that the daimyo had decided to increase the military budget 5-fold, totaling a 10-fold increase as a precaution. In the Rain Ninja Village, Nagata remarked, "Indeed, they are remarkably powerful. However, once I have collected all the tailed beasts and forged them into weapons, those mortals from another world shall also prepare to experience pain and comprehend suffering." In the Mist Ninja Village, Uchiha Madara declared, "No one can obstruct me from severing the ties of cause and effect in this world, establishing a perfect realm devoid of war and suffering." In the Rock Ninja Village, Anoki indulged in sake and snacks, utterly relaxed. Orochimaru mused, the blue flames capable of healing wounds, an incredibly resilient diamond body, the manipulation of light and magma, along with various bizarre abilities. He chuckled, expressing a desire to dissect those powerful individuals from other worlds to uncover the source of their strength. Video footage transitioned to Ivankov, who, while running, noticed the Marines retreating through a hidden passage, exclaiming, "The enemy has unknowingly shifted to the plaza." Jinbei remarked. I have an ominous premonition. Yet my father has already taken action. There is no time to ponder. Ivankov questioned. Is there truly no way to prevent this? Sengoku inquired. Is it not ready yet? A soldier apologized. I'm afraid the ice is thicker than anticipated. The Whitebeard pirates surged forward, poised to breach the plaza. An officer anxiously asked, has the encirclement barrier been activated too late? I will buy time. A giant vice admiral leaped forth, blocking the pirates' advance. I shall not allow you to set foot in the plaza, Whitebeard pirates. In that instant, the vanguard of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves halted by the giant vice admiral. Soon, the giant vice admiral approached Whitebeard and struck down with his blade. Whitebeard raised one hand to block and, with a swift motion, sent the giant vice admiral flying. The giant admiral was sent flying as Whitebeard relinquished his weapon, grasping the air with both hands. The intangible atmosphere appeared to transform into a fabric, wrinkled beneath Whitebeard's grip. Subsequently, the island housing the naval headquarters was engulfed in a cataclysmic chaos, with the earth and sea tilting at an alarming angle. As if the end of the world had arrived, countless sailors frantically sought refuge, including some pirates who were unable to escape in time. Once the tumult subsided, the giant admiral once again stood before Whitebeard, resolute in the name of absolute justice, determined to confront him. In that moment, Whitebeard leapt towards the admiral's chest, unleashing the power of his devil fruit with a single, forceful strike aimed at the air before the giant. A series of sharp cracks resonated, as the air shattered like glass, producing numerous long fissures. A colossal shockwave propelled the giant admiral through the air, hurtling towards the execution platform, where it was ultimately intercepted by the three admirals. Simultaneously, all present beheld the wound on Whitebeard's chest, from which blood flowed incessantly. Chapter 10. The filial sword of Squard at the Revolutionary Army Headquarters Sabo. How could Ivankov appear amidst the conflict between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates? And align with the Seven Warlords? Dragon shook his head. This war transpires in the future. Inquiries made now will yield no answers. However, I have faith in Ivankov. There must be a compelling reason for their involvement. Sabo nodded. Ivankov has never been impulsive. Without sufficient leverage, Ivankov would never engage in battles unrelated to the Revolutionary Army. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu slammed his fist onto the desk, his expression darkening. Jinbei, as a warlord, is complicit with the Revolutionary Army, aiding Whitebeard against us. He must be held accountable. Tsuru, remain calm, Sakazuki. The warlords are our equals. Without orders from the world government, we have no authority to act against any of them. Akiji, Jinbei is one matter, but why has the Revolutionary Army become entangled in this? Sengoku shot a disapproving glance at his old comrade, Garp. Inside, we have too little information at present. The footage displayed on the screen is clearly fragmented and incoherent. Perhaps the answers lie within those skipped segments. Video footage. As a piercing mechanical sound echoed, a metallic barrier rose around the bay, encircling the entire Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku, Akainu commence. Melt the ice, leaving the Whitebeard pirates with no ground to stand on. Akainu stepped forward, his arms transforming into torrents of molten lava, embodying a warrior of fire, launching countless magma projectiles skyward. After a while, innumerable magma fists descended like meteors, shattering and melting the ice within the bay. The Whitebeard pirates found their footing increasingly limited, and as more magma fists fell, the temperature of the surrounding waters rose. Akainu, Whitebeard, your era has come to an end. With this declaration, the barrage of magma fists intensified, culminating in the destruction of the Moby Dick, its burning pirate flag seemingly heralding the demise of the Whitebeard pirates. The video paused, and the silence was lifted. Screen. Inquiry. Who inflicted the wound on Whitebeard's chest? This is a multiple-choice question. A. Dracul Mihawk. B. Vista. C. Admiral Kizura. D. Squard of the Great Current. The answering period begins in 5 minutes. A correct answer will double one's physical strength, transferable. No penalties for incorrect answers. Within the Whitebeard pirates, Vista exclaimed furiously, it is absolutely impossible that I would harm Pops. Nor could it be Squard. He was among the earliest to follow Pops. It must certainly be Dracul Mihawk. He struck at Pops as soon as the war began. This Kizaru was merely an afterthought. How could a mere admiral hope to injure Pops? Whitebeard. Gururara, let us watch patiently. Rocks. Whitebeard, you have truly aged. How could you be wounded at your core by an unknown junior? Roger. Indeed, Whitebeard is gravely ill. Whitebeard, once you descend, let us share a drink together. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. The era eternally belongs to the youth. I am merely a relic of a bygone age. The new era has no vessel to carry me. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, Marco gazed at the screen displaying his father's frail form, his heart heavy with sorrow. His father's condition had deteriorated. Otherwise, even Garp would not have been able to inflict such a grievous injury so easily. Suppressing the urge to return immediately, he flapped his wings and accelerated towards Alabasta. Marco understood that only if Ace remained unscathed from the Navy could he prevent all of this from unfolding. Hashirama, heroes fall. How lamentable, how tragic. Izuna, but who could have injured Whitebeard? It must have been Mihawk. That man is the world's greatest swordsman. His strength should be formidable. Tobarama, it cannot possibly be Mihawk. From Whitebeard's condition at the time, it is evident he was ambushed. Mihawk and Admiral Itachi are both on the side of the Navy. And the crew of the Whitebeard pirates would never allow them to approach Whitebeard so easily, let alone land a critical blow. Izuna, Hashirama. How do you deduce that Whitebeard was ambushed? Madara. Izuna, aside from the fatal wound on his chest, Whitebeard bore no other signs of battle, indicating that this injury was inflicted in an instant when he was completely unprepared. Hashirama. Madara. Could it be that Whitebeard's severe illness rendered him too weak to resist an ambush from the Navy? Madara, as the pinnacle of power in that world. Even in his weakened state, Whitebeard would not allow an enemy to approach him unchallenged and deal a critical blow. Only someone he trusted implicitly could have gotten close enough to catch him off guard. Tobarama. Therefore, we can entirely eliminate Mihawk and Admiral Itachi as suspects. The answer lies between Vista and Squard. Rox, the most trusted individual? Whitebeard is fond of adopting sons, and these two must indeed be his sons. Ha ha ha, retribution, Whitebeard. When Roger and Garp joined forces against me, you stood idly by. How does it feel to be betrayed this time? Ha ha ha. Roger, alas. A tragedy of father against son, a sorrowful tale indeed. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates found it hard to accept this, casting complex glances at Vista. While Squard was notably absent, Vista, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, roared defiantly, "It is absolutely impossible for me. I have no reason to harm father, and I have been by his side since childhood. So could it be Squard? No, it cannot be. We all know Squard's character. He always leads the charge in battle. Surely, it must be the ramblings of those from another world. Neither Captain Vista nor Brother Squard could ever harm father. Yet, their analysis holds a semblance of truth." Whitebeard sighed without uttering a word, harboring a faint suspicion within his heart. Squard of the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed in anger, "Enough with the nonsense. I would never lay a hand on Pops. We have witnessed the profound respect our captain holds for him." The screen displayed, "Time's up. The answering begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for securing the right to answer. Please respond." Minato Namikaze. "Thank you. I choose B. Flower Sword Vista." The crowd was too weary to retort. Hashirama Senju. "Fourth Hokage, do you know the answer?" Minato Namikaze. "Not at all. It's a 50-50 chance. Perhaps I might stumble upon the correct one." The screen indicated, "Incorrect answer. Minato Namikaze has lost the right to answer. Please continue." Minato Namikaze. "Another mistake. How embarrassing." Hashirama Senju. "Ha ha ha." The screen then announced, "Congratulations to Whitebeard for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond." Whitebeard. D. Squard. Chapter 11. The Filial Sword of Squard Screen. Congratulations, Whitebeard, for answering correctly. Now, the video answer will play. Whitebeard pirates, it is indeed that scoundrel Squard. Does he truly deserve the kindness our father bestowed upon him all these years? Eliminate him. I am eager to witness how Squard will justify his actions. Vista. Expressing his intent to contact Squard, was halted by Whitebeard. "Trust in Squard," he proclaimed. Jozu interjected. "Father, Squard has betrayed you with a sneak attack." Whitebeard replied. "Have faith in your family. Squard must have his reasons. Let us watch and see." Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates. Squard, collapsing to his knees, was overwhelmed with disbelief. "I have gravely wounded father with my ambush." His comrades stared at the screen in shock. "This must be a fabrication. It is simply impossible. Indeed, absolutely inconceivable. This must be a ploy orchestrated by the world government, aimed at sowing discord between us and father. How despicable." Red-haired pirates. Shanks remarked. "This is undoubtedly a scheme by Sengoku. I have encountered Squard numerous times. He is not a schemer like Teach." Beckman added, "The era of Whitebeard has concluded. Even without this war, his days are numbered." Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Whitebeard is finished. The current Whitebeard pirates are nothing but a hollow shell. Jinbe stated, Squard can hardly be considered strong. For Whitebeard to fall victim to his ambush, while it is true that Whitebeard was unprepared, it also serves as a testament to his waning strength. Jack inquired, Brother, shall we attack Whitebeard's territory? Kaido pondered briefly before responding, Not yet. Let us wait until this inventory concludes before we act. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom exclaimed, I have always said that adopted children lack blood ties. How can one trust them? Katakuri asked, Mother, the Whitebeard pirates are nearing their end. Shall we send them off? Big Mom replied, Not yet, Katakuri. Let that greedy Kaido make his move. We shall simply wait to seize the territory. Haha. Yes, Mother, Katakuri said. His gaze deep and contemplative as he stared at the screen, his thoughts concealed. Marine Headquarters. Garp, scratching his nose, remarked, Sengoku, this is your handiwork? Isn't it? Sengoku nonchalantly replied, How would I know? However, this is indeed an astute strategy to significantly reduce marine casualties. Kizaru added, Are you inciting Squard's hatred for Roger to create a rift between him and the Whitebeard pirates? Truly, you are worthy of the title of Fleet Admiral. Thousand Sunny. Ace shook his head in disbelief, denying, Impossible. There is no way it could be Brother Squard. There must be some mistake. It cannot be true. Memories flooded Ace's mind of fighting alongside Squard, sharing laughter and camaraderie. He simply could not accept that Squard would betray their father. Video scene. Father. Squard approached Whitebeard from behind. Whitebeard. Squard, are you all right? Squard. At last, I am still alive. Whitebeard, is that so? I have been unable to reach you since just now. What is the situation at the bay? Squard. It seems that my pirate crew has suffered heavy losses. I took a shortcut to get here. Whitebeard. Sengoku will show no mercy. He will deploy all his might against us. Squard. Have you discerned the Navy's tactics, old man? Whitebeard. I have a long-standing relationship with Sengoku. Squard's expression darkened. I see. Whitebeard. Being besieged by the Navy from the rear suits my intentions perfectly. I must also strike. I can only surge forward with fervor. Squard, indeed. In the distance, Marco was taken aback. Squard, how did you end up in that place? Squard slowly drew his sword. Each of the 43 pirate crews under my command has benefited greatly from your kindness. For the sake of the Whitebeard pirates, I would brave any peril. Whitebeard, I apologize, but this is Squard interrupted. I understand. This is a battle to protect our family. The Whitebeard pirates will never abandon their family, and it is precisely because of this that everyone has followed you into this hell. Squard, among your family. We too are part of it. As his words fell, Squard's blade pierced Whitebeard's chest, shocking all members of the Whitebeard pirates and their subordinates. Marco rushed over, swiftly stepping on Squard, his face a mixture of panic and fury as he demanded, Why have you done this? Answer me, Squard. Squard's expression was one of profound complexity. Wasn't it you who forced my hand? Marco, what do you mean? Do you realize what you have done? At that moment, Whitebeard staggered and fell to the ground. Marco hurried over, saying, Father, don't push yourself. Your body. Squard rose, panting, and shouted, Let us end this farce, Whitebeard. Have you not already colluded with the Navy? Your Whitebeard pirates and Ace's lives are surely guaranteed. They have promised as much, haven't they? What is Squard talking about? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, who were engaged in battle with the Navy, looked at Squard with incredulity. Squard exclaimed, We have all been deceived. I never knew that Ace was the son of Joel D. Roger. When you took me in, I was all alone. Do you understand why I was alone? Because all my important comrades who fought alongside me were slain by Roger. You should know how much I loathe Roger. If so, you should have informed me. To say Ace is Roger's son, do you wish for Ace to become the next pirate king? Even back then, I was betrayed by you. I was unaware of this matter and yet became friends with Ace. You played me, and now Ace, who is so significant to you, has been captured. Within the bay, you have your Whitebeard pirates, while we have our subordinate pirate crews outside. You have betrayed the lives of our 43 pirate captains in exchange for Ace's life. You have colluded with Sengoku, have you not? The scene shifts to Akainu, who recounts the dealings between the Navy and Whitebeard to Skypiea. The captains under the Whitebeard pirates stare in disbelief, exclaiming, Father, what he says is not true, is it? Please tell us it isn't true, Father. Skypiea, with a heavy heart, responds, To have struck true once is already a miracle. I am prepared for my fate. Just end it. Meanwhile, the Navy's focus solely on attacking the Whitebeard pirates serves only to affirm Akainu's accusations against Skypiea. In that instant, despair envelopes the Whitebeard crew. Father, Did you truly trade Ace's life and betray us? They cry out. Speak to us, Father. 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 Skypea laments. I can hardly believe that Father would turn against us. Marco seizes Skypea by the collar, shouting, You fool, you have been deceived. Skypea, why cannot you trust Father? Skypea retorts, Marco, even you feign ignorance? As the captain of the 1st Division, you cannot be oblivious to the dealings between Ace and the Navy. A faint voice from Whitebeard emerges. Ace is indeed the son of Roger. This is a verifiable truth. They have manipulated the man most susceptible to turmoil. Their tactics outmatching ours. Meanwhile, Crocodile trembles with rage, exclaiming, That man fell so easily to a blade from his own crew. How disgraceful, Whitebeard. I refuse to be outdone by such a coward. Whitebeard responds, Do you comprehend what you have done, Skypea? To raise arms against your own father is the epitome of folly. He draws Skypea into his embrace, speaking gently, Even a foolish son, I love dearly. Skypea, eyes wide with disbelief, trembles, Do not jest, you would wager our lives. Whitebeard interjects, I perceive your deep-seated hatred for Roger, yet, Skypea. The notion of a father's debt being repaid by his son is laughably absurd. What did Ace ever do to you? You and Ace have shared both joy and hardship, overcoming every challenge alongside your comrades. The identity of Ace is inconsequential. In this vast ocean, we have encountered one another. Not just the two of you, but all are my sons, Skypea. You must coexist harmoniously. Ace is not the only one who is special. Every one of you is my family. Releasing Skypea, Whitebeard turns to face Admiral Sengoku in the distance, declaring, Sengoku, your blade remains sharp. You have maneuvered us effortlessly. You claim I would sell my son's heads? As he speaks, he strikes the air with his fists, activating his fruit abilities, creating fissures in the atmosphere. The tsunami that had frozen on either side of the island shatters instantly, creating a path for the captains of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat at will. Whitebeard bellows, As pirates, it is imperative that you each hold steadfast to your beliefs. Squard realized he had been deceived by the Navy, trembling as tears of anguish and regret streamed down his face. Indeed, it was all a fabrication. A sinister plot orchestrated by the Navy. How despicable to have tricked us. Father would never betray us. I apologize. We shall never doubt Father again. Father, I shall follow you for all eternity. Whitebeard, those who wish to join me, cast aside your lives and come with me. Chapter 12. The death of Whitebeard. As the video concluded, the screen displayed, Whitebeard answered correctly. Please choose to claim the reward for yourself or transfer it to another. Whitebeard, I choose to bestow it upon Squard. Even if he is a foolish son, my love for him remains unwavering. The screen then indicated that the selection was complete, showcasing the live broadcast of the reward claiming process. In the Moby Dick, understanding the gravity of the situation, Squard knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, preparing to take his own life to atone to his father, only to be restrained by his comrades. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping Squard, and in an instant, his aura surged, his bones and muscles crackled violently. As the golden light dissipated, the scene concluded. Whitebeard, Squard, do not act foolishly again. Do you wish for me, an old man, to mourn a young one? Squard's cries intensified as he proclaimed, Father, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Akainu, I shall never let you escape. On Onigashima, Kaido remarked, Ho ho ho, Roger's son has evaded the world government's pursuit. If he were to join my ranks, the Beast Pirates would become one of the 4 emperors. Queen interjected, Why not join the Whitebeard Pirates? Do you look down upon us, the Beast Pirates? At Whole Cake Island, Big Mom mused, the illegitimate child of the Pirate King? Alas, he ultimately cannot escape death. Parasparrow chimed in, Mother, Whitebeard wouldn't he allow that, would he? After all, he is the strongest man in the world, albeit now aging. Katakuri added, What if Whitebeard were to perish? Big Mom cautioned, Never underestimate the world government, nor their resolve to eradicate the bloodline of the Pirate King. On board the red-haired pirates, Shanks hoped, Let us pray that Whitebeard, upon witnessing the contents of the screen, can dissuade Ace. Beckman countered, Even if Whitebeard intervenes, it may be in vain. Ace's identity has been unveiled, and the world government will not spare Roger's bloodline. Shanks laughed heartily. The pursuit of freedom has never been a smooth journey. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku remarked, I never anticipated that he would so easily turn the tide. Whitebeard truly is formidable. Saru noted, Whitebeard has entered the group chat. If he were to receive the reward to heal his ailments, it would be disastrous. Garp reassured, Fear not, Saru, rewards are not easily obtained. Akainu interjected. Let us set Whitebeard aside for now. Crocodile has appeared on screen, evidently siding with the pirates. Sengoku replied. Let us wait a moment. Once the tally is complete, we shall address him. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, Crocodile paced angrily within his quarters. Furious that Whitebeard had been wounded by his own men, and concerned that the Marine headquarters would hold him accountable for the events displayed on the screens, jeopardizing his quest for ancient weaponry. Aboard the Going Merry, Ace was filled with guilt towards Squard, while simultaneously harboring greater hatred for his father, Roger. Usopp exclaimed, Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Roger? Nami questioned, Luffy, is that true? Luffy affirmed, indeed, Ace is truly Roger's son. Ace cast a helpless glance at his foolish brother and remarked, if given a choice, I would prefer never to have been born than to bear the bloodline of that scoundrel. Rox interjected, Whitebeard, this truly reflects your character. You bear no animosity towards those who ambush your subordinates. Whitebeard chuckled, Gururara. Rox, I have no subordinates, only family. Roger added, that is precisely the essence of Whitebeard, Rox. This delineates the difference between you and him. Rox retorted, are you mocking me, Roger? Roger responded, I certainly hope so. Ha ha. Rox exclaimed, you scoundrel, Roger. Oh, I just recalled. Ace is your son, isn't he? How does it feel to have your own flesh and blood recognize his adversary as a father? Roger replied, it's rather acceptable. Although it deviates from my initial expectations, we are all aware of Whitebeard's character. For Ace to be his son is a stroke of fortune for him. And indeed, for me as well. Rox felt as though he had struck a pillow, unable to find purchase. Hashirama remarked, to manipulate the emotions of others. The Navy is truly despicable. Izuna countered, the victor is king and the vanquished, a criminal. As long as one can win, what has despicability to do with it? Tobirama agreed. I concur with your sentiment. Hence, do not incessantly label me the one who ambushed you. You perished, yet I survived. Thus I am the ultimate victor. Izuna shot back. You, white-haired fool, is that truly the same matter? Madara chimed in. Ha, Izuna, do you have the right to criticize others? Hashirama insisted, Madara. That is not the same. Though our philosophies diverge, you have always been my closest friend. Madara rebutted, even if your words bloom like flowers. They cannot alter the fact that you betrayed me. Izuna exclaimed. What? Brother, you were slain by Hashirama's ambush? My opposition to an alliance with the Senju clan stems from your Navet. You cannot outmaneuver the cunning Hashirama, after all. Hashirama clarified, Izuna, you misunderstand. My actions against Madara arose from his intent to attack the village. I acted to protect our home, and the Uchiha clan was present in the village at that time. Izuna pressed, what about Minato? You are the fourth Hokage, right? What became of the Uchiha clan? Minato responded, well, at least during my lifetime, the Uchiha clan thrived, despite some lingering historical issues. However, I firmly believe that as long as we all unite for the village, no problem is insurmountable. Tobirama inquired. Has the Uchiha clan and the village still not fully integrated? How did a monkey become Hokage? And you, Tsunade, did you accomplish nothing upon becoming Hokage? What of Uchiha Kagami? Minato replied, I apologize, second Hokage. When I died, the direct A and B was not yet fully established. Uchiha Kagami must have perished long before. During my lifetime, there was no Uchiha Kagami. The clan leader was Uchiha Fugaku. Hashirama pondered, who is Uchiha Kagami? Senju Tobirama, my student, who also serves as a direct member of my Umbu, possesses the will of fire akin to that of some Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Izuna. Surely, this white-haired individual must be an imposter? Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, I am heartened by your ability to transcend familial ties and consider matters from the village's perspective. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, the four notorious villains were drenched in cold sweat, fearing what might transpire should the first and second Hokage discover that only two members of the Uchiha clan remained. On the screen, the video continues to play, but the audio is muted. Video imagery. This time, a single image graces the screen, remaining static. However, this singular image sent shockwaves throughout the entire world of pirates. The image depicted the lifeless body of Whitebeard in a state of utter devastation. On the screen, a query arises, who was responsible for Whitebeard's demise? This is a multiple-choice question. A. The three admirals. B. The Blackbeard pirates. C. The seven warlords. D. The beast pirates. E. The Big Mom pirates. On the screen. After 5 minutes, participants will begin to respond, with the correct answer yielding a randomly selected devil fruit as a reward, which may be transferred. Chapter 13. The death of Whitebeard. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed in disbelief at the shattered corpse of their father displayed on the screen. After a brief moment of silence, an explosion of chaos erupted. Impossible! Father is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. He cannot be dead, they shouted furiously. Yet as the words escaped their lips, tears betrayed their resolve. Deep down, they understood the grim reality. The image on the screen was true. They had already confirmed with Squard that he had indeed received a reward and his strength had surged dramatically. They also knew that their father was over 70 and plagued by illness, yet they were unwilling to accept this truth, too afraid to believe it. The man who had always sheltered them, who had embraced them without reason, who had rescued their very souls, could he truly be gone? Meanwhile, on the great spider pirate ship, Squard clutched at his thinning hair and let out a desperate wail, "Father!" In another part of the sea, Marco, flying at full speed, collided with a deserted island, tears streaming down his face. As the captain of the team, he understood their father's condition better than anyone. However, Marco did not allow sorrow to linger. He swiftly suppressed his grief and rushed towards Alabasta. He had to stop Ace. Casting a glance at the screen, he fervently prayed that it was not Teach who had slain their father, for if it were so, no one would be able to restrain Ace. On the Thousand Sunny, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. "No, father," he cried out in profound sorrow, collapsing to his knees as his tears flowed like a torrential river. The Straw Hat crew, still reeling from the death of Whitebeard, found themselves at a loss due to Ace's reaction, especially Luffy, who had grown up alongside Ace and had never witnessed his brother cry. Not even when Sabo had perished. Chopper remarked, "Ace is so heartbroken. Is it because of Uncle Whitebeard's death?" Zoro observed. It seems Whitebeard held a significant place in Ace's heart. This thought brought to mind his childhood friend Kuina. Chopper pondered, someone important? In the image of Dr. Hilulike's smile flashed in his mind. Usopp and Nami recalled their own mothers, while Sanji thought of old man Zeph. In that moment, grief enveloped everyone aboard the Thousand Sunny. Across the New World, all those who had benefited from the Whitebeard pirates were plunged into sorrow. On Onigashima, in Wano country, Kaido declared, "Boys, it's time for war. Eliminate Whitebeard. Prepare the ships. Once we finish counting, we set sail immediately." Shin remarked, "Mr. Kaido, the Big Mom pirates have agreed to join forces with us. We only await our signal." Kaido chuckled coldly. That old hag thinks she can reap the benefits. There's no way I will let her have her way. On Cake Island in the whole Cake Archipelago, Big Mom scoffed, "That Kaido is so petty. I merely wanted to take advantage of the situation and snag Shin for myself. It's ridiculous considering how I cared for him back when we were under Captain Rock's." Parasparrow, "Mother, the orders have been given. When do we depart?" Big Mom, "We shall wait for the signal from Kaido, likely until the screen inventory concludes." Katakuri, "Take a portion of the crew to the vicinity of Wano to await Kaido and his men." Katakuri, "Understood, Mother." Red-haired pirate Shanks, "Alas, Whitebeard has truly aged." Beckman, "An expected outcome." Shanks, "The Whitebeard pirates are beginning to show signs of fatigue. Kaido may have some schemes in mind." Beckman, "Although Whitebeard is old, if the Beast Pirates were to engage him, Kaido would suffer substantial losses even if he were to prevail." Shanks, "Thus, Kaido will likely seek an alliance with Big Mom. If the two emperors combine forces, the Whitebeard pirates will be in grave danger." Beckman, "Should we intervene? I fear Kaido would show no courtesy to us." Shanks, "I do not expect him to, but we must at least aim to minimize the scale of the conflict. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line Blackbeard. It is certainly my time. The Tremor fruit shall be mine." Beges, "Captain, if we speak too freely, the screen will reveal our plans, and how then shall we eliminate Whitebeard and seize the Tremor fruit?" Blackbeard, "Patience, Beges. Opportunities will always arise. We need only prepare ourselves adequately. Naval Headquarters Akainu, it shall be I who takes down Whitebeard, without a doubt." Akiji, "That may not be the case. The images clearly show the 2 wounds in Whitebeard's chest were inflicted by extreme heat. However, is it truly that simple?" Tsuru, "The identity of the assailant is of little importance. I recommend deploying additional personnel to closely monitor Wano and the seas of Tato Land." Garp, "Little Tsuru, are you suggesting that Kaido and Big Mom will join forces to assault the Whitebeard pirates?" Tsuru, "Those two are exceedingly greedy. And with the Whitebeard pirates exhibiting signs of weakness, the likelihood of their alliance is quite high." Sengoku, "Alert the entire fleet to prepare for the worst." Uchiha Izuna, "Just a single image, and we are left to guess the answer? If this is true, it would be outrageous." Shinja Hashirama, "Relax, Izuna. It is all about participation. Uchiha Izuna. Don't speak so casually. I am not as naive as my brother. Senju Tobarama. The wounds on Whitebeard make it evident. The most apparent are the 2 blood holes in his chest, with signs of high-temperature burns nearby. This should be the work of a Kaino. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Whitehair. Are you implying the answer is A, the 3 admirals? Senju Tobarama. No, that is too obvious. The screen would not present such a simple question. All A options can be outright dismissed. Uchiha Madara. The 7 warlords can also be excluded. Senju Hashirama Madara. Why is that? Uchiha Madara. Their personalities. Although the video is disjointed, it is clear that the 7 warlords have distinctly strong personalities, making collaboration unlikely. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. Please assist me in analyzing this. I am eager to taste the flavor of a devil fruit. Whitebeard. Friends from another world, do not indulge your curiosity too much. You may come to regret it. Senju Hashirama. Whitebeard, have you tasted it? What does it taste like? Whitebeard. I would rather consume excrement. Senju Tobarama. The screen indicates a reward. If it is indeed repugnant, it must serve another purpose? Rocks. Let me enlighten you. Consuming a devil fruit grants one a unique power, such as Whitebeard's ability to conjure tsunamis with the Tremor fruit. The inhabitants of the ninja world were astounded. To possess such formidable strength simply by consuming a single fruit? Why bother with arduous training when one could merely devour a devil fruit? Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. Analyze it quickly. I am eager to sample a devil fruit. Senju Tobarama. Silence. Anija. Even if we obtain a reward, it should be passed on to the village's successors. We have perished. Consuming it would be a sheer waste. Senju Hashirama. I shall draw a circle and curse you. Roger. Gator. I never anticipated your demise would be so tragic. Time is unyielding. Whitebeard. No one escapes death. Uchiha Izuna. So, who exactly killed Whitebeard? Roger. Haven't we already dismissed 2 incorrect answers? Just guess. The screen. Time is up, and in 5 seconds. We shall commence the answering countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for securing the right to answer. Please respond. Uchiha Izuna. Curse it. That dead white-haired fellow snatched it away. Senju Tobarama. I choose B, the Blackbeard Pirates. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama. Why the Blackbeard Pirates? I assumed it would be the Beast's Pirates. Their name sounds particularly formidable. Senju Tobarama. I have no idea. I simply guessed randomly from top to bottom. The screen. Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for answering correctly. Please choose whether to claim the reward yourself or to pass it on. Senju Tobarama. I shall pass it on. Chapter 14. The Death of Whitebeard, Part 2. Senju Hashirama. Brother, you are truly fortunate. Please pass it to me. I am immensely curious to try something even more unpalatable than excrement. Senju Tobarama. Ani-Yui, have I not stated it clearly? We are already deceased. Consuming it would be a waste. Such a treasure, which can directly enhance one's prowess, ought to be bestowed upon the younger generation of our village. In the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, the 4 notorious villains straightened their postures upon witnessing the second Hokage's intention to donate the reward to the villagers. After all, they were disciples of the second Hokage, serving as shadows and elders of the village. Who could be more deserving of the reward than they? Certainly no one. Minato Namikaze, Lord Second. I believe Naruto Uzumaki is quite exceptional. Have you considered him? The 4 notorious villains felt a sudden tension, their hearts tightening with unease. Roger. Minato Namikaze. Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki is your son? Such favoritism. Cold sweat dripped down the faces of the 4 villains, particularly from Yuan Fei Risen, whose previously erect posture slumped once more. The other elite shinobi exchanged glances, remaining silent and with heads bowed. Sakura Haruno. Naruto. The 4th Hokage truly favors you. Naruto Uzumaki. Hee. Minato Namikaze. Oh, that's not the case. It's merely some past matters where I feel indebted to him, and I wish to make amends. Senju Tobarama. Naruto has already acquired immense power. Should he obtain the devil fruit, the others in the village may harbor jealousy. Uchiha Izuna. Oh, white-haired fool. Why not just admit you wish to give it to your own student instead of pretending? The 4 notorious villains felt a flicker of hope at Izuna's words. Senju Hashirama. Izuna, you have misunderstood. Tobarama is not that type of person. Uchiha Izuna. I shall reiterate. Do not address me so casually, you scheming elder. Senju Tobarama. I wish to bestow it upon the young man with white hair and a mask who has appeared on the screen. In the Hokage office. Naruto exclaimed with joy, Kakashi-sensei, it's you. Uncle Second has transferred the reward to you. Kakashi Hitaki looked momentarily bewildered. Me? The four notorious villains felt a wave of disappointment wash over them as they turned their eyes towards Kakashi, a hint of jealousy flickering within them. Kakashi, ever perceptive, instantly sensed the envy in their gazes, choosing silence while a sense of caution arose within him. Screen. Confirmed. The reward is bestowed upon Kakashi Hatake. Live footage of the award presentation is displayed. On the screen, a golden light descended upon Kakashi, settling in his hands. As the brilliance faded, an oddly shaped fruit appeared in Kakashi's palm. Shimura Danzo abruptly stood, declaring, "For the sake of the village, I suggest." Before Danzo could finish, a cacophony of crunching sounds interrupted as Kakashi began to devour the devil fruit voraciously. Initially, Kakashi assumed that Whitebeard's words were mere exaggerations. How could there possibly be a fruit more repugnant than excrement? Yet, upon tasting it, Kakashi realized that Whitebeard had indeed understated the fruit's foulness. Initially, Kakashi intended to abstain from eating, yet the piercing gazes of the four notorious villains spurred him to suppress the nauseating sensation of regurgitating his leftover meal, compelling him to consume the devil fruit entirely. Indeed, a mere taste of the devil fruit suffices. Yet the denizens of the pirate world would not extend such a courtesy to those from the ninja realm, for they do not regard themselves as virtuous beings. Shimura Danzo remarked, "Kakashi, do you still hold the elders in regard?" Yuan Fei Risen retorted, "Silence, Danzo. This reward was bestowed upon Kakashi by our teacher, as an elder. How can you usurp an individual's private property within the village?" Might Guy inquired, "Kakashi, what do you feel?" Kakashi closed his eyes to attune his senses. Upon reopening them, a plethora of petals suddenly surrounded him, dissipating to reveal two additional arms sprouting from either side of his own. With a flourish, Kakashi maneuvered the three arms on his right, discovering them to be remarkably agile, akin to his own. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Wow, Kakashi-sensei has more arms. That's amazing." Might Guy exclaimed, "Does this mean he can perform more jutsu simultaneously? Truly, he is my dear friend." At that moment, Shikaku voiced loudly, "Kakashi possesses mastery over 1,000 jutsu. Should he further augment his chakra, he would be virtually invincible." The adults in the Hokage's office, including Shikamaru, exchanged knowing glances with Shikaku. "Senju Hashirama. Is he a member of the Hatake clan?" "Senju Tobarama. Judging by his appearance, he must be Shiboku's child. Yet is the Hatake clan not renowned for their swordsmanship? How has Kakashi acquired such a plethora of jutsu?" "Uchiha Izuna. Is this the power of the devil fruit? It seems to augment the number of limbs." "Rocks. It must be a Paramecia-type flower fruit. Not too shabby." "Uchiha Madara. Paramecia type? What is that?" "Roger. What is chakra? And what is ninjutsu?" Alas, they found themselves ensnared in a perpetual cycle, each one astute enough to avoid disadvantage. Screen. The rewards have been distributed. We shall now commence the playback of Whitebeard's demise. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Marco and Ace, fixated on the screen, eager to ascertain the identity of their father's murderer, determined to extinguish this threat in its infancy. As the video began, Whitebeard stood resolutely against a multitude of Navy forces, a vast chasm separating him from his crew. Tears streamed down the faces of Whitebeard's crew as an ominous premonition settled over them. Sengoku remarked, "His abdomen has been seared through, yet he still possesses such strength." Whitebeard gasped, "I am far from finished. Now, I shall be your adversary. Bring it on." He then clashed with the Navy. Across the chasm, Marco gazed at his father's silhouette, understanding that Whitebeard had made up his mind. He fought back tears and called for everyone to board the ship. Many hesitated, wishing to fight alongside their father, yet were restrained by their captains. Reflecting on their father's solitary resolve and the legacy entrusted to them, they resolved to grieve only once they were aboard. "Father, Ace, get all available ships to the bay." Marco, "Father, please forgive my impetuousness. Allow me to see you off." Just as Whitebeard and the Navy were locked in a fierce battle, several Marines noticed something and pointed towards the back of the island, exclaiming, "What is that?" A colossal figure, rivaling the island itself, emerged behind the Navy headquarters. "Who is at the execution platform?" Finally aware, Sengoku exclaimed in fury, "You scoundrels, how did you make it here?" "Whitebeard, you wretch. Each one of you is an ultimate criminal concealed due to your heinousness. That enormous creature can only be none other than the pirate, the massive battleship St. One Wolf. Not only has it been discovered, but its identity has also been revealed. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. What a nostalgic world indeed. The drunkard, Bacchus Jot. Can we eliminate these individuals? The Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon. I have a fondness for you all too. And the former chief warden of Impel Down. Shiryu of the Rain. The Blackbeard Pirates. Ha ha ha, it has been quite some time. To see you before your demise, father. Whitebeard's expression darkened. Teach? Sengoku's face turned grim. Shiryu. You scoundrel. What happened to Magellan? What has become of Impelled Down? How did you arrive here? Shiryu of the Rain. Our presence here answers your query, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If you wish to uncover the particulars, you may verify for yourself shortly. In any case, I intend to ally with these individuals. I seek your guidance. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, saying, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have been unable to report to you until now. I just received word that a warship, which was not registered, breached our defenses under the banner of justice. Sengoku, is that this group? The power room should only have been manned by Marines. And we received no reports of any anomalies. How did they gain entry? Lafitte, quite simply, I hypnotized the Marines in the power room. They were instructed to grant passage to any warship, and it seems I assisted others as well. Blackbeard, as a pirate despised by the government, I could not open the gates of justice nor infiltrate Impelled Down. My acceptance of the title of warlord was merely for this purpose. And now that title is no longer required. Sengoku, your aim was to release these individuals, was it not? Blackbeard, ha ha ha, indeed. From the very beginning, that was my intention. And that is all there is to it. Whitebeard, such matters are of no consequence. Teach. Whitebeard waved his hand, unleashing a tremendous shockwave towards the execution platform, causing the Blackbeard pirates to hastily evade. That was close, dangerously close. Blackbeard, truly, there is no regard for friendship. One cannot show mercy. Whitebeard, only you are unworthy of being my son. Teach. You have violated the one ironclad rule aboard my ship. You have slain your comrade. I shall take your life to fulfill the last wish of the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, so he may rest in peace. At that moment, Whitebeard stumbled, and Marco immediately transformed into a phoenix, ready to assist. Marco, no one is allowed to intervene. Father, did you hear that? Let us settle this, Teach. That suits me just fine. As he spoke, Blackbeard was enveloped in a cloud of dark mist, cascading outward like a tidal wave. Haha. This is the power of the devil fruit I acquired by killing Sachi, the mightiest force, the dark fruit. Father, behold its potency. All objects, including people, covered by the black tide began to sink, as if trapped in a dark quagmire. I say, Father, Sachi is dead, and Ace has perished too. Though I once admired and respected you deeply, you have grown old, so frail that you cannot even save a subordinate facing execution. I spared Ace's life on Bonero Island. Whitebeard, filled with fury, activated his devil fruit power, his left fist enveloped in a white halo as he struck towards Teach. Futile, before the dark fruit. All abilities are rendered powerless. Blackbeard countered, pressing his palm against Whitebeard's fist, a black windmill spinning in his palm, absorbing the white halo and nullifying Whitebeard's power. Whitebeard made several attempts, all met with the same fate as Blackbeard's windmill absorbed his attacks. Just as Blackbeard reveled in his arrogance, Whitebeard ceased using his devil fruit abilities and, with a series of grappling moves, seized Blackbeard, gripping his head tightly. The white halo reappeared. Your arrogance and recklessness. This is your weakness. Blackbeard, trembling with fear, pleaded, Stop, Father. Please, I am your son. Are you truly going to kill me? As the devil fruit ability activated, a tremendous shockwave radiated from Blackbeard's head, shattering the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Blackbeard, bloodied, struggled to sit up, while Whitebeard stood still, unwavering. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gasped at Blackbeard's resilience, urging their father to finish him. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Why was father not moving? Marco trembled. He is not motionless. It's his deteriorating health, compounded by the injuries sustained in this fierce battle. Father's body has long been. Whitebeard staggered towards Blackbeard, ready to end him with his devil fruit power. Blackbeard, in terror, exclaimed, You monster. You are on the brink of death. Can't you just die quietly? As he spoke, he drew a flintlock and shot Whitebeard, causing the white halo symbolizing his power to vanish. Father, Blackbeard shouted, Finish him, you lot. The members of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, brandishing their weapons against Whitebeard. Father, Father, Father. The scene shifted, revealing a younger Whitebeard sharing drinks with Roger. The robust Whitebeard remarked, You say you are going to die? Roger replied, Indeed. Not much time left. Shall I guide you to the path of Lafdev? The elderly Whitebeard responds, Even if I were to learn of it, I would not venture there, for I hold no interest. Roger then inquires, Are you aware of how the world government now refers to me, Joel D. Roger? The elderly Whitebeard replies, Is that truly your name? Roger corrects him, saying, "No, no, my name is Gold, Roger." The elderly Whitebeard muses, "Indeed. There are times when one encounters individuals bearing the letter D in their names. I have one named Teach. What does the D signify?" Roger offers. "Would you like to know? Allow me to enlighten you." This tale harks back to a time long past. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where the voice of Whitebeard resonates once more, declaring, "That could never be you." Blackbeard, suddenly stricken with fear, exclaims, "Is he still alive?" Whitebeard asserts, "The man Roger awaits is certainly not you, Teach. Just as there are those who will inherit Roger's will, there will come a day when someone will carry forth Ace's will as well. Even if their bloodline is severed, their flame shall not be extinguished, for it is an unbroken lineage that stretches back into the distant past. Furthermore, there will arise an individual capable of shouldering this centuries-old legacy and challenging the world. Warlord Sengoku, you and your world government tremble at the prospect of the monumental battle that will one day engulf the entire world. Though I harbor little interest, the day will inevitably arrive when that treasure is discovered, and the world shall be turned upside down. Someone will find it. That day is destined to come. One Piece is indeed a tangible reality." A resounding proclamation echoed across the battlefield and transmitted worldwide via the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku, filled with horror, cries out, "You bastard!" Blackbeard, laughing heartily, exclaims, "Ha ha ha, what a magnificent last testament. Father, 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 forgive me, sons. For I have left behind a wretched scoundrel. I have received everything from you, and this is where my journey concludes. What a marvelous adventure it has been. Thank you all. Farewell, my sons." Chapter 15. The Blackbeard Pirates. Half-damaged, the Whitebeard Pirates wept uncontrollably, unable to accept the departure of their beloved father. Whitebeard boomed, "Gururara, my sons. I am not dead yet." Instantly, they regained their composure, realizing that this was a future event, not a present reality. They vowed to eliminate Teach. Indeed, Teach must not escape. He had already slain Captain Sachi and would ultimately cause the demise of Ace and their father. It was unforgivable, and they swore to personally sever Teach's head. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates wiped their tears and raised their weapons, roaring with hatred towards Blackbeard. The thousand-sunny Luffy was engulfed in sorrow. Though he had not seen Ace's lifeless body, the dialogue on the screen made it painfully clear. Ace was dead. Luffy. The Straw Hat crew looked on, worried, as their captain wept profusely. "Blackbeard, you scoundrel." Ace, one of the protagonists, seemed indifferent to his own fate. But the sight of his esteemed father being slain by the Blackbeard Pirates ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. He shouted in rage and prepared to pursue Blackbeard. Zoro and Sanji quickly intervened, urging Ace to calm down. The imagery on the screen revealed that Ace had been captured while pursuing Blackbeard, precipitating a series of tragic events. "Get out of my way," Ace shouted. "Listen, Ace," Zoro replied, "we're not trying to stop you for no reason. You must understand that what you see on the screen is merely a glimpse of the future. Now that you know what will transpire, why not strive to change it?" Sanji added, "Uncle Whitebeard is not dead yet, but if you go after Blackbeard, he may very well perish." Zoro continued, "Moreover, if the war depicted on the screen truly erupts, do you think Luffy will stand idly by? With Luffy's current strength, charging into such a massive battlefield he could lose his life." Upon hearing that Luffy might die, Ace, momentarily shaken from his sorrow and rage, turned to see Luffy, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the screen. Overcome with despair, Ace collapsed onto the deck, covering his face with one hand as tears flowed freely. Red-haired pirates Beckman remarked, "Captain, you once had the chance to reach the final island. Do you ever feel a moment of regret?" Shank's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he replied, "To say I feel no regret would be a lie. However, what can I do? After all, Buggy fell ill. I had to relinquish my chance to reach the final island to care for him, for he is my brother. Buggy, Shanks, thank you for remembering me. I'm doing just fine in prison, so don't worry." Beckman commented that Teach Fellow has indeed recruited a band of ruthless individuals, but unfortunately, his plans were exposed prematurely. Shanks affirmed, of course, Admiral Sengoku is not one to show mercy. Had it not been for Sengoku's strategies, that simple-minded carp would have struggled to even catch a glimpse of Captain Roger. Beckman, the wisdom of Sengoku truly lives up to its reputation. During the war, the Whitebeard Pirates were utterly outmatched in intellect. Had Garp intervened, there would have been no need to wait for Blackbeard. Whitebeard would have met his end far sooner. Shanks, the strongest mind paired with the mightiest physique. If Sengoku and Garp were to set sail together, Captain Roger would have been rendered irrelevant. Ha ha ha. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom, that rascal Whitebeard, even on the brink of death, couldn't he finish his words. What exactly did Roger tell him? Parasparrow, mother. Blackbeard is quite treacherous. Should we eliminate him before he poses a threat? Big Mom, no need. Now that he has been exposed. The Navy won't sit idly by while Blackbeard seizes the opportunity to recruit allies and impel down. Those individuals have likely already faced Sengoku's justice. Wano Country, Onigashima, Kaido. So, Whitebeard has given himself a lavish funeral. Jack. He was merely a fool, killed by his own adopted son. He hardly deserves the title of emperor. Kaido, Jack. Whitebeard was a formidable adversary. Not everyone can resist the allure of Raftel. Jack. Then, Brother Kaido, shall we still attack the Whitebeard pirates? Kaido, clenching his fists with excitement. Declared, of course. As a mark of respect for the once mightiest man in the world, I shall personally eliminate him, igniting the most colossal war the world has ever seen. Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard feels uneasy. The broadcast of his illustrious deeds is gratifying, yet the exposure of his future comrades means he may lose them. And they were truly valuable allies. Van Augur. Captain, what shall we do next? Blackbeard. First, we must acquire the Tremor fruit. As for the crew, we shall have to devise another plan. Those individuals are as good as lost now. Marine headquarters. Akaina glared furiously at Blackbeard's associates. Gritting his teeth, they dare to escape from impel down. They must face execution. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hold on. Akainu, you are too slow. Kizaru, take action. All criminals from impel down will be executed, their heads displayed at the gates of the prison. The lecherous Kizaru lazily rose and inquired. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what about Shiryu? Shall he be executed as well? Execution. Sengoku replied without hesitation. Garp, since he chose the path of piracy, he must bear the consequences of his choice. Tsuru, with a worried expression, remarked, compared to this, Whitebeard's last words may very well spark a new era of the Grand Line. Garp, justice shall prevail. Sengoku, what is most infuriating is that Blackbeard exploited the title of warlord. It is a disgrace to the world government. Akainu, I have never believed in the so-called warlords. They should all be executed. Sengoku sighed. Who doesn't he know that pirates are untrustworthy? However, the warlords are summoned by the world government, and the Navy has no command over them. Underwater Great Prison, 6th layer of infinite hell. Magellan gazed at his former colleague in the cell, filled with disappointment, and said, Shiryu, you scoundrel, how could you betray justice and embrace the malevolence of piracy? I truly misjudged you. Rain Shiryu replied, staying here. My life has already reached its inevitable conclusion. I have long awaited a man like Blackbeard. At that moment, the voice of a snail phone rang out, and Magellan answered. The voice of the soldier responsible for communication came through. Director Magellan, Admiral Sengoku has ordered the execution of all escapees from impel down displayed on the screen, including Rain Shiryu. Admiral Kizaru is on his way to your location. Shiryu's expression darkened immediately. Magellan remarked, it seems this time you have truly reached the end. In the world of Naruto, at the Hokage office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki said that uncle thought of his family even until death. Kakashi-sensei, if I had parents, would they think of me? Kakashi gently patted Naruto's head, affirming, no parent would ever fail to love their child. Yuan Fei Risen commented. That guy named Saint One is so tall, those giants that are over 10 meters high seem like infants compared to him. Shimura Danzo mused, the strongest fruit. If only I could obtain it. Might Guy declared, Blackbeard is truly despicable. Not only did he kill his own comrades, but he also turned against his adoptive father. If I ever encounter him, I will surely kick him to death. Uchiha Sasuke murmured while watching the arrogant Blackbeard. It's just like fighting 1 against 7. It's infuriating. In the Rain Village, Pain stated, that world also requires a god. Roger, Whitebeard. I never expected you to think of me even in your dying moments, as I float above. Rockstar, still floating? Your son is dead. Roger, haha. That is the future. The moment it is broadcast on the screen, the future has already changed. Senju Tobarama. Roger, you see through it all. Truly worthy of being the Pirate King. Senja Hashirama. Fighting until the last moment for those you care about. Whitebeard, I wish I could share a drink with you. Whitebeard, alas, in the end, I could not deal with Teach. Roger, believe in the children. Senju Hashirama. That Saint Something Wolf is so massive. Its strength must be formidable. I wonder if it can withstand my true 1,000 hands. Uchiha Madara. Merely larger grains of sand. Haha. Only I can engage you in a true battle. Roger. Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. You should be top-tier warriors in your own worlds. It's a pity we are all dead. Otherwise, I would love to compete with you. Senju Hashirama, this screen is so miraculous. Perhaps there will be an opportunity. Senju Tobarama, I wonder what will happen next? The war cannot simply cease here. Uchiha Izuna, what else could happen? Of course. The Navy will ruthlessly strike down the defeated, exterminating the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Rockstar, surely, the Navy has always been despicable and shameless. Roger, Locks. Your views are rather extreme. However, without the intervention of others, Whitebeard's sons would indeed be in peril, as Sengoku has never shown mercy. Screen, question. Who brought the war to an end? This is a multiple-choice question. A. Beast Pirates B. Big Mom Pirates C. Red-Haired Pirates D. Revolutionary Army. The countdown to answer begins in 5 minutes, and a correct response will earn a spot in the group. Chapter 16. The Brutal War. Whitebeard. It is the sworn enemy of both the world government and the Navy. Whichever arrives at the battlefield will be enough to make Sengoku drink a pot. Rocks. The first 3 are understood. What about the Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard? Whitebeard. I am uncertain, but it seems to be a gathering of like-minded youths preparing to overthrow the world government. Roger. Who is the red-haired pirates? Whitebeard. Whitebeard. You know him well. He was once an intern on your ship and has now become one of the pillars of the pirate world. Roger. Haha. It's Shanks. That little brat has grown into a formidable man. Senju Tobarama. Overthrowing the world government? Doesn't he that make them rebels? Senju Hashirama. Why rebel? Isn't a peaceful and quiet life preferable? Whitebeard. For those who can survive, how many would choose to live a life on the edge of a blade? Roger. The country where Whitebeard resides has been plunged into misery due to its inability to pay the exorbitant celestial tribute to the world government. Uchiha Madara. Harsh reality teaches us that one should not advise others without experiencing their suffering. Rocks. If you had assisted me back then in becoming the ruler of the world, there would be no such thing as celestial tribute. Roger. Rocks. Your power is undeniable, but strength alone does not make a capable ruler. Your defeat is the best testament to that. Senju Tobarama. Indeed. Becoming Hokage is not merely about the title. It is those recognized by the village who can truly ascend to such a position. Naruto Uzumaki. One day, I will earn the village's recognition. I am destined to become Hokage. Whitebeard. One day, the world government will be cast down from its pedestal. It is not far off. Rocks. Whitebeard. You and Roger surely know something. Do share. Roger. Rocks. They are all dead now. Let curiosity not weigh so heavily upon you. Rocks. We may be dead, but we cannot drink or engage in battle. This curiosity is all that remains. Can't we indulge it? Roger. No. Minato Namikaze. We are straying off topic. Seniors. We have digressed. Uchiha Izuna. Let it be. One becomes accustomed to such things. Minato Namikaze. I mean, time is running short. We should analyze the correct answers. Rocks. Analyze what? We cannot compete with you. Do you think us foolish? Minato Namikaze. Quite the embarrassment. Roger. Others may not be foolish, but you cannot speak for yourself. Rocks. Rocks. Damn you, Roger. I curse you. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Sabo. Mr. Dragon. It surely cannot be us. Dragon. The war between pirates and the Navy does not concern us. We will not intervene. Sabo, however, Ivankov is on the battlefield. The screen presents a one-sided view, making it impossible to analyze why Ivankov is present. Dragon. There is no need to worry about Ivankov. The future has already changed. The red-haired pirates. Beckman. It must be us. Unfortunately, we cannot answer the questions. Shanks. No need to rush. We will surely make it into the group, as they have been allocating spots continuously. Senju Tobarama. The last option can be eliminated. Senju Hashirama. Why? Uchiha Madara. The two sides in this war are the Navy and the pirates. The Revolutionary Army does not belong to either side, hence. There is no reason for them to intervene in a conflict that does not concern them. Namikaze Minato. There are still 3 options remaining. Which one is the most likely? Yodaime is anxious. He can hardly wait to converse with his son, or perhaps his wife. Uchiha Izuna. We lack even basic information regarding the remaining 3 options. It seems we must rely on guesswork. Senju Hashirama. Why are our friends from another world silent? Uchiha Madara. Foolish Hashirama. They surely know the correct answer and are preparing to buzz in. They have no time to engage with us. Screen. Time is up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin answering. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for obtaining the right to answer. Please choose. Rocks, I knew it. Namikaze Minato. Esteemed predecessors, I shall take my leave. I choose A. Screen. Incorrect answer. Namikaze Minato loses the right to answer. In 5 seconds, the answering continues. Time is up. Congratulations to Roger for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Senju Tobarama. This is disastrous. Rocks. Damn it. I couldn't buzz in. Whitebeard. Roger. You are too fast. Roger. Ha ha ha. The reward is mine. I choose C. The red-haired pirates. Screen. Congratulations to Roger for answering correctly. Please select a name to summon. Note. The individual must possess a certain level of fame. Roger. I choose the Navy hero, Garp. Rocks. Oh, Roger. I thought you would choose your son. Roger. I fear Ace wouldn't want to speak with me. Whitebeard. You bastard Roger. You know Ace quite well. Senju Hashirama. Roger and Garp, the Navy hero and the Pirate King. What a complex relationship. Screen. The invitation has been sent. Please await the invitee's acceptance. Navy headquarters. Garp grumbled. Damn Roger. Even if you invite me, I shall have to accept. I am a Navy man and shall never conspire with scoundrels like you. Sengoku. Stop. Garp. Accept the invitation. Garp. Sengoku. Only by entering the group chat can we answer the questions and secure rewards. We must not allow the pirates to claim them all. Reluctantly, Garp agreed, though he was quite displeased. Rocks. Hey. Garp. Let us hear you bark a few times. Garp. The barking of a loser. Rocks. You are now akin to a mad dog. Roger. Garp. Long time no see. Thank you for raising Ace so well. I knew you were a trustworthy man. Garp. Shut up, you scoundrel Roger. If it weren't for your dreadful genes, Ace would never have set sail to become a despicable pirate. Whitebeard. Garp. Long time no see. Kapu. Whitebeard, you are not without your faults either, having abducted my adorable grandson. I intend to mold Ace into a formidable marine. Senju Hashirama. Welcome, new friends. Let us remain calm. Anger will not resolve our issues. Kapu. Ha ha. A powerful being from another world. I eagerly anticipate our clash. Screen. The video begins to play. The Navy commences a relentless pursuit of the pirates. The victory of the Navy must be absolute. As my father has said, we must return to the sea alive, ensuring that the pirates remember the power of justice and the dread that accompanies it. Justice, combined with fear? Indeed. Now is the moment to exact retribution on the evils of this world. We shall safeguard this realm with our strength. The battlefield becomes a cauldron of intensity as the Navy ferociously hunts down the fleeing remnants of Whitebeard, heedless of their fallen comrades. In that instant, the ground is saturated with blood, scattered limbs, and the anguished cries of the dying and injured. Senju Hashirama. Different worlds, different wars, yet the same brutality, alas. Senju Tobarama. These Marines have gone mad, utterly transformed into puppets of war. Uchiha Madara. This is the horror of war. Even the kindest souls can become bloodthirsty demons under the battlefield's influence. Rocks. At this moment, the Marines are more brutal than the pirates, stepping over the corpses of their comrades to build their own accolades. How heartless. The Marine headquarters and soldiers around the world are equally stunned by the video of the frenzied Marines. Some witness their own corpses. Others see themselves in a state of madness unlike any they have known, and some observe their gravely injured selves desperately seeking help from the now completely deranged Marines, only to be ignored. Is this truly justice? Who will come to their rescue? Uchiha Izuna. I am beginning to understand my brother and the cunning Hashirama. All in the pirate world are shocked by this frenzied scene, an indescribable madness and bloodlust. The inhabitants of the Naruto world are even more horrified, witnessing life extinguished in an instant, turning into cold, lifeless corpses. Naruto Uzumaki, didn't they say someone would come to stop the war? Why have they not arrived? Sakura Haruno. Is this what war truly is? The majority of the 12 guardians avert their gazes, unable to continue watching. The remaining seasoned shinobi, shaped by the crucible of war, are rendered speechless by the brutality of this otherworldly conflict. Uchiha Itachi. Only those who have endured the ravages of war can truly comprehend the value of peace. Chapter 17. Navy Kobe in a harrowing scene. Kobe and Helmeppo stood atop a vantage point, surveying the blood-soaked battlefield. Isn't this a bit too cruel? The outcome is already determined, Kobe pondered. Is such brutality truly necessary? He shut his eyes in anguish, yet the cacophony of voices pierced through, relentless and unyielding. Defeat them, leave no trace, shouted a Marine. Let the pirates never dare to resist us again. Another echoed. Taste our might, cried another. With our righteous power, annihilate them. The cold, merciless shouts reverberated in Kobe's ears. And even as he pressed his hands against his ears, the sounds echoed deep within his soul. The din overwhelmed him, forcing him to his knees, desperately clutching his head. "Are you unwell, Kobe? You've been acting strangely since earlier," Helmeppo inquired, concern etched on his face. Despite his tightly shut eyes, the roars of anger, cries of despair, and sounds of slaughter continued to invade Kobe's mind, causing him profound suffering. "What is the matter with this young Marine? Is he injured?" questioned Senju Hashirama. "He bears no signs of battle. It cannot be an injury," replied Uchiha Madara. "Has he developed a headache?" mused Uchiha Izuna. "The fortunate lad is on the verge of awakening haki," remarked Rox. "Awakening? Haki?" inquired Senju Tobarama. "It is Kinbunshika haki. It allows one to sense the presence of others." Roger elucidated. "Isn't that Kobe? He has awakened Kinbunshika haki. He possesses remarkable talent," Karp exclaimed. At the Navy headquarters, Karp addressed Sengoku. "What do you think of my new disciple?" Sengoku, observing the young Marine on the screen, nodded approvingly, relieved that Karp had finally proven reliable. In the video, the three admirals appeared to be pursuing a target, though the image was obscured, leaving their quarry unidentifiable. Just then, a cry filled with agony resounded across the battlefield. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a young Marine, tears streaming down his face, extending his hands to shield Akainu. "Kobe!" Those who knew him gasped in shock as he stood resolutely before Akainu, head bowed, gasping for breath. "Cease fire. Let there be no more fighting," he implored. The recently awakened Kinbunshika haki transmitted the sounds of the battlefield into Kobe's mind, each cry of a mortally wounded Marine echoing in his consciousness. They could have survived had they received timely aid, yet all that remained were the faint pleas for help that haunted Kobe's thoughts. "You are wasting lives. Each soldier has someone waiting for their return home." The scene shifted to images of Navy soldiers bidding farewell to their families. "Our objective has been achieved. Yet we relentlessly pursue those cornered pirates." The screen displayed the lifeless bodies of Marines strewn across the ground. To continue a battle that could have been concluded. To ignore those soldiers who could be saved merely adds to the toll of sacrifice. The fallen soldiers now resemble fools, caught in a futile struggle. Senju Hashirama, I hold great admiration for this young man, who, even when confronting an insurmountable adversary, boldly articulates his thoughts. Senju Tobarama, Anika, do not overlook the context. If this young man were a pirate, I would respect him, but he is a member of the Navy, regardless of how fervently he speaks. It cannot alter the reality of his treachery. Roger, although he is part of the Navy, he is still a human being. Kindness is never a flaw. Moreover, the primary impetus for his action stems from those gravely wounded who should not have perished. Rox, indeed. It is the Navy's leadership that has failed to consider the plight of the injured, absurdly placing the blame on a novice. Is that not right, Sengoku? Uchiha Izuna. In the chaos of war, casualties are inevitable. To cower in fear of loss and allow the enemy to escape is the height of folly. Uchiha Madara. The most effective means of minimizing casualties is to eradicate the enemy entirely. Without adversaries, there can be no conflict, and thus no casualties. Namikaze Minato, however, has not the Navy already achieved its objectives? Continuing the war seems unnecessary. Uchiha Izuna, I ask you this, do the remnants of Whitebeard harbor no hatred towards the Navy? Senju Tobarama, having witnessed their beloved father's demise and the loss of numerous brothers, it is only natural for them to feel hatred. If the remnants of Whitebeard rise again, will they not seek vengeance against the Navy? Roger, absolutely not. Whitebeard chose his own fate, as his sons. We shall unequivocally honor his decision. Revenge? That is profoundly naive. Uchiha Izuna, while we may be unfamiliar with the customs of your world, one truth remains constant. Has that individual named Kobe sustained even a single injury from the beginning to the end of this war? In contrast, Akainu has been in full battle mode since the onset of hostilities and, by the end, is covered in wounds and blood. He can undoubtedly be regarded as the greatest contributor to this conflict within the Navy. Uchiha Madara, a coward who fled at the onset of battle attempts to obstruct the Navy's most valiant hero at a critical juncture. How laughable. Uchiha Izuna, courage? Merely the reckless flailing of a misguided shark. Senju Hashirama, perhaps your words are a touch excessive? Madara, did you not express admiration for Whitebeard? Uchiha Madara, we must remain objective. Personal emotions cannot cloud our judgment. Their inability to discern right from wrong stems from being swayed by their feelings. Namikaze Minato, let us continue watching the video. Somewhere in the Navy headquarters, Kobe gazes despondently at the screen, absorbing the critiques from the esteemed figures. Feeling the scrutinizing stares of his colleagues. In that moment, despair fills his eyes. He wishes for death. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the Navy headquarters. Kobe, do not falter. Stay true to your convictions, clarify your sense of justice, and pursue it relentlessly. No matter the obstacles, never retreat. Captain Carp. Kobe's tears flow freely, but he quickly wipes them away, his gaze becoming clear and resolute once more. The video displays Akaino. Who are you, anyway? Once again. Several precious seconds were squandered. The Navy has no need for soldiers with distorted values. As he spoke, he raised his magma fist and hurled it toward Kobe. Just as Kobe believed his fate was sealed, a figure intervened, shielding him. The collision between the long sword and the magma fist unleashed a shockwave that instantly rendered Kobe unconscious. You have done well, young Navy, he said. This courageous moment you exchanged with your life has significantly altered the fate of the world, for better or worse. At that moment, everyone noticed a dragon-headed sailboat gracefully entering the harbor. Why was one of the 4 emperors of the New World here? It was Shanks. With his sword sheathed and an aura of authority emanating from him, Shanks declared, I have come to put an end to this war. Garp replied, red-haired. The one who leads men into the path of piracy. As Shanks approached the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, he solemnly addressed Marco, do not fight any longer. It is time to yield. At that moment, Dracul Mihawk sheathed his sword and turned to leave. A Navy officer inquired, where are you going, Mihawk? Mihawk responded, I only promised to engage with Whitebeard. The red-haired pirates are not part of that agreement. Shanks added, if this continues, it will only lead to an infinite increase in casualties on both sides. If there are still those who desire chaos, let them come forth. And we shall be their opponents. Behind Shanks stood his formidable crew, exuding an unmatched aura. What say you, Teach? No, Blackbeard. Blackbeard chuckled, ha ha ha, you're becoming more manly, red-haired. That scar suits you well. Both sides quickly assumed a standoff, poised for confrontation. Blackbeard then remarked, let us call it a day. I have what I wanted. It is too early to engage with you now. We shall depart, brothers. Ha ha. Shanks approached Sengoku and the Navy officers, stating, gentlemen, I hope you can grant me this favor once more. Whitebeard and Ace, please allow us to handle the funerals of these two. The recordings of the war have spread across the globe. I will not allow their deaths to be tarnished any further. Some radical Navy members protested. What are you saying? Only by displaying their heads can we claim victory for the Navy. Do you wish to tarnish our triumph? Sengoku replied, it is acceptable to entrust this to you, red-haired. However, Commander, Sengoku interjected, I will bear the responsibility. Shanks responded, thank you. Sengoku commanded, tend to the wounded. The war is over. Chapter 18. The first inventory concluded, Roger. That little Shanks has grown into quite a formidable man. Whitebeard, Shanks' prowess now is certainly on par with yours back in the day, Roger. Roger, what a nostalgic thought. By the way, what a buggy. He must have become a renowned figure in his own right by now, having been inseparable from Shanks in the past. Whitebeard, buggy? Oh. You mean that fool who boasted about dyeing my beard red? I have not heard of his exploits. He is either dead or languishing in prison. In the first level of the underwater prison, Buggy, undergoing reform, caught sight of Roger and Whitebeard's dialogue on the screen. Initially, he felt a pang of nostalgia. But then his countenance turned pale. After all, he was in prison. Buggy glanced around, noticing his fellow inmates gazing at him with admiration. Captain Buggy, I never imagined you were such a distinguished figure. It is an honor to share a cell with you. How could I have been so ignorant of your name? I am deeply ashamed. Captain Buggy, I pledge my eternal allegiance to you. Buggy, increasingly flustered, scanned his surroundings. His face grew even paler. No. Remaining in this cell would surely lead to his execution. Resolute in his decision, Buggy activated his devil fruit powers and escaped the cell in a panic. Hey, Captain Buggy. Are you leaving alone? I misjudged you. Fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Captain Buggy is not fleeing. He is off to challenge Magellan. With Buggy's grand return, he aimed to make a name for himself by claiming the head of a significant figure. Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. The inmates in the first-level prison began to chant in unison. Buggy, run faster. In the 6th level of hell, the newly arrived Kizaru remarked, how frightening. He has managed to hide for so long, that Buggy. Magellan replied, Buggy? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Director Magellan, we recently captured a batch of prisoners, and Buggy was among them. He is currently held in the first-level cell. Wah. At that moment, a sudden alarm blared, and the voice of a guard echoed through the intercom. Buggy has escaped. Magellan's expression darkened. Admiral Kizaru, this matter is now in your hands. I shall go to execute Buggy. As Magellan departed, Kazara summoned the Amaterasu sword. Stepping towards the lifeless body of a former ally of Blackbeard, now drowned in venom. Senju Tobarama, that red-haired one seems to possess only one arm. Roger O? Who did Shanks give his arm to? Whitebeard. Unclear. Shanks merely stated he wagered it on the new era. Roger, I see, ha 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 ha. Rocks, hey, Riddler. Get out of the group chat. Naruto Uzumaki, the aura of this Shanks rivals that of Whitebeard. Another terrifying powerhouse. Senju Tobarama, moreover. Among the factions listed in the previous question, the Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army are likely not inferior to the red-haired pirates. Uchiha Azuna. Thus far, the foremost powers that have emerged in the world of pirates include the world government, the marine headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors. If my conjecture is correct, the 4 emperors consist of the red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. Additionally, there is the Revolutionary Army. Kaze no Kaze, the fact that these forces are on the same tier implies that each possesses at least one individual of strength comparable to Whitebeard's. It is indeed a terrifying world. Uchiha Madara, I long to engage in a thrilling battle with them. Senju Hashirama, didn't the screen state that Whitebeard is the strongest in the world? Rocks, the screen refers to Whitebeard in his prime, but now he is aged and afflicted with illness. I doubt he could even match the young ones aboard Roger S. ship. Screen, the first review has concluded. The next review will take place in 7 days. The group chat is temporarily closed. Farewell. The screen above the sky turned pitch black. On the island of Onigashima Jane, I never anticipated that the red-haired pirates would intervene to mediate in the Marineford War. Queen, that's certainly not typical pirate behavior. A peace envoy, perhaps. Jack, Brother Kaido, the vanguard of the Big Mom Pirates has arrived, stationed beneath the waterfall outside Wano. Kaido, who has come? Jack, it's Katakuri. Jean, since it's Katakuri, I shall go. Kaido, you all wait outside Whitebeard's territory. I will first meet with the old hag. Jean nodded and transformed into a pteranodon, soaring towards Wano. Kaido, all right, lads, let us send that old coot Whitebeard off. Let us set sail. The crew of the Beast Pirates erupted in excited howls beneath Onigashima, Whole Cake Island in the Nation Sea Big Mom. Where are Katakuri and the others? Paraspero, mother. Katakuri and the others have arrived outside Wano. Our entire crew has assembled. Big Mom, Paraspero. Take a few siblings and some men to remain behind and guard the Nation's sea. Paraspero, yes, mother. Big Mom, ha ha ha, Whitebeard. With 2 of the 4 emperors joining forces to send you off, this shall be a lavish farewell indeed. Ha ha ha. Red-haired pirates Shanks, it's time. We should set forth. Beckman, with all 4 emperors gathered, the Marines will likely not remain idle. Shanks, we have no time to concern ourselves with them. It is only fitting to see off an old friend like Whitebeard. Beckman, shall we summon more crew? Shanks chuckled confidently. No need. We are not going to war. 1 ship is sufficient. Marine Headquarters Sengoku. It's over. What is the situation in the New World? Marine. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have just received word that the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have mobilized. In an instant, the Marine Headquarters fell silent. The war involving 3 of the 4 emperors was about to ignite. Suru, I fear that the red-haired pirates will also intervene. As the voice faded, a naval officer rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, the red-haired pirates have made their move, targeting the seas where the Whitebeard pirates reside. Akiji inquired, are all 4 emperors involved? What shall we do, Admiral Sengoku? Should we consult the world government? Kong replied, there is no need for concern. I know Whitebeard well. He will not ally with anyone. And the red-haired pirates are not the type to sow chaos indiscriminately. Sengoku pondered for a moment before instructing, calm. You and Akiji must venture to the New World to monitor the 4 emperors. Ensure that they do not unite. Shikiyaku. Alert the entire fleet to a state of heightened alert. Akaino interjected, Admiral, I should accompany you. After all, they are the 4 emperors. Sengoku replied, it is unnecessary. We are merely observing and conflict may not ensue. Akaino, remain at headquarters. The CP department is diligently searching for Ace and Blackbeard. Once located, you will handle them personally. Akainu nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Ace said, Luffy, I must return now. Continue your adventure. Luffy asked, are you still going after Blackbeard? Ace responded, no, pursuing Blackbeard at the cost of the Whitebeard pirate's demise is something Sabo would never condone. Luffy immediately felt relieved, carefree, and began to laugh. At that moment, A voice echoed from afar, Ace. Everyone turned to see Marco, who had reverted to his human form. Ace exclaimed, Marco, let me introduce you. This is my brother and his companions. By the way, what brings you here? Marco replied, I hurried here as soon as the tally began. Dad was worried about you. Ace looked guilty and said, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Marco interrupted, what are you saying? We are all Dad's sons. Just then, a transponder snail rang, and Marco answered it, hearing Bista's voice. Marco, have you found Ace? Hurry back with him. Kaido and Big Mom have allied and are attacking. What? Upon hearing this news, everyone except Luffy was stunned by the unprecedented battle among the three emperors. Ace and Marco departed, while Luffy and the others commenced their quest to save the Wano country. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Office Yuan Fei Rijan stated, It is over. This world is truly terrifying. Shimura Danzo remarked, Rijan, we must prepare early. Funding for the route must not be reduced. Narashikaka asked, Hokage, what preparations should we make? Should the Chunin exams continue? Yuan Fei Rijan replied, the Chunin exams will proceed. Kakashi, go out and find Jiraiya. Tell him that if he does not return, he should never come back. Might Guy, you go and bring Tsunade back at all costs. Mitarashi Anko and Nara Shikamaru. You two go to the daimyo's residence and procure as much food and money as possible. Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, you are responsible for the village's defense. There must be no oversights. The funding for the route organization will not be restored for the time being. We shall wait for the return of elders Mizuwakudo and SH Jun from the daimyo's residence, and from the recovered funds, we shall allocate 20% for the route's expenses. Shimura Danzo's expression darkened as he remarked, only 20%? That's far too little. It should be at least 50%. Yuan Fury retorted, I am the Hokage. At that moment, Danzo was rendered speechless with frustration. Simultaneously, various factions within the ninja world began to make arrangements to prevent surprise attacks from adversarial forces. Meanwhile, Noki remained indifferent. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had already prepared the funds, merely awaiting Naka's request. However, after waiting in vain for his arrival, the daimyo was compelled to send someone personally to deliver the funds to Noki, repeatedly advising him, you must strive and fight, at just 74 years of age. This is the prime time for action, not for complacency. Chapter 19. Uchiha Itachi 7 fleeting days have passed, during which significant events unfolded in both worlds. In the realm of pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts allied with Big Mom to assault the Whitebeard pirates. Ultimately, under the mediation of Shanks, the three parties agreed to a captain's duel, Whitebeard against Kaido and Big Mom, with the fallen voiceless. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, Whitebeard succumbed. Kaido sustained minor injuries, and Big Mom was gravely wounded, culminating in an unprecedented clash among the three emperors. The Whitebeard pirates disbanded, following Whitebeard's last words. A portion of the crew aligned with the red-haired pirates, while another faction chose to retreat to Whitebeard's homeland, vowing never to set sail again. To ensure the fidelity of Kaido and Big Mom, Shanks left his flag in Whitebeard's homeland. Meanwhile, Ace's whereabouts remained unknown. In the depths of the underwater prison, chaos erupted on the 6th level of Infinite Hell as Douglas Bullet escaped, engaging in a fierce battle with Admiral Kizaru and Magellan, ultimately wreaking havoc upon the prison, resulting in countless casualties among guards and inmates alike. Bullet managed to flee, albeit severely injured. During his evasion, Buggy the Clown encountered a mysterious disappearance. Blackbeard was discovered by the CP organization in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, prompting a relentless pursuit by Admiral Akainu. After fleeing across several islands, he was finally confronted by Akainu. Following an intense skirmish, Lafitte, Q, and Van Augur dispersed to evade capture, while Burgess perished. Just as Blackbeard teetered on the brink of death, a mysterious figure intervened to rescue him. The Straw Hat Pirates engaged in a fierce confrontation with the warlord Crocodile and his subordinates in Alabasta. Stimulated by the unfolding events, Luffy developed a sense of urgency and successfully unlocked Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, ultimately defeating Crocodile and rescuing his friend's homeland. Concurrently, the crew began to contemplate the hockey training manual left by Marco. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru ultimately chose to confront his teacher. A chaotic battle ensued, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while Orochimaru lost both arms. The majority of the sand villages attacking ninjas perished, with a few captured. Witnessing the devastation of her village, Tsunade, bound by Might Guy, could not bear to see her grandfather and great-grandfather's legacy destroyed, thus assuming the mantle of the 5th Hokage. After returning to attend his teacher's funeral, Jiraiya took Naruto under his wing, initiating his training. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization began to scurry about gathering information on Jinchuriki in preparation for capturing the tailed beasts. The enigmatic man, known as the one who belongs to no one, remained shrouded in secrecy, awaiting his moment. Just as both worlds began to settle into a semblance of calm, the screen in the sky flickered to life once more, displaying static. Moments later, a line of text appeared. A new round of inventory is about to commence. Group chat restored. Rockstar, I've been utterly suffocated. I had no awareness before, but now that I do, it's been a torturous 7 days, stuck in place, unable to move, speak, or even see anything. It's hell on earth. Uchiha Azuna, I share the sentiment. Roger, a new inventory, indeed. I wonder if this time it involves other worlds. My curiosity is truly piqued. Uchiha Madara, I hope for a video to be released after my demise, so I can revel in the Navi thoughts of Hashirama's mother. Rocks, hey, Moses, Whitebeard. How have you fared these past few days? Uchiha Azuna, where is Senju's white-haired one? Why the silence? Surely, he is not engaged in some unspeakable activities. Screen. A new summary is about to commence, initiating the second round of group chat participants. From the pirate world, Beast Kaido, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, and red-haired Shanks. From the Naruto realm, Akatsuki Leader Pain and the 5th Hokage Tsunade. The number of participants in the group chat has surpassed 10, prompting an upgrade. During the summary, participants may speak, but cannot flood the chat with meaningless messages. Everyone, please welcome our new friends. Uchiha Azuna, I have yet to meet anyone other than Shanks. Nonetheless, welcome. The more, the merrier. The world of death is far too desolate. Roger, welcome. Garp, 2 ruffians have managed to join. Humph, cursed pirates. Rocks, it's little Kaido. I suppose I'll begrudgingly welcome him. Where's Whitebeard? Hey, Moses, respond if you receive this. Kaido, Captain Rocks, there's no need for concern. Whitebeard has already been dispatched by me and Limlan. Did you not notice? He'll likely be in a state of depression for a while. Whitebeard, Kaido, do you underestimate my fortitude? Death is merely a part of life. There is nothing I cannot accept. Uchiha Azuna, what? Such a mighty Whitebeard has perished? Just like that? Whitebeard, indeed, I have met my end. Uchiha Madara, truly a pity. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to duel with you, Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I have a premonition that such an opportunity will arise. Rocks, it seems you two have succumbed to the tide of the times, O Gator. Roger. Shanks. How fares Buggy? He is not aboard your ship, is he? Shanks, Captain Roger. I did invite Buggy on the day of your execution, but he declined. I recently heard he has been scouring the East Blue for treasure, but I have not heard from him lately. Roger. Ha ha ha. Buggy remains ever fond of treasures. Roger. Gator. Have the children been arranged properly? Whitebeard, I leave that to Shanks, and Ace as well. Shanks, all is in order. As for Ace, Captain Roger, he left on his own accord. For his safety, I shall not disclose his whereabouts. Roger, Shanks has matured into a dependable man. Tsunade, grandfather, great-uncle, 4th Hokage. Why do you remain silent? Senju Hashirama, little Tsunade. The village is now in your hands. Do not let it fall into chaos like that monkey. Senju Tobarama, that monkey. The scoundrel. How did I repay my trust in him by handing over the village? Not a single formidable ninja remains. Namikaze Minato, the 2nd Hokage cannot blame the 3rd Hokage. Shortly after your passing, 2 great ninja wars erupted in quick succession, depleting our talent reserves. The 3rd Hokage truly did his utmost. Senju Tobarama. Even in the face of external circumstances, one cannot erase the incompetence of the monkey. Why did he not perish back then? If only you were still alive, I believe the village would not have devolved into its current state. At the very least. The Uchiha clan. Alas. Uchiha Azuna. Hey, Senju with the white hair, do not leave your words half finished. What has become of my esteemed Uchiha clan? Why do I have this ominous premonition? Rocks. Senju Hashirama. Is Tsunade your granddaughter? Roger. How fortunate you are, Senju Hashirama, to have generations together in this chat. Garp. I too wish to share this chat with my beloved grandchildren. Kaido. Look at others' granddaughters, and then at my own son. I truly wish to crack open his skull to see what nonsense fills his head. Amidst the playful banter of the pirate world, Senju Tobarama finally succeeded in becoming invisible, as he found himself utterly incapable of answering Izuna's question. Although they were mortal enemies during the Warring States period from the moment the village was established, the Uchiha and Senju ceased to be adversaries and became comrades. The extermination of the Uchiha clan is a truth that Senju Tobarama cannot utter to Uchiha Izuna. For as a rival of the same era, he is acutely aware of how deeply Izuna values his family. Screen, the welcoming ceremony has concluded. We now commence the next round of evaluations. Naruto World Character Chronicle, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 20, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izuna. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, I must be an extraordinarily handsome and talented genius. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi. Uchiha Izuna. Naruto Uzumaki. Why are you sighing? Do you know something? Roger. At last, I shall witness the figures of another world. How exhilarating. Garp. I wonder how the powerful beings from that realm engage in battle. The video depicts a battlefield, rife with the cacophony of clashing weapons and the anguished cries of the dying. Combatants clad in diverse attire are locked in fierce struggle. A small figure darts across the field strewn with corpses, deeply affected by the brutality surrounding him. Suddenly, a feeble voice calls out, "Water, water, water." Itachi rushes over to assist the person, offering him water, refusing to turn a blind eye due to their different garb. I apologize. The individual, regaining some strength, notices Itachi's ninja tools and, with a fierce glare, raises a kunai to attack him. Instinctively, Itachi retaliates, ending the man's life. As the reality sinks in, Itachi, bewildered, turns to the middle-aged man behind him and asks, "Father, why did that ninja try to kill me?" "I did nothing." Uchiha Fugaku replies, "Because this is war." "It's war?" Uchiha Fugaku continues, "War is not a battle between individuals. It is a conflict between nations. Thus, everyone is engaged in senseless slaughter against strangers." "Is that so?" Uchiha Fugaku asserts, "This is the world of ninjas." "Listen well, Itachi, never forget the scene before you." "Understood." The scene shifts to the Leaf Village, where ninjas clad in somber black attire stand before the memorial stone, honoring fallen comrades. Although a truce has been reached, the toll of sacrifice remains profoundly heavy. The third Hokage will take responsibility and step down in favor of another. There are also calls for Kakashi Hitaki, a non-Uchiha, to succeed as the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku interjects, "Please, no more talk of this." "What of Kakashi? He is not of the Uchiha clan, yet possesses the Sharingan." Uchiha Fugaku adds, "It is said that Uchiha Obito fought valiantly. Let us honor his wishes. The Sharingan must be reclaimed." Uchiha Fugaku cautions, "The war has only just concluded. Do not provoke further conflict." Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku continues, "We have only just attained peace. It is our duty to preserve it. This is the mission of the Uchiha clan." The young Uchiha Itachi observes all of this, then turns to see his teacher, Orochimaru, standing alone at a gravestone. Itachi approaches and stands beside his mentor. Orochimaru remarks, "Mourning the dead is utterly meaningless. If death held any significance, it would only be when it can be exploited. What is the meaning of life?" Itachi inquires. "Life is devoid of meaning," Orochimaru replies. "If it possesses any, it is only in its eternity." With that, Orochimaru turns and departs, leaving Itachi to ponder the significance of life. As the scene shifts, life appears devoid of meaning. The young weasel arrives at the edge of a precipice, compelled to leap into the abyss in search of life's significance. The cawing of a raven jolts the weasel back to reality, prompting it to retrieve its tools for self-rescue. Ultimately, the young weasel lands safely, forging an unbreakable bond with the raven. The conclusion the weasel draws is that no one truly desires death. Kakashi remarks, "Is it not too early for such a young one to step onto the battlefield?" Minato responds, "The first time the weasel faced battle was at the tender age of 4. Roger exclaims, 4 years old. Your world is utterly mad. That is still a child." Minato clarifies, it was not a genuine fight. His father, Fugaku, was ever by his side, allowing the weasel to experience the harsh realities of war ahead of time. Hashirama reflects, during the Warring States period, many children ventured into battle at a young age, often perishing before they could grow up. This is why Madara and I were determined to establish a village. Tsunade adds, yet, war persists. Many children still find themselves thrust into battle, never having the chance to mature, ultimately meeting their demise on the battlefield. Shanks states, regardless, it is profoundly strange to involve children in such warfare. Dragon asserts, this is a flaw in the system. To change this reality, the existing structure must be entirely dismantled and replaced with a new system that caters to the majority, thereby addressing these issues at their core. Kaido remarks, to ponder the meaning of life at such a young age, people in your world are far too precocious. Tobirama questions, is that Orochimaru unwell? Should such sentiments be expressed to a child of merely a few years? Izuna inquires, why has T. Kakashi's Sharingan been reclaimed? The Uchiha's eyes must not fall into the wrong hands. Minato defends. Senpai, Kakashi is my student. His Sharingan was a gift from my other student, his dearest friend. Before his untimely demise, it stands as a testament to their friendship. Tobirama acknowledges, Fugaku is indeed remarkable. His dialogue with his clan reveals he possesses all the qualities of a Hokage. Alas, in the Hokage's office within the Hidden Leaf Village, the senior officials convene. Yet, unlike the previous inventory, Yuan Fei Raizen lies dead, and the position of Hokage is now occupied by Tsunade. Mito and Kamachi exchange glances, aware that the Uchiha massacre will likely be included in the recounting. However, they feel no concern, for it was the Uchiha clan that instigated the rebellion, leading to their own demise, a consequence of their own making. Kakashi, clutching his left eye, finds himself lost in memories of his dear friend, filled with regret and self-reproach. Sasuke gazes at the images of his father and brother on the screen, repeatedly questioning Itachi's motives. He wonders how wonderful life would have been had those events never transpired, with their family living together in harmony. In the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Madara gazes at a fleeting familiar figure on the screen, murmuring, Rin. In the video footage, the expectant Uchiha Mikoto emerges from the hospital, accompanied by the young weasel. The young weasel asks, Mother, are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Mikoto, not at all. Itachi, you are about to have a little brother or sister, indeed. You shall become an elder brother. Little Itachi, I want a brother. Uchiha Mikoto, a sister is quite adorable as well. Little Itachi, I have a feeling it will be a brother. Uchiha Mikoto, it is snowing. The child will be born in the summer. With the sound of a baby's cry ringing out, Uchiha Sasuke was born. Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi, this is your brother. Little Itachi, this is life, a brand new life. Uchiha Mikoto, have you thought of a name? Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke? Isn't that Uchiha Fugaku? Yes, the name of the third Hokage. I have discussed it with him. The family of four was filled with joy. Roger, what a blissful scene. Garp, how enviable. I once had such a happy moment myself. Uchiha Sasuke could not help but shed tears. His heart increasingly perplexed as to why Itachi would choose to destroy such happiness. Perhaps this reckoning would provide all the answers. Uzumaki Naruto, the Uchiha family is so happy. I have no parents. Video footage shows little Itachi standing before the memorial stone, murmuring, birth, death, birth, death. Hey, you're Itachi, one of us. Come play with us. Little Itachi ignored them and walked away. Hey, you're ignoring us. Speak to us. Little Itachi, I'm going to practice shuriken throwing next. Well then. Shall we practice shuriken throwing too? As he spoke, a group of mischievous children picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at little Itachi. Don't. Little Itachi did not look back and evaded all the stones effortlessly. Little Itachi, life is born, life fades, life struggles. Hey, you are being excessive. Be quiet. This is a battle among men. Little Itachi caught one of the thrown stones and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it flying back, knocking down several others. And then left without a glance. A genius. That evening, little Itachi asked, Mother, will there be a baby born at the fourth Hokage's place too? Mikoto, yes. I wonder what kind of child it will be. Mother will be going out tonight. You'll have to eat by yourself. Little Itachi, all right. Mikoto, your father has work as well, so Sasuke will be in your care. Little Itachi, understood. At that moment, the camera panned out to reveal a figure in a black cloak adorned with a tiger-striped mask, appearing high above the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Man in the Black Robe. Roger, I have a foreboding. The warm scenes are about to come to an end. Cap, why is happiness so fleeting? Whitebeard, precisely because it is transient, it becomes all the more precious. Senju Tobirama, who is that man in the black robe? Senju Hashirama, it must be the Umbu. Senju Tobirama, Aniki, take a closer look. The Umbu's mask is not like that. Naruto Uzumaki, it is him. Senju Tobirama, Nagato, do you know this fellow? Naruto Uzumaki, yes, I know. He's the one who incited the Nine-Tails rampage, causing tremendous destruction to the village. My wife and I perished during that incident as well. Senju Tobirama, do you have any clues? Naruto Uzumaki, that man possesses the Sharingan and can directly control the Nine-Tails. His body can become intangible, rendering all physical attacks ineffective. However, when he strikes, his body materializes, providing an opportunity to attack him. Moreover, he wields space-time ninjutsu, which is why the barrier team failed to detect his infiltration. Senju Tobirama, from the Uchiha clan? As far as I know, besides Uchiha Madara. No other member of the Uchiha clan has such formidable ocular powers to control the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara. I am already deceased. The screen serves as proof. Naruto Uzumaki. Initially, I believed it was Uchiha Madara, but after engaging him, I realized he is far weaker than the records depict Madara to be. Locks. If physical attacks are ineffective, does that not render him invincible? Cap. It is impossible to be invincible. Otherwise, would he need to resort to ambush? He could simply charge in headlong. Senju Tobarama. No ninjutsu is invincible. As long as one finds the right method, any ninjutsu can be countered. Senju Hashirama. It cannot be a member of the Uchiha clan. Isn't Uchiha Fugaku quite commendable? He should be the clan leader, right? Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, first Hokage. Mr. Fugaku is the clan leader, and I believe under his leadership, the Uchiha clan would never harbor such a rogue. Senju Tobarama. Nagato. Do you know Uchiha Fugaku well? Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, second Hokage. During the Great Ninja War, I fought alongside Mr. Fugaku on numerous occasions. My wife and Mikoto were also very close friends. Uchiha Izuna. Even if that man in the black robe is from the Uchiha clan, he must have been coerced by the students of the Senju's white-haired leader. Senju Hashirama. Let us observe further. Answers will reveal themselves. Video footage. A young Uchiha Itachi cradles his younger brother Sasuke as they admire the moonlight. Young Itachi. It is a full moon tonight, Sasuke. Just then, a commotion erupts, and everyone rushes toward the shelter. Itachi carries his brother toward safety. Along the way, Itachi glances back toward the source of the disturbance, where a terrifying beast with 9 tails wreaks havoc upon the village. On their path to the shelter, the brothers encounter their father, who is directing the evacuation of villagers. Uchiha Fugaku. I knew you would be safe. Go to the shelter. Young Itachi. Yes, father. Uchiha Itachi's subordinate. Captain, the evacuation is complete. Shall we engage the 9 tails? Uchiha Fugaku. The duty of the security forces is to protect non-combatants. Uchiha Itachi. But, Captain. Uchiha Fugaku. This is the village's order. Uchiha Sasuke. What is causing this tremor? Uchiha Fugaku. It seems the 9 tails has been sealed. Video pauses, screen. Question. What is the reason that Konoha village has tasked the Uchiha security forces with protecting non-combatants? Answers of similar meaning will be considered correct, with a reward of a pair of Sharingan eyes, accompanied by additional chakra of a lower ninja, which can be transferred. Incorrect answers will result in the forfeiture of both eyes and a penalty equivalent to the physical strength of a lower ninja. The answering session will begin in 5 minutes. Roger, is that big fox the 9 tails? What a terrifying creature. Whitebeard, its size may not be astonishing, but that aura, even in my prime, I might not win against it. Shanks, Sharingan, a peculiar power from another world. Everyone, let us analyze and see who is fortunate enough to seize it. Kaido, there are penalties this time. Shanks, you are already disabled. Be careful with those eyes of yours. Rocks, I won't compete with you all. Although I don't know what a lower ninja's rank is, I can infer from the term that it is not something particularly commendable. I forfeit. Uchiha Izuna. To use my Uchiha clan Sharingan as a prize is infuriating. Senju Tobarama. I truly cannot find words to describe the foolishness of monkeys. Minato Namikaze, second Hokage, our friends from another world are eagerly waiting to take advantage. Senju Hashirama. Indeed, the 9 tails is dangerous. Sealing it was the right decision. Uchiha Madara. Just a mere beast, and it has thrown the village into chaos. Is this the village you cherish so dearly? Senju Hashirama. We can seal it again. Let us trust in the younger generation. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Tsunade, what is going on with the Uchiha clan? The elite Jonin fell silent, and the 3 elders appeared to be in deep meditation, seemingly asleep. Uchiha Sasuke trembled as he gazed at the screen. His expression could only be described as a pie chart. Naruto tightly grasped Sasuke's shoulder, wishing to offer comfort, yet at a loss for words. Tsunade scoffed and said, Elder Mitoyane and Elder Narashikaku, could you enlighten me about the Uchiha clan? Mitoyane, 5th Hokage, are you questioning us? Although you are the Hokage, this village is not governed solely by your will. Narashikaku, the Uchiha clan is a matter of the past. Why bring it up now? Tsunade shot a sideways glare at the seemingly meditative Danzo, who suddenly slammed his hand on the desk and bellowed. The past? That involved hundreds of lives. Comrades of the village, can you so casually dismiss it as a mere matter of the past? Seeing Tsunade's fury, the 2 elders immediately wilted. Mitoyane, 5th Hokage. The Uchiha clan was annihilated by the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade. setting aside whether Uchiha Itachi possesses the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Even if he could, how could the inherently kind-hearted little Itachi commit such a heinous act of slaughtering his entire family without external coercion? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is a 1-against-7 truly a matter of coercion? Tsunade Komatsu. This only serves to illustrate that Uchiha Itachi is a remorseless villain, utterly devoid of familial bonds. Tsunade, fuming, grasped Tsunade Komatsu tightly and retorted, "Do you think I am blind or simply foolish?" Regardless of what little Itachi may become in the future, judging solely by his demeanor in the video, who would believe he is a heartless fiend? Shimura Danzo, with a sullen expression, interjected, "Fifth Hokage, please maintain a modicum of respect for the elders." Tsunade, casting aside the trembling Tsunade Komatsu, replied impassively, "Let us continue watching. You had best pray that the Uchiha massacre has no connection to either of you. Otherwise, I shall personally sever your heads to honor the souls of the Uchiha clan." Just as Danzo opened his eyes to speak, Tsunade continued, "Given the current instability in the ninja world, I intend to increase the budget for Root by 20%. Danzo promptly fell silent, resuming his meditative state. Amigake your pain. With an inscrutable expression, commanded, Zetsu, informed Sasori and Deidara to secretly proceed to the location of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Await my orders. Zetsu, does the leader suspect Itachi? Pain, as a precaution, let us observe. If Itachi indeed harbors ulterior motives, we shall strike first and eliminate him. Zetsu, I will notify Sasori at once. With that, he gradually sank into the ground. One Piece world in the Palace of Alabasta. The Straw Hat Pirates were fervently honing their haki. Luffy, little Itachi is truly a gentle brother. Just like Ace. Such a magnificent fox, so dashing. Usopp, hey, Luffy, hurry up and train. Marco has already stated that without mastering haki, survival in the latter half of the Grand Line is unattainable. Luffy chuckled carelessly and resumed his training. Marine Headquarters Sengoku, Garp. Soon we shall seize the opportunity to answer the questions. This is a rare chance to gain insight into the abilities of another world. Garp, Sengoku. Do you already know the answers? Answering incorrectly could cost us an eye, and I wish to see my adorable grandson for a while longer. Tsuru, have no worries, Garp. This question is quite simple. One only needs a bit of wit to answer correctly. Garp, reluctant to admit his lack of intellect, laughed heartily, asserting that he would surely seize the right to answer. Chapter 22, The Rift Between Father and Son Screen. Time's up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Carp for obtaining the right to answer. Please proceed. Carp, aha. I answer. The higher-ups of Konoha do not trust the Uchiha clan. Roger. Carp, with that muscle-bound brain of yours, I hope you're not just guessing. There are consequences for errors. Locks, congratulations to the Navy. You've acquired a blind one. Whitebeard, while it is true that Carp's intellect may be simple, both Admiral Sengoku and Chief Strategist Tsuru are far from simplistic, so Carp has benefited. Naruto Uzumaki. Sigh. Let us wait for the next question. Screen, congratulations to Carp for answering correctly. Please choose whether to claim the reward yourself or to bestow it. Carp, I choose to bestow it upon Marine KB. KB, Captain Carp. Screen, selection completed, commencing the live broadcast of the award ceremony. Upon exiting the training ground, KB and Heliumeber stood battered and bruised in the center, surrounded by 8 vice admirals wielding training wooden swords. Clearly, the Navy was putting KB and his companion through hellish training to redeem their reputation, and all 8 vice admirals belonged to the Akaina faction. Just then, a golden light descended from above, enveloping KB. As the light dissipated, KB opened his eyes abruptly, revealing a striking crimson pupil adorned with a small black tomo and eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, a peculiar wave emanated from within KB. Although faint, it was remarkably resilient. The broadcast concluded. Uchiha Izuna, damn it, how could someone from another world acquire the Sharingan? There's no way to reclaim it. Kaido, the Navy has struck gold. Shanks, don't be hasty, Kaido. This is only the second round. Our turn will surely come. Screen, the inventory continues. Video footage, life is born. Life perishes. Life coexists and thrives. What truly is a ninja? What is a ninja village? Uchiha Fugaku, last semester, every subject was top of the class. Truly my son. Little Itachi. Father, please teach me ninjutsu. I wish to learn more about ninjas. The scene shifts. Uchiha Shursui, for your age, your skills are impressive. Little Itachi, still not as good as Shursuanai. Uchiha Shursui, you always say that. What's wrong? Bored at school and skipping class. Little Itachi, I am not skipping class. The scene shifts again, revealing another little Itachi in school. Two little Itachis, one practicing with classmates at school, the other being instructed by Uchiha Shursui in the wild. Shanks, why are there two little Itachis? Locks, is this a special ability from another world? Senju Tobarama, there's nothing to it. This is the shadow clone technique, which utilizes special hand seals to create a clone from chakra. Roger, what specific purposes does it serve? Senju Tobarama, the following is a paid content. Please pay first. Family price is only 168. Roger. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. In a vivid scene, the young Itachi Uchiha, startled by the sudden appearance of his teacher, is seized by a senior student who seizes the opportunity to strike him down, only to discover it is merely a shadow clone. Outside, the real Itachi receives the memories of his clone and realizes it is time to return. Before departing, he inquires of Uchiha Shursui about the causes of conflict among their clan. Shursui responds, who can say? However, if I had the power to halt the discord, I would certainly strive to do so. Itachi replies, I share that sentiment. As a first-year student, Itachi graduates to become a genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. 3 years pass, and due to his new status, he seldom sees his father. Upon completing a mission, Itachi, now a seasoned Uchiha, encounters his father and approaches him with haste. Have you returned from your mission, Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku inquires. Yes. Itachi replies. It has been a long time since we walked together like this. Fugaku observes. I am now a genin and must undertake missions. Itachi asserts. Indeed, it has been 3 years since the Uchiha clan relocated here. The upper echelons have relegated our clan to the outskirts, diminishing our authority. The discontent regarding this treatment remains palpable, as you are well aware. Fugaku continues. Yes. Itachi responds thoughtfully. One day, we shall reclaim our authority and emerge from the shadows into the light. Fugaku declares. Father, look there. Itachi points. And Fugaku turns to see their clansmen bowing before him, prompting a smile from Itachi. What makes you laugh? Fugaku inquires. My apologies, father. But it is simply because you are the face of the Uchiha clan. Walking alongside you fills me with pride. Do not flatter me, Fugaku retorts, swiftly changing the subject. The scene shifts to Itachi and Uchiha Izumi seated by a small river, sharing a delightful conversation over dango, revealing Itachi's fondness for sweets. Roger, I sense an ominous foreboding. Rockstar, it is evident that the father and son are destined to tread divergent paths. Whitebeard, I doubt it. No father wishes to engage in conflict with his own son. Shanks, allow me to predict that the Uchiha clan, in their quest to reclaim what they have lost, will instigate conflict, while Itachi will stand in opposition to his clan and strive to quell the discord. Naruto, that is impossible, mister. Fugaku is not that kind of man. Garps, how can it be impossible? The Uchiha clan has no retreat left. If they do not resist, they will face annihilation. Roger, Garp, has a demon possessed you? Is this truly what you believe? Whitebeard, remain calm. Roger, it is evident that Garp is merely echoing Sengoku's sentiments. Garp, you scoundrel. Whitebeard, are you mocking my intellect? Whitebeard, behold, this is the true Garp. Roger, ha 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 ha. Senju Tobarama, those fools. Have they lost their senses? Forcing the Uchiha into a corner is no different from courting disaster. Uchiha Izuna, Senju, isn't this precisely what you have longed for? Your student has accomplished it for you. The Uchiha clan stands firm. Senju Tobarama, Izuna, you slander me. While I may harbor disdain for the Uchiha clan, I have never contemplated annihilating them entirely. Uchiha Izuna, even if you have not entertained such thoughts, how can you be certain your student has not? Senju Tobarama, a treacherous disciple has destroyed my legacy. In a certain corner of the shinobi world, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the images flickering on the screen, murmuring, Father, Mother. Izuna, I shall soon seek you out. The video unfolded. Life is born. Life fades. Yet, life can also be saved. No. My intent in saving her was never so convoluted. We are comrades. After all, is it not natural to save you? Families gather, villages emerge, and those who care for one another exist. If this is what defines comradeship, then indeed, we are partners. Our bonds compel us to act in such ways. The scene shifted to a masked figure, the tiger-striped masked man, mercilessly attacking Itachi and his companions. It is precisely because we hold such bonds that he would perish. I shall repay this debt of gratitude. Previously, I was oblivious to the true agony, the suffering of loss. Only after experiencing it did I understand, not merely the concept of loss but the dread of losing what is dear. Sasuke, brother, what has happened to your eyes? Uchiha Itachi, gazing with his Mangeki Sharingan, tenderly caressed his younger brother's face and spoke. Will there come a day when you too possess these eyes? Will you also know the pain of loss? The following day, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, Are you leaving? Ah, indeed. The village is eager to witness the prowess of one who awakened the Sharingan at such a tender age. Regardless, this serves to highlight the profound influence of the Sharingan's power. I hope you remain mindful of its significance. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist tightly. Uchiha Fugaku continued, However, for the sake of our clan, having one more ally is undoubtedly beneficial, and I take great pride in that. He has died, father. Uchiha Fugaku, yet. Even with the Sharingan, one must not grow complacent. Continuous refinement is essential, even to enhance one's ocular prowess. Ah, perhaps this is redundant for you, after all. You are my son. My comrade has died. But, father, Uchiha Itachi concealed his innermost feelings and turned to respond. I shall strive for continuous improvement in the future. Very well. I am setting out now. Uchiha Sasuke, brother. You promised to play with me today. Uchiha Itachi, alas, I have a mission. Forgive me, Sasuke. We shall do so another time. Uchiha Shisui, my apologies, Sasuke. Your brother has borrowed me for the time being. Chapter 23, The Moment of Stillness. Rock Lee, look at what I said. Indeed. A rift has emerged between father and son. Naruto Uzumaki, Fugaku has changed. It is all my fault. Had I not perished? He would not have borne such immense pressure, and the Uchiha clan would not have found itself in this predicament. Shanks, let us continue watching. I wonder if my conjecture holds any validity. Tobirama Senju, I sincerely hope it does not. As the scene unfolds, it is night. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi sit by a campfire, savoring grilled fish. Uchiha Itachi, with a heavy heart, confides, Brother Shisui, I have awakened my Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui replies, Is that so? Then you deceived him, did you not? Uchiha Itachi retorts, Deceived him? You mentioned it yourself at the start of the exercise. Uchiha Shisui counters, You excel at self-deception, which blinds you to your true desires. You do not wish to remain at home, do you? Your expression reveals all. Uchiha Itachi admits, Perhaps that is indeed the case. You have discerned my thoughts from the very beginning. Uchiha Shisui assures, As long as you desire. You can seek me anytime. At that moment, the sound of metal clashing reverberates, prompting Shisui to extinguish the campfire. He and Itachi hasten toward the source of the noise. Uchiha Shisui declares, The final exercise has commenced. Shadows chase one another in the darkness. Uchiha Shisui inquires, Are the pursuers also Umbu? Uchiha Itachi questions, Is this part of the exercise? Uchiha Shisui insists, Forget the exercise for now. He positions himself in front of the Umbu member and demands, Why must the Leaf Village engage in mutual slaughter? Masked Mana responds, Would you kindly pretend you did not see anything and leave? Uchiha Shisui asserts, If you intend to harm your comrades, I cannot remain indifferent. Masked Man B interjects, We too have our reasons. We are pursuing a traitor of the village. Uchiha Shisui challenges, What evidence do you possess of his betrayal? Masked Man C retorts, Though it may be troublesome, we will eliminate all. Masked Man A adds, Wait, he is not a traitor. But he possesses a scroll containing evidence of the traitor's actions. Hand that over, and we will depart. Uchiha Shisui responds, So they say. Umbu member, what will you do with the information once acquired? Masked Man A replies, No need to elaborate. Traitors to the village deserve their just punishment. Umbu member, you have no authority to pass judgment. This confidential message is meant for the Hokage, who will render a fair verdict. Masked Man scoffs, Fair verdict? What nonsense. Betraying the village is a death sentence. Umbu member, even traitors have their reasons. The Hokage intends to explore those reasons. This is but a perspective. Yet the matter concerns the entirety of Konoha. The gravity of one traitor contrasts starkly with that of the entire village. At that moment, a shuriken strikes the Umbu member's head, causing him to dissolve into a pool of water. Masked Man A exclaims, They managed to divert our attention while executing a switch. Masked Man B reassures, It matters not. My weapon is laced with poison. He cannot escape far. Uchiha Shisui, to raise a sword without a word, solely for the sake of purpose, is indeed the hallmark of the Umbu, not of Danzo's root. A nameless guardian upholding peace in the shadows. This, I believe, epitomizes a true ninja. Masked individual B. We share the same perspective. Uchiha Shursui. No, that is incorrect. An order maintained through blade and might cannot be deemed peace. I will take on 7 of you. You may retreat first. I am Itachi Uchiha, and I am willing to fight alongside Shursui. 1 against 7. Roger. At last, the battle commences. I am eager to witness the combat styles of another realm. Rocks. What is so fascinating about a bunch of kids fighting? Garp Rocks. Were you born a strongman? Hashirama Senju. Indeed, even the mightiest have traversed the path from weakness to strength. Whitebeard. Captain Rocks. You were defeated by Roger and Garp because of your arrogance. Why can't you learn humility, even in death? Rocks, huh? We're all in the same boat now. Kaido. Let us take them down. Kaido. Rocks. When I call you captain, are you truly going to order me around like a subordinate? Do you dare challenge me with a thunderbagua? Whitebeard. Rocks. This era no longer belongs to us departed souls. Remain quietly as an observer. Tobarama Senju. Eternal sister. What exactly is Root? Minato Namikaze. I'm not entirely sure. I only know that it is led by Elder Danzo. Does Minato truly lack understanding of Root's intricacies? He is well aware but cannot speak of it. The influence of Root is too vast. And Danzo is a ruthless man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Naruto is still young and must live in Konoha. It is best not to provoke any trouble. Tsunade, great uncle, Root was established under the orders of Danzo when the third Hokage first ascended, serving as Konoha's second Umbu. Entirely independent of the Hokage's command. Tobarama Senju. Has that foolish monkey gone mad? 2 Umbu in a single village, operating independently of the Hokage? Who is truly the Hokage here? Izuna Uchiha. Tobarama, have you coughed up blood? How does a goose call? You have brought ruin to my esteemed Uchiha clan. These few students are your retribution. Shanks, it is indeed rather foolish, but can one truly be so foolish? Or is there a deeper truth? Garp. According to Tobarama, he perished on the battlefield, meaning the third Hokage assumed his position amidst war. Perhaps he was even appointed in a moment of crisis. Surely there were dissenters in the village, and establishing Root might have been a means to solidify his authority. Whitebeard. Garp has been overshadowed again. Roger. Surprisingly. It seems that Danzo's thirst for power became unwieldy. Hashirama Senju. This Uchiha named Shursui is remarkably talented, fully possessing the qualifications to be Hokage. Tobarama Senju. A ninja. The village is doomed. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama, we have passed. Let us trust in our successors. As long as the will of fire endures, the village shall remain unscathed. The video captures an intense moment of battle unfolding. After a dazzling series of fierce skirmishes, the 8-year-old Itachi Uchiha deftly dispatched the Root female ninja opposing him with the prowess of his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui, engaged with 2 other Root ninjas, kept a vigilant eye on Itachi. Upon witnessing his younger counterpart overcoming his adversary, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, ready to focus on his own opponents. In a flash, Shursui created distance and swiftly formed hand seals, body flicker technique. Instantly, he multiplied into a dozen figures, encircling his foes. Shadow clones. No, merely afterimages. However, if they were afterimages, the true body would be easily sensed. How peculiar. I cannot locate the real entity. At that moment, a swarm of Shursui descended upon the diminutive masked figure, swiftly incapacitating him. Die. The enraged Maska shouted, striking the water's surface, sending splashes flying. As the Uchiha stood resolutely on the water, their katanas firmly grasped. Maske pondered, they haven't taken flight, which means they possess no mass. Yet their striking force is formidable. What could be the explanation? Shursui replied, my body flicker technique lacks a true form, yet one could argue that they are all real. Just as he prepared to comprehend his foes, he sensed several approaching figures. Maske declared, it seems the supervising Jonin has discovered this place. We will continue to observe from the shadows, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. With that, he departed with his companions. The two approached the gravely injured Umbu ninja. Itachi gazed at the sharp spike protruding from the ninja's chest, his concern evident. This. Shursui reassured him, do not worry, it is not a fatal wound. He mentioned that tonight's event should remain unseen. Itachi questioned, his life was nearly lost. Why? The Umbu ninja explained, if this incident were to come to light, it would incite new conflicts, which is not what Lord Hokage desires. Deep within, Itachi reflected, a nameless guardian maintaining peace from the shadows? The supervising Jonin remarked. A battle has occurred. Do you think it was merely a part of the exercise? Shursui apologized. I am sorry. They were simply too powerful. Protecting the lower ninjas was quite taxing, and I could not ascertain their identities. The supervising Jonin responded, "No, the fault lies with us for allowing them to infiltrate. Regardless, it is fortunate that you are all unharmed. We shall inquire further later. This exercise concludes here." Shursui instructed, "Itachi, let us return." Itachi began to rise but stumbled and sat back down. Shursui inquired, "What troubles you?" Itachi replied, "I twisted my ankle. It is nothing." Shursui examined him and produced a bandage to wrap Itachi's injury. When the Sharingan first awakened, the visions projected within the mind sometimes lagged behind the body's reflexes, leading to such mishaps. "It is said you are making a mountain out of a molehill," Itachi remarked. Struggling to stand, he faltered once more. Shursui quickly supported him, saying, "Even an elite should not overexert himself, Itachi." On the journey back, Uchiha Shursui's laughter echoed through the air. Uchiha Itachi pouted in irritation, exclaiming, "There is no need to mock me." Uchiha Shursui replied, I apologize. I am simply filled with joy. I consider you my younger brother, and it brings me great happiness to look after you. I hope you can see me as an older brother to rely on." Uchiha Itachi responded, "Shursui." Regarding the Umbu matters, Uchiha Shursui interjected, "Well, I cannot claim my judgment to be infallible, and truthfully, I am uncertain whether justice exists within the world of shinobi." Uchiha Itachi questioned, "How can this be?" Uchiha Shursui continued, "We all firmly believe in our own sense of justice, but if our adversaries share the same conviction, then who truly embodies justice? You witnessed today's exercise, did you not? There are myriad perspectives on any given matter. One must contemplate from various angles." Uchiha Itachi pondered from different perspectives. Uchiha Shursui remarked, "I imagine your Sharingan has tired you. Rest now. However, one thing is certain, I will never betray you. That is an unwavering truth." Screen. Question. Who is responsible for Uchiha Shursui's death? This is a multiple-choice question. A correct answer rewards the basic bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which can be transferred. An incorrect answer results in the loss of 1/10 of one's physical strength. A. Cloud Shinobi Village B. Rock Shinobi Village C. Mist Shinobi Village D. Akatsuki Organization E. Leaf Umbu F. Root of the Leaf G. Suicide H. Uchiha Clan I. Uchiha Itachi. The countdown for answers begins in 5 minutes. Chapter 24. The Double Agent Itachi. Roger, what a spectacular battle. It is nothing short of art. Shanks. Indeed, it is remarkable, seeing both combatants defy gravity, moving effortlessly across water and cliffs, such an extraordinary combat style. Garp. It's quite simple. One merely needs to concentrate chakra at the soles of their feet. Kaido. It seems the Navy has gained some understanding of powers from other realms. Whitebeard. These ninjas possess astonishing speed. The body flicker technique is yet another intriguing move. Shanks. With a dozen clones, all tangible yet also ethereal, how can one hope to defeat such an opponent? Kaido. That's straightforward. Just employ area attacks to eliminate them all. Roger. It's not that simple. Can't you see? All the clones are both corporeal and shadowy. This indicates that physical attacks are ineffective. Whitebeard. There is no invincible ability. What appears to be insurmountable now is simply due to our limited understanding of the body flicker technique. Uchiha Izuna. No matter how much you comprehend, it is futile. The power of the Sharingan is beyond your wildest imagination. Kaido. One thing I find perplexing is why Uchiha Shursui, having clearly won, chose to let his opponent go. Those masked individuals fought with the intent to kill. Whitebeard. Perhaps he wished to avoid internal strife within the village. This boy is too kind-hearted. Roger. Excessive kindness equates to weakness. Look at him. This little fellow will surely perish due to his own compassion. Senju Hashirama. Why would such an outstanding Uchiha choose to end his own life? Tobarama. Don't tell me it was yet another of your students' misdeeds. Senju Tobarama. Anija, let us refrain from discussing this. My greatest regret is taking these miscreants as my students. Naruto. The first and second Hokage certainly did not wish for such events to unfold. I believe the second's love for the village is as profound as yours. Tsunade. Grandpa. According to village intelligence reports, Uchiha Shursui committed suicide, leaving a note before jumping off a cliff. Senju Hashirama. Why would he take his own life? Was he coerced? Garp. There must have been some form of duress. Otherwise, why would a person living well consider such an act? Shanks. We shall not involve ourselves in this matter. There are too many variables to arrive at a conclusion. Uchiha Izuna. It undoubtedly relates to the higher-ups in Konoha. Rocky. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps it was Itachi who killed him. Brother against brother. Though cliché, it is classic. Uchiha Izuna. You speak nonsense. Why not suggest it was the Uchiha clan that killed Shursui? Did you not hear the dark-hued granddaughter claim it was suicide? Rocky, suicide? Where is your evidence? Don't mention the note. It can be forged. Uchiha Izuna, do you possess any evidence? Rocky, no, but that does not hinder my boundless imagination. As Senju Tobarama observed the debate unfolding between Uchiha Izuna and Rocky on the screen, a moment of inspiration flashed through his mind. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, as well as the bond between Shursui and Itachi, along with Shursui's character and the personalities of his few troublesome students, all reveal the answers that are on the verge of being unveiled. Screen. Time's up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Uchiha Izuna, white-haired fool, do you know the answer? Senju Tobarama, when it comes to understanding the Uchiha clan, if I say second, no one can claim first, not even Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama, Anija, Sanade. I will answer first. If I am incorrect, you may seize the answering right, and I will provide the answer. Sanade, great-grandfather, have you thought of the answer? Senju Tobarama, I have two in mind, but I cannot ascertain which is correct, so I will answer one. If I am wrong, then the other must be correct. Senju Tobarama, I choose F, G, H, I. Screen. Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for answering correctly, rewarding him with the basic bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Please select whether to claim the reward personally or to bestow it upon another. Whitebeard, this truly relates to Uchiha Itachi. How could that be? Their relationship is supposed to be quite amicable. Isn't it? Uchiha Izuna, impossible. The Uchiha clan is the most united family, deeply bonded with emotion. How could they possibly drive their own kin to death? Senju Tobarama, I choose to transfer the reward to Hitaki Kakashi. Screen. Selection confirmed. Commencing the live broadcast of the award ceremony. In the Hokage office of Konoha Village, everyone began to congratulate Kakashi, except for Danzo. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Kakashi entirely. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, and Kakashi, filled with excitement, clenched his fists. After so many years, my chakra is finally sufficient. I no longer need to meticulously calculate every bit of chakra usage. Sanade, Kakashi, how does it feel? Kakashi, remarkably well. My chakra has increased severalfold. Might Guy, as expected of my dear friend Kakashi, let us engage in a youthful duel. The broadcast concluded, and the answer video would gradually play thereafter. Uchiha Izuna, Senju white-haired one, please explain why. I truly cannot comprehend how this is possible. Senju Tobarama, it is quite complex. It cannot be explained in just a few words. I can only say that those who lead others to death are not always driven solely by external malice. Sometimes, inner goodness and concern can also compel one towards demise. Uchiha Izuna, I do not understand. Senju Tobarama, in the Warring States era, famines often occurred due to poor harvests, you know? Uchiha Izuna, I do not know. During that time, I was either training or preoccupied with eliminating the Senju clan. I had no time to grasp anything else. Senju Tobarama, during famines, many parents and elders, in an effort to conserve food for their descendants to survive, were forced to end their own lives. Do you understand now? Uchiha Izuna, did Konoha experience famine? Senju Tobarama, Whitebeard, Uchiha Izuna, you must have been quite young when you perished. Uchiha Izuna, Whitebeard, what do you mean? Shanks, just watch the video. It should provide the answers. In the video, we see Itachi Uchiha at the age of 11. Itachi Uchiha, I am Itachi Uchiha, recently assigned to the Umbu. I look forward to your guidance. A somewhat dull-faced youth approaches, saying, it's you. Use the innermost cabinet. Ah, it's him. They say he is only 11, the youngest in the Umbu. Dull youth, Team 6. Gather at the third training ground in 5 minutes. After a day of interaction, Itachi officially integrates into the Umbu. Night falls. Itachi Uchiha, tomorrow, I will commence my official duties. Fugaku Uchiha, truly, you are my son. I am genuinely pleased that you have entered the Umbu. However, remember that you are a member of the Konoha Umbu, and, more importantly, Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining the peace in Konoha, yet this also led to our detachment from the village's core. We require our own eyes and ears. I entrust this to you, Itachi. At the Konoha root base, Shimura Danzo states, Fugaku Uchiha is among the finest leaders of the past generations of the security forces. It is no surprise, given he is your father. This is not sarcasm. The Uchiha clan has been granted autonomy by Konoha. The Uchiha district has been severed from the village's center, so we cannot intervene directly. Which is why we need our own eyes and ears. I entrust this to you, Itachi. Shanks, the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is profound. Can they still be considered a unified group? Whitebeard, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Dragon, it depends on how Itachi Uchiha, this double agent, performs. Provided neither side harbors ill intent. Uchiha Izuna, our Uchiha clan is undoubtedly filled with goodwill. Any malice lies with the Senju and their white-haired student. Senju Tobarama, alas. In the video, Itachi Uchiha inquires, Captain, your Sharingan did not awaken naturally, did it? Kakashi, no. Itachi Uchiha, do you not feel strange possessing a power different from your own? You are not of the Uchiha clan. Yet you wield the Sharingan and can use powers akin to those of the Uchiha. Which side do you believe you truly belong to? Kakashi, I have never pondered this question. This Sharingan was entrusted to me by a friend. It serves as a reminder of the most important things I must never forget. Itachi Uchiha, a gift from a friend. Kakashi, yes, it reminds me to ensure my comrades are never harmed. Chapter 25, The Uchiha Clan. A clan of love Uchiha Fugaku. Some may already be aware that my son Itachi has joined the Umbu. I believe he will soon acquire an increasing amount of intelligence while being close to the Hokage and other high-ranking officials. This signifies that the Uchiha clan is on the verge of gaining substantial information. Itachi, do you have anything to report? Uchiha Itachi, although I have just joined the team and have not obtained any significant information, it appears that the higher-ups in Konoha are somewhat disunited. In light of this situation, I believe our clan's actions will play a crucial role in determining the future of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, indeed. The future of Konoha should inherently involve the Uchiha clan. Itachi inadvertently caught sight of the family's ancestral stone tablet, seemingly discovering something profound. His Sharingan suddenly activated with its 3 tomo. The scene shifted to Kakashi. Now that you are part of the Umbu, you cannot evade this task. Uchiha Itachi, what task am I to undertake here? Kakashi, 6 years ago, during the Nine Tails incident, the higher-ups suspected the Uchiha clan's involvement. Since then, there has been a 24-hour surveillance of the Uchiha district. As Kakashi stepped aside, he spoke to the Umbu ninja within. It's time to switch shifts. Umbu ninja, no anomalies detected. Uchiha Itachi, astonished, queried, this is Umbu ninja. There are more monitoring stations than just this one. Lord Danzo's Umbu is also observing. Umbu ninja, so, will you inform your clan about this? Uchiha Itachi, what am I to do here? The Umbu ninja pointed to a telescope, saying, use that to keep watch. Umbu ninja, well then, Captain, we shall take our leave. Umbu ninja, make sure to monitor carefully. 1 against 7. Kakashi, the Umbu also undertakes such tasks. Although it is not assassination, it is still work that remains in the shadows. A task is a task. And considering you are surveilling your own comrades and family, it is even more so. I can assist you with the shift change. Uchiha Itachi, no need, and besides, the Uchiha clan has sensed the village's suspicion towards them. Kakashi, I suspected as much. Through the telescope, Uchiha Itachi spotted his younger brother Sasuke. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Uchiha Izuna, 24-hour surveillance? Are they treating the Uchiha clan as prisoners? Senju Tobarama, sigh. Roger, to push away one's comrades and even treat them as enemies merely out of suspicion. Does the leadership of Konoha have manure for brains? Locks, be cautious. There is nothing wrong with that, Roger. You lack management experience, so you wouldn't understand. Roger, I am at least the captain of a ship. How could I not comprehend? You are biased. Whitebeard, Gururara. It is indeed Rayleigh who has been managing your pirate crew. Roger, you have merely been causing trouble. Roger, you bastard, Godei, do you want to fight? Kapu, while it is not erroneous to harbor suspicions and monitor for a period, continuous surveillance becomes inappropriate. If there are doubts, investigations can be conducted. However, in the absence of tangible evidence implicating the Uchiha clan, one should withdraw the scrutiny or at least conduct it with greater discretion. You have practically thrust a telescope into their faces. It is only natural that trouble would ensue. Whitebeard, Kapu has once again been used as a pawn by Sangoku. Scene shifts to a tavern at night, where 2 inebriated patrons engage in a brawl. Attracting the attention of the police force, 2 members of the Uchiha clan intervene to separate the combatants. The bald drunkard, in a drunken stupor, belligerently declares, police, get lost. The other drunkard retorts, you might as well hide like last time with the Nine Tails. This remark incites the Uchiha members, who promptly restrain and escort both men away. It was merely a drunken altercation. A simple mediation would suffice. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade, complaints from the public regarding the police force's excessive enforcement are becoming increasingly prevalent. Mido, the populace's distrust towards the force is growing day by day. Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan has begun to flaunt their power. Yuan Fury. No. This should be seen as an act of rebellion, a lingering consequence of the Nine-Tails incident from 6 years ago. Mido, it is noteworthy that during that time, no members of the Uchiha clan suffered harm. Tsunade. This indeed serves as the root of the suspicion. Mido, moreover, the directive for the Uchiha to distance themselves from the Nine-Tails has further exacerbated the mistrust emanating from Konoha, resulting in a rift. Shimura Danzo. The policy of isolating the Uchiha has been a fundamental tenet of Konoha since the time of the second Hokage. Yuan Fury. Why dwell on this now? The second Hokage's intention was not isolation, but rather consideration for all clans. Have you forgotten our friend Uchiha Kagami? Shimura Danzo. How could I forget? His ocular techniques have aided me on numerous occasions. Yuan Fury. The Uchiha clan is an ally of Konoha. It is imperative that we retain this ally. Shimura Danzo. If it is possible to retain them. Uchiha Izuna. Ah, that insufferable white-haired fool. I knew you were behind this. Isolating the Uchiha clan to ensure its gradual demise. Very well, then. Senju Tobarama. Izuna, my intent is not to isolate the Uchiha clan, but rather to implement adjustments to prevent a recurrence of the Uchiha Madara incident. Uchiha Izuna. You cannot evade responsibility, white-haired one. What connection does this have to the isolation of the Uchiha clan and my brother? Senju Tobarama. Alas. In the early days of the village's founding, Uchiha Madara left in a fit of pique after being denied the Hokage position. He later manipulated the Nine-Tails in an attempt to annihilate the village. It is crucial to remember that the Uchiha clan was part of the village at that time. Uchiha Izuna. Impossible. My brother would never harm his kin. Besides, how does this relate to your isolation of the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobarama. In times past, people perceived the Senju clan as the embodiment of love, while the Uchiha clan was deemed evil for prioritizing power and ninjutsu. However, the reality is far more nuanced. No clan embodies a deeper love than the Uchiha, which is why they have chosen to seal it away. Once the Uchiha members grasp the essence of love, the emotions that have long been restrained will be set free. This awakening could potentially surpass even the power of love possessed by the Senju clan. While such a development is generally seen as a positive occurrence, an excessively profound love harbors the potential for chaos. When the Uchiha, having come to understand love, inevitably lose that intense affection, it is swiftly replaced by an even stronger animosity. The transformation in their temperament is stark. I have witnessed countless instances where Uchiha clan members, upon losing a significant love or suffering from personal misfortune, are overwhelmed by a unique chakra that surges within them, affecting their optic nerves and resulting in a transformation. This is the manifestation of the eye that reflects the soul, the Sharingan. The Sharingan synchronizes with the power of the mind, enabling rapid enhancement, accompanied by the force of inner hatred. The Uchiha are known for their intricate thoughts, and those who awaken such intense emotions are often consumed by darkness, descending into a path of malevolence. The deeper the darkness, the more formidable the ocular prowess, making it increasingly challenging to confront, akin to Madara. My intention was to unify and channel the powers of the Uchiha for the benefit of the village, which is the underlying purpose behind the establishment of the police force. Roger. I find it perplexing, but it is evident that Senju Tobarama does not harbor any discrimination against the Uchiha nor any malicious intent. It seems that Shimura Danzo has misconstrued Tobarama's policies. Shanks. Captain Roger, I cannot shake the feeling that Danzo is not merely misinterpreting Tobarama's policies, but is intentionally targeting the Uchiha. Dragon. Although the video is brief, it clearly reveals the attitudes of the 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan. Yuan Fei Nikon is wary of the Uchiha yet reluctant to part with such a powerful force. Danzo exhibits pure malice towards the Uchiha, tinged with a hint of jealousy. The other two appear to be mindless opportunists, failing to express any personal opinions throughout the discourse. Whitebeard, the public sentiment is flawed. Firstly, the Uchiha did not partake in the assault on the Nine-Tails. That was a command issued by Konoha, not an act of cowardice. Shanks. Furthermore, during the Nine-Tails rampage, common citizens sought refuge. How could they possibly know that the Uchiha did not engage in the assault? Senju Hashirama. Are you suggesting that someone is spreading falsehoods? Could it be that the ninjas involved in the attack on the Nine Tails inadvertently let something slip? Senju Tobarama, that is implausible. A ninja. Keeping secrets is a fundamental duty of a ninja, and it is inconceivable that anyone would slip up. Garp. First, they spread rumors to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. Then they monitor the Uchiha closely to provoke the radicals within, ultimately suppressing the Uchiha as an evil clan. Leveraging the strength of the entire village of Konoha to eliminate them entirely. Is this not the work of Danzo? Chapter 26. Uchiha, coup d'etat in the Hidden Leaf Village. The villagers of the Hidden Leaf were abuzz with whispers, their voices filled with incredulity. How could such a formidable clan as the Uchiha have been so cunningly outmaneuvered? The plight of the Uchiha evoked pity, yet some argued, what is there to pity? Their arrogance deserved such a fate. Hush, mind your words. Be wary of the Umbu. You might just vanish into thin air. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at the brooding Danzo, refraining from speaking. It was not yet the time to confront him. Executing an elder without indisputable evidence would instill fear among all clans in Konoha. What? You claim the root is too powerful? This is the Hokage's office, not Roots. Kakashi has received accolades twice now, and with Jiraiya's assistance, can we not handle an old, frail man? Uchiha Izuna. Am I hallucinating? The Senju with the white hair is actually speaking up for the Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, Izuna, whether it be the Uchiha or the Senju or any other clan. From the moment Konoha was established, we all became comrades. Tobarama, I am gratified that you can view the Uchiha from the Hokage's perspective, as expected of my brother. Shanks, truly the strategist of the warring states, piecing together fragments from mere video footage to unveil the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Whitebeard, with the strategist of the warring states, the great advisor Tsuru, and the entire Navy general staff, it is hardly surprising they could deduce this. Roger, yet. Hearing these words from Garp feels exceedingly awkward. Whitebeard, Gururara. Shanks, ha 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 ha. Rockstar, ha 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 ha. Garp, you bastard. Roger, do you want to fight? Kaido, let us just watch the video. Fighting is pointless, mere banter lacks substance. Video footage in the dense forests at the border of the Land of Fire. A group of Mist Village ninjas was sprinting rapidly when suddenly, several of them collapsed without warning. A young ninja, clad in a black eye mask, halted abruptly and gazed at the fallen Mist ninjas, who were writhing in agony, their voices filled with anguished screams. Genjutsu? When did this happen? At that moment, the masked youth sensed something and turned to peer deeper into the forest. With a Byakugan, his vision sharpened, and soon, several human silhouettes emerged in the distance. The young ninja shifted his gaze and quietly commanded, retreat. But Captain, it's Konoha's Shunshin, Uchiha Shursui. We are no match for him. Retreat. Now matured. Uchiha Shursui sensed the retreat of the Mist ninjas and remarked, this should keep the Mist village subdued for a while. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shursui reported, the Shursui team has completed their mission. Yuan Fei Risen replied, is that so? Thank you for your hard work on this long-term mission. Take a well-deserved break. Uchiha Shursui continued, I have a request regarding the mutual distrust between the Uchiha clan and the village. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand. I feel the same way. Uchiha Shursui, I wish to restore the trust between our clan and the village. Could you assign this task to me? Yuan Fei Rizan's hand. Do you wish to cease undertaking ordinary missions? Uchiha Shursui, yes, and I request a certain degree of authority. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand. Understood. I shall publicly declare that you are on a confidential investigative mission. Should anything occur, mention my name, and I shall bear all responsibility. Uchiha Shursui, thank you very much. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand. Seeing you reminds me of an old friend, Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Shursui, you flatter me. Uchiha clan grounds Uchiha Sasuke, brother, have you completed your mission? Then practice with me. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Apologies, Sasuke, but I have been unexpectedly summoned. Uchiha Sasuke immediately pouted with displeasure. Somewhere in Konoha Uchiha Shursui, we used to come here often to play. Uchiha Itachi, you have returned. Uchiha Shursui, indeed, I have finally driven off the Mist ninjas. Uchiha Itachi, what brings you here? Uchiha Shursui, I wish to hear your candid thoughts. How serious do you believe Fugaku is? Uchiha Itachi, serious about what? A coup? The common citizens of Konoha, upon viewing the content displayed on the screen, erupted in uproar. The Uchiha clan once instigated a coup? No wonder they faced extermination. They deserved it. I had just felt sympathy for them. What a waste of my goodwill. Such a greedy clan, already possessing a police force yet still unsatisfied. Lord Danzo acted wisely, though he unfortunately overlooked one. What did I say? The Uchiha clan is indeed a malevolent one, as decreed by the second Hokage. In an instant, the village was rife with condemnation of the Uchiha clan, although some perceptive individuals speculated that there must be deeper reasons. However, the multitude of simple-minded citizens, whose intellects were akin to tofu, voiced their foolishness in abundance. Hokage office and Umbu reported, Lord Hokage. The villagers are in an uproar due to the content displayed on the screen, with cries for the execution of the last Uchiha emerging. Everyone in the office turned their gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke, the final member of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto, like a protective mother hen, shielded Sasuke behind him and shouted, Sasuke is my comrade and my friend. I will not allow anyone to harm him. The sudden outburst from Naruto momentarily stunned everyone in the Hokage's office. The 12 ninja guardians were the first to react, standing alongside Naruto to shield Sasuke from view. Notably, Hinata summoned all her remaining chakra, adopting an offensive stance and glaring at Danzo. Hinata understood well that the Uchiha clan's troubles were most likely linked to that one-eyed monster. Although Hinata often succumbed to romantic notions, her intellect remained intact when Naruto was not involved. Immersed in sorrow, Sasuke finally came to a realization. He gazed at his comrades, who stood resolutely behind him, completely disregarding him save for Naruto. A ripple of emotion, named gratitude, surged forth from his heart, which was otherwise filled with cold disdain. Tsunade looked upon the united 12 ninja, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was indeed the future of Konoha. She then discreetly signaled Jiraiya. Stepping forward, Jiraiya addressed Kakashi, summoned the Umbu to the Hokage building to prevent any potential ambush from ninjas of other villages. Kakashi hesitated, inquiring, what about the villagers? Jiraiya turned to Danzo, stating, the safety of the village will be entrusted to Elder Danzo's root ninjas. Meanwhile, to ensure the Hokage's security, I hope Elder Danzo can also dispatch some root ninjas to assist the Umbu in guarding the Hokage building. Danzo, with a dark expression, shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance and replied, that is my responsibility. Understanding the implications, Kakashi promptly made arrangements, aware that the 5th Hokage was poised to confront Danzo. Senju Hashirama, a coup d'etat. Uchiha Izuna. It was about time this was done. The Uchiha clan, born of heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath others. Dragon. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. What appears to be coincidence is, in truth, inevitable. Shanks. The final struggle of the Uchiha. Whitebeard. Alas, a tragic ending is fated. Red-haired Shanks. How can you be so certain that the Uchiha will lose before the battle even begins? Kapu. Based on the analysis from the video, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are both exceptionally gifted and powerful, undoubtedly among the rare strong in the Uchiha clan. Red-haired Shanks. Then doesn't he that indicate an even greater chance of victory for the Uchiha? Kapu. Provided that these two stand with their clan. Uchiha Izuna. Are you implying that these two Uchiha would betray us? Kapu. Betrayal? Not quite. The video clearly shows that both have remained loyal to the village from the start. Senju Tobirama. Izuna, just watch. In the video, Uchiha Itachi stated, dissatisfaction among the Uchiha towards the village is escalating. If the village maintains its current state, it is feared that the Uchiha will reach their breaking point. Uchiha Shisui responded, if the village changes, the Uchiha will change. However, if the Uchiha do not change, the village will not change either. As long as both sides continue to distrust one another, the situation will only worsen. Uchiha Shisui expressed, I wish to eliminate this suspicion. To which Uchiha Itachi queried, do you believe that is possible? Shisui replied, I do not know, but it must be attempted. Once the Uchiha initiate a rebellion, it will only lead to unfortunate outcomes for both sides. Uchiha Itachi concurred. I too oppose the coup, but to prevent it, unconventional methods may be necessary. Shisui cautioned, I understand, but it would be wise to refrain from rash actions. Itachi asked, why? Shisui cautioned, some members of the police force are suspicious of you. They have ordered me to monitor you. Chapter 27. The Navi Uchiha Shisui in the video, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stand at the edge of a precipice. Shisui removes his remaining eye and hands it to Itachi. I can only entrust this to you, my dear friend. Please safeguard our village and the honor of the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi replies, I accept it. What do you intend to do? Uchiha Shisui responds, if I perish, perhaps the situation will shift. I have already penned my farewell. Itachi, in a state of alarm, exclaims, wait, Shisui. Shisui interjects, do not stop me. 1 against 7. If you are still my friend. Itachi, Shisui. Shisui. Tears of blood stream from Itachi's eyes as his three tomo evolve into a shuriken-like pattern, the Mangeki Sharingan. The video pauses, and the screen displays a question. Whose hand was responsible for the removal of Uchiha Shirsue's other eye? A. Yuan Firijan. B. Shimura Danzo. C. Uchiha Fugaku. D. Uchiha Shirsue. This is a multiple-choice question. A correct answer rewards one with a spot in the group chat, while an incorrect response forfeits the right to answer during this review period. The countdown for responses begins in 5 minutes. Locks. Wow, all from Konoha. Senju Tobarama. What are your thoughts? Roger. What was the purpose of removing the eye? Whitebeard. It must have been for the capabilities of the Sharingan. Perhaps it was removed for transplantation. Cap. If the blood types don't match, how can it be transplanted? Or is it the case that blood type is not an issue in the ninja world? Uchiha Izuna. It was undoubtedly Danzo, that green-eyed miscreant. Senju with the white hair. What do you think? Naruto Uzumaki. It definitely was Team Mr. Fugaku, although he has changed significantly in the video. It was a necessary transformation for the survival of the Uchiha. Deep down, Fugaku remains kind-hearted. Senju Tobarama. It was neither Uchiha Fugaku nor Shirsue himself. It could only be one of the two, Danzo or the monkey. Shanks. It must be Danzo. In the video, Yuan Firijan seemed to hold Uchiha Shirsue in high regard. The screen indicates that time is up. 5 seconds remain before the answering begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The answering commences. Congratulations to Uchiha Izuna for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Uchiha Izuna. It was definitely Danzo. No doubt about it. The screen confirms, congratulations to Uchiha Izuna for the correct answer. You are rewarded with a spot in the group chat. Please select. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Itachi. I choose him. The screen confirms the selection and notifies the invited participant, requesting patience for their acceptance. In a certain location within the ninja world, Itachi, clad in Akatsuki attire, gazes at the consent button appearing on the screen, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had no intention of agreeing, but with his past being revealed in the video, he feared his entire story would soon be exposed. Fortunately, he had already devised an escape route. He must not perish before Sasuke has matured. As for his identity, he could maintain the ruse for a while longer. With this thought, Itachi resolutely pressed the consent button. The screen welcomes Uchiha Itachi to the group chat. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Itachi, what has become of our clan? The white-haired fool remains silent. Uchiha Itachi. What concern is it of yours? Senju Tobarama. 1 against 7. Do the Uchiha clan and Danzo's crew have any connection? Uchiha Itachi. I have nothing to discuss with you leaf villagers. Rocks. This kid truly has a peculiar temperament. The video begins to play the answer. Uchiha clan grounds Uchiha Fugaku. What? Are you not aware of what tomorrow signifies? You have yet to ascertain your position. Uchiha Itachi. I will be undertaking a mission tomorrow. What mission? I cannot disclose it. It is classified. Itachi, you are simultaneously a vital link between the clan and the village's core. You understand this, correct? Yes. Bear this in mind, and you must attend the assembly tomorrow. Hokage Building Danzo. The Uchiha clan has another assembly tonight. Yuan Fei Risen. I am aware of the assembly, but the Uchiha claim it is a clan ritual, and I cannot intervene. Danzo. What ritual? They aim to incite hostility among the clan members towards the village, leveraging animosity to fortify clan unity. This is a preparation for a coup. Yuan Fei Risen. I shall nip this budding thread in the bud. Shirsue. Uchiha Shirsue entered, kneeling on one knee. Yuan Fei Risen. Shirsue will attend the clan meeting, and if Fugaku truly schemes a coup, Uchiha Shirsue, I will employ Kodo Amatsukami. Danzo, your ocular technique? Yuan Fei Risen. I have heard it can manipulate others undetected, making them appear to act of their own volition. Uchiha Shirsue, I will guide Fugaku to contemplate coexistence with the village. Danzo, even if Fugaku changes his mind, it cannot quell the discontent of the entire Uchiha clan. Yuan Fei Risen. If the Uchiha change, we shall adapt as well. We will gradually improve the Uchiha's treatment henceforth. Uchiha Shirsue, this is my aspiration. Yuan Fei Risen. I will assign an umbu to support you from the rear. I entrust this to you, Shirsue. Uchiha Madara. So it is Kodo Amatsukami. This junior is quite remarkable. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you have finally revealed yourself. Roger. To be able to completely control another's thoughts without their awareness. Is Kodo Amatsukami truly that terrifying? Kaido, compared to the terror of Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Shirsue's naivety is even more incomprehensible. Senju Hashirama, is naivety not admirable? What an exceptional Uchiha. Had he not perished? he would undoubtedly have been worthy of becoming Hokage. Kaido. Anyone knowing that a person nearby can silently manipulate one's thoughts would undoubtedly harbor doubts. The moment such a terrifying ocular technique is exposed, a grim outcome is inevitable. Whitebeard. Uchiha Shisui is far too naive, completely lacking any wariness towards the village's higher-ups. Shanks. This Yuan Fei Risen is commendable. He sincerely wishes to resolve the conflicts between the Uchiha and the village. Senju Tobarama. The monkey is not bad. It seems I have not misjudged him entirely. Root-based Uchiha Shisui. Is there something you require? Tuanzo, the esteemed elder, remarked that the assembly was imminent. If you have employed your ocular technique on Fugaku to persuade the Uchiha, yet the village remains unchanged, what will you do? He inquired. The Hokage has assured me that a transformation will come, replied Uchiha Shisui. Even with the third's persuasion, the villagers' suspicions of you will not easily dissipate, Tuanzo countered. I comprehend. But given time, Shisui began. Moreover, a person as suspicious as myself will not readily alter his convictions. What will you do then? Will you employ Kodo Amatsukami on me as well? Tuanzo continued. I shall take your Sharingan, he declared, reaching for Shisui's eye. In an instant, Shisui cast an illusion to freeze Tuanzo in place. Merely a mundane genjutsu. You shall awaken shortly, he stated. However, Tuanzo suddenly moved, catching Shisui off guard. And in a flash, he seized one of Shisui's eyes. Tuanzo unwrapped the bandage from his right eye, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan, which then turned a shade of gray. This shall serve as a substitute for my eye. Now, grant me the other one. A dozen root ninjas swiftly surrounded Tuanzo. Shisui performed a rapid series of hand seals to execute a jutsu, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from Shisui's mouth, hurtling toward Tuanzo and his entourage. Water-style, water surge. Several root ninjas countered with their own water techniques. The collision of fire and water produced a tremendous explosion of steam. When the vapor cleared, Shisui had vanished. A body flicker technique? Pursue him, Tuanzo commanded. Elsewhere, Shisui found Itachi, and together they approached the precipice of a cliff. The Uchiha rebellion is now unstoppable. Should Konoha descend into chaos, other nations will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and war is unavoidable, Shisui lamented. As the video concluded, the Leaf Village reacted in shock. Lord Tuanzo is terrifying, so quick to extract eyes. If Shisui's eye had not been taken, would the Uchiha clan have escaped annihilation? One wondered. Pity? Such an arrogant clan deserved their fate, another replied. Did you observe Lord Tuanzo's eyes? It appears he has plucked eyes before. How dark. Thankfully, I am not an Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, as the video ended, Tsunade cleared her throat. Jiraiya and Kakashi instantly launched an assault on Tuanzo, while the Umbu guarding the Hokage building drew their shuriken, targeting the nearby root ninjas. Tsunade. Tuanzo bellowed, attempting to retreat. Kakashi seized the moment, utilizing the powers of the flower fruit, sprouting 4 arms from Tuanzo's back. 2 arms obstructed Tuanzo's own, while another arm unveiled the bandages from Tuanzo's face. And the last swiftly extracted Tuanzo's right eye, tossing it to Kakashi. The 4 arms then transformed into petals and vanished. Kakashi caught the eye, confirming it to be Uchiha Shisui's Meijiki Sharingan. Chapter 28. The extremes of Itachi Danzo covered his bleeding eye socket and sternly questioned, Tsunade Heim, even as Hokage. You cannot recklessly lay hands on the elders. Each elder is appointed by the daimyo. At that moment, the other figures in the Hokage's office began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and the various clan leaders retreated, opting to refrain from taking sides. The 2 indecisive elders rose, their expressions grim. Mido Minin spoke up. 5th Hokage, why have you attacked Elder Danzo? Nara Shikako added. 5th Hokage. I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we will propose to the daimyo to replace the Hokage. Kakashi interjected. Elder Danzo. Cease your resistance unless you wish for your demise. Jiraiya gestured towards the Meijiki Sharingan in Kakashi's hand and said, Then, Elder Danzo, how do you explain this eye? Danzo replied, The heavenly god can only be maximally effective in my hands. All my actions have been for the sake of Konoha. Tsunade retorted, I have no desire for idle conversation with you. Since you refuse to relent, Kakashi, eliminate him. Danzo's remaining eye widened in horror as he witnessed Kakashi's palm crackling with lightning, immediately exclaiming, Stop. All root ninjas engaged in combat with the Umbu promptly retreated and ceased their assault. Tsunade commanded, Take Danzo and all root ninjas into custody. We will determine their fate after the inventory is complete. Mido Minin and Nara Shikaku attempted to speak again, But Jiraiya interrupted them. Elders, you are both advanced in years. Go rest. Remember, Tsunade is not only the 5th Hokage, but also a princess of the Land of Fire, fully entitled to address any elder who has committed grave offenses. Once the two foolish elders departed, Jiraiya chuckled. I initially expected a fierce battle. Tsunade remarked, thanks to Kakashi's early seizure of Danzo's Manjiki, had he unleashed Shirsue's Sharingan, it would have been disastrous. Kakashi humbly replied, that was largely due to the reward bestowed upon me by the 2nd Hokage, coupled with Danzo's overconfidence, allowing me to severely wound him in an instant. Jiraiya added, regardless, we have ultimately purged Konoha of this malignancy. Uchiha Azuna, why does Danzo possess a 3-tomo Sharingan? Brother, what is that about? Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, is Anaji. It seems this old man is well versed in the Sharingan. Sinja Hashirama, Tsunade. Let Danzo provide me with an explanation. Tsunade, grandfather, I have already apprehended Danzo. We will decide on his punishment after the inventory is finished. Senju Tobarama, how severe are the village's losses? Tsunade, fear not, 2nd granduncle. I took advantage of his inattentiveness and launched a surprise attack with all the Umbu. Though Root has been dismantled, with Kakashi possessing the reward you bestowed upon him, his strength is now on par with the 3rd Hokage. The village will be safe. Senja Hashirama, where did Danzo acquire that 3-tomo Sharingan? Ensure he is interrogated thoroughly. Namikaze Minato, it should belong to Uchiha Kagami. Senju Tobarama, Kagamis? Clarify this at once. Konoha's wave, the Uchiha clan places immense importance on its unique bloodline limit and would never allow it to be leaked. Any clan member who awakens their Sharingan and subsequently dies will have a specialized team dispatched to retrieve or destroy their eyes. Before my death, all the Sharingan of deceased Uchiha, with the exception of Uchiha Kagami, were either reclaimed or obliterated. Konoha's wave, the fate of Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan remains a mystery, and the village's records about him are rather vague. It has long been uncertain whether he is dead or merely missing. Rocks, he must be dead. Undoubtedly at the hands of Danzo, motivated by envy of the Uchiha Sharingan. Shanks, the vague records were likely an effort to manage the investigation into the Uchiha clan. Roger, this is why I say Uchiha Shisui was too naive. Had he possessed even a modicum of vigilance towards Danzo, the latter could not have successfully launched a sneak attack. Dragon, there is no way to halt the coup d'etat against the Uchiha. What methods will Konoha employ to address this uprising? Shanks, there are two possible outcomes. Either a direct war to eradicate the Uchiha clan or to persuade Uchiha Itachi to convince his father. Dragon, regardless of the approach taken, one thing is certain, the Uchiha clan will cease to exist. Senju Hashirama, Madara, I am deeply sorry. Uchiha Azuna, it is impossible. How could our great Uchiha clan possibly be eradicated? Whitebeard, the truth will not change simply because someone refuses to accept it. Senju Tobarama, Azuna, just watch. The video continues. With Uchiha Sasuke lamenting, father always focuses solely on Nissan. Uchiha Itachi, am I bothersome? It matters not. As a ninja, I am destined to be resented by others. Uchiha Sasuke, that is not what I meant. Nissan is correct. I too believe Nissan. Uchiha Itachi interjects, a truly remarkable person. With power comes isolation, and one may become arrogant, even if initially desired and needed by others. However, you and I are irreplaceable brothers. As you navigate the barriers you must overcome, I will always stand by your side, even if you come to resent me. This is the essence of brotherhood. At that moment, a voice calls from the entrance, is Uchiha Itachi here? I have something to discuss. Uchiha Itachi steps outside to see several Uchiha gathered. Uchiha 1, with a stern expression, says, 2 individuals missed yesterday's meeting. Why were you absent? I understand that since your induction into the Umbu, you must address troublesome matters. And your father often uses this as an excuse to cover for you. Uchiha 2, however, we do not wish to treat you differently. Uchiha Itachi, I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. Please, everyone return now. Uchiha 2, indeed. I still have questions for you regarding Uchiha Shirsue's suicide by jumping into the Managawa River last night. Uchiha 1. The other individual who missed the meeting was Uchiha Shirsue. It seems you hold him in high regard as an elder brother. Uchiha Itachi, is that so? It's truly regrettable that I haven't seen him recently. Uchiha 1. Subsequently, our police force has decided to launch a thorough search. Uchiha 2. This is Shirsue's will, which has been verified through handwriting analysis. There is no doubt it was penned by him. Uchiha Itachi, if it wasn't murder, then why continue the search? Uchiha 1. Anyone capable of wielding the Sharingan could easily replicate handwriting. Uchiha 1. Take the will and request assistance from the Umbu for the investigation. Uchiha Itachi. Understood. Uchiha 1. We will investigate in a direction distinct from the Umbus. Therefore, even if you do not request assistance, we are aware of it. Uchiha Itachi. Why not be more direct? Are you suspecting me? Ah, indeed, you little brat. Listen well, Itachi, should you dare betray our clan, we will not let you off lightly. In an instant, several Uchiha were struck to the ground by Itachi, writhing in pain. Uchiha Itachi, you incessantly prattle on about the clan. You have seriously overestimated your capabilities. It is precisely because you are unaware of my abilities that you now lie in fear. Uchiha 2. Shursui has been monitoring you for 6 months, having joined the Umbu. Your strange words and actions are becoming unbearable. What are you truly thinking? Uchiha Itachi. Being fixated on an organization, on a clan, on a name. These are terrifying constraints that limit one's potential. Moreover, harboring fear and loathing for the unknown is utterly foolish. Uchiha Fugaku. Cease this. 1 against 7. What is happening? You have been acting strangely of late. Uchiha Itachi. There is nothing strange. I am merely fulfilling my mission, nothing more. Uchiha Fugaku. Then why did you not come last night? Uchiha Itachi. To draw closer to the pinnacle. What did you say? Bang. A shuriken struck the very center of the Uchiha emblem. Uchiha Itachi. I have grown despondent at the triviality of this clan. Uchiha Itachi, it is precisely your excessive obsession with such a minuscule entity that causes you to overlook what is truly important. Uchiha 2. How dare you utter such arrogant words? Enough. If you continue with this madness, I shall imprison you. Uchiha 1. What will you do? You have already overstepped your bounds. Captain, give the order to arrest him. Sasuke urgently interjected. Stop it, Oni-chan. Upon seeing his brother, Itachi bowed his head to the Uchiha and apologized, explaining, it was not I who killed Shursui. However, I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion. I am truly sorry. Uchiha Fugaku, the recent Umbu missions have been rather demanding. You seem somewhat fatigued. Uchiha 2, Captain. Uchiha Fugaku, the Umbu is a force directly overseen by the Hokage. Even we, the police force, cannot apprehend him without a warrant. Moreover, regarding the matter of 1 against 7, as a father, I shall take upon myself the responsibility to watch over him. I assure you, I am aware. The striking black dart-like pattern within the crimson pupils of Uchiha Itachi is exceedingly conspicuous. Chapter 29, The Blood Knight of Uchiha video footage at the age of 13. Itachi Uchiha officially ascended to the position of captain of the Umbu, placed under the command of Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, I have received reports indicating that the police force is intensifying its armament. What does this signify? Itachi Uchiha. The dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan towards the village has once again escalated. Danzo, this situation cannot persist. Itachi, indeed. In the Uchiha territory, a man in a tiger-striped mask materialized amidst a swirling vortex, preparing to act, but suddenly sensed something and vanished back into the whirlpool. As the masked man disappeared, Itachi, donned in an Umbu mask, emerged from behind a tree, gazing at the spot where the tiger-striped figure had vanished, his thoughts a mystery to all. Hokage building Danzo. This presents a splendid opportunity. Under the guise of fortifying the village's defenses, we shall establish a new patrol unit, disband the Uchiha police force, and thereby diminish their combat effectiveness. Yuan Fury Jean. That would only provoke resistance from the Uchiha. The police force should be tasked with forming a new patrol unit, thereby enhancing their responsibilities instead. Danzo, we must stifle the seeds of rebellion while they are still nascent. How can we possibly augment the Uchiha's combat strength? Yuan Fury Jean. I will not permit the Uchiha to instigate a rebellion. Danzo, naturally, they shall not succeed. Tsunade, let us all remain calm. Whether a coup will occur remains uncertain, so for now, we should observe the developments. The Umbu squad under Itachi's command was tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan. Upon completing his mission, Itachi returned home to find Uchiha Fugaku waiting for him, though Itachi chose to ignore him and walked past. Uchiha Fugaku, you are aware of the clan meeting in 3 days, are you not? Itachi Uchiha, I do not know. Uchiha Fugaku, after the meeting, come alone to the South Shrine. Do not bring your Umbu subordinates. Itachi Uchiha, I will be leaving the village to undertake a mission starting tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku, do not evade. Itachi Uchiha, evade. What am I evading? Uchiha Fugaku, you are escaping your fate as an Uchiha. Remember this. I shall await your return. Itachi watched as the clan leader departed, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. 3 days later at South He Shrine after the meeting concluded, Itachi, who was observing, saw his mother exit the shrine alone and swiftly disappeared from sight. Deep within the shrine Uchiha Fugaku, only those within the clan possessing the Sharingan can comprehend the inscriptions on this stone tablet, and even they can decipher only a portion. With your Manjiki Sharingan, you should be able to understand more. Itachi Uchiha, do you wish for me to reveal its contents? That is unnecessary. Uchiha Fugaku turned, his uniquely shaped Sharingan gleaming with brilliance. Itachi Uchiha, Manjiki, you possess it as well. Uchiha Fugaku, that was during the Third Shinobi World War, when a friend of mine sacrificed his life to save me. It was through blood and tears that the Manjiki was awakened. This stone tablet chronicles the path of redemption for the Uchiha clan, yet even with the Manjiki Sharingan, we cannot decipher the latter inscriptions. It appears that our journey still has further to go. However, despite only comprehending a fraction, one can discern the erroneous environment in which the Uchiha clan currently finds itself. Uchiha Itachi, yet, that does not justify an attempt to overthrow through force. Uchiha Fugaku, the higher-ups of the village fear us, thus they persecute us. They are apprehensive of the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, indeed, there are even rumors suggesting that the Uchiha could manipulate the Nine Tails using the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, that is merely a legend of Uchiha Madara. Since him, no one has accomplished such a feat, and even the possibility remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the higher-ups remain haunted by the specters of the past, isolating us out of fear. If they are afraid, then it falls upon us to seize power. Uchiha Itachi, father, do you intend to ascend to the position of Hokage through force? Uchiha Fugaku, this is the desire of our clan. I cannot thwart everyone. But to avert the use of force, I have concealed the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, why? Uchiha Fugaku, the Manjiki Sharingan possesses the ability to control the Nine Tails. If this were to come to light, our clan might commit even more dreadful acts. You see. Uchiha Fugaku turned his head, projecting an image into Itachi's mind through the Manjiki Sharingan. A radical faction of the Uchiha clan binds the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails before Fugaku, beseeching him to control the beast and display the might of the Uchiha clan. Followed by a hellish scene unfolding in Itachi's consciousness. Uchiha Fugaku, many within our clan harbor resentment towards the village, and if pushed to the brink, they could indeed take such actions. I fear that both sides would suffer immensely. However, Itachi, as long as you are present, you could seize the opportunity to control the higher-ups when they are off guard. Although small-scale skirmishes may be inevitable, your assistance as a member of the Umbu would ensure the success of a bloodless revolution. A bloodless revolution. Uchiha Itachi murmured softly. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, you are my son. I implore you, help our clan. Minato Namikaze. Mr. Fugaku possesses the Manjiki. Indeed, he is inherently benevolent. Whitebeard, I find that Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning holds merit. Implementing his thoughts would minimize casualties. Hashirama Senju. Whitebeard, you are mistaken. Should Uchiha Fugaku succeed, it would fundamentally alter the selection process for Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Precisely, only those recognized by all villagers can become Hokage. If Mr. Fugaku succeeds, it would devolve into a might-makes-right scenario, leading to incessant power struggles among the clans, ultimately culminating in war and the disintegration of the village. Izuna Uchiha, then should my Uchiha clan be eradicated? Is it truly our fate to be extinguished? Hashirama Senju, Izuna, you know that is not our intent. A coup is undoubtedly misguided. Izuna Uchiha, at this juncture, without a coup, does the Uchiha clan have any prospects left? Tell me, does the Uchiha clan have any hope left? Senju Hashirama, in truth, as long as everyone opens their hearts and engages in sincere dialogue, there is no issue that cannot be resolved. Uchiha Izuna, how can we discuss anything when we are already isolated? It ultimately falls upon you, the white-haired fool. Uchiha Fugaku was right. You fear the Sharingan. You fear my elder brother. Senju Tobarama, alas. Having already departed from this world, there is no shame in admitting it. I indeed fear Madara, especially after Onija's demise. This dread has reached its zenith. Senju Tobarama, if another evil force akin to Madara were to emerge from the Uchiha clan, how would Konoha withstand it without Onija? Uchiha Izuna, so, you devised a series of policies aimed at the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze, Izuna senpai. We cannot truly blame the second Hokage for this. After watching so many videos, I believe you have come to a conclusion regarding who is truly responsible for the Uchiha clan's demise. Uchiha Izuna, Does closing Danzo and LRD resolve everything? Tsunade, let us first review the accounts before dealing with Danzo. Rest assured, he will not live. Seen in the root base, Danzo, do not be fooled by the third Hokage's pleasant words. When the moment is crucial, he will choose to protect Konoha. I hope you make a choice. Will you stand with the Uchiha and partake in the rebellion, leading to your family's downfall? Or will you side with us in Konoha, leaving your brother behind before the insurrection, to aid us in annihilating the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Itachi, annihilate the Uchiha. Danzo, to protect the village. We must quell the turmoil before it begins. The only ninja capable of bearing this heavy burden, being both a double agent for the Uchiha and Konoha, is you, Itachi. No one else can fulfill this role. Do you accept this task? Uchiha Itachi found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his choice. Ultimately, upon witnessing Sasuke and the other children of his age at play, he finally made his decision. Chapter 30. The Blood Knight of Uchiha in the video. Uchiha Itachi encounters the man in the tiger-striped mask, who often loiters in Konoha. I seek your assistance, he implores. Under the cover of night, Itachi stands outside the Uchiha clan's territory, his gaze icy as he beholds the emblem of the clan he once regarded with pride. Donning the Umbu mask, he storms into the clan grounds, unleashing a merciless slaughter upon all, young and old, women and children alike, leaving a cacophony of wails echoing through the Uchiha estate. With his visage stained by the blood of his kin, Itachi's expression grows ever colder. The turmoil within his heart remains a mystery to all. Meanwhile, the man in the tiger-striped mask appears amidst a swirl, bringing forth cries of despair as he decimates the entire police force, leaving a scene of carnage and bloodshed. After extinguishing the lives of his clan, Itachi finally arrives at his family home, where his father, Uchiha Fugaku, awaits. What is the conclusion of this massacre, 1 against 7? I once revealed to you the future of our clan. Do you wish to show me a different outcome? Itachi's Sharingan flickers as he projects visions of the village's future into his father's mind. This is what I foresee for our clan, he states resolutely. Uchiha Fugaku, withdrawing his Sharingan, murmurs, Sasuke? Moments later, he dissipates into smoke. A shadow clone? Itachi cautiously enters his former home, vigilant for potential traps and ambushes. Standing before the main door, he hears his father's voice. Come in, Itachi. There are no traps. Slowly, he pushes the door open, revealing a dimly lit room where his parents kneel in their home attire, their backs turned to him. Father, I do not wish to harm my own kin. You have chosen their side, he exclaims. Mother, Uchiha Makoto responds, we understand, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku adds, Itachi, I ask one last favor. Sasuke's future rests in your hands. As Itachi steps closer, tears finally spill from his eyes as he gazes at his parents' silhouettes. I comprehend, he whispers, his tears cascading down, his hands trembling around the knife. Do not fear, this is the path you have chosen. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Even with differing thoughts, I remain proud of you. As Itachi's tears fall, they land upon his quaking hands, accompanied by muffled sobs. You truly are a kind-hearted child. Ultimately, Itachi suppresses his sorrow and, with a heavy heart, plunges the blade down. In a torrent of blood, Uchiha Itachi personally ends the lives of his own parents. The screen fades, indicating the conclusion of the Uchiha Itachi saga for now, as the subsequent narrative intertwines with other characters and will not be aired. This recap has come to a close. The next will commence in 7 days. The group chat will close in 5 minutes. Farewell. Locks, hey. Are they going to confine me to the dark room again? Whitebeard, alas. A tragedy unfolds in this world. Danzo deserves 100 deaths. Roger, such are the parents. Even when their children stand in opposition, they continue to think of them. Uchiha Izuna, is it truly the end for the Uchiha clan? Minato Namikaze, is in a senpai, there are still 2 left. Uchiha Izuna, what? Rocks, he refers to the Uchiha brothers Itachi and Sasuke. The Uchiha line has not yet extinguished. Uchiha Izuna, 2 is hardly sufficient, and the Uchiha clan has traditionally favored intermarriage. Kaido, at this point, it's nearly extinction. Let us not be choosy and focus on increasing the numbers. Uchiha Izuna, how do we achieve that? Senju Tobarama, I will have Tsunade look for suitable young women for Itachi and Sasuke in the village and expedite their marriages. Senju Hashirama, if we are to search, let us seek many. It need not be limited to the village. One person could find 30 or 40, and decades later, the Uchiha clan could flourish once more. Of course, all expenses will be covered by the village, as I decree. Uchiha Izuna, this seems rather implausible. How about this? Instead of looking elsewhere, Tsunade is quite fitting. Having become Hokage, her abilities are commendable enough to marry into our esteemed Uchiha lineage and match with Sasuke, Shinja Hashirama, Shinja Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. What do you two mean by that? I knew those of the Shinja clan could not be relied upon. Heh. Minato Namikaze, isn't a senpai. You've misunderstood the two Hokages. If my calculations are correct, Lady Tsunade is likely over 50 now. Uchiha Izuna, over 50? Then that settles it. She likely cannot bear children anymore. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, in a distant place, watched the gathering of souls plotting to meddle in affairs of the heart. Feeling a surge of anger and preparing to retort. However, upon seeing Sasuke's name, a thought crossed his mind. With his own days numbered, once he perished, Sasuke would be the last Uchiha remaining in this world. Would he not feel profound loneliness? Perhaps he should find a few companions for Sasuke in advance, so that when his brother has children, he would not feel isolated. He recalled that in Sasuke's youth, two girls often followed him, one with pink hair, the other with yellow hair. Perhaps they would suffice. Yes, that shall be the plan. He was already exposed, and returning to the Akatsuki was impossible. A discreet visit to the village was in order. Shanks, from this review, although it is not exhaustive, it is evident that the Uchiha clan had numerous opportunities to avert their tragic fate, yet regrettably, they failed to seize any. Rox, how did I not see that? Roger, because you were foolish. Rox, damn you, Roger, are you introducing yourself? Shinja Hashirama, I seek your guidance. Garp, Shinja Hashirama, the events have transpired. What use is there in knowing the solution now? Konoha's Naruto, the Uchiha clan has perished, the third Hokage is no more, and Danzo has been apprehended. Regardless of the good or the bad, the sorrow or the joy, all is in the past. We must look forward. Uchiha Izuna, have so many of my Uchiha brethren died in vain? Senju Tobirama, Izuna, I have faith that Tsunade will provide a satisfactory resolution for the Uchiha clan. In the Hidden Leaf Village, after reliving the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke, upon learning that his brother, who had slain their entire clan, was coerced into the act, succumbed to despair. His single Tomo Sharingan grotesquely evolved into a triple Tomo, and with a heart-wrenching cry, he fainted in Naruto's embrace. The rest of the 12 ninja guardians were taken aback by the footage displayed on the screen. Having grown under the protective wings of their parents during these peaceful times, they could hardly fathom such a dark history lurking within their village. It was only when Sasuke's anguished wail echoed that they snapped back to reality, hurriedly transporting him to the infirmary. After the doctor examined him, he reassured everyone that Sasuke merely experienced an overwhelming awakening of his Sharingan, which caused him to faint. He would regain consciousness shortly. Indeed, Sasuke soon awoke, yet he refrained from acknowledging anyone in the room, his countenance dark and foreboding. At that moment, Tsunade entered, gesturing for Naruto and the others to leave, leaving only Sasuke and Tsunade in the room. With a frigid tone, Sasuke inquired, "What of Danzo?" Tsunade replied, "Danzo is securely confined within the Konoha prison. You may take his life whenever you wish. However, do you believe that avenging yourself on Danzo is more vital than retrieving Itachi?" Sasuke, consumed by vengeance, momentarily paused at Tsunade's words, then fell into contemplation. Observing the slight softening of Sasuke's expression, Tsunade recognized her objective was achieved and added, "I will have Kakashi stationed at the door, no matter what you intend to do. You will require guidance. For now, you must rest." Once Tsunade concluded her affairs regarding Sasuke, she turned to the screen, now black, and shook her head as she attended to her responsibilities as Hokage. The fourth Raikage, and the Tsuchikage, Inoki, clandestinely formed an alliance. Upon learning of Danzo's capture, both contemplated the possibility of seizing a significant advantage from Konoha, dispatching numerous operatives to investigate whether the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village had waned. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, commanded Zetsu to inform the artistic duo to prepare for a collaboration with Kisame to eliminate Itachi. When the artistic duo arrived at Kisame's location, they found him seated upon a large stone, conversing with himself, seemingly lost in a reverie. Scorpion hurriedly approached to awaken the entranced Kisame and, upon inquiry, discovered that Kisame too was unaware of Itachi's whereabouts. In the world of pirates, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates clashed fiercely, vying for dominance over Whitebeard's territory, leaving their adversaries battered and broken. However, both factions tactfully circumvented Whitebeard's homeland, as the flag of the red-haired pirates still flew there. Attacking that island would equate to challenging the red-haired pirates. Both were cunning and astute, reluctant to offend another emperor while embroiled in conflict with one. Although the naval forces have made certain breakthroughs in the research of the Sharingan and chakra, they remain superficial in their understanding. True to the original storyline, Robin continues to choose the Straw Hat Pirates as her refuge. Shortly thereafter, the Straw Hat Pirates arrive at Magic Valley Town, preparing to embark on an adventure to Sky Island. Chapter 31. The New Inventory. The Battle of Judicial Island. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Under the guidance of Kakashi, Sasuke embarked on a quest to find his brother. Unbeknownst to him, just a day after his departure from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha had secretly infiltrated the village, beginning his search for a suitable wife for his younger sibling. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Tsunade was in a particularly foul mood. 7 days prior, as she visited the hospital to check on Sasuke, she sensed that the onlookers around her cast peculiar glances. Upon returning to the Hokage building, the Umbu stationed outside bore similarly unsettling expressions. Even Shizen's gaze felt strange to her. Unable to endure it any longer, Tsunade inquired about the matter, but Shizen remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, under the threat of Tsunade's wrath, Shizen revealed the conversations that transpired in a group chat among the higher-ups after the inventory concluded. An oppressive silence enveloped the air, soon shattered by Tsunade's hearty laughter, followed by the collapse of the building. On Naruto's end, he learned from Jiraiya that Sasuke's Sharingan had reached the level of 3 Tomo, elevating his prowess to that of a Jonin. This revelation served as a tremendous catalyst for Naruto, who, over the course of 7 days, exerted effort exceeding 100-fold, mastering the Rasengan and even acquiring control over his chakra nature. The rest of the Konoha 12 were similarly inspired by Sasuke's strength, engaging in fervent training that led to significant advancements in their abilities. Spies sent from the Cloud and Rock villages to Konoha not only failed to gather any useful intelligence but were also apprehended, resulting in substantial gains for both villages. Witnessing Konoha's formidable defenses, the 4th Raikage, and Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, had no choice but to abandon their plans to undermine the village. The Akatsuki organization, initially poised to capture the tailed beasts, postponed their plans due to Itachi's defection, fearing unforeseen complications during the capture process. In the world of pirates, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates continued their fierce battles. Of course, it was the underlings who bore the brunt of the conflict, while the leaders remained comfortably ensconced in their strongholds, with even the cadre rarely making appearances. The Straw Hat Pirates successfully navigated Sky Island, banishing Enel to the moon. Following the bloody skirmish on Sky Island, the 3 main combatants of the Straw Hat crew adeptly mastered the 2-color haki, while Nami and Chopper acquired the use of armament haki, and Robin and Usopp became proficient in observation haki. Consequently, the overall strength of the Straw Hat crew, stimulated by the events on screen, vastly surpassed that of their counterparts in the original timeline. Around the globe, ambitious treasure seekers, spurred by Whitebeard's final words, set sail in search of the great treasure. However, they found themselves colliding with a robust naval force, with only a fortunate few elite individuals managing to breach the Grand Line. The majority became mere accolades for the stationed naval forces across various regions. Other top-tier powers in the pirate world exhibited little notable activity, seemingly biding their time for something significant. As the 7-day period came to a close, the inky black screen flickered with static, accompanied by a series of jarring sounds that captivated all beings across both worlds. The screen announced, a new round of inventory is about to commence, initiating the recruitment of new group chat members. From the pirate world, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, and Pirate Big Mom. From the ninja world, Nine Tails, 4th Raikage, and 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. Later, we shall commence the inventory. Everyone is welcome to greet the new members. Rocks, Lingling, it has been ages. I have finally emerged once more. Roger, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I no longer need to borrow an account. Per Garp. Big Mom. Rocks, even after all these years, you still possess that dreadful temperament. Hey, Kaido, instruct your men to vacate my territory. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, to the scoundrels of the sea, the underwater prison bids you welcome. Kaido, old hack, what do you mean by your territory? The ground my men occupy is my domain. It is you who ought to leave. Hashirama, the chatter in this group is growing increasingly lively. Tobarama, who is Kurama? Kindly reveal your background. Kurama, Izuna. Oh, quite audacious, are we? Do you recognize who the leader of this chat is? My brother, Madara. Dare you confront him? Kurama, I disdain to bicker with you mere humans. Garp, not human. Then what are you? Tobarama, You must be the Ninetales. Minato, Ninetales? Second Hokage, are you certain? Madara, Ninetales. Hashirama, Toby, are you sure it is the Ninetales? Tobarama, first, the criterion for joining this chat is to possess a certain level of renown. Second, this entity referred to you humans, indicating it is not one of you. Among non-humans in the ninja world, those with significant fame can only be the tailed beasts, and given its name features 9. I boldly surmise it is the most formidable of the tailed beasts. The entire ninja world was taken aback by Tobarama's words. Could it truly be the Ninetales? That calamity, a terrifying existence that has claimed countless lives, a nightmare of the human realm. Especially the shinobi of Konohagakure who endured the Ninetales rampage trembled at the mere mention of its name, as if they were transported back to that nightmarish eve. Reikage A. The Ninetales is not a calamity? It possesses a name and can speak. Anoki. Does that imply that other tailed beasts also have names and the ability to converse? Kurama. Hashirama. So, are the tailed beasts also sentient beings? Then why did you remain silent when Madara and I captured you? Kurama. I was once frolicking freely in the wild, casually toppling mountains and devastating rivers. What bliss it was. The moment you two ruffians appeared, without a word, you pummeled me and sealed me within this diminutive human vessel. Speak? What should I say? Extend my regards to your ancestors? Madara. Ninetales, mind your tone. You are but a mere beast. Hashirama. Well, that is only because you are exceedingly perilous. Had we known you possessed intelligence, we certainly would have chosen to sit down and converse with you first. Tobarama. Kurama. You cannot fault humanity for perceiving you as a calamity. Tell me, when have you ever appeared without slaughtering countless lives? Just during the last Ninetales incident. How many shinobi and villagers of Konoha did you annihilate? The Ninetales. Firstly, I am not human, so do not expect me to empathize with your kind. Do you humans care about the countless ants you trample underfoot? Every morsel of flesh you consume is derived from another life. The Ninetales, moreover. I am imprisoned within this diminutive human vessel, shrouded in darkness and immobility, sealed away for decades. Can you fathom such a sensation? I am utterly exasperated. Rocks, I can certainly relate. Ever since I was awakened by the screen, each time I am confined for 7 days in solitary darkness. I feel as though I might lose my sanity. You, however, have endured this for decades. Unimaginable. Roger, every being deserves freedom. Kaido, hoo. So, you are the Ninetales. A truly formidable creature. Would you care to join my beast pirates? Big Mom, hoo. Kaido, you certainly have a penchant for formidable beasts. The Ninetales, I would rather perish than have any association with humans. Kaido, hoo. I'm not human. The Ninetales, you are not human? Big Mom, hoo. Indeed, Kaido is not human, although I too am uncertain of what he truly is. Kaido, so, what do you say? Let us, the Ninetales and I, overturn all of this and ignite the most terrifying war the world has ever seen. Hoo. Sengoku. Kaido, as long as the Navy exists, pirates will not be allowed to act with impunity. Garp, Kaido, wishing to overturn all of this? You must first step over my corpse. Akainu, do not mistake the Navy for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, who have been rendered obsolete by time. I wager my life to ensure justice prevails. The Ninetales, you wish to recruit me? First, resolve your own troubles. I must figure out how to escape this damned seal. Once I am free, I will reduce the 5 great shinobi villages to rubble. Hashirama, Ninetales, sealing you without prior communication was my error, and I apologize. However, should you intend to attack the villages, I will not allow it. The Ninetales, do not intimidate me. You are dead. What can you possibly do? Not just you. But what of Madara? Though you both could easily control me while alive, you are both dead now. Ha ha ha. 2 corpses threatening me? Prove you can return to life first. Ahahaha. Madara Uchiha. Humph, a beast is still a beast, even if endowed with greater power. It cannot alter its primal nature, foolish and unreachable. Hashirama. Ninetales, although I am deceased, the will of fire will endure within the village. I firmly believe that the next generation will not allow you to run rampant. The Ninetales, humph. Screen, a new round of assessment is about to commence. This assessment pertains to the pirate world, the Battle of Enies Lobby. Chapter 32, The Duel of Companions, Roger, Judicial Island? That name rings a bell, doesn't it, Sengoku? Big Mom. While Judicial Island may not hold significant value, as a symbol of the world government and the Navy, which fool would dare to attack it? Shanks. Perhaps it is some young pirates seeking fame. Whitebeard. It's all a matter of the future. Naval Headquarters Bang. Akaina slammed his fist heavily onto the conference table. It is an utter disgrace for the Navy. Whoever is responsible must face punishment. Tsuru, are they pirates, revolutionaries, or some other dark forces? Sengoku, these are events yet to unfold. Pondering endlessly is futile. We shall devise a plan once we ascertain who is behind it. The screen flickered to life, displaying a video. On the remote edge of Water 7, under the setting sun, Usopp stood alone. His back turned to the Thousand Sunny and his former companions. Luffy, I can no longer fight alongside you. I've been a burden until the very end. That ship is rightfully yours as captain, so let us duel. Monkey D. Luffy, I challenge you to a battle. Nami. Usopp, what nonsense are you speaking? Usopp pointed at Luffy, declaring, tonight at 10 o'clock, I will return here. We shall duel with the Thousand Sunny as our wager. I will defeat you, claim the ship. And thus, our fates will part. At 10 that night, Usopp arrived as promised, standing face to face with his former companion Luffy. Luffy turned with a serious expression to his crew aboard the ship, commanding, you are not to disembark, understood? Nami, they're coming. Chopper, Usopp. As the Straw Hat crew watched the impending duel between Luffy and Usopp, memories of their past together flooded their minds, making it hard to accept that they had arrived at such a moment. Luffy, I will not retreat. I'm here. No matter how you strike me. Do not regret it. This is the duel you have longed for. Usopp, indeed, I will give it my all. I have a method to defeat you. Chopper, is there no stopping this? Usopp is in grave condition. Zoro, if you cannot bear to watch, return to the cabin. Usopp, listen closely and don't be shocked. Luffy, I have 8,000 subordinates. Surrender now if you wish to live. Chopper, 8,000? Luffy, I know full well you possess no such subordinates. Usopp's curse, blades inserted between all teeth. Chopper, just thinking about it hurts. Zoro, go inside. Bamboo skewers were inserted into every fingernail. As Luffy charged toward Usopp to unleash his gum-gum pistol, Usopp suddenly bent over, spitting forth a torrent of red liquid. Luffy immediately halted in his tracks. Usopp's crew called out in concern. Chopper, look, his body is indeed a fatal blow. Tomato sauce star. What's wrong? Do you feel sympathy for your enemy? You seem quite composed. Flashing shell. A whirlpool-shaped shell appeared in Usopp's palm, and a blinding light suddenly emerged, causing Luffy to squint and stagger backward. Fatal strike. Stinky egg star. Usopp raised his slingshot and launched a barrage of rotten eggs towards Luffy. Luffy, it stinks. It's spoiled. Damn it, you scoundrel. Take this seriously. Usopp, do you think I'm foolish? I am dead serious, Luffy. Luffy, what did you say? Usopp, this is my fighting style. Leaving your mouth open like that will burn you. A projectile was shot into Luffy's mouth, and he instantly turned crimson, exclaiming, spicy. So spicy. Fatal strike. Chili star. Be careful not to fall. Beneath your feet lies a hell of spikes. Below Luffy, a vast expanse of triangular spikes glimmered ominously. It hurts, it hurts. Triple shot gunpowder star. Rubber barrage. Rubber rocket cannon. Impact shell. Rubber bullet. The ground lay in disarray. Although Usopp understood Luffy's fighting style well and prepared diligently, the disparity in strength remained insurmountable. Ultimately, Usopp was struck down by Luffy's rubber bullet, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. Chopper. Luffy picked up his straw hat, lowered the brim, and said, the Mary is yours to dispose of. We will find another ship and continue our journey. Farewell. Usopp, it has been a pleasure. Luffy returned to the ship, sorrowfully remarking, how heavy this feels. Zoro, this is what it means to be a captain. Do not waver. If you hesitate, whom should we trust? Let him have the ship. Chopper ultimately rushed down to the ship to leave a pile of first aid supplies for Usopp, stifling his sobs as he hurried back aboard. For we can no longer return to this vessel. At that moment, tears flowed uncontrollably from beneath Luffy's hat brim. Usopp, incapacitated on the ground, shed silent tears that soaked the earth. The video paused. Skypiea, Straw Hat Pirates. A profound silence enveloped the air after a long while. Luffy slowly approached the Mary, whispering, Mary, are you truly beyond saving? Usopp did not react as depicted in the video. Instead, he lay firmly against the hull of the Mary, tears streaming down his face, yet unable to utter a single word. Sanji, is the Mary truly irreparable? Robin, almost all the skilled shipwrights are in Water 7, if they declare it beyond repair. Zoro, Luffy, then let us fight alongside her until the very last moment. At that moment, Sanji suddenly remarked, the screen states that this recap is about the Battle of Enies Lobby, yet we appear upon it does that imply? Nami gasped in horror. Could it be that we are about to assault Eni's lobby? We might die? Zoro, it seems unlikely. We have no reason to venture to Judicial Island. Surely it cannot be on our course. At this moment, Robin was engulfed in trepidation, for she understood that Luffy's nature would not allow him to engage in battle without just cause. If they were to appear at Judicial Island, it could only be to rescue her. Perhaps it was time for her to leave. Shanks, a battle among comrades, perhaps? Kaido, it appears that these reckless youths are indeed attacking Judicial Island. Big Mom, judging by their demeanor, they likely haven't even mastered haki. Sengoku. The Navy seems to be regressing, being challenged by a group of inexperienced novices. Roger. Shanks, that straw hat looks remarkably familiar. Shanks, Captain Roger. This is the very hat you bestowed upon me, which I later entrusted to Luffy. Roger. It seems you hold this lad in high regard. Garp, humph. That damn red-haired fool. Rock, Monkey. D? That surname rings a bell. Garp. Garp. Wahaha. Indeed, Luffy is my grandson. Isn't he delightful? Kaido. The hero of the Navy has spawned a pirate grandson. Big Mom, Marshal Sengoku, how can you tolerate such a traitor? Does this befit your rank? Sengoku, the Navy's course of action is not for pirates to dictate. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku glared at the boisterous Garp, his anger boiling over. He snatched the senbei from Garp's hands and devoured it in one go. My senbei, Garp cried out. Akaina cast a disdainful glance at Garp, muttering something under his breath. Rakeage, that lad's arm can extend freely. Is that also a power of the devil fruit? Anoki, to have nurtured a prodigy only to see him wholeheartedly join another faction. Who can comprehend such a mindset? Uchiha Izuna, why continue to fight despite the pain? Shanks, you, not being of our world, cannot fathom it. When a man chooses to duel, he commits wholeheartedly. No matter the opponent. This is the essence of a warrior's resolve. Uchiha Izuna, I do not understand. Screen. Question, what is Usopp's reason for dueling Luffy? A. To vie for the position of Captain B. To change ships C. Usopp feels too weak and does not wish to burden the Team D. They had a falling out. The answering competition begins in 5 minutes. The correct answer rewards a medal for the Mary, which can be transferred. Incorrect answers incur 3 days of bad luck, non-transferable. Chapter 33, Betrayal, Uchiha Izuna. A reward for 3 days of misfortune? If I answer incorrectly, will I be left with nothing but a mouthful of cold water? Rocks. Such a penalty is utterly ineffective for the deceased, as we are bound to remain stationary, unable to venture anywhere. Senju Hashirama. Then what is there to fear? Let us charge ahead. Screen. In light of the peculiar circumstances surrounding the deceased, the penalty for an incorrect answer will instead result in 3 days of itchiness. Senju Tobarama. Rocks. Do you partake in fried dough sticks? Roger, exactly. You merely need to affirm your knowledge. There is no need to elaborate and showcase your intellect. Naruto Uzumaki. But what is the correct answer? I believe it to be B, as the green-haired character mentioned switching ships, which seems to be the crux of the matter. Kaido. No, it should be A. After all, who wouldn't he want to be the captain? Big Mom. It's undoubtedly A. That straw-hatted fellow seems unreliable, whereas this long-nosed character appears far more trustworthy. Clearly vying for the captaincy. Screen. Time is up. The answering period begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for gaining the right to respond. Please proceed. Kaido and Big Mom smirk, having fallen into a trap. Naruto Uzumaki, I choose C. Kaido, Big Mom, Screen. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki for answering correctly. You have been awarded a medal resembling the merry-go. Would you like to transfer it? Senju Tobarama. Thankfully, you're not easily swayed. I was concerned they would lead you astray. Naruto Uzumaki. This is what is known as reverse psychology. The more they advocate for my choice, the less likely it is to be the right answer. Akaina. Both are fools, dancing like puppets. Naruto Uzumaki. I choose to transfer it to Uzumaki Naruto. In the back mountains of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto, diligently training, feels a radiant golden light the size of a fist descend upon him. He reaches out to catch it. The light dissipates, revealing a thumb-sized metal in the shape of a sailboat, distinctly resembling the merry-go. Screen. Upon donning this metal, you may evade any lethal threat once, aptly named Mary's Rescue. Uchiha Izuna. This is astonishing. It's akin to gaining an extra life. Cap. Kaido. Big Mom. Do not turn your ire upon yourselves. Shanks. This is the consequence of being overly clever. Screen. The tally continues. Video footage. The Straw Hat Pirates frolic on an island until they suddenly realize Robin is missing, prompting them to disperse in search of her. During their quest, Nami and Luffy discover they have been falsely accused of assassinating the mayor of Ice City. Chopper and Sanji, relying on Chopper's keen sense of smell, eventually locate Robin, only to find her countenance is not as it should be. Sanji, Robin, where have you been? We've searched everywhere. Everyone is worried about you. Wait. I'm coming to your side. Robin, no, it's all right. Just stay over there. I want to be returning to your side. This is where I bid farewell. What are you saying, Miss Robin? Last night, it was indeed I who assaulted the mayor of Ice City. I harbor a darkness unknown to you. A darkness that will one day consume you. Now, let me cast the blame upon you so that I may escape. The situation will spiral further out of control. And there is no need for you to understand why. Although our time together has been brief, from this day forth, we shall not meet again. Sayonara. Sanji and Chopper gazed in disbelief at Robin, who gradually receded from view, unsure of how to articulate their feelings. Chopper recounted the entire episode to Luffy and the others. Luffy exclaimed in anger, "Did Robin truly utter those words?" Zoro remarked, "Everyone should be prepared. It is natural for Robin, once an enemy, to feel fear and desire to flee now that she has boarded our ship. It might be time to sever ties with her. Is she friend or foe?" The botched assassination of the mayor has already stirred chaos in the streets, and if matters are to worsen, there is but one course of action. Nami stated, "We truly must attempt to assassinate the mayor this time." Zoro added, "If something is to occur, it will certainly be tonight. Shall we head to the scene?" Without hesitation, Luffy replied, "Let us go." Nami questioned, "What is our objective?" Luffy responded, "To capture Robin. Otherwise, we will remain in the dark." Zoro concurred, "Indeed. Pondering is a waste of time." Nami affirmed, "To uncover the truth, this is the only way." Luffy declared, "Then let us proceed to Carrera Company." That night, several individuals clad in peculiar attire overpowered the guards and invaded the mayor's bedroom. These enigmatic figures identified themselves as CP9. On screen, question, why did Robin leave the Straw Hat Pirates? A. To frame the Straw Hat Crew. B. To protect the Straw Hat Crew. C. To safeguard herself. D. For high-ranking positions and wealth. Answers will be accepted 5 minutes later, with a correct answer earning a large sword, and an incorrect one resulting in the forfeiture of all savings. On Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates gazed at Robin in disbelief. Chopper asked, "Robin, do you dislike us?" Nami inquired, "Robin, what they said above is not true, is it?" Usopp exclaimed, "Robin." Sanji added, "Robin-chan." Robin replied, "Minna." I. Luffy asserted, "It must be B. Uchiha Izuna." The Straw Hat Pirates are truly unfortunate. First, the long-nosed one leaves. And now another dark-haired woman has betrayed everyone. Roger, the sea is always fraught with storms. Kaido, CP9, the intelligence organization of the world government. Is there more to this matter? Naruto, so which one is the correct answer? Big Mom, here we go again. Rocks, this time. You two fools better not overestimate yourselves. Kaido, I abstain. It's just a large sword. I don't need that. Shanks, forget it. If we answer incorrectly, we want to have the money for the banquet. Senju Tobarama, it seems we cannot extract clues from our pirate friends, so let us analyze this ourselves. Uchiha Izuna, among the 4 options, all but the second seem hostile towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Could this be the case? Reikage, might it be too obvious? Is it truly that simple? Anoki, should we answer? If we are mistaken, the village's funds will vanish. The risk is too great, and the reward too meager. Hence I shall forego it. Uchiha Izuna, risk? That is merely a reflection of your wealth. Observe me, with nothing but a relic of uncertain existence. A minimal investment with potentially high returns is worth the gamble. Namikaze Minato, this question appears to present 4 options, yet in reality, it distills to 2, A, C, and D convey the same essence. Thus I believe the unique option B is the correct answer. Screen, time's up. The rush to answer begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence. Congratulations to Uchiha Izuna for obtaining the right to answer. Please proceed. Uchiha Izuna, ha ha ha, it is finally my turn. I choose B, for I trust in the judgment of Nico Robin. Kaido, just don't be led astray. Screen, congratulations to Uchiha Izuna for the correct answer. Would you like to transfer the reward? Kaido? Roger, sometimes, one must not assume the worst of others. Kaido. Uchiha Izuna, I choose to transfer the reward to Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Tobarama, I anticipated you would keep it for yourself. Uchiha Azuna, what use is it to a dead man? In the ninja world, during their journey, Sasuke and Kakashi sensed a radiant golden light descending upon them, landing in Sasuke's grasp. As the light dissipated, it revealed a sword over a meter long, the second generation of the demon blade, Orochimaru. Sasuke drew the blade from its sheath. The shimmering edge was exquisitely crafted, truly a magnificent sword. The Straw Hat Pirates, upon learning the correct answer, breathed a sigh of relief. Robin had not betrayed them. Sanji, Robin, allow me to prepare some desserts for you. Luffy inhaled deeply and proclaimed, let the feast begin. Robin's brow remained furrowed, her heart heavy. Luffy, Minna. Nami gently took Robin's arm and whispered, Robin, have faith in Luffy. Once the inventory is complete, all will be revealed. In Water 7, Lucci and the other CP9 agents, upon witnessing the inventory, immediately understood their imminent exposure. Seizing the initiative, they aimed to capture Iceberg and extract the design for the Pluton. Conversely, Iceberg anticipated this move. Aware that the world government's agents would act first, he promptly contacted Frankie via snail. He urged Frankie to evacuate Water 7 with the Pluton design immediately. Frankie, however, refused to comply, insisting on visiting Iceberg's office. Knowing he could not deter Frankie and realizing he could not withstand the CP agent's torture, Iceberg chose to take his own life. On the rooftop of the company, before all his employees, he ended his own life. Chapter 34, Luffy vs. Bruno in the video. Several agents from CP9 reveal their identities and begin to interrogate about the location of the design for Pluton. Upon learning it is with Frankie, they prepare to seek him out. Luffy and Zoro burst into the room, demanding to know why Robin left without a word, only to receive a cold response. After a brief skirmish with CP9, Luffy and Zoro are sent flying by Lucci and vanish from sight. Frankie and Usopp are also captured by Lucci and his associates. The injured Chopper, rescued from the flames by Mayor Iceberg, informs Nami of the reasons behind Robin's actions. Iceberg, if you harbor such hatred for the world government, why cooperate with them? Robin, because I possess a dream worth sacrificing everything for. CP9 presented me with two conditions. First, to pin the assassination of the mayor on the Straw Hat crew, and second, to align myself with the government once their plan succeeds. Should I refuse, they would unleash a massacre upon us. For the past 20 years, I have survived countless adversities because I had nothing to protect. I could betray anyone and use them as shields. However, now, I simply cannot. I have companions I can trust. Iceberg, and what is your wish? Robin, that all but myself among the Straw Hats may leave this island safely. Iceberg, would you awaken the ancient weapon, disregarding the safety of the world, for that? Robin, I do not care. Roger, such is the essence of camaraderie, a romance unique to pirates. Pain, ancient weapons? What kind of weapon possesses such power? Nagato felt a stir. Was this not akin to the tailed beast weapon he so fervently pursued? If he could obtain it, his ideals, no, Yahiko's ideals, would be realized. Shanks, many ambitious souls have sought it, yet all in vain. If it were so easily attainable, the world government would have long since acquired it. There would be no great pirate era left. Pain, but isn't Iceberg in possession of the design for Pluton? If he has the schematics, constructing it should pose no issue, merely a matter of cost. Roger, who knows? There may be other factors at play. Uchiha Azuna, the Straw Hat Pirates are indeed fortunate, having comrades willing to protect them even at the expense of the world's destruction. Uchiha Itachi, perhaps you should take a lesson from them. Uchiha Itachi, fools. In the video, upon learning all this, Nami's spirit ignites with determination as she begins searching for the throne. Luffy and Zoro alongside the employees of the Kureha Company. Ultimately, in the back streets, Nami discovers Luffy wedged between two houses, while Chopper finds Zoro, who is hilariously stuck headfirst in a chimney, just before the impending tsunami strikes. They manage to escape to the shipyard with the help of Barry, and Nami reveals the truth of Robin's betrayal to Luffy and Zoro. Zoro, what should we do, Captain? Luffy, what is there to think about? We set sail to pursue. Zoro, there's no alternative. Luffy, let us go. Barry, are you really planning to engage the world government at its core? Luffy, then we shall seize a ship and head there. Kokoro, wait. If you are prepared to face death, follow me. I'll assist you in bringing the sea train out. The Straw Hat Pirates, along with Frankie's family and Kokoro, board the Rocketman sea train, racing towards Enies lobby to rescue Robin. The scene shifts to Luffy atop the Enies lobby building, standing face to face with Bruno of CP9. Luffy, Robin is in that building behind you, so step aside, you foolish bull. Bruno, it seems you are yet unaware. This is a crime of global magnitude. Luffy, what are you implying? Bruno, the world government represents the power of 170 allied nations across the seas, and you have invaded an island that belongs to this vast authority. This means you have made enemies of all nations. The government will proclaim your crimes to the world with its might and impose the most brutal of punishments, merely for a handful of you. Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? I simply asked you to move aside. Bruno, whether I step aside or not, I merely wish to inform you. Small pirates infiltrating Eni's lobby, that your future is bleak. Fighting is futile. You must have already tasted the might of our techniques and the power of the 6 styles back at Kalgura's estate. Furthermore, consider the disparity in combat strength between us. Ignoring Bruno's incessant chatter, Luffy focuses on his warm-up exercises. Luffy, you may be right, but I currently feel I won't lose to you at all. The video pauses. Question, who will triumph in this battle? A. Luffy. B. Bruno. C. Draw correct answers, earn one of the 6 styles, iron block. Incorrect answers result in the loss of equivalent skills or power. The countdown for answers begins in 5 minutes. Admiral Sengoku, to think they are offering the 6 styles as a reward, that is our Navy's secret technique. Roger, give it a rest, Sengoku. Only your Navy values it. In the New World, even for free, no one would want it. Kaido, hockey is everything. Shanks, Luffy will surely win. Akainu, pirates would naturally wish for the pirates to win, but unfortunately, he cannot. Didn't he already lose in Water 7? Shanks, that was then. This is now. Admiral Sengoku, it has even been a night. What difference could there be? Garps, look at his eyes, back in Water 7. Luffy's eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Now look at his eyes. Akainu, Admiral Garp, mind your position. Big Mom, well, Garp. Are you so sure? Have you secretly taught your grandson some life-saving technique? Admiral Sengoku, you ruffians of the sea need not sow discord here. Garp's loyalty to the Navy and justice is beyond question. Subsequently, the warring states marshal addressed Akainu offline, saying, Akainu, regardless of your opinions about Garp, refrain from expressing them in the group chat. Outside, the Navy must stand united. Do not utter words that could undermine our solidarity. Do you understand? After a prolonged silence, Akainu replied, understood. Minato Namikaze, so will Luffy emerge victorious? Tobarama Senju, a draw seems more likely. Even with the influence of conviction, such a disparity is improbable. Izuna Uchiha, I firmly believe Luffy will triumph. Those scheming individuals from the world government resemble that white-haired Senju, simply detestable. They are bound to lose. Anoki, it will be challenging. Unless Luffy has concealed some extraordinary technique, a draw is the best outcome. Screen, time's up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. Reikage, how can one answer without knowing the solution? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence answering. Congratulations to Tobarama Senju for securing the right to respond. Please provide your answer. Tobarama Senju, I choose A, Luffy will win. Minato Namikaze, how can you be so certain, first Hokage? Tobarama Senju, because I admire Luffy's character. Screen, correct answer. Congratulations to Tobarama Senju for receiving the 6 styles iron block. Would you like to transfer it? Tobarama Senju, Aniki, please transfer it to the younger generation in the village. Tobarama Senju, I would also like to. Tobarama Senju, Aniki. Tobarama Senju, however, brother, I am not familiar with the younger generation in the village. To whom shall I give it? Minato Namikaze. Well, Tobarama Senju, equal treatment for all, Hinata. Minato Namikaze. Indeed. Tobarama Senju, Tsunade. Which of the younger generation in the village is suited for the iron block technique? Tsunade. How about giving it to Lee? He specializes in taijutsu, is diligent, and excels. Tobarama Senju. I choose to transfer it to Lee of Konohagakure. Screen. Reward confirmed. The live footage of the award presentation begins to play. In a wooded training ground of Konohagakure, Might Guy is diligently training his 3 students. As this is a recounting of events from another world, Tsunade did not summon everyone to the Hokage's office, as the village also requires functioning. As the reward was just confirmed, Niji, who had been distractedly watching the screen, promptly alerted his teacher and Lee. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, saying, Yes, Lee, your effort has earned the recognition of the 5th Hokage. Strive even harder to repay this acknowledgement. Lee responded, Yes, sensei, I will work even harder. At that moment, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lee. Once the light dissipated, Lee opened his tightly shut eyes. Niji inquired, "Lee, how do you feel?" Lee replied, "Tintin, launch the ninja tools at me." Tintin glanced at Might Guy, who raised his thumb and offered an encouraging smile. Without hesitation, Tintin waved her hands, sending forth multiple shurikens and kunai toward Lee. As the iron block technique was invoked, Lee shouted, his entire body tensing, causing the shurikens and kunai to bounce off, producing a resounding metallic clash. Niji and Tintin hurriedly approached to examine the wounds inflicted by the shuriken and kunai, revealing only faint white marks with a hint of blood seeping through. Might Guy remarked, "This resembles the power that Naruto has acquired, though it is somewhat diminished." To which Lee responded, "That is still quite impressive. Thank you, First Hokage. I shall strive even harder to protect our village and my comrades." Chapter 35. The initial skirmish in the video footage. The scene unfolds with Luffy delivering a powerful punch to Bruno's abdomen, causing him to slide backwards several meters while blood spurts from his mouth. What transpired? During their confrontation at the mansion, Bruno should not have possessed such formidable strength. Luffy's fist, empowered by the abilities of his fruit, rained down upon Bruno like a relentless machine gun. In an instant, Bruno vanished from sight, prompting Luffy to match his speed and land a devastating blow to Bruno's face, the force of which sent him flying and shattered the stone pillars on the rooftop. Adjusting his hat with an air of confidence, Luffy declared, "What happens to the world or the government is your concern. We are merely here to reclaim Robin." Bruno, taken aback, realized he had underestimated Luffy, who managed to keep pace with his speed. It seemed he needed to exercise more caution, as attacks against the rubber man appeared ineffective. With agility reminiscent of a large flea, Bruno leapt through the air, while Luffy prepared to counter the assault. Sensing danger, he evaded just in time as a pale blue crescent wave was unleashed from Bruno's foot, crashing down and slicing off a substantial chunk of the rooftop's edge. Bruno then assumed a star-shaped posture and rolled towards Luffy like a windmill, creating a series of deep craters in the rooftop as Luffy continuously leaped back to avoid him. As the smoke cleared, Bruno vanished, leaving behind a human-shaped stone door. Just as Luffy scanned the area, two fist-sized miniature stone doors appeared beneath him, and Bruno's massive hand reached out, pulling Luffy's legs into one of them. "Are there really such tiny stone doors?" Luffy exclaimed, feeling trapped. Another human-shaped stone door emerged, and Bruno stepped out. "What is happening? What have you done? Is this a devil fruit?" Luffy questioned. Bruno replied, "I am the doorman. Having consumed the door fruit, I can transform anything that obstructs me into a door." With a swift motion, Bruno's palm brushed over Luffy's head. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes opened like revolving doors, spinning rapidly and disorienting him. As the spectators commented on the bizarre nature of the devil fruit abilities in Luffy's world, Bruno seized the opportunity to strike. With a thunderous sound, a large segment of the rooftop's edge was cleaved away as Bruno aimed a kick at Luffy. However, Luffy had managed to create a large hole in the ground to evade the blow. Luffy sprang out of the large hole, clutching his face. As the door on his visage closed, Bruno remarked, "Of course, if a door can open, it can certainly close. I never expected you to evade my gale kick. It's nothing of great concern." Luffy brushed off the dust from his attire, surprised by the turn of events. Bruno charged once more, bouncing like a giant flea. With a gun pointed at him, Luffy swiftly rolled backward, executing a move called Shave Break. The technique was splendid, yet it failed to land, merely leaving a multitude of cracks on the rooftop. Rubber, bullet, iron block. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. Bruno unleashed another gale kick, but Luffy, evading with a miscalculated kick, cleaved through a stone pillar at the rooftop's edge, rendering the already pitiful railing nearly obliterated. One cannot deny that if Bruno were to join a demolition crew, he would undoubtedly earn a handsome fortune. His speed was entirely matched, and the trajectory of the gale kick had been altered, showcasing his astonishing physical prowess. Luffy thought, "This is not good. I cannot continue like this." After losing to Akiji, I pondered that if such a formidable foe were to emerge in these waters, I must become stronger. Otherwise, I cannot protect my comrades. Even if they are not exceptionally powerful, I need them by my side. If I do not surpass everyone in strength, I will lose them. Bruno questioned, "So, what do you intend to do?" Luffy replied, "I have racked my brain considering my battle strategies, all to ensure that I do not lose anyone." Crouching low, his legs compressed like a pump, his entire body trembled. "To keep everyone safe by my side." Luffy's body turned crimson, emitting billowing steam. Bruno pondered, what is he doing? What transformation is occurring within him? Luffy declared, "You are no longer my opponent." Bruno retorted, "What?" All your techniques have doubled in strength? Luffy exclaimed. It is fortunate to encounter you here, for it means I will not lose my comrades. Bruno questioned, what are you saying? I do not understand. Is it not because you encountered us that you might lose your comrades? Your words are increasingly strange. Are you losing your sanity? Rubber. You wish to attack from a distance? That will only make it easier for me to evade. Luffy challenged. Go ahead, try to strike me. Shave. Gatling gun. As Bruno employed shave, he was abruptly struck by Luffy's steam-emitting fist, sent flying several meters before being halted by the railing. Dazed, Bruno stood, neglecting the blood on his forehead, anxiously scanning for Luffy's presence, only to find himself caught off guard by a massive foot enveloped in steam, delivering a kick to his face, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. As Luffy landed, he swiftly charged toward Bruno with lightning speed. Hurricane punch. Another fist connected with Bruno's face, propelling him away, leaving his visage nearly unrecognizable. Before Bruno could even touch the ground, Luffy had already caught up to him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, creating a perfect uppercut. As Bruno sat up, still wearing a foolish expression, Luffy vanished once more. His movements were entirely imperceptible. In the next moment, Luffy reappeared at Bruno's right side, striking him again with a forceful blow that sent him flying, utterly dominated. Utilizing the flagpole for leverage, Luffy executed a devastating kick to the back of Bruno's head, who was still struggling to regain his balance. With a relentless barrage of attacks, Bruno was nearly rendered unconscious. One must admit, this ironclad individual possessed remarkable resilience. Before Bruno could utter another word, Luffy delivered a kick squarely to his face. That previous strike was undeniably precise. The man had indeed mastered one of the 6 forms, the shave. As Luffy's assault resumed, Bruno summoned his devil fruit powers to create a door in the air and slipped through it just in time. Inside the door, within a distorted green space, Bruno knelt, gasping for breath, attempting to recuperate his battered body. It was utterly absurd that a mere pirate could wield the shave with such proficiency. No, it was more than mere proficiency. He had even enhanced his body to facilitate its use. Could it be that he possessed such latent potential all along? This revelation was too ludicrous to fathom. However, users of the 6 forms were undeniably formidable in the realm of speed. Failure was inconceivable. If he could transform his body into a door and seal his movements, then I must exert my full strength, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. A door materialized above Luffy's head. As Bruno emerged, Luffy effortlessly retreated, avoiding the attack. Your seemingly vanishing movements are, in fact, the result of rapid footfalls against the ground. I have discerned the secret, thanks to you. Encountering you has proven invaluable. Rubber, jet rocket. I will counter your move with my strongest iron block. Iron block, steel. With a resounding crash, Bruno slid back several dozen meters yet remained standing. Truly a resilient fellow. Prepare to witness something even more intriguing. Just as Luffy was ready to unleash a more powerful technique, Bruno's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Thousand-handed door. Is it possible to create doors in midair? That certainly qualifies as a space-time ability. Locks. The ability is commendable, but his intellect. A foolish donkey surpasses him by 100-fold. Uchiha Izuna. Why endure an attack that can be evaded? Locks. The iron block training has dulled his wits. He knows he cannot win yet charges forward recklessly, squandering such a valuable devil fruit ability. Sengoku. Is there truly no one left in your world government? How can such a fool be a special agent? The officers at Marine headquarters exchanged glances, remaining silent. It was evident that Bruno's intellect was lacking. Let him dive. After all, it is the CP organization that will bear the shame, not the Navy. Minato Namikaze. In truth, Bruno should have retreated using his devil fruit powers when he was evenly matched with Luffy before he entered his second gear. Dainoki. May I suggest that he possesses absolutely no combat experience? Roger. As an agent of the world government, he relies solely on his strength to intimidate the weak. When it comes to facing someone of equal power, how amusing. Kaido, an agent, equal strength? I could easily take on 10 of them. Chapter 36. The Demon-Slaying Order. Whitebeard. Ace's brother has remarkable techniques, and his devil fruit abilities are quite well developed. Senju Hashirama. What an absolutely spectacular feast of battle. Uchiha Madara. Humph. Merely a handful of sand. Senju Tobarama. Judging by Luffy's final appearance, it seems he has yet to unveil his ultimate move. I wonder if we will get to see it. Naruto Uzumaki. Undoubtedly, second Hokage. The preceding footage indicates that the one raising pigeons is indeed the leader of CP9. Anoki. Has T. Luffy mentioned the technique of Sara, one of the 6 powers? Has anyone tried it out? Rakage. The speed is too slow. There is no necessity to study it. Senju Tobarama. The physical prowess of individuals from other worlds is far too formidable. Those from our realm are unlikely to replicate it. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, individuals from other worlds not only possess terrifying physical abilities, but their vitality, recovery, and resilience vastly surpass those of our own. In a wooded training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village, Team Ga was diligently practicing the techniques Luffy had described. Tintin and Niji attempted it twice before conceding defeat, as their muscular strength was insufficient for the endeavor. However, Might Guy and Rock Lee persevered without faltering. Moments later, with a swift blur, Might Guy vanished from view, and an explosive sound echoed as several trees suddenly snapped, revealing his presence. Niji and the others hurried over. Niji, teacher, are you all right? Tintin, are you injured? I have some ointment with me. Rock Lee, sensei, you did it. Indeed, once you grasp the technique, the 6 powers can be learned. Might Guy, it's a highly effective technique, but it requires extensive practice. If one's speed suddenly increases and their reflexes are not sharp enough, it is all too easy to lose control of one's body, as I just demonstrated. Naval Headquarters Akainu. That Straw Hat Kid casually divulged one of the 6 powers techniques. Suru, what can be done? He is a pirate and cannot be expected to heed the Navy's commands. Garp, ha ha ha, he truly is my grandson. He learned sorrow after just a few glances. Sengoku, you fool, laughing while the world government's reputation is in tatters. Garp, that is merely the folly of the CP agents. It's their own incompetence to blame. Suru, indeed, their stupidity is glaring, especially the commander of CP9. They could have easily subdued the Straw Hat Kid by dispatching more personnel that insisted on sending only one. Did they think this was a game? Shanks, I find it perplexing. Although Judicial Island is merely a feuillade, it is nonetheless a significant Navy stronghold. Surely, it cannot lack for formidable naval forces stationed there. Whitebeard, it is possible that, due to a long period without any attacks in its location in the first half of the Grand Line, there are no powerful pirates, leading the Navy headquarters to deem it unnecessary to send elite soldiers there to rest. Kaido, could it be that the timing of the Straw Hat Pirates' assault on Judicial Island coincided with the Marineford War, resulting in the elite soldiers being redeployed? Big Mom, there is indeed a possibility of that. Roger, let us continue watching the footage. The video depicts Luffy standing at the edge of a rooftop, shouting across the waterfall to another tall building, Robin, I've come to rescue you. Upon seeing Robin appear on the opposite side, Luffy exclaimed, Robin, it's wonderful to see you still there. It seems Frankie is also here. Great, wait for me. With that, he turned and dashed away, extending his arm in preparation to utilize the elasticity of his rubber body to leap across. Wait, Robin interjected. I've told you countless times that I will not return to your side. Go back, for I no longer wish to see any of you. Why do you insist on saving me? I never asked for your help. I have long desired to die. At that moment, the commander of CP9, Spandam, emerged, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Ha! How amusing. What are these fools up to? What are you doing? Frankie retorted. They risked their lives to come here. Yet you, that's their own delusion, Robin interrupted. What did you say? Don't joke. Frankie's words were cut short as Kaku delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. You're in my way, Kaku stated. Ha ha ha. Kaku, are you venting your frustrations? Did you eat something bizarre? Gabra chuckled. Not at all. I quite enjoy it, Kaku replied. Simultaneously, several figures leapt from the window below, resembling a swarm of fleas, and ascended to the rooftop, gathering with the members of CP9. Is the enemy just that Straw Hat Kid? Califa queried. For one person to make it this far, they must possess considerable skill, Kaku remarked. It seems Bruno has truly been defeated. What a fool. Lucci added. Indeed, perhaps 5 years as a bar owner has dulled his abilities, Kaku mused. But he did lose. Ha ha, the owl chimed in. Ha 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 ha. Now that CP9 is assembled, please wait a moment. The Straw Hat crew is currently in the midst of an internal conflict. What a spectacle to behold, truly delightful. Spandam laughed. You want to die? Luffy shouted back. Gabra, I suggest we rush in and eliminate them swiftly, Gabra proposed. No. Let us wait. Have you ever witnessed such a dramatic scene where the captain, who traveled thousands of miles to rescue his comrade, is ultimately rejected? Robin, what do you mean by wanting to die? Spandam mocked. Ha ha ha, listen to that sorrowful cry. What expression could accompany such words? What are you talking about? Picking your nose. I say, Robin, now that we've come. A tremendous explosion erupted from behind Luffy, a massive circular shockwave bursting forth from the rooftop. Two screams pierced through the chaos. We will undoubtedly rescue you. Nami landed gracefully while Chopper tumbled headfirst. So, if you still wish to die, wait until after we save you, Luffy declared. That hurts. Are you alright, Chopper? No worries, but what just happened? Nami, I think I can guess. It would have been better if we had done this from the start. Zoro crawled up the edge of the large hole. Nami, Zoro, it's indeed your doing. Thankfully, we only suffered from the aftershock. Had we been caught in the middle of your attack, it could have been fatal. Zoro, what is wrong with you? Sanji also burst through the rooftop amid a loud crash, landing perfectly. Without a doubt, I am the first to arrive. Robin, I apologize for making you wait. I am here to rescue you. However, upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of the green-haired one. Green-haired one. How did you manage to get ahead of me? Zoro, you're so slow. Did you get lost? Oh ho ho, where did you learn that phrase? A chorus of screams erupted as Sniper King made a dazzling entrance, though his landing was less than perfect. Kaku, everyone has arrived gradually. Blueno, regardless, to breach our defenses. Even if they are enemies, deserves respect. Luffy, I beg you, Robin, whether you choose life or death, it matters not. But please, discuss such matters when we are together. Exactly, Robin. Please come back. Witnessing her comrades rush to her aid, Robin felt an overwhelming sadness. Sniper King, how are you? All good. A classic scene, the Straw Hat Crew versus CP9 at Judicial Island. Frankie, what heavy burden does this woman carry? Spandam, hey, CP9, listen up. I permit you to kill without mercy, but you must eliminate them here at Judicial Island. What matters most now is my life and promotion. If they act recklessly, and something unfortunate befalls me, who will protect me? Ha ha ha, foolish pirates. I will make you understand that no matter how heroic you try to be, the outcome will not change. Look at the might of this assassin group, CP9, behold the impenetrable gates of justice, and most importantly, I now wield the golden transponder snail, possessing the authority to enact the Buster Call. The Buster Call, indeed, the very power that razed your homeland to the ground 2 decades ago, Nico Robin. From the following year, the name O'Hara vanished from the map. The Straw Hat Crew couldn't help but recall Robin's words upon boarding. I have nowhere to go. I am homeless. No, we must not invoke the Buster Call. Spandam, your reaction is precisely what I desired. It excites me. So, are you suggesting I press the button for the Buster Call? Do you even comprehend the consequences of doing so? I certainly do. The moment I press this small button, the chances of the pirates escaping the island will drop to 0. It's that simple. But things are not so straightforward. Are you recalling something? Should I press it to see what happens? You assert that O'Hara has vanished from the map. Can the existence of humanity truly be discerned through mere cartography? It is precisely due to such a perspective on the world that one is capable of committing such heinous acts. The demon-slaying order embodies an unrelenting force. Driven by a frenzied desire that leads to the loss of purpose, it must never be wielded. Robin found herself reminiscing about the destruction of O'Hara, recalling all that had transpired, while these memories unfolded before her on the screen. Chapter 37, The Burning Flag Dragon. This is the commander of CP9. An official of the world government, these shameless scoundrels, what do they truly value human life as? Rocks? Human life? Merely a stepping stone for ascent. Compared to these hypocritical wretches, whose souls reek of decay, pirates seem far more endearing. Whitebeard, over the years of sailing, I have encountered countless pirates, the vast majority of whom were ordinary citizens before they set sail. Why do they venture out to sea? It is simply because they cannot survive. The roots of the world government care nothing for the lives of common people. Roger, whether it be the world government or the navy, they are but dogs of the celestial dragons, mere servants. Dragon, such a system is fundamentally flawed. Only through revolution can this world find a singular path forward. Only by utterly destroying the withered branches of decay can healthy new shoots emerge. Itachi Uchiha. Dragon, do you mean war? Have you considered the consequences that may ensue? Dragon, Itachi Uchiha. I understand your benevolence and admire your broad perspective, yet I cannot endorse your approach. You do not comprehend our world. Otherwise, I believe you would join us as our comrade. Itachi Uchiha. Regardless of how resplendent the justification may seem, it should never serve as an excuse to incite war. Shanks, I too detest war, yet oftentimes, it is unavoidable. Dragon, Itachi Uchiha. I pose a singular question to you. If the hostile forces of your Hidden Leaf village insisted on waging war, with the sole condition for peace being the demise of all Leaf inhabitants, what would you do? Itachi Uchiha. I do not know. Dragon, I do not seek to corner you, but rather to convey that no one relishes war. Often, it is not we who choose war, but war that chooses us. Minato Namikaze. Wouldn't it be wonderful if all worlds were devoid of war, hatred, suffering, and disease? Whitebeard, that is impossible. Unless one is dreaming. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito gazed upon the screen displaying Robin's tragic past, further solidifying their resolve to construct a perfect dream world devoid of war, suffering, and hatred through the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hashirama Senju, this is unacceptable. What crime have those ordinary people on the refugee ships committed? And those scholars, even if guilty, do they deserve death? It is utterly absurd. Tobirama Senju, to endure such a tragic childhood without succumbing to darkness, Nico Robin is truly kind. Izuna Uchiha, Senju with white hair, are you blind? Did you not see the description of Nico Robin on the wanted poster as the child of the devil? Tobirama Senju, can we trust the words of a murderer? At least in the footage displayed, Robin has never harmed a single ordinary citizen. Rather, she has consistently been the one suffering at the hands of the common populace. On the Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin trembled on the ground, her face etched with fear. Nami grasped Robin's shoulder in an attempt to offer solace. Sanji exclaimed, "Damn the world government. How could they? How could they?" Chopper questioned, "Why did they open fire on the refugee ship? Isn't the Navy supposed to uphold justice?" Zoro remarked, "Indeed, there are many just individuals within the Navy, but ultimately, it is a subordinate entity of the world government and must obey its commands." Usopp added, "Luffy, we." Luffy interjected, "Believe in the us on the screen." At Navy headquarters, the tension escalated. Akane shouted, "Akiji, it was you who let Nico Robin escape. Do you still possess the resolve of a Navy officer? You have brought shame upon justice." Akiji replied, "How I conduct myself is not for you to dictate. Don't think that after all these years, I have forgotten your heinous act of shelling the refugee ship." Akainu retorted angrily, "Everything I have done is to uphold justice, while you are nothing but a traitor to the Navy." Akiji stood firm. "Look at the Navy's demoralized morale and disarrayed ranks. Do you still dare to claim your actions embody justice?" As the two admirals were on the verge of clashing, Fleet Admiral Sengoku bellowed, "Have you two fools caused enough chaos, or do you desire even more disorder within the Navy?" Just then, a young soldier rushed in, saluted, and reported, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the world government has issued a command to strip Akiji of his rank and has ordered Akainu to escort him to the underwater prison for further proceedings." An eerie silence enveloped the Navy headquarters. Sengoku was beside himself with rage, exclaiming, "This is sheer madness. Have those 5 old fools lost their minds?" Garp, his face darkened with fury, shouted, "Are those fools intent on destroying the Navy?" Akainu's expression was also grim, although he had his differences with Akiji. He did not wish to lose such formidable combat strength in the Navy. Akiji, however, remained unervingly calm. In the video, Robin declared, "If you initiate the Buster Call here, you two will be obliterated alongside Judicial Island." Spandam sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could we be harmed by our own attack?" Robin continued, 20 years ago, you took everything from me and shattered countless lives with a single strike, the Buster Call. Now, this destructive power threatens my precious companions, the ones I have finally opened my heart to. The more I wish to be with you, the more you become entangled in my fate. No matter how far I travel upon the sea, a colossal enemy looms that I cannot shake off, for my enemy is the world and its darkness. Whether it be back then with Akiji or now, I have already dragged you into my troubles twice. If such calamities continue to occur, even the kindest souls among you will come to see me as a burden and inevitably betray and abandon me. That is my greatest fear, which is why I do not wish for you to rescue me. If we are all destined to perish, I would rather meet my end here." "Robin, Sister Robin, is this truly the case?" Spandam laughed maniacally. "Ah, I see. It is indeed the truth. You are indeed correct. No fool would willingly allow themselves to be burdened by you. Ha ha ha. Behold that flag, you pirates. That emblem symbolizes a coalition formed by over 170 affiliates across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. This is the world. And now you comprehend just how minuscule your resistance is against it, and you are aware of the immense organization that has pursued this woman for 2 decades. Luffy gazed expressionlessly at the flag of the world government fluttering from the rooftop opposite him. "At last, I have discerned the identity of Robin's adversary, the Sniper King. Pierce that flag with your shot. Behold the new weapon, a colossal slingshot named D, and experience its might." Ultimate move, Firebird Star. A blazing sphere was launched from the slingshot, transforming into a flaming bird, and it instantaneously pierced through the world government's flag, reducing it to ashes. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Not just Robin, but everyone on Judiciary Island, save for the Straw Hat crew, was left astounded by this spectacle. It was the very flag of the world government. They truly did it. Do they comprehend what it means to pierce that banner? The pirates have declared war against the world government. Spandam exclaimed, "Are you out of your minds? Do not think that opposing the entire world will allow you to survive." Luffy roared in response, "Just as I wish, Robin. I want to hear you say it. Quickly, express your desire to live." Tears welled in Robin's eyes. To live? You should not exist in this world. Robin, your very existence is a sin. Robin, she had once believed she had no right to do so, nor anyone's permission to continue living. The ocean is vast. One day you will encounter comrades willing to protect you. If a wish could truly be granted, I wish to live. Take me along to the sea as well. Video paused. Rocks. What a thrill, absolutely exhilarating. Roger, I have grown fond of these little ones. Hashirama, so have I. I feel tears welling up. Tobirama, declaring war against the entire world requires immense courage. Orochimaru, once this incident concludes, even if they manage to escape Judiciary Island, the world government will surely not let them go. How reckless. Kaido, if you fear death, then do not venture into the sea. Luffy, come to the new world. I shall make an exception and allow you to join the beast pirates. Big Mom, I still have a few daughters who are unmarried. Grandson of Garp, join my pirate crew. Shanks, you two should take a breather. Luffy will visit your territories, but he certainly will not join you. Kaido, do you dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. I am even more excited. Only the strong are worthy of joining the beast pirates. Chapter 38. Frankie vs. Owl on the Sky Island. Robin trembled with gratitude as she gazed at the scenes unfolding on the screen, feeling immensely fortunate to have such companions who would stand against the world to protect her. Robin, Mina, Nami, you fool, aren't we already celebrating? Laughter erupted, filling the air with joy, and Robin joined in. Her heart devoid of any shadows. The atmosphere on the Sky Island was alive with merriment. The video commenced, showcasing the clash between Frankie and Owl in the corridor of the Judiciary Tower. Damn it, I must replenish my cola quickly. Despite his girth, he is remarkably agile. Chop chop, I'm right here. Frankie looked up at the ceiling, remarking, seems you're quick on your feet. Chop chop. I have no need to endure your boastful punches. With a flick, Frankie launched a disguised dart resembling sideburns, which I'll easily evaded, embedding itself in the wall. Chop chop. You think something like that could hit me? Owl swiftly appeared behind Frankie, delivering a punch that Frankie blocked, then seizing Owl by the jaw and flinging him against the wall. Frankie's left arm revealed several gun barrels, unleashing a barrage akin to a machine gun towards Owl, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke. My cola is nearly depleted. I must hurry to the supply room. Owl, stop right there, you scoundrel. Frankie, did that bastard evade me? What a cowardly escape artist. Chop chop, what did you say? What's wrong, coward? Not running this time? You've provoked me. Prepare to feel the weight of my lethal punch, fired with the speed of a bullet. Owl's fist collided with Frankie's face, causing him to stagger and spit blood. That punch barely tickles. It's ineffective. As he spoke, he peeled away the skin from his right hand, revealing a metallic fist. Strong, hammer of iron. With a powerful blow, Frankie struck Owl, leaving him with a bruise at the corner of his mouth and blood streaming down. Your punches are pathetic. Owl retaliated with another punch to Frankie's face, who did not flinch, splattering blood in the process. Your punches are merely soft. Nonsense. Yours are the truly feeble ones. Yours are words without substance. Yours are the most inferior of undergarments. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, neither defending nor evading, testing who would yield first. My undergarments are not fists. You are the undergarment. You fat bra. Be quiet, sock. What fun. Come on. In a cacophony of fists meeting flesh, the two broke through the wall, tumbling into the supply room. Isn't this a massive refrigerator? As they spoke, another wall crumbled, and two figures crashed in Chopper and the CP9 agent, who, amidst their battle, was cleverly trapped by Chopper inside the refrigerator. Frankie exclaimed, Hey, gorilla. I need to grab something from the fridge. Ah, CP9 and the ruffians. I am Frankie. I'm on your side. Who is the gorilla? Your reaction is too sluggish. Let me make it clear, just like Luffy, I have yet to forgive you. Usopp's departure is your fault. Return Usopp to me. Frankie was at a loss for words. Was he with you all? This is not the time for such discussions. Don't you want to rescue Nico, Robin? I do want to, Robin. Quickly fetch me 3 bottles of cola from the fridge, so I can become stronger and deal with these guys in an instant. The video paused. The screen displayed, question, how does Frankie intend to use the 3 bottles of cola? A. Pour it into his nostrils. B. Shove it into his stomach. C. Insert it into his rear. D. Tie it to his head. Correct answers grant 2 group chat slots. Incorrect answers revoke your answering rights for this round. The rapid-fire answers begin in 5 minutes. Senju Tobarama. What? What kind of answers are these? Is he a pervert? Rocks. Indeed, it is bizarre, but his combat style is undeniably tough. I commend it. Shanks. Based on past experiences, questions regarding group chat slots are typically not too difficult. Naruto Uzumaki. So what is the answer? Roger. I believe it's A. The nostrils and mouth are connected. He can drink water that way. Uchiha Azuna. But why not B? He could simply drink it through his mouth into his stomach. Senju Tobarama. Azuna. Read the text. Option B is to shove it into the stomach, not to drink it, which is a significant difference. Senju Hashirama. I think it's D. Uchiha Madara. Cola tied to the head? Is that not perverse? Senju Hashirama. Surely it cannot be inserted into the rear. Kaido. What peculiar answers these are, just as bizarre as the individuals themselves. The screen displayed. Time S up. The rapid-fire answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time S up. Commence answering. Congratulations to Shanks for securing the answering rights. Please respond. Shanks. I trust Captain Rogers' choice is A. Big Mom. Darn it. The red-haired one beat me to it. The screen displayed. Incorrect answer. Shanks loses his answering rights for this round. 5 seconds until the next rapid-fire answering. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time S up. Commence answering. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for securing the answering rights. Please respond. Naruto Uzumaki. I choose B. Senju Tobarama. Why would you choose B, Minato? Naruto Uzumaki. By process of elimination. A is incorrect. And D tied to the head should have no effect, thus it can be ruled out. As for C, a normal person simply cannot accept that. The screen displayed. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for answering correctly. Please select group chat members. Naruto Uzumaki. Wonderful. I choose Kushina Izumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. The screen displayed. Invitations have been sent. Please await the invitee's acceptance. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya remarked, Naruto, congratulations on entering the group chat. Naruto Uzumaki, Pervy Sage. May I inquire why the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within me? Jiraiya. I fear that is not a matter easily elucidated in just a few words. I implore you to exercise patience, as relevant videos should soon be displayed behind the screen. Kushina Izumaki, Minato, R. Minato Namikaze, Kushina. Be cautious with your words. The dialogue in this group chat is visible to the entire ninja world. Video scene. Chopper. Who would be foolish enough to believe they could gain strength from soda? Frankie. Mind your own business. I certainly do. Owl. How long are you going to keep up this banter? It is quite impolite to jest during battle. Beastly's secret technique. Owl's wild fist. The owl's rotund form transforms into a multitude of phantoms, encircling Frankie and delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Chopper. This is bad. Indeed. He is now our ally. Let us proceed as he suggests. As long as he merely opens the door and closes it again, he cannot escape. Chopper swiftly opens the refrigerator door, retrieves 3 bottles of liquid, and quickly shuts the door, tossing them to Frankie. Thank you. Frankie leaps to catch the bottles, opening the door in his abdomen to store them away, and after a moment of brewing. Fresh. Then, a plume of pink mist emanates from him. What is that? Experience the freshest vegetable punch. Prepare yourself. Frankie, with hair shaped like a tomato, delivers a light punch to the owl. Beastly. Frankie is sent flying. Is that not vegetable juice? Who prioritizes health? I want soda. So he is not thirsty after all. Chopper opens the refrigerator once more, retrieves 3 bottles of liquid, and swiftly closes the door, tossing them to Frankie. What about this? Thank you. Frankie once again stores the liquid within his abdomen and begins to brew. So comfortable. Frankie bursts into an eccentric dance, and blue smoke billows from his body. The work in the fields is temporarily complete. Do not be so furious. Let us refrain from fighting and enjoy a cup of tea. Drinking tea will not increase your strength, you fool. Chopper, that fellow is truly amusing. Why the curious expression? Are you perhaps eager to see what would happen if I drank another beverage? Chopper, you've seen through me. Frankie, there will be no next time, dear. Chopper, is it not based on mood? I only desire soda. Chopper again tosses 3 bottles of liquid. This time, Frankie examines them closely. They are indeed soda. He ingests them, and after brewing, his signature pompadour shoots skyward. Super. Video paused. Question: who will emerge victorious in this battle? A. Frankie. B. Owl. C. Draw. Answers will be collected in 5 minutes. A correct answer will reward one of the 6 styles, Gale Foot, transferable. A wrong answer will forfeit an equivalent skill or power. Hashirama Senju. That fellow is quite intriguing. I seem to have an inkling of what might occur if other beverages were consumed. Tobarama Senju. What kind of sane individual possesses a door on their abdomen? What of the organs within? Commander-in-Chief. Merely a cyborg. However, using soda as an energy source is indeed peculiar. Rocks. Oh, has the Navy ceased their underwater endeavors? Kapu. I merely wish to disregard you. Roger. Kapu. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Kapu. Anyone could win. In any case, it certainly will not be those scoundrels from CP. Kaido. Kapu seems to harbor quite a bit of resentment. Could it be that he was confined by the world government? Uchiha Izuna. What is the matter with that gorilla? Is it also a devil fruit user? Chopper. Reindeer. Reindeer. I am a reindeer, not a gorilla. Minato Namikaze. It should be a deer, as it has antlers. Admiral Sengoku. That deer is a pet of the Straw Hat crew, named Tony Chopper. Uchiha Izuna. How adorable. Reikage AI. Who will win this battle? Naruto Uzumaki. It will undoubtedly be Frankie. Anoki. Leaf Village. How can you be so certain? Naruto Uzumaki. Because I adore the Straw Hat crew and detest those in black. Roger. That sentiment rings a bell. Hashirama Senju. Ha ha ha. Great minds think alike. Tobarama Senju. I believe the likelihood of a draw is greater. Hashirama Senju. Why is that? Tobarama Senju. From the outset of the battle, it is evident that the disparity in their combat abilities is minimal. A draw is highly probable. Screen. Time is up. Begin answering. Chapter 39. Frankie's Victory. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Begin the answering round. Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for securing the right to answer. Please respond. Senju Tobarama. I choose C. A tie. Screen. Senju Tobarama's answer is incorrect. He loses 1 C rank ninjutsu. The answering round will resume in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Begin the answering round. Congratulations to Whitebeard for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Whitebeard. I choose A. Frankie wins. Screen. Congratulations to Whitebeard for the correct answer. Would you like to transfer the reward? Whitebeard. Transfer it to Port Gasti. Ace. Reward confirmed. The live footage of the award presentation begins. In an underground space, Ace, clad in a black robe, sits beside a colossal figure in a minuscule skirt, adorned with a full beard. As the reward is confirmed, a radiant golden light descends from above, enveloping Ace. When the light dissipates, instead of demonstrating the acquired 6 forms, Ace calls out to the sky, "Hey, Luffy, I'm doing well. I've made new friends, so don't worry about me. When the opportunity arises, I will come to find you. I have a surprise for you." Broadcast concludes. Rocks. Roger, your son hasn't mentioned you at all. What are your thoughts? Roger. It's nothing. After all, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father and have only caused him trouble. It's only natural for him to resent me. As long as he asks well, that is enough. Hearing Roger's words, Yamato felt a pang in her heart. Wondering if Naruto would hate her. Garps. Ignoring you is fine, but why does he also ignore me, his grandfather? It seems he needs some love and guidance. Big Mom. Roger's son, Garp's grandson. Roger, how does it feel to be so inexplicably deemed inferior? Roger. At first, it was a bit maddening. But then seeing Garp's grandson become a pirate instantly lifted my spirits. Ha ha ha. Garp, you bastard Roger. Sky Island, Straw Hat Pirates Luffy. This is fantastic. Ace is safe. But what could the surprise be? Usopp, perhaps it's a super delicious meat. Luffy's eyes sparkled. What? Nami, Baka, Ace is not that superficial. It must be treasure. Zaro, isn't that what you desire? Sanji, whatever it is, we'll find out when Ace brings it. Let us continue enjoying our meal. There is plenty in the kitchen. Video footage. Frankie raises his fist and slowly approaches the owl. What is the big deal? Drinking cola isn't that impressive. Frankie, time to defend. Idiot, are you going to use that weak punch again? With a powerful strike, Frankie delivers a punch to the owl's abdomen. So forceful that the owl's eyes bulge out, and it is sent flying, crashing through several walls before landing outside the judicial tower. Chopper, so impressive. I apologize. My previous punch was indeed feeble. Chopper, by the way, Frankie, there is something I wish to share with you. Zaro and Sniper King have been handcuffed together using Sea Stone. Frankie, what? Does that mean we cannot proceed without obtaining the second key? Indeed, how could one be so careless? Nevertheless, I comprehend the situation. Owl, I am incensed. That fellow is remarkably resilient. He has regained consciousness. You may observe from the sidelines. Frankie, shoulder cannon. Frankie's shoulders bulged, revealing 2 cannon barrels. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I despise utilizing this technique as it can cause dislocation. Ah, then refrain from using it. Fool. For one skilled in the 6 forms like myself, cannon fire would never hit its mark. No matter how you escape, it is futile, as this technique employs homing projectiles. Chopper began to daydream. However, the imagination was blissful. The 2 cannonballs fired did not strike Owl, nor did they pursue. Then, Frankie charged ahead. You are the one who should pursue. The 2 engaged in a chase, but soon, Owl executed the 6-formed shave and vanished. Where has he fled to? Where are you? Owl's voice echoed from all directions. Searching is pointless. I am a master of the 6-formed shave. Coupled with a speed that the naked eye cannot follow, my techniques are as silent as an owl stalking its prey, enabling flawless assassinations. Owl, before I am executed, the target shall not lay eyes on me. Just as Frankie was lost in thought, Chopper spotted Owl and swiftly delivered a strike. He is here, hiding right here. Owl was taken aback, his mind scrambling. When did this dear gorilla appear? Truly unexpected. How infuriating. This is the first time I have endured such humiliation. I am CP9. Owl spun rapidly and charged toward Frankie. Shave, iron block jewel. Frankie did not flinch or evade, and was knocked out of the judicial tower by Owl's massive head. Oh no. Below lies the sea. Frankie at Chopper's exclamation, both plunged into the ocean. Even if swept over a waterfall, I can escape using moonwalk. Oh no, I cannot halt. The current is too strong. I can barely hold my breath. I must reach the surface swiftly. Hurry and sink. Finally, Frankie's head broke the surface, but at that moment, he was already swept over the waterfall. I am doomed. I am doomed. I am about to fall. Frankie, butterfly stroke. Frankie desperately flailed his limbs, swimming upstream against the current towards safety, nearing the shore. At that moment, Owl also burst forth from the waterfall using moonwalk. I shall not allow you to succeed. Moonwalk, beast severity. Owl swiftly maneuvered above Frankie and delivered a punch that sent him plummeting back into the depths of the sea. Frankie leapt from the water's surface, wielding his left-hand weapon, aiming at the owl, which deftly evaded the attack using a technique known as the 6 forms. Realizing his efforts were futile, Frankie resolved to reach the shore first. The 1-0 Cola Cannon. Wind blast propelled Frankie as his posterior suddenly inflated, unleashing a powerful gust from the steel door that thrust him out of the water towards the shore. Just as he was about to reach land, the owl appeared before him. Now you understand, relying solely on strength will not defeat the 6 forms. With a strong swing, Frankie launched a punch towards the owl, but it was dodged with the same technique. Prepare to be sent over the waterfall. With a swift kick, the owl sent Frankie hurtling towards the cascade. However, Frankie grasped one of the owl's legs tightly with his right hand. Let us go. The long chain tethering them pulled both Frankie and the owl down towards the waterfall. Frankie retracted the chain, firmly holding onto the owl's leg. Release me. The owl attempted to leap upwards using the moonwalk technique, vigorously shaking his leg in an effort to dislodge Frankie. A single-legged moonwalk could not support 2 figures, and they were bound to fall. You're right. So why not deliver me to the shore before we plummet? Frankie challenged. Or better yet, why not bear our combined weight while we engage in combat? Though I am confident of victory, my life is at stake as well. Our fates are intertwined. Let us descend together. Snap. But once we reach the shore, you're doomed. Is that what you believe? Snap, snap, snap. Because I have devised a technique that will finish you in one blow. I have something in mind too, Owl. So, what is your plan? Hurry to the shore. I will end you in a single breath. You need not urge me. I shall ensure you can never speak again. The owl utilized the moonwalk to swiftly rotate his body, propelling Frankie towards the corner of the Justice Tower with great speed. Would Frankie await his demise? Certainly not. Frankie, the centaur, spread his body to restrain the owl's legs, raising both arms. The 70mm caliber 0.2 Cola Cannon. Mini wind blast released a fierce airflow from Frankie's palms, abruptly halting their rapid spin. This is sufficient. We are now above solid ground. Prepare to receive my attack. The 70mm caliber 1.5 Max Cola Energy. Wind blast caused Frankie's arms to swell dramatically, unleashing a tremendous gust from his palms. The owl was instantly propelled to the ground, crashing several meters deep into the earth. Super next battle, Frankie triumphs. Thousand-hand Tobarama. Throughout the entire battle, the L struck me as nothing short of a foolish donkey. Naruto Uzumaki, despite being skilled in speed, he insists on clashing with a strength-based opponent. It's an incomprehensible mindset. Rocky, it's akin to watching a circus performance. Is this how your world government trains its agents? Turning them into a herd of foolish pigs? Warlord of the warring states, to deal with you scoundrels of the sea, a foolish pig suffices. Uchiha Azuna, is no one going to comment on the peculiar construction of Frankie's body? It resembles a living puppet. Reikage, not merely a puppet, but a grotesque one at that. Shanks, I wonder if the intelligence of CP9's agents will elevate in the next battle. Whitebeard, are they truly still CP9? Roger, ha ha ha. Well, jokes aside, CP9 is, after all, a direct intelligence agency of the world government, so it is certain they possess a few hidden experts. Big Mom, let us welcome the next agent, Mama. Chapter 40, Chopper vs. What Ori? The scene reverts to the moment when Frankie and the owl plunge into the sea, as Chopper gazes anxiously at the ocean below. A loud bang reverberates as the refrigerator door swings open. I eat. I am full. What Ori, a corpulent lion, stands awkwardly before Chopper. Chopper exclaims, how did you gain so much weight? Just how much food have you consumed from the refrigerator? He sighs, I have never encountered anyone with such a lack of self-control. Gaining weight in mere minutes. I don't need your concern. I don't need. I was not concerned about you. Speak normally. Are you trying to say I should mind my own business? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? This style of communication is my exclusive domain. I understand. Enough already. In summary, you want me to stop worrying, right? Come back quickly. Indeed. If we were to discuss the reason, it would be like this. Life restoration. What is happening? Digestion, absorption, restoration. In an instant, what Ori, who was once extremely overweight, transforms into a lean figure, as if the previous obesity was merely an illusion. Chopper's eyes widen in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. What was that technique? Do it again. I wish to see. Very well. I shall indulge your request. Watori's slender form once again swells with weight. Life restoration. Digestion, absorption, restoration. Watori's corpulent body suddenly becomes lean once more. Incredible! Chopper's eyes twinkle with excitement. Once more. Do you wish for more? Watori is taken aback, having never encountered such an enthusiastic audience. Watori's lean figure transforms into a heavy-set one yet again. Life restoration. Digestion, absorption, restoration. Watori becomes slender once more. And after several uses of life restoration, he finds himself panting heavily. You are truly remarkable. How do you achieve this? Chopper's excitement grows, his eyes shining brighter than ever. Watori, feeling flattered, responds, that is an excellent question. A millennium in the sea, a millennium in the mountains, inhaling the essence of the winds, imbibing the nectar of dew. Through the cultivation akin to that of an immortal, I have attained this life restoration. From the hair on one's head to the internal organs, even to the finest hairs on one's toes, as long as consciousness is bestowed upon them, there is no part that cannot be controlled. Can even hair be endowed with consciousness? I believe I have encountered such an ability in a book. It is referred to as life adjustment. Thus, can your hair move like an octopus due to this power? To refer to it as an octopus is quite absurd. Such a sacred entity ought to be called the majestic lion. Chopper, exasperated, retorts, it's all the same. Life restoration, hair binding. Watori's long hair suddenly springs to life, extending towards Chopper. Video paused. Question. Who will triumph in this battle? A. Chopper. B. Watori. C. Draw a correct answer rewards the moon step. One of the 6 techniques, which can be transferred. An incorrect answer results in the forfeiture of an equivalent skill or power. 5 minutes later, the rapid response quiz begins. Rocks, CP9 is indeed a circus. Senju Tobarama, I am utterly speechless. Those who know are the enemies, while those who do not might think it is a theatrical performance. Uchiha Azuna, this reindeer is quite the supportive audience, a social bandit. Naruto Uzumaki, this life restoration is truly remarkable. Reikage A, it's just mediocre, compared to Tsunade's sealing techniques. It falls short. Kanoa's Minato, it feels as if these CP9 agents are merely toying with their opponents, almost as if they completely disregard the Straw Hat crew. Kaido, these CP9 individuals are truly pathetic. Their so-called 6 powers are worthless treasures, and without Haki, they will always be mere fodder. Whitebeard, from the perspective of the New World, CP9 does not hold much weight, but for the first half of the Grand Line, these fellows are indeed quite formidable. Roger, Can Chopper win this battle? Anoki. No, I doubt it. This reindeer appears rather foolish, devoid of intellect, and besides, didn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku state that Chopper is merely a pet of the Straw Hat crew? What combat prowess can a pet possess? Charlotte Lin. This CP9 also seems devoid of brains, two fools colliding. Who will lose or win is truly uncertain. Shinji Tobarama. I believe CP9 will win. The Straw Hat Pirates have already triumphed in 2 rounds. If they win again, that would render CP9 utterly useless. Rocks. CP9 is not useless. They are simply foolish. Roger. Ha. Rocks. No need to be so blunt. Be a bit more subtle. Screen. Time is up. The rapid response quiz begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence the quiz. Congratulations to Shinji Tobarama for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Shinji Tobarama. I choose B. Fearful acquisition. Screen. Shinji Tobarama answers incorrectly. 1 C-rank ninjutsu is revoked. Continue the rapid response quiz in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence the quiz. Congratulations to Rocks for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Rocks. I said these CP9 are utterly useless. The Straw Hats are sure to win. I choose A. Chopper wins. Congratulations to Rocks for answering correctly. Would you like to transfer the reward? Anoki. So that foolish reindeer actually won? Roger. Rocks. The powerful 6 powers. Will you keep it for yourself or transfer it? Rocks. Do you think I need it? Roger. How about I give it to Lin? Charlotte Lin. So you are just going to toss away your unwanted trash to me, huh? Rocks. Fine. I answered correctly. I'll transfer it to Chopper. Screen. The reward is confirmed. The live award footage begins to play. Amidst a sea of white clouds, the Straw Hat crew is engaged in a lively feast. Suddenly, a burst of golden light descends from the heavens, enveloping Chopper. Luffy. Chopper, what's wrong? Is there an enemy attack? Nami. You fool. This is the screen reward. Someone has transferred the reward to Chopper. As the golden light dissipates, Chopper is revealed within, the Straw Hat crew gazing at him with concern. Chopper. Mina. I'm fine. The screen rewarded me with the moonwalk, which was transferred by Rocks. Robin. It is a technique of CP9, indeed impressive. Chopper immediately activated his moonwalk, bouncing through the air like a flea. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, How amazing! I want it so badly. Broadcast concluded. Naruto Uzumaki. Are those puffs of clouds? Shanks. Indeed, that is Sky Island. I didn't expect Luffy and the others to be there. It promises to be quite the adventure. Tobarama Senju. Sky Island? A land above the heavens? Shanks. Precisely, it is quite marvelous. Naruto Uzumaki. An island above the sky. How wondrous. I wish to see it with my own eyes. Video footage. Curse be it. Being ensnared by that thing would be disastrous. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, deftly evading the pursuing strands of hair. The razor-sharp attack had vanished. Where could it be? Chopper anxiously scanned his surroundings. A spear, resembling a silver staff, suddenly emerged above Chopper's head, thrusting towards him. He hastily dodged, the staff piercing the ground and creating a smooth circular hole. The tip, though not sharp, was perilous. The staff continued to jab relentlessly, and Chopper leapt and dodged with fervor. Heavy iron fist. Chopper transformed into his human form and struck a punch at the attacker's face, yet it bore no effect, leaving his hand stinging painfully. What a nuisance. It seems without enhancing my arm strength or grappling, I cannot even move him. However, the Rumble Ball is a potent drug, permissible to consume only once within 6 hours. Exceeding that limit would overload my body. Moreover, taking 2 would lead to a deviation in transformation wavelengths, making it difficult to control, while a third would render one unconscious and utterly incapable of combat. What shall I do? If I consume another, there remains a possibility of amplification in my strength. Let us turn up the heat. Lion's Paw. The staff in the assailant's hand ignited in flames, charging at Chopper. Continuing this way would only waste time. The risk is immense, yet so too is the opportunity. I must take a gamble. Rumble Ball. I must conclude this within 3 minutes. Prepare yourself. Strengthening my horns. Wait, that is not right. Chopper transformed into a fluffy ball, only to be sent flying by a thrust of the staff. How hot, how scorching. Elastic strengthening. No, that is incorrect. Chopper reverted to his human form, only to be thrust away again by the staff, blood spilling from his mouth. As expected, I cannot maintain control. Curse be it. If only I could utilize my arm strength enhancement, I could unleash my full power against him. This room is ablaze. It is perilous. I cannot allow myself to be hindered by this keyless fiend. If I do not swiftly acquire the second key and rescue Zoro and the others, Robin will be lost. Ah, Robin, I fight for the sake of my comrades. You are indeed a resilient creature. Life return. Lion's gunpoint. The strands of hair have morphed into fingers. I must act, for I am the hope of us all. With a resounding thud, Chopper was instantly pierced. Collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood. The lion's fangs show no mercy to any prey. Oh, the agony. Consuming the second rumble ball felt akin to a gamble. With 7 potential transformations, giving a mere 1 in 7 chance of achieving enhanced strength. Should fortune favor me, I would be able to unleash my most formidable technique. However, in the state of enhanced intellect, Chopper was once again sent flying by the lion's ferocity. Chapter 41. The enigmatic Chopper attempted several times to unleash his arm-strengthening technique, but found himself battered and bruised instead. Something was amiss. Why was he unable to summon it? His body had reached its limits, and he needed to devise a way to activate the technique. While evading attacks, Chopper sensed something was wrong and glanced down. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently tapped into it. Awaken, he declared, betting everything on this singular strike. With a fierce determination, he charged forward. Retreating at this juncture would mean forfeiting any opportunity. Cherry blossom snow. As a flurry of sakura petals danced around him, Chopper unleashed his most formidable move. Propelling his opponent backward. Fall, he urged, believing this to be his strongest assault. Impressive. How beautifully the cherry blossoms rise. He mused, but his moment of triumph was fleeting. With a resounding thud, his foe stomped on Chopper's head, twisting and turning mercilessly. Enough is enough. I shall subdue you with the lion's roar, his adversary exclaimed, sending Chopper flying with a powerful kick. A barrage of delicate, pale blue crescent-shaped energy waves relentlessly struck Chopper, blood splattering with each impact. He felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength to counterattack. The atmosphere among the Straw Hat Pirates was heavy with despair as Chopper gazed tearfully at the screen, witnessing his own brutal beating. With a quivering voice, he lamented, I am being beaten so severely. Usopp interjected, Hey, weren't we told he would win? Chopper, do you not have any hidden trump cards left? Hurry up. Fury ignited within Luffy as he raised his fist, ready to strike back. Sanji quickly intervened. Wait, Luffy. What we're seeing is a glimpse of the future, not the present. Besides, didn't the screen say Chopper would emerge victorious? Hearing Usopp's words, Chopper's expression darkened as he hung his head. A trump card? Yes, he had one. But, Nami reassured him, Chopper will surely win. He must. Robin gazed at Chopper with a hint of guilt, yet her eyes brimmed with unwavering trust in her companion. Zoro remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword, a fierce glint in his eyes. Uchiha Izuna, poor Chopper, so brutally beaten, it hardly seems like he stands a chance of winning. Roger, the screen has proclaimed victory. Thus, it shall be. Perhaps he still harbors some hidden technique. Senja Hashirama, is there really a trump card? If he had one, wouldn't he have used it by now? Senja Tobarama, perhaps this secret technique bears a significant flaw, making him hesitant to employ it. Anoki, if he is nearly defeated, why not use it? Roger, he will undoubtedly reveal it. The battle is not yet over. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how he could possibly win this fight. In the video, Chopper found himself reminiscing about the past, recalling the blue wave ball experiment he once conducted. The earnest teachings of Dr. Doriel, and his solemn vow never to act recklessly again. The essence of life returned. His hair, now a binding force, ensnared Chopper's limbs and head, lifting him into the air, prompting an involuntary cry of agony. Please, don't cry. Don't cry, for a man's reputation is at stake. It could lead to death. As the day waned, the ominous dust settled on the path to the underworld. I await your return, my love, he murmured, grappling with despair. Prepare yourself. Come forth. The air was thick with crimson. I am dying. Robin. Yes, I cannot give up. With the staff in hand, he aimed for Chopper's forehead and struck fiercely, but missed. In that moment, Chopper reverted to his smallest form, evading the attack and breaking free from his constraints. He had managed to escape the hair binding. I apologize, Dr. Doriel. Just as a doctor sacrifices himself for the sake of the nation, I too wish to risk my life for my comrades. After all, death is inevitable. I shall go all out, hoping no one enters this room. I had utilized 3 blue wave balls before losing consciousness. Terrified, the antagonist gazed upon Chopper, now transformed into a monstrous figure, filled with brutality and madness. Seemingly intent on obliterating everything. Although uncertain of the circumstances, he found the demon-like size of Chopper intriguing. Regardless of whether you are a demon or a deity, a man must remain fearless. I shall wager my lion's name to defeat you. That is the essence of manhood. With a swift motion, he thrust the staff towards the monstrous Chopper, though it proved utterly ineffectual. The staff ignited with flames, striking Chopper's head multiple times, yet it was like a mirage. If that is the case, I shall resort to my ultimate technique. Prepare yourself. Life returns. Hair-binding technique. As his long hair extended towards the monstrous Chopper, aiming to ensnare him, it quivered uncontrollably in response to Chopper's roars. Hair-binding technique. Hair-binding technique. He struggled to command his hair toward the beast, but it trembled in defiance, seemingly gripped by fear. What is happening? The awareness reaching the tips of my hair is. What? The 36 stratagems suggest retreat as the best option. I refuse to back down. Even so, I must impede you, little demon. As a man, some battles are unavoidable. With renewed determination, he unleashed his attack. Shave. Raging gale. Countless pale blue crescent-shaped waves surged toward Chopper's head. Prepare yourself. However, before he could unleash his strike, the monstrous Chopper swatted him down with a single blow, sending him crashing into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. CP9, The Lion's Fear, defeat Sky Island. Straw Hat Pirates Usopp, CH. Chopper, you can transform into such a terrifying monster. Sanji. Chopper, you can't control that transformation, can you? Chopper, yes. Consuming 3 rumble balls will trigger that form, and I lose consciousness. Robin, the rampage of a devil fruit is a perilous power. Frequent usage could lead to a complete loss of self. Chopper, try to refrain from using that power. Chopper, I'm not afraid. To save my friends, I would willingly face death. Nami, Chopper has truly grown into a remarkable man. Chopper, you jerk, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Humph, haha. Zoro, once Chopper exits that form. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper isn't fighting alone. Chopper, Zoro, it's fine. With everyone here, even if I'm severely injured and unconscious, I'll be alright. Luffy, let us continue the feast and celebrate Chopper's coming of age. Uchiha Izuna, how can such an adorable Chopper transform into such a fearsome monster? Shinja Hashirama, the contrast is astounding. Is this also a manifestation of the devil fruit's power? Roger, it's not quite that simple. This phenomenon is known as the rampage of the devil fruit, which is extremely dangerous and could lead to death. Shinja Tobarama, is this a side effect of the devil fruit? Whitebeard, the rampage of the devil fruit is quite rare. This little reindeer's outburst is primarily due to the pills he consumed. Naruto Uzumaki, if the loss of consciousness side effect could be eliminated, that pill called Rumble Ball would be remarkable. Charlotte Lin, well, Chopper, if you share the formula for the Rumble Ball with me, I could make an exception and allow you to join my crew. Kaido, Chopper, don't listen to that old hag Lin. In her crew, only her direct blood relatives can become core members. Unlike her, if you join the Beast Pirates, I can directly promote you to the foremost officer under the 3 prominent figures. Admiral Sengoku, Chopper, both of these individuals are ruthless killers. You should think carefully. Of course, you could also choose to join the Navy. I could revoke the bounties on your friends and grant you officer-level status. Charlotte Lin, Kaido, you are too greedy. I merely want the formula, yet you want to poach him entirely. Kaido, my affairs do not concern you, old woman. Rox, Lin, Kaido. And the Navy, have you all gone mad? It's just a little pill. Is it truly worth it? Roger, it is far more than just a little pill. Whether in its 7 transformations or the final rampage of the fruit, it genuinely enhances the strength of the user. Whitebeard, Chopper must be a Zoan-type devil fruit user, right? His pill should only affect Zoan-type users, and perhaps only himself, with significant side effects. Kaido, Whitebeard, my pirate crew is the Beast Pirates, comprised entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users. The Rumble Ball seems tailor-made for my crew. As for the side effects, it matters not. I shall research it gradually, and I am certain we will overcome it. I possess an abundance of patience. Charlotte Lin, what is the matter, Kaido? Do you wish to dabble in the art of the 7 transformations as well? Kaido, Lin, are you attempting to instruct me? Does your crew even boast a single Zoan-type user? How absurd. Charlotte Lin, I am a pirate. Anything of value belongs to me. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Chopper, have you witnessed the true nature of these scoundrels? The Navy is your best sanctuary. Consider this carefully. Minato Namikaze, it seems I may have caused some trouble for those little ones. Shanks, ha. Challenges are a constant in the vast ocean. If one fears danger, They should simply refrain from setting sail. Hashirama Senju. Speaking of which, it appears CP9 has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, has it not? Tobarama Senju. This Otokage has performed rather commendably. Aside from a few peculiarities at the onset, he has not made any glaring mistakes in battle. Izuna Uchiha, except for his inexplicable confidence regarding iron blocks. Chapter 42. Sanji vs. Caliph video scene. No, this simply won't do. Now is not the time for tea. With a loud thud, Sanji collapsed onto the ground. The video paused. Question: who will win this battle? A. Sanji. B. Caliph. C. Draw the countdown for answers begins in 3 minutes, with a correct answer rewarding one of the 6 powers, Shurgon, which can be transferred, and an incorrect answer resulting in the forfeiture of an equivalent skill or strength. Uchiha Izuna. The time has been shortened this round. Do they wish to limit our discussion? Shanks. This room's decor is hardly reminiscent of a battlefield. Roger. It resembles more of a rendezvous for lovers. Naruto Uzumaki. So, who do you think will emerge victorious? Kushina Uzumaki. Minato. Keep your eyes in check. Do not gaze where you shouldn't. Naruto Uzumaki. Don't worry, dear. I shall feign blindness. Naruto. Of course, Sanji will win. The Straw Hat crew is bound to triumph. Senju Hashirama. I concur. CP9 is utterly despicable. Screen. Time's up, and the answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Senju Hashirama. I choose A. Sanji shall prevail. Screen. Senju Hashirama's answer is incorrect. Forfeiting 1 C-level ninjutsu. The answering resumes in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Raikage A for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Raikage A. I choose B. Caliph will win. Congratulations to Raikage A for answering correctly. Please indicate if you wish to transfer the reward. Raikage A. No transfer. I shall claim it myself. Senju Hashirama. The Straw Hat Pirates have actually lost. This cannot be. I must scrutinize how this defeat occurred. Is Caliph truly a master, or is Sanji merely a nameless fool? As Raikage A did not demonstrate claiming the reward, the screen briefly displayed the process of Raikage A receiving his reward before continuing with the video. Video scene. Magic. I must have been bewitched. I nearly succumbed to a tidal wave, aptly named the Trap of Love. Sanji retreated, visibly shaken. Caliph, haven't you already had 3 cups? How tiresome. You wretched witch. I shall not be deceived again. I will not forget how CP9 humiliated Robin aboard the sea train. Quickly, hand over the key. Caliph set down her teacup and said, What a pity. It seems you are in quite a rush. Very well. If you desire the key, come and take it. Where? Caliph's voice, laced with temptation, echoed. Who knows? Perhaps it is hidden somewhere on my person. Come and see. With great pleasure. Sanji's eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes. His expression one of infatuation as he floated towards Caliph, only to be sent flying by a high-heeled shoe. Caliph, you truly are unfortunate, bloodied and bruised. Sanji lamented, I am such a fool. Caliph, since the demon-slaying order has been issued, I shall take your life. Sanji lit a cigarette and declared, I shall not part with my life, but what I desire is the key to Robin's handcuffs. Caliph retorted, I believe tea time has come to an end. With a swift kick, she aimed at Sanji, who raised his knee to block the attack. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. Clad in a form-fitting professional outfit, Caliph relentlessly assaulted Sanji, while he focused solely on defense. Such attire, such leg angles. Sanji remained so innocent. Sanji attempted to counter with kicks. But each time he was on the verge of striking, he restrained his strength, never truly intending to hit her. However, Caliph showed no mercy, landing a direct kick to Sanji's groin. You scoundrel, how utterly unfair. Sanji exclaimed, clutching himself, his face turning purple from the pain as he trembled all over. Caliph taunted. Now that's what I call a proper hit. Sanji, fuming, replied, Damn it, you wretch. Despite Sanji's far superior strength, his reluctance to harm a woman led to his own injury at critical moments. Caliph sneered, What a tedious man. You're a pirate, yet so lacking in ambition. Shut up and hand over the key, Sanji demanded. I've had enough of your transparent threats. Let me show you something amusing. If you don't fight back, it'll be your end. The scene shifted to Nami and Chopper, who were sprinting when suddenly, a figure fell from above, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Sanji, what has happened to you? They cried. Descending was Sanji, slick and bloodied. I'm sorry I lost. Echoed a light laugh from above, as Nami looked up to see Caliph. Without turning, Nami asked, Sanji, is it true that you can't win? Have you really tried? Your opponent is that woman. You're two kind of women. Sanji could only respond with silence. I didn't retrieve the key. I apologize. Nami pressed. That is not what I mean. I'm saying your chivalry may cost you your life. Look at you now. Are you still going to persist? What if you die? I have no intention of dying. It's just that I was taught from a young age never to kick a woman. Thus, even if it means death, I shall not strike a woman. Let me handle that woman then. And I must say, I have gained a newfound respect for your chivalry. Wait, are you saying you love me? Sanji asked, bewildered. I'm not the gentle type, Nami replied. Khalifa chimed in. Neither am I. It seems we have a certain synergy. On the Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered. Zoro remarked, expecting anything from you, Kappa, is futile. Sanji retorted, what did you call me, Mosshead? Looking for a fight. Are you? You're no woman. Who are you calling Mosshead? Zoro shot back, and the two began to brawl. Chopper exclaimed, I'm being targeted by the 4 emperors. 2 of them, no less. Am I going to die? Luffy reassured him, don't worry, Chopper. No matter who it is, I will never allow them to take my crew. Robin handed Chopper a large bundle of cotton candy and smiled. This time, it is my turn to protect you, Chopper. Chopper replied, thank you, Robin. Hashirama Senju, is this how he was defeated? Tobirama Senju, is this but a jest? This is a battle, a matter of life and death. Izuna Uchiha, that fool, have you not heard that one should never strike a woman, even in death? Reikage, in battle. There is no distinction between genders. Once on the battlefield, all are adversaries. How foolish. Roger, this is not foolishness, it is conviction. Anoki, is conviction more important than life itself? Whitebeard, indeed, every individual possesses beliefs and ideals they are willing to defend unto death. If one were to abandon them so easily, can they truly call themselves men? Roger, to uphold one's convictions, to protect one's dreams, even at the cost of life, is the essence of romanticism in existence. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. And Nagato felt profoundly moved by Roger and Whitebeard's words displayed on the screen. The commitment to ideals and the refusal to surrender stirred within them a flicker of uncertainty, which swiftly transformed into resolute determination. The video commenced with high energy, showcasing Khalifa emerging from a bath, her graceful figure partially obscured by bubbles, provoking howls from 2 worlds. Nami lay helplessly on the ground, the floor strewn with bubbles. Khalifa remarked, you need not wait for me. The battle has already commenced. Nami retorted, as a user of abilities, bathing before the enemy is quite reckless. Being half submerged should render you powerless. Khalifa smirked, so, you imply that I am brimming with vulnerabilities? Fear not, you two are devoid of strength. As she stepped out of the bathtub, beginning to dress, though it seemed unnecessary, as it would soon be torn apart. Nami inquired, what have you done to me? Khalifa responded, unraveling this mystery is precisely the joy in facing off against abilities. She continued, Sanji's transformation must be the result of such women, a mere slip of a word, and my turn would be rendered meaningless. Nami gradually regained her strength and charged at Khalifa. With a thunderous charge, wind gauge, Nami's climate baton spun rapidly in her hand, shimmering with electricity. As she aimed it at the curtain shielding Khalifa, in an instant, the curtain was sliced open, yet Khalifa had vanished. Chapter 43, The Duel of 2 Women Screen, Question. Who will win this battle? A. Nami B. Khalifa C. Draw correct answers. Reward the participant with one of the 6 styles, the paper drawing, which is transferable, while incorrect answers result in the forfeiture of an equivalent skill or power. 3 minutes until the rapid-fire answering begins. Uzumaki Kushina. Minato, you didn't see anything inappropriate, did you? Minato Namikaze. Absolutely not, my dear wife. I am well aware of my boundaries. Uzumaki Kushina. How could you respond to me so quickly? The screen's questions have no sound. Minato Namikaze. Senju Tobirama. Forever the little sister, your position in the household. Reikage AI. The fastest man in the ninja world has been bested by a woman. It is understandable that Sanji lost to Khalifa. Anoki, what do those two have in common? Reikage AI. Nothing, just a casual remark. Rockstar. In the war of women, who will emerge victorious? Roger. It should be Khalifa. Look at the compass on Nami's wrist. She must be the navigator of the Straw Hat crew. Uchiha Izuna. Is a navigator weak? Shanks. A navigator must acquire a vast amount of maritime knowledge, which inevitably limits their combat training. Uchiha Izuna. So this round still favors Khalifa? Shanks. Not necessarily. It could also result in a draw. Who can say for certain? Screen. Time's up. Rapid-fire answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence rapid-fire answering. Congratulations to Inoki for securing the right to answer. Please respond. Inoki, I choose A. Nami will triumph. Reikage AI. Inoki, how are you so certain it's A? Inoki, I'm not sure. It's merely a guess. If I'm wrong, it's just a C-rank ninjutsu at stake. Congratulations to Inoki for the correct answer. Would you like to transfer your reward? Inoki, please transfer it to my granddaughter. Kuratsuchi. Screen. Reward confirmed. Commencing live broadcast of the award presentation. In a training ground within IWA Shinobi Village, a short-haired girl with black hair is diligently training. Suddenly, a burst of golden light descends from the heavens, enveloping Kuratsuchi. As the golden light dissipates, Kuratsuchi shows no intention of demonstrating her skills, and the broadcast concludes. Video footage. Califa. What a remarkable weapon. At that moment, Califa senses a disturbance above her and looks up to see a swirling mass of dark clouds. What is this? Clouds? Nami, there is no way I would allow you to defeat me so easily. Thunderclap. With the climate rod in her hand, Nami unleashes a surge of electricity that pierces through the cloud formation, resulting in a violent explosion of lightning that strikes down towards Califa. Nami, it is sheer arrogance that leads to such a downfall. Just when Nami believes she has vanquished her adversary, the smoke clears, revealing not her opponent, but a pink egg. The pink egg gradually morphs into a soap bubble and vanishes, unveiling a completely unscathed Califa within. Califa, how astonishing. I never anticipated that one could summon thunder within a room. Nami, what happened? The object that defended against the lightning transformed into bubbles and disappeared. Califa, if you cannot unravel this enigma, you shall never triumph over me. Do you possess such abilities? Nami inquired. Like soap transforming into foam. Are you akin to a soap-themed individual derived from the bubble fruit? Califa responded, flustered, even if you discern my powers, you stand no chance. Nami exclaimed, you guessed it. Califa continued, its most prominent feature is cleanliness. I have consumed the bubble fruit, and I am a foam-covered soap person. Quite impressive, isn't it? Though rather flamboyant. Yet, it seems rather useless in battle, does it not? I can freely manipulate the foam that envelopes me. Observe closely. At that moment, the foam within the bathtub appeared to come alive, swirling with vigor. The master of foam, Soap Sheep. The foam soared from the bathtub, enveloping Califa and transforming her into a sheep. What do you think? Quite formidable, isn't it? Califa boasted. Nami retorted, are you a fool? Califa warned, do not be deceived by appearances. The sheep cloud, relaxing foam surged forth. Propelled by Califa's command, rushing towards Nami. Califa declared, anyone touched by my foam will lose all their strength. Nami suddenly recalled her entry into the room. When she was overwhelmed by weakness, and now realized that the floor had been covered in foam, which she had neglected to notice. She knew she could not afford to be touched. However, there was an abundance of foam, and Nami discovered it too late. She was ultimately struck, feeling her energy dissipate as she collapsed onto the ground. Califa proclaimed, I shall gradually reveal the terror of this ability to you. With a swift motion, Califa appeared before Nami and kicked her away. The foam that emanates from me can sever all things, not only filth but also strength and other elements. After being kicked, the foam dissipated from Nami, restoring her power. Electric foam. Nami swung her weather staff, sending a bolt of electricity toward Califa, but it was evident that it would miss. This weapon remains an unknown variable. Califa appeared behind Nami, her hands materializing foam as she caressed Nami's body. The areas touched by Califa became extraordinarily smooth. Golden foam. Nami's entire body became slick. This resembles Sanji's technique. I was being so cautious. Nami attempted to grasp her weather staff to counterattack. Yet her hands were too slippery to maintain a grip. Furthermore, her entire body was so slick that standing was a challenge. She struggled to stabilize herself with the weather staff, trembling as she rose. Cold winds gathered. A burst of icy blue mist emanated from the tip of her weather staff. Califa remarked, the time for games has passed. Gale kick. Califa unleashed a pale blue shockwave aimed at Nami. Came a shriek as Nami was cleaved in two and vanished. Califa appeared momentarily stunned. Mirage? I am right here, Nami declared. Califa turned, thrusting toward Nami, only to find it was an illusion once more. Where could she be now? Just then, the wall crumbled, revealing the monstrous chopper. Nami, what is that? Califa, has she also grown larger? So, you two are a user of abilities. Is it true that CP9 exchanges intellect for strength? Califa, Zoan type. Is this your trump card? Nami, I've already said, that is not me. At this moment, Nami realizes it is not Chopper. How could it be? Califa, what kind of beast possesses this power? Nami hurriedly inquires about what has happened to Chopper, but the monstrous Chopper pays her no mind and even attacks Nami. Califa, to clarify, I do not consider him to be you. The monstrous Chopper lifts the bathhouse and tosses it aside, refraining from attacking Nami and Califa again. Instead barreling through the room, wreaking havoc. Califa launches another attack on Nami with her Gale Foot technique, and after Nami evades, she discovers that water can dispel the effects of the opponent's abilities. Califa, of course, will not let her have her way, using her fruit powers to render Nami powerless, then delivering a blow that sends Nami flying. Nami, the weather is overcast, cloudy. Nami's weather stick releases a torrent of gray clouds into the sky. Califa, clouds? Do you wish to summon thunder? Nami, such thin clouds cannot produce lightning. However, they can condense, and the weather is rain. The weather stick continuously emits clusters of cold air bubbles into the sky. Califa attempts to obstruct her, but it is too late. A light drizzle begins to fall inside the room, and Nami regains her strength. Cold winds gather, mirage. Nami instantly vanishes from her position. 5 distinct figures of Nami appear silently behind Califa. Mirage, Phantom Fairy. Califa, regardless, there is only one true body. Nami, indeed, which one is me? The other 4 are illusions formed by the intense cold distorting the air. Califa, illusions lack offensive power. Electric charge. Nami, among these 5, only one is truly me. Electric bubble. My attacks are only 20% real, yet their power is 100%. Let us see you dodge. A scream echoes as Califa is struck by an electric bubble, smoke billowing from her body. Nami splits her weather stick in 2, and a mass of dark clouds converges at the intersection. This move will finish you, Shave. Califa launches successive attacks, but they only strike the illusions. Califa, there is no need to guess which is the true body. I can eliminate them all. Soap Sheep, Great Wave. A massive wave of foam surges towards Nami. Nami, it would be troublesome if I were hit. Typhoon Weather. Nami throws 2 sections of her weather stick, creating a large hole in the foam wave, while several Namis rush towards the breach. Califa, it seems the one who escaped is the true body. Shave. Califa swiftly appears before Nami, delivering a sharp thrust that pierces her shoulder, creating a bloody hole. Oh dear, I thought it was just another illusion. I won't let you escape again. I will turn you into a beehive. Nami, perhaps you have forgotten that a navigator must steadfastly remember the forecasts of the weather. At this moment, Califa also sensed the commotion behind her. Turning her gaze, she beheld a swirling mass of ominous clouds, crackling with blinding lightning, stirring not far behind her. Nami, behold the lightning that erupts from the dark clouds towards the weather rod. Thundercloud lightning gun. A thick column of lightning instantaneously pierced through Califa's majestic chest, causing her to expel a plume of smoke from her mouth as she slowly toppled backward. CP9 Califa has been defeated. Chapter 44. The Sniper King vs. The Big Bad Wolf. Senju Tobarama. Is this the battle of a navigator? This Nami is quite astute, perfectly mastering and utilizing every ounce of her strength. Rocks. Engaging in combat using the weather is truly refreshing. Uchiha Azuna. Thus far, the intelligence of the CP9 members has shown some serious flaws. They are either foolish or dim-witted. Shanks. Perhaps they learned from their commander. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Pain. The bubble fruit. What a fascinating concept. It can apparently wash away a person's power. Could it also wash the tail beast from their Jinchuriki? Senju Tobarama. An intriguing thought, but let us hope that that's not the case. Whitebeard. While I am not entirely familiar with what a Jinchuriki is, the bubble fruit shouldn't possess such formidable abilities. That fruit should suffice. Pain. Which fruit are you referring to? Admiral Sengoku. You must mean the ball fruit. Whitebeard. Pain. The ball fruit. Whitebeard. It can repel everything, so it should also be able to expel things that do not belong to the human body. Naruto Uzumaki. Thankfully, our world does not have such an abundance of bizarre powers. Losing a tailed beast would mean death for a Jinchuriki. Pain. Many die daily in the ninja world. What is a few Jinchuriki among so many? Senju Tobarama. It appears you have set your sights on the tailed beasts. Pain. Uchiha Itachi. Though I am unaware of the reasons, the Akatsuki organization indeed plans to capture all tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama. Are you attempting to incite war? Listen well, all ninja villages. Protect your tailed beasts at all costs. The equilibrium between villages must not be disrupted. Pain. Do not attempt to extract information from me. I shall reveal nothing. Await the judgment of God. Rock's God? What a detestable term. Kaido, I wonder if I can withstand my thunderous 8 trigrams. Charlotte Linlin. Why do some individuals always consider themselves divine? Garp, because they have itchy skin. Video footage Sniper King. Your opponent is none other than me. Gabura, no need to be so furious. You wish to rescue your comrade, do you not? Sniper King, indeed. I shall retrieve your key. Unexpectedly, Gabura tossed the key away. Quickly, take it and rescue Nico Robin. The Sniper King, bewildered. What on earth? Gabura, in truth. I do not wish to kill. I abhor blood. Sniper King, then. I shall not hold back and take the key. Oh no, this is perilous. Just as the Sniper King bent down to retrieve the key, a sinister smile appeared on Gabura's face. 10-finger gun in an instant, Gabura struck, sending the Sniper King flying back, blood spewing forth. Gabura, do not let your guard down. I am a wolf, and I will make my opponent complacent before eliminating them. Ha ha ha. A video pause question. Who will triumph in this battle? A Sniper King b Gabura C-Tai. The answering session will commence in 3 minutes. Correct answers will earn the equivalent physical strength of Gabura, which may be transferred, while incorrect answers will result in the loss of the same amount of physical strength. If strength is insufficient, it can be supplemented. Kaido, too weak. I have no need for this. Charlotte Linlin. When will a reward that truly excites me appear? Minato Namikaze. Indeed, these rewards are rather trivial compared to you all, so please refrain from competing with me. Naruto Uzumaki. That big bad wolf is utterly despicable. How can he resort to a sneak attack? Kushina Uzumaki. Exactly, it's so contemptible. Anoki. Reikage A. Is the young generation of Konoha truly this Navi? Itachi Uchiha. Gabura will undoubtedly triumph. The Sniper King has sustained injuries and lost the initiative. Hashirama Senju. Even if one loses the initiative, it does not guarantee defeat. In the previous battle, didn't Nami lose the initiative yet win through her cleverness and adaptability? Izuna Uchiha. Senju with white hair. I believe that Wolf will emerge victorious. Just look at the weaponry in use. The Sniper King excels in ranged combat, not in close quarters, and having lost the initiative, defeat is certain. Screen. Time's up. The answering session will commence in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Congratulations to Izuna Uchiha for acquiring the right to answer. Please respond. Izuna Uchiha. B. Gabura will win. Congratulations to Izuna Uchiha for answering correctly. Please select whether to transfer the reward. Izuna Uchiha. Transfer it to Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, quickly find some girls. It's time to expand the family. Don't dawdle. Itachi Uchiha. My brother's affairs are none of your concern. Izuna Uchiha. And you, Itachi Uchiha? Though you are not the main culprit, you are ultimately responsible for the massacre of our clan. If you do not father 100 children, I will not let you off the hook. The revival of our Uchiha clan rests on you 2 brothers. Itachi Uchiha. You're insane. Screen. The rewards have been confirmed, and the live footage of the award presentation begins to play. In an unknown grove, Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi walk side by side. Catching a glimpse of the chat content on the screen, Kakashi gestures for a halt. A burst of golden light descends from the heavens, enveloping Sasuke Uchiha. As the light dissipates, Sasuke opens his eyes. He pushes off the ground with force, his body becoming a blur, moving swiftly as surrounding trees and stones are shattered. Moments later, Sasuke halts and gazes at the screen, speaking, Nisan, where are you? Use the code to inform me. However, Itachi Uchiha does not respond to his brother, instead focusing intently on finding a suitable sister-in-law in the village. Straw Hat Pirates on Sky Island. Luffy. Sniper King, will he be our new companion? I'm so excited. Nami. Fool, that's Usopp. How could you mistake him with such simple disguise? What do you rely on to recognize Usopp? Luffy. His nose. Chopper. Huh? Sniper King is Usopp? The art of disguise is truly remarkable. It is utterly unrecognizable. Usopp, isn't it handsome? Yet, I am truly unfortunate. Chopper, it's splendid. Please make one for me too. Usopp. Nami-sai? The video continues. Sniper King. What? What am I even doing? Gabura. Ha ha ha, what a foolish masked man. Why aren't you fleeing like before? Your running skills are quite impressive. Sniper King? Are you joking? There is no time left to escape. With a colossal slingshot, he unleashed his ultimate move, Sunflower Star. A single projectile divided into 5, forming a circular assault towards Gabura. A violent explosion erupted, and thick smoke began to rise. It turned out to be fireworks. Only then did Sniper King realize that Gabura had appeared behind him. With a loud thud, Sniper King was sent flying by Gabra's kick. Utilizing Moonwalk, Gabra swiftly caught up to the airborne Sniper King and struck him down with a powerful palm, relentlessly assaulting him. I shall grant you a swift demise. Gabra lifted the bloodied Sniper King with one hand, ready to finish him off. Just as Sniper King was about to meet his end, a fleeting shadow appeared, and Gabra was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Gabra, who are you? I am a hunter. Nami. Sanji, how did you recover? Sanji, a bathtub fell from the sky, freeing me from the curse. It must have been the water. Speaking of which, Nami, have you fallen for me again? Oh ho ho ho. Nami, speechless, replied, I wish the bathtub had hit you instead. Sniper King struggled to rise, blood dripping continuously. Nami, Sniper King, have I finally become unworthy of even a single character in my name? Cough. Cough. I'm sorry, Sanji. Indeed. Sanji, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. Everyone has their own limitations and capabilities. Sniper King, Sanji, look outside. Before them, the enormous gate of justice began to open slowly. Sanji, Robin will soon be taken to a place beyond our reach. Let me handle this key. Allow me to take on what you cannot. And you take on what I cannot. Think carefully, perceive the situation clearly. As long as you are here, Robin will undoubtedly be saved. Usopp. Chapter 45, Hunter vs. Prey. Senju Tobirama, unexpectedly defeated in an instant. Kaido, what a disappointment. I thought I would at least get a few exchanges, but is this all? Shanks, one should not be so quick to judge. Sanji raises a valid point. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. No one is omnipotent. Charlotte Lin, it appears that this long-nosed fellow is the weakest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Indeed, every ship carries its blemishes. Shinja Hashirama, I believe this individual will undoubtedly have his moment to shine. The bonds among comrades can yield boundless strength. I look forward to his performance. Screen. Question. Who will win this battle? A. Sanji B. Gabra C. Draw 3 minutes for responses commence. Correct answers reward with armament hockey, beginner, transferable. Incorrect answers forfeit equivalent skills or powers. Uchiha Izuna. This time the reward is hockey. I want it. With hockey, Sasuke will surely be able to father a multitude of children. Inoki, it's hard to predict this time. Should I rely on luck again? Reikage A. Old man Inoki, this time you might not enjoy the same fortune as before. Proceed with caution. Rocks, clearly, it will be Gabra. Sanji has already sustained grave injuries from Khalifa and cannot display much strength now. Roger, that may not be the case. Did you not see Sanji kick Gabra, sending him flying and spitting blood? Rocks, that was merely a sneak attack. Shinja Hashirama, Sanji will surely emerge victorious. I have unwavering faith in the bonds shared among comrades. Screen countdown. 5 seconds to respond. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Commence answering. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki obtains the right to answer. Please respond. Kazekage Minato. Naruto, are you confident? Uzumaki Kushina. Go for it, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. I choose A. Sanji will win. I share the same steadfast belief in the bonds among comrades, just like with Sasuke. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki answered correctly. Please choose whether to transfer the reward. Naruto Uzumaki. Yay. I knew Sanji would win. This is the essence of camaraderie. I choose to transfer it to Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, Naruto. Kazekage Minato. It seems Naruto has formed a very close friendship. Naruto Uzumaki. Uncle Fourth, it's not just Sasuke. I have many friends like Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Hinata, and many more. Uzumaki Kushina. That puts my mind at ease. Screen. Reward confirmed. Begins displaying the real-time footage of the award. This time, Sasuke did not demonstrate but, upon receiving the reward, glanced at the screen with a fleeting smile that quickly vanished, lowering his head and speeding away into the distance. The video continues. The Sniper King reflected deeply for a moment, grasping the essence of Sanji's message, and immediately beckoned Nami to depart. Shave, Iron Block Fist, Wolf Strike. Gabra lunged forward with lightning speed, his 10 fingers aimed at Sanji, who raised his leg to block momentarily before being flung out of the room. Isn't he supposed to be a formidable hunter? He crumbles so easily. As Gabra prepared to pursue Nami and her companions, Sanji emerged from the smoke, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gabra flying into the wall, creating a substantial dent. Before landing gracefully, you truly possess remarkable combat skills. Gabra raised his fingers to launch a 10-finger assault on Sanji. who deftly dodged and retaliated with a kick aimed at Gabra's back, only to have it blocked by a metal object. "Useless, you fool," Gabra retorted. Despite the pain from Sanji's blow, Sanji remarked, "You lot with your iron techniques are quite troublesome." With a swift combination of strikes, Gabra unleashed a whirlwind kick, propelling himself towards Sanji. Sanji leaped to evade the attack, simultaneously launching a series of kicks to Gabra's shoulder, waist, and ribs, forcing him to retreat under the sheer force. With a calculated flying kick, Sanji sent Gabra sliding several meters backward. "I told you, your kicks are ineffective, Wolf Fang," Gabra exclaimed, only to be sent crashing through a large section of the wall by Sanji's next attack. "The Wolf Fang should be enough for you. Iron Fist, Wolf Fang style." Level 2. Sanji executed a flying kick that sent Gabra soaring. These fellows are remarkably resilient. Despite enduring such heavy blows, they appear unscathed. Gabra, half sitting against the wall, closed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "A man like you is truly admirable. I have waited a long time. Could you assist me in rescuing Robin?" As he spoke, Gabra tossed the key away. "Uchiha Izuna, good grief, is he trying that trick again? Naruto Uzumaki. I hope Sanji doesn't fall for it." "Roger. CP agents are as unscrupulous as ever." "Senju Tobarama, isn't war about being unscrupulous?" On the video feed, Sanji questioned, "What are you talking about?" Gabra replied, "I have not mentioned it before, but Robin is my long-lost sister." Sanji exclaimed, "What did you say?" Gabra then spun a fabricated tale with surprising coherence. "All right, I understand now. Leave it to me. I will take this key and surely rescue Sister Robin." He bent down to retrieve the key, and seeing that Sanji had fallen for his ruse, Gabra's face transformed into a triumphant smirk as he prepared to ambush Sanji. How could such a thing occur? Just as Gabra leaped above Sanji, Sanji suddenly kicked upward, driving Gabra's head into the ceiling. "Robin is your sister? Fool. Your lies should at least have some semblance of truth." Gabra extricated himself from the ceiling, rubbing his head, only to notice the key in Sanji's hand. "You bastard, you actually have the key." Sanji replied, "Did you not give it to me?" Gabra responded, "Curse be it," Sanji concluded. "Haven't you suffered enough yet?" As the two seemed poised to engage in another fierce battle, Sanji abruptly turned and fled. "Stop. Stop. Deceit is my ultimate skill. How dare you underestimate me?" Gabra exclaimed. Just as Gabra rushed up behind Sanji, he was sent flying by a swift kick executed by Sanji. The cunning wolf had once again been outsmarted. In a splendid banquet of combat, Sanji dashed toward Gabra, and just when Gabra anticipated an assault and braced himself, Sanji executed a backflip, delivering a kick to the back of Gabra's thigh. With a resounding impact, Gabra was knocked over, once again falling victim to Sanji's trickery. In a display of acrobatics, Sanji leapt into the air, performing a rapid spin kick. Gabra quickly attempted to evade, however. Sanji struck the ground with such force that it created a massive crater. "Damn it, this is infuriating. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the Iron Block Fist," Gabra declared, initiating his technique, Wolf Bazaar. With agility, Gabra sprinted around Sanji on all fours, unleashing a flurry of faint blue slashes towards him. Sanji leaped back to avoid the onslaught, only to find Gabra suddenly in front of him. With a powerful strike, Gabra landed a heavy punch to Sanji's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall opposite, shattering a large section of it, causing the cigarette in Sanji's mouth to fall. "Ha ha ha. Witness the power of the Iron Block Fist. Impressive, isn't it?" Gabra taunted. With a swift motion, Gabra executed a series of faint blue slashes from the air, leaping towards Sanji. "Ah!" Sanji cried out, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. According to the law of smoke and injury, you should be unscathed. How naive to think you could take the key from me. Gabra laughed triumphantly as Sanji rose, clutching his bleeding arm. Once more, Gabra sent Sanji tumbling to the ground. "Now's the time to laugh." Sanji sprang back to his feet, spinning rapidly. "I truly don't understand your frantic twirling," Gabra remarked, as Sanji halted, his right leg flushed with crimson. "Demon foot, demon wind kick." Sanji unleashed a scorching kick that struck Gabra squarely in the abdomen. "So hot," Gabra exclaimed, feeling the infernal force of the attack. He was propelled back across the room, writhing in agony. "It's scorching, scorching. My bones are burning. I'm going to break." The iron block proved ineffective against such a technique. How could this be? Gabra rolled on the ground, clutching his charred abdomen, moaning in despair. Sanji propelled himself forward, launching through the air toward Gabra. "You fool. Your opponent is a six forms user, and you dare to engage in aerial combat," Gabra shouted, charging towards Sanji. Just before being struck, he utilized Moonwalk to leap above Sanji. "Moonlight, 10-finger gun, Gabura lunged forward, his 10 fingers aimed at Sanji. Sanji swept his left leg, deflecting one of Gabura's arms, yet was struck in the abdomen by Gabura's other arm without resistance. Gabura laughed. "Ah, did you manage to push one of my hands away? Such a pity. If only you could employ a kicking technique with your other foot, you could have thwarted all my attacks." Sanji replied. "The technique of my other foot is reserved for dealing with you. Demon Wind Foot, the finishing touch in a swift motion." Sanji rolled and delivered a precise kick with his right foot, striking Gabura squarely in the head. In an instant, Gabura was propelled like a bullet, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. God created food. The devil added seasoning, though it seems it was a tad too spicy. CP9 Gabura has been defeated. Chapter 46. Zoro vs. Kaku, Uchiha Izuna. How has Sanji's kicking technique evolved so significantly? The iron block seems utterly ineffective. What is the underlying principle? Kaido, how could an iron block possibly withstand Haki? Whitebeard, is it truly Haki? Senju Tobarama, what is the nature of Sanji's body? He can endure such extreme temperatures. Naruto Uzumaki, could it be related to some kind of fruit? Shanks, Sanji lacks any fruit abilities and does not appear to utilize Haki, which means he is relying solely on his body to withstand the heat. Quite impressive. Admiral Sengoku, is he also a modified human? That doesn't seem to be the case. Rocks, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates is extraordinary, though they pale in comparison to me. Ha ha ha. The scene transitions, revealing Kaku gripping two long swords, his gaze provocatively fixed on Zoro. Zoro, two-sword style is it? Kaku discards his sheaths, using his long swords to support his body as he unleashes two massive, pale blue slashes toward Zoro. Zoro deflects the slashes with his swords, the ricochet effortlessly cleaving the furniture within the room in twain. You are mistaken. I apologize, for I wield 4 swords. Zoro, even if your entire body is a weapon, it matters not. Prepare yourself. Zoro clenches the Wado Ikamanji between his teeth and charges at Kaku. Kaku, undeterred, meets him with his blade. The room resounding with the clashing of metal as the two engage in a dance of skillful precision. With a swift movement, Kaku glides through the air, his speed starkly contrasting the earlier CP9 members, akin to the difference between an adult and an infant. 72 troubling winds, white thunder simultaneously. Zoro and Kaku unleash powerful slashes that collide, enveloping the space in a shroud of white mist. With a sudden dash, Kaku appears behind Zoro like lightning, striking at him, only to be parried by Zoro's quick reflexes. Zoro retaliates with a powerful downward slash, which Kaku deftly evades, dissipating the force of the blow. Kaku, haha. This is truly exhilarating. Zoro, I have no time to indulge you. Kaku, then come and defeat me. Kaku leaps into the air, driving both swords into the ceiling, hanging above as he rapidly kicks, unleashing dozens of pale blue slashes towards Zoro. Zoro continuously deflects the onslaught, the destructive power of the strikes rendering the room unrecognizable. Zoro, you think so little of me, you scoundrel? Kaku, as expected of Zoro. Since you are so cunning, allow me to showcase my new ability. The video pauses. Question, who will win this battle? A. Zoro. B. Kaku. C. Draw answers will be collected in 3 minutes. Correct answers will reward the armament Haki, beginner level transferable, while incorrect answers will result in the forfeiture of equivalent skills or powers. Shanks, both swordsmen exhibit remarkable prowess. Whitebeard, this promises to be a spectacular battle. Senju Tobarama, although the battle was brief, it is evident that Kaku's strength surpasses that of the earlier CP9 members, resembling the distinction between a high-ranking shinobi and a low-ranking one. Senju Hashirama, can you discern who will emerge victorious? Uchiha Madara, haha Heisai mama. Have you not always favored the Straw Hat crew? Just continue to support them. Senju Hashirama, I am not foolish. It is clear that this battle has only just commenced. Who can assert a guaranteed victory? Uchiha Izuna, have you lost faith in the power of bonds? Senju Hashirama, I have always believed in the connections between comrades, however. If the disparity in strength is too great, no bond can compensate for that. Anoki, but based on their performances in the video, the strength of both fighters does not seem excessively different. Minato Namikaze, that is hard to say. No one reveals their ultimate techniques right from the outset. Naruto Uzumaki, I still believe that the Straw Hat crew will triumph. I wholeheartedly support them. Kushina Uzumaki, I stand with Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, thank you very much. Screen, time is up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. The answering commences. Congratulations to Garp for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Garp. I choose A. My grandson's comrades will win. Marine Headquarters, Sengoku. Garp. You rascal. Where is your allegiance? Do you realize the detrimental effect this has on the morale of our soldiers? Garp. Do you not desire to reward the training of young Marines? Or would you rather hand the reward over to the pirates? Sengoku. This. Are you confident? Garp. No. Observing Sengoku on the verge of a breakdown. Garp hastily added, trust in my instincts. Screen. Selection confirmed. The answer will not be revealed yet. Please continue to watch the video. Video scene. The scene shifts to Zoro and Kaku, in his giraffe form, engaged in a fierce battle. Judging by their disheveled appearances, they have evidently been fighting for some time. Zoro ties a bandana around his head, resolute in his pursuit of the key. Failure to obtain it would equate to defeat. 2 sword style, 2 slashes. Kaku, does donning a bandana enhance your skills? Zoro, what do you think? Zoro charges towards Kaku, leaping and slashing with his dual swords. Kaku, evading with a series of agile maneuvers, remarks, a leap exposes blind spots. Giraffe neck. Kaku's elongated neck whips like a whip, sending Zoro flying. Iron block, no blind spots. Kaku contorts his body mechanically, transforming into a square. Though possessing 4 corners, there are no blind spots. Zoro, exasperated. Enough of your prattle. What are you even doing? Kaku, you're too naive. Did you notice that a giraffe possesses 4 legs? Storm legs. Kaku's 4 short legs move erratically like a frenzied creature. Zoro, increasingly frustrated. Are you even interested in fighting or not? Kaku, where have you been looking? The assault has already commenced. Zoro looked up and saw countless points of light soaring towards the ceiling. The old man unleashed a slashing attack upwards, which ricocheted off the ceiling and cascaded down. The giraffe figure unleashed innumerable tiny slashes, like needle pricks, raining down from the ceiling. Zoro desperately swung his swords to block. But the sheer number and diminutive size of the strikes proved overwhelming. Despite his tense muscles bracing against the onslaught, he was unable to shield himself entirely. Suffering countless small wounds, blood streaming from him in a pitiful display. In contrast, Kaku appeared far more at ease, effortlessly employing an iron block to fend off the barrage of slashes. The video paused. Question: who will win this battle? A. Zoro. B. Kaku. C. Draw 3 minutes later. The rush to answer begins. Correct answers reward the ability to perceive haki, which can be transferred, while incorrect answers result in the loss of equivalent skills or powers. Senju Tobarama. The format of the questions has changed. The same question is asked multiple times without revealing the answers. What might the outcome be? Roger. It's possible that everyone could answer correctly, or it could lead to total annihilation, with no one claiming any rewards. Rocks. Why not choose different answers then? Uchiha Izuna. Just take a guess. After all, no one knows the answer. Naruto Uzumaki. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Kazekage Minato. Naruto, if you win the reward, will you keep it for yourself or pass it on to someone else? Screen. Time is up. The rush to answer commences in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin answering. Congratulations to Rocks for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Rocks. I choose B. Kaku. Sengoku. Why do you believe Kaku will win? Aren't you the one who despises the world government, Rocks? Rocks. It's evident. Throughout this battle, Zoro has consistently been at a disadvantage, making his chances of victory exceedingly slim. Screen. Selection confirmed. The answer will not be revealed yet. Please continue watching the video. Chapter 47. The Demon God Zoro video footage resumes. Moments later, the slashing ceased. Kaku's long neck arched back before he lunged forward, stabbing at Zoro. Zoro crossed his blades to block Kaku's formidable long nose, but the force was too great, and he was ultimately sent flying. Struggling, Zoro managed to rise to his feet. Kaku, what a tenacious man. I am truly impressed. Zoro, I have been forged through countless trials, you old giraffe. This game ends here. Allow me to sever your iron block. Kaku, you certainly have a way with words. Break my iron block? Can you truly accomplish that? Zoro, absolutely. One sword style, Lion S Song Stormfoot. Dragon S break both unleashed powerful slashes, their figures intertwining as they passed. Kaku, if it's iron, then it shall be severed. Whether to use the iron block to receive the blow is a decision I can discern. Zoro, I see. It appears that ordinary methods will not suffice. Zoro took a deep breath. One arm of strength. Rigor 2 arms of strength. Rigor Zoro's arms suddenly swelled to more than double their size. The 3-sword style 2-edged strike. A gorilla-like shadow materializes behind Zoro. Kaku, this time, you wish to compare strength? How intriguing. The clash resounds as Zoro's sword collides with Kaku's elongated nose. Kaku, the force of this move is tremendous. Ultimately, Zoro gains the upper hand, sending Kaku flying against the wall, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Zoro, look at your lofty demeanor. You never even considered the possibility of defeat. Do not be so arrogant. You are no different. The scene shifts as Kaku morphs again, his neck shortening and limbs elongating. Locking eyes with Zoro, both brimming with fighting spirit. Three-sword style, leopard. Paper drawing. Zoro crouches like a cheetah, launching himself towards Kaku with a swift spin. Kaku, not daring to underestimate, employs one of the 6 forms, paper drawing, to evade, yet he still sustains a wound to his side. Kaku, how is this possible? I clearly saw it coming. Has this fellow, instead, anticipated my movements? Zoro, what is there to be astonished about? Surely, you have not gone your entire life without being struck? Kaku, perhaps I have underestimated you. Galefoot Shuriken. Giraffe, 10,000 shots. Kaku unleashes a barrage of strikes shaped like shurikens. Hurtling towards Zoro. Zoro swiftly parries, deflecting all incoming attacks. Seizing the moment while Zoro is occupied, Kaku transforms into a cannon, his neck extending dramatically. The square-shaped nose striking Zoro's abdomen, sending him sprawling. The neck morphs into a whip bamboo forest. Kaku's neck lashes out violently, striking Zoro, who is downed. Zoro involuntarily grunts, attempting to roll away. Accelerate, rapid bamboo forest. Kaku strikes with the speed of fast forward, relentlessly hitting Zoro. Kaku, how about now? Can you still boast? The video pauses. Question, who will win this battle? A. Zoro. B. Kaku. C. Draw. Answers will be taken in 3 minutes, with a correct answer rewarding a devil fruit. The giraffe fruit, transferable, while an incorrect answer results in the loss of equivalent skills or powers. Rakage AI, here we go again. Same question. The devil fruit. What an impressive ability. Tsunade, provided you can answer correctly. If you fail, you'll have to relinquish your position, Rakage. Whitebeard, you living folk may take your chances. But losing power will leave you vulnerable to your opponent. Let us dead ones take a shot at it. Anoki, that's a fair point. I won't take the risk. If I lose my powers, the rock village will fall. Izuna Uchiha, still analyzing? Hashirama Senju, what is there to analyze? Just charge in. Screen, time's up. Answers will be taken in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Congratulations to Tobarama Senju for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Tobarama Senju, I choose A. Zoro will emerge victorious. Choosing to confirm. The answer is not disclosed for now. The video continues to play. In an unceasing display of swift strikes, Kaku relentlessly assails with his dual swords, executing his tempestuous kicks. Zoro finds himself struggling to withstand the onslaught, forced to retreat while parrying the blows. Kaku, in pursuit, taunts him incessantly, attempting to provoke Zoro's indomitable spirit. At last, his efforts bear fruit. An ominous chill radiates from Zoro, momentarily startling Kaku, as if he glimpsed a fearsome deity with multiple heads and arms glaring at him. Zoro declares, "You fool, have spoken too many words of arrogance." Kaku retorts, "It seems you cannot comprehend human speech, thus. Let me cleave you in twain with the mightiest of tempestuous strikes, Shodan." With that, Kaku plants one hand on the ground and swiftly rotates his body, summoning a fierce wind that rustles Zoro's garments. Zoro responds, "Baka, the one who should despair is you." An immense aura suddenly erupts around Zoro, dispelling the winds conjured by Kaku as if an invisible force field enveloped him. Ghostly energy, 9-sword style, Ashura. Zoro's arms dance as his form transforms into a fearsome deity with multiple heads and arms. Joduan, a colossal blue and white slash hurtles towards Zoro. Unfazed, Zoro unleashes all 9 swords, cleaving through Kaku's Joduan, dispersing it into mist, and then propels himself toward Kaku with great force, enduring all tribulations without weariness. This is the path of Ashura. Ashura, 1 Miss Silver. Kaku erupts with blood from his chest, collapsing to the ground in agony. CP9 Kaku has been defeated. On the screen, in this battle, Zoro emerges victorious, and rewards and penalties are about to be distributed individually. Congratulations to Kapu for guessing the correct answer. Please choose whether to transfer the reward. Kapu, transfer to Haramiber. The reward is confirmed, and the live footage of the award presentation begins. In a naval training ground, a boy with golden hair and a double chin, covered in bruises, is enveloped by a beam of golden light descending from above. As the light dissipates, Haramiber opens his eyes, fist clenched, and strikes a training boulder, which shatters instantly. Haramiber exclaims with fervor, Kappa-san, arigato. I will uphold justice to the fullest and, alongside KB, imprison all pirates, safeguarding the innocent civilians. Kapu, sailors, do not falter or be confused. Do not let these wretches make you doubt the justice you uphold. Recall the intentions that led you to join the Navy and fight alongside your like-minded comrades. The future Navy relies on you. Countless innocent civilians at sea need your protection. On the screen, Rox answered incorrectly, losing an equal measure of power and rewards. Rox, I feel utterly drained. These agents are utterly inept, capable of being overturned despite having the upper hand. Roger, Kaku's strength is commendable, significantly surpassing the previous ones. Senju Hashirama, this is the power of bonds. Kaku's loss is not unjust. Senju Tobarama, were it not for the subsequent chatter, Kakuzu's performance in this battle could be deemed flawless. Uchiha Azuna, yet, he still faced defeat. Minato Namikaze, that is primarily because he lacked someone to protect and had no conviction to risk his life for. His loss is hardly surprising. Screen, congratulations to Senju Hashirama for the correct answer. Please select whether to transfer the reward. Senju Hashirama, I shall bestow it upon Lady Tsunade. Little Tsunade, you may decide who among the villagers shall receive this devil fruit based on their needs. Screen, reward confirmed. Commencing playback of the live award presentation. In the Hokage office, a sphere of golden light, the size of a fist, descends from above, landing before the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Lady Tsunade secures the devil fruit, but refrains from immediately announcing to whom it will be given. Chapter 48. The Battle of Dual Paths in a dramatic scene. A steam-emitting fist struck Lucci squarely in the face, sending him flying. Frankie turned his head, only to see Luffy, his body enveloped in steam, flushed with intensity. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed. Though I may not last long, I will restrain him. Frankie, you must flee, Luffy declared, as Frankie prepared to depart. Lucci's voice echoed. I told you, I will not let you leave. Frankie turned back, his eyes widening in fear as he beheld Lucci transform into a towering, upright leopard. So you two possess powers? I shall eliminate you first, Frankie. In a flash, Lucci lunged at Frankie, poised to strike. At that moment, Luffy became a mere afterimage, positioning himself before Frankie and delivering a powerful kick that sent Lucci sprawling. Did you forget, Straw Hat? At the Carrera Company, I pierced through you with my unique technique. Luffy replied, that time, I consumed meat and recovered. With swift precision, Lucci appeared before Luffy, extending his finger to strike. Luffy leaped, landing behind Lucci in midair. Rubber, jet rocket. Ironically, Lucci was hurled back, crashing against the wall and enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Seizing the moment, Frankie dashed toward the corridor behind Luffy. Frankie, I leave Robin in your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall protect her. As Lucci initiated another assault, Luffy met him with equal speed. Their clash resonating within the room as they danced in a flurry of motion, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake alongside the thunderous sounds of their physical confrontations. Rubber, jet pistol. Luffy targeted the rapidly moving Lucci, delivering a punch that caught Lucci off guard, leaving a trail of blood across his face. The scene shifted as Luffy, having exited his second gear, squatted on the ground, breathing heavily. So this second gear is akin to a stimulant, isn't it? It accelerates blood flow like a pump, generating a pressure capable of bursting a normal heart, as only a rubbery body can withstand such strain. This is a unique technique of the Rubber Man, allowing physical capabilities to surpass limits. However, your stamina cannot sustain this enhancement. It is not a wise choice, for it will deplete your lifespan. Luffy replied. It is far better than losing everything in front of me. I will seize every opportunity one can. The scene shifted once more as Luffy and Lucci clashed fiercely again. Yet it was evident that Luffy was at a disadvantage, repeatedly sent flying by Lucci's blows. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Lucci taunted. If I cannot win, then no one will be safe, Luffy retorted. Executing a maneuver, Luffy entwined his legs around Lucci's, preventing his escape, while his right fist elongated and spun towards Lucci. With a resounding impact, Luffy was propelled backward, landing several paces away. Roronoa swiftly appeared before Luffy, his elongated tail resembling an arm, ensnaring Luffy's neck and lifting him off the ground. I admire your audacity in challenging the world government, but like those pirates, you lack the strength to confront me in battle. Just as Lucci finished his declaration, Luffy flung him away like a windmill. The video paused, prompting a question. Who will win this battle? A. Luffy. B. Lucci. C. Draw. 3 minutes later, the rapid-fire answering began. A correct answer would reward the respondent with Lucci's equivalent physical strength, which could be transferred, while an incorrect one would result in the loss of similar skills or powers. Senju Tobarama, I truly do not understand how these agents operate. As soon as they gain the upper hand, they become arrogant and begin to boast. Kakashi, is this a technique that consumes one's lifespan? Alas, Itachi Uchiha, the disparity in strength between the two is too great, even with a technique that drains life. Luffy would find it difficult to prevail. Naruto Uzumaki, Luffy, give it your all, you must win. In the Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered, with Chopper rushing to Luffy's side to check his pulse, while the others gazed at Luffy with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine, Luffy reassured them. Nami replied, if you're exhausting your life force and still fine, you absolutely must refrain from such recklessness in the future. Luffy beamed a radiant smile. The screen displayed, time's up. Rapid fire answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin answering. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for gaining the right to answer. Please respond. Minato Namikaze, I choose A. Luffy will emerge victorious. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for answering correctly. Please decide whether to transfer the reward. I choose to transfer it to Naruto Uzumaki. The reward was confirmed and the live award footage began to play. In a dense forest near Konoha, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Naruto Uzumaki. As the golden light dissipated, Naruto clenched his fists. Darkened haki enveloping his hands tightly, his body transformed into a blur as he moved rapidly, shattering boulders around him. Moments later, Naruto halted, excitedly waving his fists and shouting, Fourth Hokage, thank you. The video resumed. With a sharp motion, Lucci unleashed his piercing nails, shooting forth a small, razor-sharp blast of energy that struck Luffy, causing blood to splatter. Lucci then rapidly maneuvered, delivering the same attack repeatedly, eliciting cries of agony from Luffy as blood continued to spray. As Luffy knelt weakly on the ground, Lucci paused, his claws stained crimson, and flicked his fingers at Luffy, conjuring a fireball that hurtled toward him. With a swift strike, Luffy was sent flying, crashing to the ground in anguish. I thought I had encountered a man of true grit. But it seems you exhausted your strength due to that earlier stimulant, Lucci taunted. Just then, Luffy rose once more. You wish for a battle of fortitude? Then allow me to demonstrate a different kind of fight. Gear 3rd. Luffy bit his thumb and forcefully blew air, his fists swelling to the size of a giant's. Ready to strike, Lucci. If you're merely posturing, I suggest you concede. Rubber, giant pistol. With a resounding crash, Lucci was sent flying, and the entire building crumbled into ruins. Fortunately, he landed on a naval warship, and his devil fruit powers were reverted. Rocket balloon, Luffy burst forth from the shattered structure, soaring into the air. The naval soldiers on the warship, upon noticing him, drew their weapons and fired, but the bullets merely ricocheted off him, failing to so much as scratch his skin. Rubber, giant axe. The air within Luffy surged to his feet, and with a colossal stomp, he struck down. The warship was instantly cleaved in two. However, it was evident that such an attack could not reach Lucci in time. The two engaged in combat atop the warship, and in the blink of an eye, another vessel was obliterated. The scene shifted as Luffy once again entered Gear 2nd. This was the final gamble. He would not relent until Lucci was vanquished. Lucci retorted, Do you wish to exhaust yourself to death? Luffy replied, What the future holds, none can say. Rubber, jet pistol. Luffy's fist struck Lucci's abdomen, causing him to leap backward, dissipating a significant portion of the impact. Lucci attempted to counterattack with his weapon, but Luffy deftly evaded each strike. Once more, they plunged into a fierce battle. Luffy unleashed a rubber, jet dual pistol, sending Lucci hurtling backward, 2 deep impressions left on his abdomen, a clear indication that Lucci was nearing his limits. In a fit of rage, Lucci unleashed his most potent technique, the 6 powers Rokushiki, 6 King's Gun, striking Luffy with tremendous force that knocked him to the ground. Before Lucci could catch his breath, Luffy struggled to rise again. The two continued to exchange powerful techniques in a violent clash, with Lucci repeatedly employing the 6 King's Gun, causing Luffy to spit blood. Yet, for the sake of his comrades, Luffy repeatedly clawed his way back from the brink of death, while Lucci began to falter. Jet Machine Gun. Luffy poured every ounce of his strength into one final assault, the belief in saving his friends transforming into boundless power, flowing forth relentlessly. Ultimately, Lucci could withstand no more, as he was struck by Luffy's relentless barrage of fists, sent flying from the building, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. CP9's Lucci was defeated. Chapter 49. Farewell to Mary Damu. Is that Straw Hat Kid a monster? After enduring such relentless blows, he still manages to rise and retaliate. Roger, this is the power of companionship. Kaido, CP9 has been utterly defeated. There is no doubt that in this battle at Judicial Island, the pirates have emerged victorious. Charlotte Linlin, not necessarily. The Demon Slayer order has been activated. If these little rascals manage to escape, the Navy and the world government will lose all face. In the video, after Luffy defeats Lucci, he finally succumbs to exhaustion and collapses. Although he does not lose consciousness, he is rendered immobile. At that moment, cannon fire erupts. And the entire Chochu Bridge, save for the pillar where Luffy stands, is obliterated. All the ship's cannons are aimed at the last remaining pillar. On the platform connecting to the bridge, the Straw Hat crew shouts in unison, urging Luffy to take cover. However, Luffy, gravely injured, is completely unable to move. Just as Luffy is about to meet his demise under the ship's cannon, Usopp seems to sense something and begins to search frantically. Disregarding the swords aimed at him by the Navy, Zoro is about to caution Usopp to be careful when suddenly, a voice resonates in the ears of all the Straw Hat crew. In unison, they shout, "Jump into the sea." Robin also activates her devil fruit powers and tosses Luffy into the ocean. The video pauses. Question: who comes to rescue the Straw Hat crew? A. Garp. B. Dragon C. The Mary D. Frankie's family. 3 minutes later, the answering begins. With a correct answer earning a healing potion that can restore all injuries and even regenerate severed limbs, which can be transferred. While an incorrect answer results in a 10-year lifespan deduction, if a deceased person answers incorrectly, the lifespan of their most cherished living person is reduced. Senju Tobarama, limb regeneration, the disabled are in for a treat. Senju Hashirama, restoring all injuries? That is practically akin to gaining an extra life. Garp, a 10-year lifespan? At my age, I can't afford to gamble. Whitebeard, Garp, do you still need to gamble? Your name is on the list. It's clear you've secretly gone to rescue your grandson. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, calm, you can try to answer quickly. And let us see whose life you'll be sacrificing. Whitebeard, Sengoku, why don't you give it a go? I already have my fine wine ready. Just waiting for you and Garp to come down for a good drink. Akaino, don't rush, Whitebeard. It won't be long before I send the other 4 emperors down to join you. Uchiha Azuna, could it be Garp? Senju Tobarama, unlikely. With his grandson becoming a pirate, Garp can still hold a high position in the Navy, which clearly indicates his unwavering stance. Otherwise, he would have been ousted from the Navy. Minato Namikaze, the remaining 3 options can eliminate Frankie's family outright. Senju Hashirama, why is that? Uchiha Madara, fool. Look at the Straw Hat crew's reactions. The one coming must have a profound connection with them. Senju Tobarama, the answer is becoming increasingly evident. Minato Namikaze, second Hokage. Let us see who is quicker. Uchiha Azuna, what are all the possible answers? As the countdown on the screen reached its end, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for securing the right to answer, the announcement echoed. Senju Tobarama, will you forever be the slowest, or can you surpass me? Minato Namikaze, I choose C, the Going Merry. Senju Hashirama, why C? The Going Merry is merely a sailing vessel. How can a ship save anyone? Senju Tobarama, firstly, the Straw Hat pirates require a ship to escape. A naval vessel would undoubtedly be denied to them by the Marines. Secondly, Usopp was the first to exhibit unusual behavior, as he was ready to duel Luffy over the Going Merry at the very onset of this assessment. This indicates how dearly Usopp cherishes the Going Merry. Based on these 2 points, I deduce that C holds the greatest likelihood, albeit it seems improbable. The screen flashed. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for answering correctly. Would you like to transfer your reward? I choose to transfer it to Tsunade, Minato replied. Uchiha Azuna, oh, I thought you would continue to bestow the reward upon Naruto Uzumaki. After all, I once was the Hokage of the village, Minato responded with a hint of pride. The reward was successfully transferred, and the video continued to play. As the Straw Hat pirates leaped into the ocean, an ethereal voice resonated. Come back, Mina. Return to the adventurous seas. I shall come for you. With the utterance of these words, the remaining stone pillars of the Bridge of Hesitation were utterly obliterated. A battered and scarred little ship emerged from the gaps between the colossal warships, the very Going Merry that had accompanied the Straw Hat pirates through countless storms and adventures. As the crew boarded the Going Merry, they embarked on a daring escape. Following a fierce chase, the Straw Hat pirates, with Sanji's clever strategizing, managed to elude the Navy and seize their freedom. During their return journey, they encountered Iceberg and the employees of the Galila Company arriving by boat. At that moment, the Going Merry suddenly creaked ominously, with splintering, and then the bow completely broke off, plunging into the depths. Luffy gasped in shock and immediately implored the shipwrights from Galley Law Company to repair the ship. Iceberg shook his head. All that could be done in Water 7 has been accomplished. At this juncture, let it rest. Understanding dawned upon Luffy after a prolonged silence. The Straw Hat Pirates stood side by side on a small boat, silently gazing at their companion who had shared in their myriad adventures and tempests. "Are you ready, Mina?" Luffy inquired. "Yes," came the quiet reply. "Luffy, the depths are dark and lonely. We will keep watch over you. Perhaps Usopp's absence is a blessing. He would surely struggle to endure such a scene." With that, Luffy raised a torch and ignited the going merry. "Zoro, how does it feel?" "Usopp, it's nothing." At the moment of farewell, Min must not shed a single tear. She must be prepared for this. Despite his words, tears flowed unabated beneath his mask. "Luffy, thank you for carrying us for so long." At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky as a melancholic melody filled the air. "I apologize. I had intended to take everyone to far-off places. I truly wish to embark on adventures with you all forever. Mary, yet I, Luffy, the ones who should apologize are us, Mary. My steering skills are abysmal, leading you to collide with an iceberg, and I have even damaged your sails. Zoro and Sanji are equally foolish, having wreaked havoc in various parts of the ship. Although Usopp will attempt repairs, his clumsiness is notorious. The apologies rightfully belong to us. Nevertheless, I find immense happiness. I am deeply grateful for the way you all have cherished me until now. I am truly happy, for I am with you. Mary, Hashirama, I am deeply moved, so moved, I wish to join them. Orochimaru, the ship can speak. Has it transformed into a spirit? Whitebeard, this is a ship spirit, not a monster. Izuna Uchiha, a spirit? Roger, this is a legend passed down through generations of crew members. Only a ship that is truly loved can give rise to a ship spirit. Shanks, Luffy is quite remarkable. He has truly become a man. Hashirama, how enviable. If only I could return to the past, I would surely construct a grand ship to sail the world with Madara. Shanks, what a friendship to be envious of. Chapter 50, The Ultimate Delicacy in the Sky Island. The Straw Hat Pirates found themselves engulfed in sorrow, particularly Usopp, whose tears flowed like a torrential waterfall. Nami, is it truly impossible to repair Mary? Sanji, in life, some farewells are inevitable. At least it has left us with countless cherished memories. Luffy, Mary is weary. Yet we shall not halt our journey. Zoro, indeed, if we stand still, how can we honor Mary's final struggle? Usopp, as the Straw Hat crew returned to Water 7. They took a brief respite before preparing to set sail for the next island. During this time, Luffy's grandfather, the Navy hero Garp, visited Water 7. Casting a glance at his beloved grandson and delivering a loving yet stern reprimand, he revealed the identity of Luffy's father and assured that he would not capture the Straw Hats on this island before returning to headquarters. Frankie, having acquired Adam Wood with the funds he pilfered from the crew, intended to construct a formidable ship for the Straw Hats. On the day of their departure, Frankie's family suddenly appeared, hoping that the Straw Hat crew would allow Frankie to join them. The crew, perplexed, inquired about the reason. Zambai promptly produced a stack of wanted posters, tossing them to the ground. They were the Straw Hats' wanted posters, including Frankie's. Video pauses question, what is the bounty for the Straw Hat crew's doctor? Chopper? A deviation of no more than 20 million berries will be deemed correct. A correct answer rewards a universal remedy capable of curing any ailment, while an incorrect answer results in a box of sardines, which must be consumed entirely. There are 3 attempts allowed, and if all 3 are incorrect, all members of the group chat will receive pickled sea sparrows as a reward. The countdown for responses begins in 3 minutes. The Straw Hat crew cheered in unison, delighted that all had become wanted criminals. Chopper, exhilarated, exclaimed with a puffed nose, what could my bounty be? Usopp, Chopper, having defeated such formidable foes like CP9 and being able to transform into a gigantic monster, it must be at least 50 million. Chopper, 50 million. Luffy, it could even be 100 million. Chopper, 100 million. Sanji, I wonder what my bounty will be? Which dashing pose will the Navy choose for my wanted poster? Perhaps this, or even this. Sanji began to fantasize about the scene of women worldwide being enamored by his handsome figure, a goofy expression overtaking his face. Zoro, perverted turtle. Sanji, what did you say? Moss head. Zoro, who are you calling moss head, you perverted turtle? Sanji, I'll kick you to the ground, moss head. Zoro, I've longed to slice you, perverted turtle. Senja Hashirama, is this a welfare question? Whether right or wrong, there's a reward, so why hesitate, my friends? Senja Tobarama, Oni-chan, it's not that simple. Those pickled sea sparrows and sardines are likely not delightful. Uchiha Azuna. How bad could edible items be? At worst, they would just be unpalatable. Uchiha Madara. As a ninja, to be afraid of food is truly disgraceful. Tobirama. No matter how unpalatable it may be. Can it truly compare to the inedibility of military rations? Shanks. All members are bounty criminals. Perhaps Luffy will indeed realize his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Roger. To aspire to become the Pirate King? What a splendid dream. It deserves unwavering support. Garp. Shanks, Roger, you two rascals, you have abducted my beloved grandson. Whitebeard. Garp. Therein lies your fault. It is commendable for a child to have dreams. As family, you ought to support him rather than relentlessly obstruct him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Dreams are inherently good. However, malevolent aspirations are not. The moment one chooses the path of wickedness, the gallows become their inevitable fate. Rocks. T-Gate. Your reasoning is flawed. Why should Garp not offer support? Has he not already sought out Water 7 without taking action against his grandson? That is support enough. Wouldn't you agree, Sengoku? Akainu. The video has not concluded. How can you ascertain that no action was taken? Kaido, have you not noticed? Monkey D. Luffy is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, Charlotte Linlin. Thus, the heroic Garp has nurtured a criminal attempting to overthrow the world government? Quite impressive indeed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is no need for discord. The Navy holds unwavering trust in Garp. Itachi Uchiha. Dragon. It must be the dragon from our group chat. With both his son and grandson aligning with the opposing forces, Garp must be in great anguish. Minato Namikaze. Garp's appearance in Water 7 at this juncture, revealing Luffy's heritage, likely harbors ulterior motives. Rakage AI. Let us momentarily set aside Garp's family matters and focus on analyzing the answers. Although I'm unfamiliar with canned herring and pickled seabirds, they are surely not good items. Noki, we must inquire with individuals from another world. Roger. Sengoku, offer us a hint. By what criteria does your Navy determine bounties? Akainu, why should we divulge that to you? Shanks, this is not the time for contention over rewards. It is imperative that we strive to avoid erroneous answers. Garp, in terms of strength, based on the prowess of a lion, Chopper should be able to defeat him. The bounty should be approximately 50 million. Screen, time is up. The answering begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence answering. Congratulations to Akainu for securing the right to answer. Please respond. Akainu, 50 million. Akainu's answer is incorrect, resulting in a reward of 1 box of canned herring to be distributed later. 5 seconds later, the answering resumes. Roger, to think that was incorrect. Was it too high or too low? Hashirama Senju, to have a unified distribution in the end. This suggests they anticipated we would all answer incorrectly, does it not? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence answering. Congratulations to Rocks for securing the right to answer. Please respond. Rocks, 80 million. Rocks' answer is incorrect, resulting in a reward of 1 box of canned herring to be distributed later. After a brief pause of 5 seconds, the rapid-fire answering commenced. Uchiha Azuna, wrong again. This is the last chance, and I have an ominous feeling. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let the answers begin. Congratulations to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for earning the right to respond. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 100 million berries. Unfortunately, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's answer was incorrect, and he was rewarded with a tin of herring. After 3 consecutive mistakes, every participant in the group chat received a reward of a pickled sea sparrow, which they were obliged to consume within 5 minutes. Failure to do so would result in a forced takeover of their bodies, with rewards being doubled. At that moment, the screen shifted to display dozens of split screens. Each participant appearing on one, confronted by a delectable bird, plucked and ready for consumption. The expressions of everyone turned grim as they gazed at the tempting dish. Particularly the 3 who had answered incorrectly. Uchiha Azuna, this aroma. I would rather go to the restroom. Senju Hashirama, this is nothing like I imagined. Can this even be eaten? Senju Tobirama, Madara, how does this compare to the military rations? Uchiha Madara turned pale, having believed the military rations to be unparalleled. Now, he questioned the competence of his own subordinates. Minato Namikaze, just eat it. Otherwise, it will double. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze opened his mouth wide and stuffed the pickled sea sparrow inside. In that instant, it seemed as though his soul was about to ascend. As if his mouth had ceased to exist. Gagging, Minato fought against the urge to vomit, forcing the unidentifiable contents down his throat, only to fall unconscious. Frothing at the mouth, his face turning a shade of purple. Senju Tobarama, is it truly that inedible? It's merely a bit pungent, isn't it? Kaido, your resolve is simply not strong enough. It's just food. The others, without exception, tore off small pieces of meat and stuffed them into their mouths. In an instant, all of them covered their mouths while giving a thumbs up. Minato Namikaze, a true man. Anoki, do we really have to eat this? Rakage AI, if our bodies are forcibly taken over, it will double the punishment. Sew it up. Roger, I thought the dead might have some advantage, alas. Let us eat. Time is running out. Ultimately, aside from Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard, who utilized their physical advantages to swallow the pickled sea sparrows whole, every other participant succumbed, frothing at the mouth and fainting, their faces turning purple. As for the three who had answered incorrectly, the moment they opened the tin of herring, their faces turned green. In the Navy headquarters conference room, apart from Akainu and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, everyone else fled at the speed of light the instant the herring tin was opened. The guards outside the conference room were left to endure the consequences, wishing instead to stand guard in a latrine. Akainu was about to erupt in anger when he suddenly found himself unable to move. He had been forcibly taken over and compelled to consume the doubled portion of food, his face transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors before he fainted. Chapter 51. The Duel of the Manly Usopp. On the screen, the bounties of the Straw Hat crew appeared. Monkey D. Luffy was offered a bounty of 300 million berries. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro had a bounty of 120 million berries. The cunning Nami was valued at 16 million berries. And the cotton candy-loving Chopper had a mere bounty of 50 berries. At the moment everyone laid eyes on Chopper's wanted poster, they could no longer contain their reactions. Roger, 50 berries? Has the Navy lost its mind? Or has someone kicked them in the head? How could they possibly value a creature that easily defeated a monster like CP9 at such a paltry sum? Uchiha Madara. Who could have possibly predicted this? Whitebeard. It's absurd that the Navy keeps guessing higher. Shanks. It's not even enough to buy a bottle of liquor. Senju Hashirama. I feel like I'm becoming somewhat accustomed to this taste. Senju Tobarama. Don't say another word. I never wish to recall this flavor again. Naruto Uzumaki. What in the world is this? Why is the taste so hard to wash away? As for the reason the chat group had awakened again, the screen demanded their attention. They had to remain alert, even if it meant facing death. The video continued, revealing the devil child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Sanji, the Black Leg, had a bounty of 77 million berries, though his photo was marked as unavailable. The cyborg Frankie was valued at 44 million berries, while the Sniper King had a bounty of 30 million berries. As Sanji gazed at his wanted poster on the screen, he fell into a deep despair, looking as though he had become a ghost. Zoro remarked, "It's identical to that of the color Kappa." Sanji rushed to Zoro, mumbling incoherently in frustration. Chopper exclaimed, "I fought valiantly like a true man, so why am I only worth 50? Luffy cheerfully encouraged, "Just try harder next time." After a flurry of chaotic events, Frankie accepted Luffy's invitation to join the Straw Hat crew. At a harbor in Water 7, a naval soldier hurried to report to Garp that he had located the Straw Hat ship. "Vice Admiral Garp, we have found the Straw Hats. They are at the abandoned ship island on the southeastern coast." Garp ordered, "Let us move immediately. All hands aboard." Kobe interjected, "Vice Admiral, we just had a pleasant farewell with Mr. Luffy, and now I feel terribly embarrassed." Garp replied, "If you wish to complain, take it up with Sengoku. It's because we irritated him that we have to rush back." After saying this, Garp, while picking his nose, grumbled, "What an impressive display." Admiral Akiji, reclining casually in his chair, remarked, "Isn't it your fault for telling him on the Din Din Mushi that he is my grandson?" Garp retorted, "Enough already, be quiet. You little brat." At that moment, a naval soldier respectfully asked, "Admiral, is it all right for you to stay here?" Akiji responded, "It's too much of a hassle to ride back. Besides, I want to be getting involved." The naval soldier countered, "The enemy is right before us. Isn't this rather inappropriate?" Before setting sail, Frankie inquired about why Usopp was absent. Luffy shared the details with him. The scene then shifted, taking us back to the evening a few days prior to their departure. Luffy, "Hey, is Usopp coming back?" Sanji, "Yes, he has already demonstrated on the shore alone." Luffy, "Really? I see. Then let's go fetch him." As they spoke, they prepared to retrieve Usopp. "Usopp is returning." At that moment, Zoro's voice rang out, "Wait a moment. I forbid any of you to go get him." Luffy, "Why?" Zoro, "Even if one makes a mistake, one should not grovel, Luffy. Until he comes back to admit his fault, I shall not forgive him. Chopper, Zoro. Nami, what are you saying? Zoro, silence. When Luffy and Usopp began to argue, regardless of their thoughts or who was right or wrong, once a man decides to duel, the outcome should be left to combat. That guy lost and left on his own accord. Listen carefully. Even if he is foolish, he is still our captain. A member who disregards the captain's words at a crucial moment is not needed in our crew. A crew without respect for their captain is destined to collapse. With that, Zoro pulled Luffy closer, his tone grave. Listen well, I don't care how you are played by others, you are still a man above me. If you commit such a disgraceful act, next time, it will be me leaving this crew. Luffy, hey, Nami, but won't that leave us unable to resolve this? Zoro, if that fool wishes to return sincerely, then so be it. However, if this matter cannot be resolved properly and he attempts to gloss over it, I will not allow that. At that point, we will have no choice but to leave Usopp on this island. Nami, wait, Zoro, he does have his flaws. But once he returns, we can properly lecture him. Zoro forcefully planted his sword into the ground and stated, is leaving a crew such a simple matter? Nami, no. But, Sanji, Nami, I'm afraid this time Zoro is right. Zoro, for a man who dares to act so recklessly, we can no longer trust him in the future. It's simple. If Usopp's first words upon returning are heartfelt repentance, then we may consider it. But if they are anything else, there will be no place for him here. We are not playing childish pirate games. Luffy, that's true. We have officially parted ways. With a few days until we set sail, let us quietly wait for him. Rocky, Kapu is about to unleash the sea. Look, Sengoku. Kaido, a vice admiral. Along with Kapu and a specialized warship, without proper defenses, I truly cannot fathom how the Straw Hat crew will escape Water City. Sengoku, the video isn't over yet. Why the rush? Hashirama, haven't they fought side by side? Why? Roger, the closer the comrades are, the clearer the communication must be. Ambiguity will only slowly erode their bond. Senju Hashirama, I begin to grasp it now. If only I had been able to act like Zoro when Madara had yet to depart, perhaps he would have chosen to stay. Uchiha Madara, what purpose does it serve to dwell on such matters now? Senju Tobarama, Anija, the past has elapsed. It is futile to be ensnared by these thoughts. Red-haired pirates. Beckman tossed a bottle of rum to Jezeb, who swiftly downed half of it in one gulp. Shanks's voice echoed from afar. Youth is often accompanied by folly. However, during the incident at Judicial Island, Usopp's performance was commendable. Jezeb, thank you, Captain. Nevertheless, I have faith in my son. He will surely navigate this situation and restore his bonds with his comrades. Riki Luffy, will they manage to escape? Beckman, Akiji has already indicated he will refrain from intervening. And Garp, being Luffy's grandfather, is unlikely to cause them harm. Shanks called out, have faith in Luffy. I implore you to come a little closer. Conversing from this distance is quite laborious. No way, you reek. The crew of the red-haired pirates chorused in unison. Video footage aboard the new ship. The Thousand Sunny, Luffy forced a smile, saying, waiting there without seeing him is his response. Frankie, Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, that fellow can merely carry on alone. He won't abandon the pirate life. It would be splendid if we could reunite at sea someday. Ha ha ha. Chopper, Usopp, Nami, Luffy. We aren't in a rush to set sail. Waiting a bit longer is no issue, Luffy. Just then, a barrage of cannon fire erupted, sending sprays of water around the Thousand Sunny, startling the Straw Hat crew. Frankie, oh no, the Navy has discovered us. Grandpa Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Luffy, can you hear me? It's your grandpa. Please respond if you can hear me. Garp's booming voice resonated through the loudspeaker from a distance. Luffy, Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't capture us here? Garp, however, much has occurred, I apologize. You all shall meet your end at the bottom of the sea. Garp, consider it an apology, I will handle you all by myself. Bring me the cannonballs. A naval soldier struggled to carry a cannonball and handed it to Garp. Fist of the Meteor. Chapter 52. The inventory of Judicial Island concludes. Kapu weighed the cannonball in his hand before hurling it with force towards the side of the Thousand Sunny. The tremendous explosion generated waves that pushed the ship several meters sideways. Sanji was so astonished that his cigarette nearly fell from his lips. To think he could throw a cannonball with bare hands. Zoro remarked, its power surpasses that of a cannon. This is no mere baseball. Kapu laughed heartily, haha. My strength has waned recently. I'm not what I used to be. Nami interjected, there is no choice. We must flee or our new ship will be obliterated. Quick. Bring me 1,000 cannonballs. Kapu commanded, shedding his coat. The naval soldiers aboard became bustling with activity, rolling out an abundance of cannonballs, lining up behind Kapu. Frankie exclaimed, "This is bad. A barrage of cannonballs is incoming." Kobe shouted, "Fist of the meteor shower." Helmeppo added, "If this hits, any ship would be reduced to splinters." Kapu, warming up slightly, declared, "Let us begin, little ones. Do not think you can escape from me. Brace yourselves." Luffy instructed, "Nami, take the helm. We'll defend the ship." At that moment, a multitude of cannonballs soared through the air like meteors. The Straw Hat crew valiantly defended against the onslaught while awaiting Usopp's arrival. Finally, Usopp appeared. But instead of apologizing, he diverted the conversation. The crew ignored him, feigning indifference, causing Chopper to fret in circles. "I'm sorry," Usopp cried. Watching as his companions drifted further away, he finally expressed his innermost feelings, tears streaming down his face. Luffy was momentarily taken aback by his words. Usopp lamented, "It's my pride that's to blame. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Although it's humiliating, and I said I would leave the crew. Can I take that back? Please, let me join you once more. Allow me to be your companion again." Luffy stretched his arm toward Usopp. "Luffy, you idiot, grab me." Usopp exclaimed, his own tears flowing freely. With Usopp's return, the Straw Hat crew beamed with joy. Luffy proclaimed, "Everyone is finally gathered. Let us escape this bombardment and embark on our adventures, brothers." Kapu, fiercely attacking, noticed the sails on his grandson's ship had been lowered. Helmeppo questioned, "Huh? Why have they lowered their sails? Are they giving up? Preparing to surrender?" Kapu chuckled, "Surrender? Huh? How could they ever surrender? What are you planning, Luffy?" At that moment, the Straw Hat crew was engaged in a discussion about the name of their new ship. After much debate, they decided to name it the Sunny. Frankie then urged them to take one last look at Water City, for it would soon be out of sight. Upon hearing this, Luffy promptly bid farewell to his grandfather and friends from Water City. This declaration infuriated Kapu, who lifted a massive iron ball, larger than a warship, to hurl at the Straw Hat crew. In the end, the crew utilized the wind from the Sunny to propel themselves away from Kapu's pursuit. The inventory has concluded. The next will commence in 7 days, and the group chat will close in 5 minutes. Locks, alas, I must once again retreat to the little black room. Roger, after all, he is a beloved grandson. Shanks, considering the strength of Luffy and his companions at that time. Had it not been for the new ship's ability to escape, they might have faced total annihilation. In this regard, Garp was certainly not lenient. Kaido, yet ultimately, he did hold back. Senja Hashirama, the next inventory should involve our world. I eagerly anticipate seeing the younger generations in the village again. Uchiha Izuna, do not rejoice too soon. It may not bode well. Speaking of which, Itachi, with the next inventory 7 days away. Take this opportunity to find a few young ladies for yourself and Sasuke to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Itachi ignored him, for his gaze was fixed on Tsunade. Although she was somewhat older, the effects of time had not marred her visage due to the Ine seal. Moreover, Tsunade was formidable and a Hokage. If she could align with Sasuke, even in his demise, he would not need to worry about his brother's safety. As for whether Sasuke would agree, his consent was unnecessary. He was acting in Sasuke's best interest. Besides, he possessed one of Shirsue's eyes, which would surely sway his brother's decision. In the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade was completely unaware of these matters as she organized the village's affairs. In light of potential assaults from the Akatsuki on Jinchuriki, it was decided that Gaara would remain in Konoha to train with Naruto while strengthening the village's defenses. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Pain convened the Akatsuki members, declaring the commencement of their hunt for the tailed beasts. They could no longer afford to wait. The forthcoming inventory would be pivotal for the future of the ninja world, and unforeseen events might arise. They must act swiftly, capturing one beast at a time. Other villages possessing tailed beasts began recalling their Jinchuriki to safeguard them within their walls. Naturally, some Jinchuriki, harboring deep-seated grievances with their villages, adamantly refused to return. Obito Uchiha departed from the Mist Village. Due to the exposure of the Uchiha massacre, he could no longer conceal himself within the Akatsuki. Instead, he roamed the ninja world, gathering intelligence and awaiting the right moment. At Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku gazed at his old comrade, letting out a resigned sigh. At this juncture, casting blame held no significance. Simultaneously, Sengoku ordered the bounty on the Straw Hat crew to be elevated to match that displayed in the video, specifically increasing Chopper's bounty to 100 million. Akainu, meanwhile, was escorting Akiji to the underwater prison under the orders of the world government. The CP headquarters of the world government reassigned Lucci and Kaku for secret training. Concurrently, 5 Marine vice admirals and 10 warships secretly approached the water city, awaiting the Straw Hat crew to unwittingly walk into their trap. Unbeknownst to the Straw Hat crew, they continued their journey to the water city, hoping to repair the Going Merry while bringing their new companion, Frankie, aboard. Meanwhile, other pirate factions remained relatively inactive. The 7 days swiftly elapsed. The Straw Hat crew, en route to the City of Water, was intercepted by Frankie, who led them to a desolate island and informed them of the Navy's treachery. After a meticulous examination of the Going Merry, Frankie regretfully conveyed to the Straw Hats that the vessel was beyond repair, although they had mentally braced themselves for the news. The confirmation of their beloved ship's irreparability weighed heavily on their hearts. Frankie assured Luffy that he was in the process of constructing a new ship, which would soon be completed, hoping that the Straw Hat crew would embark on their adventures aboard the vessel he had crafted. On the Navy's side, Akainu was escorting Akiji to the underwater prison when Akiji seized the opportunity to escape. A fierce battle ensued between the two, but Akiji ultimately fled, while Akainu, for reasons unknown, chose not to pursue him relentlessly. After concluding his inventory, Garp created quite a stir at Mary Geos before heading to the Navy's new recruit training camp, effectively stepping back from the affairs of the Navy headquarters, marking a semi-retirement. Meanwhile, other pirate factions maintained their status quo. In the world of Naruto, to safeguard the Jinchuriki, the Cloud and Stone villages united to concentrate all 4 Jinchuriki within the Cloud village for protection. After several intense days of combat, the Akatsuki successfully captured the 3 Tails, 6 Tails, and 7 Tails. However, the immortal duo, in their reckless pursuit, was defeated by the 4th Reikage, A, and Inoki during their operations in the Cloud village. As for Nagato and Conan, they remained in the Rain village, biding their time for the next inventory in hopes of gleaning useful information. Obito Uchiha continued to lurk in the shadows, unwilling to reveal himself, while Nagato remained immortal. In the Hidden Leaf village, Itachi Uchiha secretly convened with Tsunade, briefing her on the intricate details of the Akatsuki. During their meeting, he subtly cast Jinjutsu upon her, implanting information deep within her consciousness. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki dedicated his days to rigorous combat training with Might Guy, striving to integrate the rewards he had received into his fighting style as swiftly as possible. Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi received word from Tsunade about Itachi's presence in the village and hastened their journey to reunite with him. Chapter 53. The death of Jiraiya. As the crackling sound of electricity resonated, the screen once again captivated the attention of all divine spirits from 2 worlds. Screen, a new round of evaluations is about to commence. We are now introducing new members to the group chat. In the Naruto world, Killer Bee, Terumi Mei, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui, Chiyo, Kakashi Hitaki, Jiraiya. In the One Piece world, Akiji, Kizaru, Blackbeard, Luffy, Ace, Fujitora, Kid. Screen, let us welcome the new members. Kaido, Akiji. Care to join my pirate crew? Charlotte Linlin, Akiji, how about a wife? Blackbeard, ha ha ha, Akiji, would you consider becoming my comrade? Akiji, the pirate and navy life is rather dull. Traveling alone has its own charm. Luffy, I am destined to become the pirate king. Kid, Luffy, I cannot overlook your statement. It is I who shall become the pirate king. Law, whoever among you wishes to be the pirate king, go ahead. The grand treasure belongs to me. Tobarama Senju, ISNT Akiji, a Navy Admiral? Is this a betrayal? Dragon, during the last evaluation, it was revealed that Akiji allowed the young Robin to escape during the O'Hara incident. The world government subsequently dismissed him entirely and sought to imprison him in the underwater prison, leading to his departure from the Navy. Hashirama Senju, such a trivial matter. And they severed ties with a key member? Has the world government lost its mind? Shanks, nothing unusual to the upper echelons of the world government. The Navy is merely a pack of hounds, and so-called admirals are but stronger hounds. Izuna Uchiha, that sounds rather tragic for the admiral. Itachi Uchiha, Shisui. Shisui Uchiha. Itachi, I apologize for entrusting everything to you. It must be exhausting. Itachi Uchiha. It's manageable. I have prevented the clan coup, and the Uchiha remain a proud family. Rocks, alas, there are only 2 of you left. Shisui Uchiha. I see. Itachi, it must be painful for you. I regret not sharing this burden with you. Itachi Uchiha. It's all in the past. Screen. This evaluation introduces several new rules for the group chat. First, the ability to send images and videos has been added. Second, any group members who remain silent for an extended period will be removed from the chat. Third, one-on-one private messaging has been enabled, allowing members to converse privately without fear of eavesdropping. The current evaluation focuses on the Naruto world, the death of Jiraiya, Pain's attack on Konoha. The video begins to play. In the Rain Village, a steady drizzle falls as a frog emerges from the water, and a white-haired ninja, adorned with an oil-slick forehead protector, emerges from the frog's mouth, none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. I have successfully infiltrated. It was unexpectedly simple. What should I do next? At that moment, Pain, situated in the highest structure of the Rain Village, sensed an anomaly. Conan, what is it? Pain, someone has obstructed my rain. This chakra presence is remarkably strong. Jiraiya donned a raincoat, subtly inquiring about information regarding the Rain Village beside a bun shop. Upon uttering the name Hanzo of the Salamander, he immediately sensed something amiss. Every passerby, including the shop owner, fixated their gaze upon him. Without delay, Jiraiya concocted a flimsy excuse to depart. After arriving at another establishment, he pointed to a winged paper figure hanging at the entrance and asked, "What is this?" The response came, "That is the angel. Do you not know? Hanging the angel's origami at the door is said to bring good fortune." Jiraiya pondered, "An angel? What is the meaning of this? This nation, far from being divided, has even unified, and is not Hanzo the leader of the Rain Village?" He resolved to investigate further. The scene shifted to Jiraiya sharing drinks with a hostess, from whom he learned that the current leader of the Rain Village is Pain, and her husband is a lower-ranked ninja in the village. According to her husband, the incessant rain enveloping the village is a technique employed by Pain. Anyone who comes into contact with the raindrops becomes detectable to him. Jiraiya swiftly realized that he had been compromised. At the pinnacle of the Rain Village, Pain instructed Conan, "Once the rain ceases, use your technique to locate the intruder." Conan replied, "Leave it to me." Jiraiya mused, "Pain, is that merely a code name? What of Yahiko and Nagato? Why do you bare his eyes?" Tsunade interjected, "It's them." Jiraiya, "Did you not receive word that they perished in the war?" Tobarama added, "Tsunade, do you know Pain?" Tsunade responded, "They are orphans of the war. Jiraiya cared for them for a time and taught them ninjutsu." Jiraiya called out, "Yahiko, answer me." Pain declared, "To make the world experience pain, thus achieving lasting peace and fulfilling my teacher's dream." Roger remarked, judging by the video title, "It seems Jiraiya has also met his demise at Pain's hands. The apprentice slays the master. How tragic." Inoki commented, "Yuan Fei was slain by his own student, Orochimaru. And Jiraiya fell to Pain, another tradition of slaying one's teacher in Konoha?" Whitebeard lamented, "Another tragedy. Is the world of ninjas truly this grim?" The video depicted 2 lower-ranked ninjas, one being the hostess's husband, entering a newly opened tavern, oblivious to the trap laid by Jiraiya. In an instant, they were captured. The tavern contorted, transforming into a frog that leaped into the water and vanished. At the apex of the Rain Village, Pain rapidly formed hand signs, and soon the rain ceased. Pain commanded, "Let us proceed." Conan initiated her technique, Dance of the Shikigami, her form dispersing into countless paper fragments, which then folded into butterflies and scattered. Within the belly of the frog, Jiraiya mused, "Although you are but mere underlings, you are still ninjas." Is the symbol of a rogue ninja meant to signify loyalty to Pain? A rain ninja retorted, "Cursed be this place." Jiraiya, "Here, within the belly of the toad, one shall remain undiscovered, and thus no one will come to your rescue. Answer my questions honestly regarding your leader, Pain." As he spoke, Jiraiya commenced his interrogation on one of the individuals, employing the torturous technique of tickling. However, to his surprise, the subject exhibited an unexpected resilience, refusing to divulge any valuable information. In his desperation, Jiraiya resolved to employ his ultimate technique, the ninja art, transformation into a frog. He pressed down on the head of one individual, and a cloud of smoke enveloped them, transforming the person into a frog. Just as Jiraiya was about to metamorphose the other individual, who happened to be the husband of the courtesan, that man succumbed to despair. Ultimately, from the lips of this Rain ninja, Jiraiya learned that the civil war in the village of Rain had long since concluded, with Pain single-handedly vanquishing the entirety of the former Rain ninja village. Furthermore, all individuals connected to Hanzo, regardless of age or gender, had been ruthlessly exterminated. Subsequently, Jiraiya imparted certain matters to the toad, and disguised as a Rain ninja, he crawled out of the toad's belly. Unbeknownst to him, a paper butterfly fluttered gracefully behind him, and Conan appeared in the shadows like a vengeful spirit. At the pinnacle of the Rain Village, a flurry of paper coalesced to reform Conan's figure. Pain, what do you think? Conan, it is Jiraiya. Pain, is that so? Our beloved teacher Jiraiya. What a nostalgia it evokes. The visage displayed on the screen belonged to another individual. Though their appearance differed, the voice and eyes remained the same. Conan, what shall we do, Pain? Pain, regardless. He cannot possibly be our ally. Conan, perhaps so. Pain, then let us eliminate him. There is nothing left to cherish at this juncture. It is precisely to terminate the intruder that I have summoned this body. Lead the way. Conan, understood. Video paused. Question, at whose hands does Jiraiya ultimately meet his demise? A. Pain. B. Conan. C. A joint effort of Conan and Pain. D. Mutual destruction. The answer will be revealed 3 minutes later. With rewards of Jonin chakra and accompanying ninjutsu for correct answers, and a forfeiture of equivalent abilities for incorrect ones. Chapter 54. The Beast Weapons. Naruto Uzumaki stared in astonishment at the question displayed on the screen. Jiraiya would die? This notion was unfathomable for him. Although their time together had been brief, Naruto, with his keen perception, could sense the genuine affection Jiraiya harbored for him. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina Uzumaki, how can you? His students, raise a hand against him? Are you even human? Pain. To attain peace, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. Tsunade peace? Seizing tailed beasts, slaughtering the innocent. Inciting war. How can you dare to speak of peace? Pain. Mortals cannot comprehend the thoughts of a deity. Hashirama Senju. Has he stolen the tailed beasts? Tsunade. The 3 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails have been taken by the Akatsuki. The others remain in their respective villages. Tobarama Senju. Pain. What method do you intend to employ to achieve your so-called peace? Pain. A god is under no obligation to answer the questions of mortals. Kaido. This guy is quite the actor, calling himself a god? If we weren't from different worlds, I'd truly like to test your mettle. Charlotte Linlin. What is Jiraiya's strength like? Kakashi Hitaki. Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin. His strength is certainly not inferior to Pain's. Admiral Sengoku. So the answer must be C or D. Shanks. That is debatable. So far, the 2 Pains we've encountered are likely not the originals. Where is his true body? How many such clones exist? It remains a mystery. GOLD. Roger. B is probably just a distraction. It seems these paper figures have little use beyond reconnaissance. Admiral Sengoku. That S difficult to ascertain. Who knows what formidable abilities this paper figure might possess? Screen. Time to answer begins in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence answering. Congratulations to Raikage A for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Raikage A. I choose C. Raikage A answered incorrectly, resulting in the loss of his chakra and associated jutsu. In the Raikage S office in the Cloud Village, A's face paled, his legs felt weak, and he had lost a significant portion of his chakra, along with forgetting several techniques he had once known. Screen. 5 seconds until the next answering begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Commence answering. Congratulations to Itachi Uchiha for obtaining the right to answer. Please respond. Itachi Uchiha. I choose A. Congratulations to Itachi Uchiha for answering correctly. Please confirm if you wish to transfer your reward. Itachi Uchiha. I choose to transfer it to Sasuke Uchiha. Reward confirmed. The live footage of the award is about to play. Sasuke and Kakashi are racing at incredible speed. Even as golden light descends, Sasuke shows no sign of slowing down, clearly anxious to reunite with his brother. Unwilling to waste even a second. Screen. Continuing to play the video. Conan. Pain. I will confront him before you arrive. Pain. If you can kill him, then proceed. At that moment, Jiraiya, disguised as a rain ninja, had just reached an open area when he was ensnared by countless paper shards. Conan raised a spear formed of paper, poised to strike. Fire release, flame bullet. Jiraiya suddenly emerged from the shadows of the rain ninja, exhaling a torrent of flames that reduced a multitude of paper fragments to ashes. Conan remarked, "Is that the Toad shadow manipulation technique?" Jiraiya replied, "It was initially intended as bait to lure Pain, yet unexpectedly, you fell for it. Your technique has become more refined, and you have blossomed into quite a remarkable woman, Conan. I had thought you perished, but here you are, transformed into delicate paper fragments. You must be the envoy of that god. Who exactly is Pain?" Conan retorted, "This has nothing to do with my master. This is a command from God. I must eliminate you." Countless paper fragments, like feathers, shot towards Jiraiya. He unleashed a great expanse of flames to counter the barrage of paper. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya deftly evaded the paper fragments, releasing a vast quantity of toad oil that coated Conan entirely. Subsequently, his white hair elongated, ensnaring her. Once you're covered in oil, you can't disperse, can you? Among those children, you were the gentlest, but what of the other two? What has become of Nagato and Yahiko? The rumors of their demise must surely be false. Indeed, is Pain one of them? Conan replied, at this point, why do you appear before us? I had heard you were all dead. I never anticipated this transformation. It saddens me deeply. I taught you how to survive in a chaotic world, without a doubt. You are my disciples. Even amidst such hardship, to strike at me without so much as a greeting truly chills my heart. Conan continued. You do not understand us at all. Jiraiya responded, I may not comprehend, yet that does not justify becoming part of Akatsuki. Their actions are misguided. Pain interjected. That is the conclusion we have reached on our own, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya observed. Though your exterior has changed significantly, those eyes reveal it. You are indeed Pain, Nagato. It seems you have not progressed in the right direction. What has transpired? Pain replied. It is of no concern to you. After all, you are merely an outsider. Jiraiya lamented. You have changed, Nagato. Summoning technique. The animal path Pain clasped his hands together, and a circle of inscriptions appeared upon the wall behind him, from which a great hell crab emerged amidst a cloud of smoke, spewing forth a torrent of bubbles. Jiraiya, left with no choice, released Conan to evade. The animal path Pain instructed, Conan, retreat. He then commanded the hell crab to attack Jiraiya. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's white hair, empowered by chakra, suddenly elongated, ensnaring the hell crab, before converging like a monstrous maw to consume the animal path. He then revealed the head of the animal path. Nagato, I have a few questions for you. What has become of Yahiko? The animal path replied, there was indeed such a person. He died long ago, that sort of individual. Jiraiya questioned, Nagato, what has happened to you? The person you once were. The animal path responded, it is nothing. I have merely experienced the ravages of war. Many have perished here. Such pain has forged my growth. Jiraiya inquired, what is going on? Beast path Pain. Ignorant and foolish child. Once one experiences pain, one inevitably matures. Both speech and thought shall evolve. Jiraiya, so you believe that relinquishing thoughts of friendship is what constitutes growth? Beast path Pain. Teacher, you remain but a mere mortal. While I have transcended humanity through the experience of boundless suffering and continue to evolve. Jiraiya, what do you mean? Beast path Pain. Indeed. I have transformed from a mortal into a god. Once one attains divinity, all thoughts and reflections are perceived from a divine perspective. It is only natural that, as a mortal, you fail to comprehend my words. Jiraiya, I never anticipated your obsession would reach such heights. Beast path Pain. There are truths beyond the grasp of mortals. Yet I can discern them now that I am a god. Thus, because I am divine, I am aware of my capacity to achieve what mortals cannot, simply put. I have evolved. Jiraiya, what is it that you truly desire? Beast path Pain. To bring a cessation to this world rife with conflict. That is the duty of a god. Jiraiya, if that is your aim, why then do you seek to collect tailed beasts? Beast path Pain. Since you are destined to perish, it matters not if I reveal it to you. By harnessing the sealed tailed beasts, I shall create a new forbidden technique. With this technique, in but an instant, even a great nation can be utterly annihilated. This is the mightiest weapon of forbidden jutsu. Jiraiya, such a thing cannot bring an end to conflict. It will only exacerbate it. Beast path Pain. Nations are locked in battle. How can we swiftly conclude these hostilities? Teacher Jiraiya? Jiraiya, that is precisely the question I wish to ask you. Answer me. Beast path Pain. Simply provide the nations at war with these forbidden weapons. Those nations that wield such power will undoubtedly unleash it, resulting in the instantaneous demise of billions. In the wake of such fear, both people and nations will come to understand suffering. That very fear will suppress war, leading to its eventual disappearance. This world is progressing towards stability. Pain will foster growth. Much like it did for me in the past. We must compel the world to reflect and evolve, and this requires the assistance of a god. For the world is but a child. Chapter 55, The Battle of Master and Apprentice, Cap, Tailed Beast Weapons? Is this not akin to ancient weaponry? Such things spell disaster. Admiral Sengoku, instantly annihilating billions of lives is far more terrifying than ancient weapons. How can one willingly create such horrors? Pain. Everything is for the sake of peace. Shinja Hashirama. There is nothing wrong in pursuing peace. However, exchanging lives for tranquility is unequivocally wrong. Dragon. While I do not concur with Pain's methods, a peace without sacrifice is an impossibility. Jiraiya, Nagato, your obsession blinds you. There are myriad paths to peace. Why must you choose the most dreadful one? Pain, you are still but a mortal, hence you cannot fathom the thoughts of a deity. Itachi Uchiha, yet, humanity is a forgetful race. As time passes, fear will fade. What then shall you do? Pain, then we shall wield the weapon once more to rekindle that fear. People will naturally yearn for peace and seek to end the war. Akainu, I find myself somewhat aligned with Pain's approach. The deterrence of force is far more effective than mere words in resolving disputes. However, I fail to comprehend one thing. If such a formidable weapon exists, why bestow it upon others? Hold it in your own hands, and those who defy you shall be dealt with accordingly. Peace would then ensue. Rockstar, your perspective is narrow. Given such strength and powerful weaponry, why allow the world to remain fragmented into so many nations? Unification is the optimal solution to warfare. Sure sway Uchiha, but many lives would be lost. Rockstar, if disputes remain unresolved, the cycle of chaos will persist, resulting in even greater loss of life. Naruto Uzumaki, I firmly believe there must exist a more benevolent means to conclude conflicts. Kaido, are all of you from the Leaf Village of Sonavi? Or is the entire world as gullible as you are? Fujitora, let us continue watching the video. I did not anticipate witnessing such events once more. Video scene. Jiraiya and Pain ultimately find themselves at an impasse in their ideologies, and the battle is imminent. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke rises. It seems I have been regarded as a mere child. In truth, I am no longer human. Tears of blood, shed in rage. Reveal I was once one of the legendary Sannin, now transformed into a sage. The toad spirit of Mount Myaboku, Lord Jiraiya, is. The enormous creature beneath Jiraiya stirs slightly, nearly causing him to tumble. Pain, you truly have shown no growth, remaining as clumsy as ever. Jiraiya, you wretched toad. Do not sway me while I am trying to look impressive. Toad sage, am I not of little use? Jiraiya, do not underestimate this opponent. From the outset, we must engage with all our might. I will enter sage mode. Toad sage, no way, then. Jiraiya, just as you surmise. I intend to summon those two great sages, but it will require some time. During this period, my hands must not part, I beg you. Buy me some time before then. Toad sage, understood, though I am quite ineffectual, I shall do my utmost. At that moment, the chameleon summoned by the animal path Pain devoured him whole, vanishing thereafter. Jiraiya mused, has it gone invisible? This is quite troublesome. Where could such a creature have been found? Since it has become invisible, I shall resort to barrier techniques. Fukasaku remarked, this is indeed a tough battle. With a flick of his hair, Jiraiya struck a rather awkward pose to unleash his barrier ninjutsu. Animal Path Pain recalled that this technique would allow him to be sensed upon entering its confines. In that case, a deafening explosion ensued as a multi-headed hellhound surged towards Jiraiya. Upon seeing the barrier, have you opted for a more aggressive strategy, Fukasaku? Jiraiya queried. Though I am quite ineffectual, I shall lend my strength. Fukasaku declared, lunging forward to ensnare the hellhound's neck with his harpoon. Isn't that quite capable of you? Jiraiya exclaimed. No such thing. I am utterly useless, Fukasaku retorted. Suddenly, the hellhound split into three, breaking free from its restraints. What? What is this? Jiraiya gasped. Yet Fukasaku stood resolute, only to discover that each time the hellhound was struck, it birthed another. Despite Fukasaku's bravery, the relentless onslaught of multiplying hellhounds began to take its toll, leaving him increasingly battered. Are you all right, Fukasaku? If possible, could you perform a bit more elegantly? Jiraiya urged. It's because I am so ineffective, Fukasaku lamented. These creatures are multiplying exponentially. I can hardly discern their type now. We must change our battleground. Let us lure them into a more confined space and deal with them one by one. After an intense struggle, Fukasaku, feeling overwhelmed, led Jiraiya into a sewer. At this rate, it will never end, Jiraiya said. I have done my utmost, Fukasaku replied. No matter how we attack, they will endlessly split. Our efforts seem futile. At that moment, the hellhounds surrounded Jiraiya and Fukasaku, launching a ferocious assault. One bit down hard on Fukasaku, blood pouring forth. Indeed, I am quite useless. Fukasaku cried out before collapsing, incapacitated and unable to summon the two great sages. Despite the numerous hellhounds, they were hardly a challenge for the great toad of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya pressed his palm upon Fukasaku's head, summoning the spirit seal, causing Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and the hellhounds to vanish in a swirl of distortion. They have disappeared. Did they flee with the hounds? Animal Path Pain pondered. I would never run away. Nagato, you are still rather immature. You left an opening behind you, Jiraiya chided. Fukasaku thrust his harpoon fiercely, striking the chameleon, which erupted into white smoke. Are you also a shadow clone? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, but that is not all. I also possess summoning techniques, replied Animal Path Pain. A peculiar bird swiftly lunged towards Jiraiya, and just as he contemplated relinquishing his sage mode, Fukasaku, wielding a shield, resolutely positioned himself before the menacing creature. With a resounding crash, Fukasaku was instantly propelled backward, collapsing to the ground. The monstrous bird charged again at Jiraiya, unleashing a barrage of explosive eggs in its wake. In a flurry of motion, Jiraiya evaded, darting into a narrow passage, employing his shadow clones to divert the creature's attention while he stealthily approached from behind to eliminate it. At that moment, a series of summoning runes manifested on the wall behind Jiraiya, shattering it to reveal a colossal rhinoceros monster. Jiraiya remarked, "The relentless onslaught is indeed impressive. However, it's merely a hair's breadth away from defeat, thus I cannot afford to concede." Although formidable, the rhinoceros was ultimately drawn into Jiraiya's shadow clone ruse, allowing the exhausted Fukasaku to vanquish it. Jiraiya mused, "It's truly perplexing. In the presence of an invisible caster, one cannot strike back." Fukasaku, "Do you not find that odd?" To which Fukasaku replied, I feel quite inadequate, and thus cannot comprehend it." Jiraiya continued, "That individual, endowed with eyes akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths, not only commands all the ninjutsu taught to him, but has also mastered all 6 chakra natures, which are typically beyond the grasp of a single person, possessing the capability to wield all mainstream ninjutsu with finesse at such a tender age of 10. One must question, why resort solely to summoning techniques? Is it a belief that he need not sully his hands? At this juncture, the Animal Path of Pain summoned yet another beast to assail Jiraiya. "Fukasaku, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me." Fukasaku responded, "Understood, my apologies." Naruto Uzumaki, perverted sage, is sage mode truly so challenging? Jiraiya, haha, indeed it is. Hence Naruto must exert 100-fold effort. Hashirama Senju, is it truly that difficult? Isn't it just a matter of clapping both hands together? Luffy, explosive eggs? I wonder what they taste like. I'm eager to try. Tobarama Senju. Clearly, this clone can only employ summoning techniques, yet even that remains quite troublesome. Roger. Moreover, such clones are not singular. Jiraiya is likely to face a dire fate. Naruto Uzumaki. That won't happen. The perverted sage still has sage mode to utilize. Once he employs it, he will surely triumph over his adversary with ease. Whitebeard. Young one, we all understand your reluctance to accept this outcome. However, the title has already proclaimed it. Jiraiya is doomed, and regardless of any hidden trump cards, the final fate remains unchanged. Chapter 56. The Battle of Master and Apprentice. In the midst of a tumultuous scene, the young one exclaimed, "Why do you always summon us in such a noisy place? This will undoubtedly anger Wantai." "Do not speak like that," replied the child's mother. "Little Jiraiya has his reasons, does he not?" Jiraiya, having entered sage mode, effortlessly defeated the summoned beast, yet his appearance left much to be desired. Beast Realm Pain observed the 2 old toads perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders and mused, was all this effort merely to summon 2 toads? Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru possess unique powers. Truly, they are worthy of being called the legendary 3 ninjas. The Sage of the Swamp extended his long tongue and swiftly ensnared the camouflage chameleon before Beast Realm Pain could react. Father of the child. The Sage of Deep Waters opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful stream of water that instantly sliced the chameleon in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Is that the Rinnegan?" the Sage of the Swamp remarked. "Indeed, it resembles the eye spoken of in legends." The ominous eye, the Sage of Deep Waters added. "I did not expect that young one to be the child of prophecy." Beast Realm Pain joined his hands together, summoning 2 figures clad in Akatsuki robes amidst swirling smoke. "You bring destruction," Jiraiya declared, "and thus it is my duty to defeat you once more." 3 individuals? How is this possible? There are 3 possessing the Rinnegan. Is this the work of that individual? There must be some hidden intricacies. Human Realm Pain charged at Jiraiya, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. "Well done." Beast Realm Pain commended. Senjutsu, 5 right guards. The 2 sages and Jiraiya unleashed a combination of fire, oil, and wind towards Pain. Hungry Ghost Realm Pain stepped forward, extending his hands to absorb the entire onslaught. "The oil has vanished," Jiraiya exclaimed. "It should have devoured them all." The Sage of the Swamp remarked. "It seems this individual harbors secrets as well." Jiraiya crouched low, akin to a toad, and declared, "Then let us confirm this through close combat." He gathered an enormous sphere of chakra in his hands and hurled it at hungry Ghost Realm Pain, yet it was absorbed without effect. Has he absorbed all ninjutsu? Be cautious from behind, warned the Sage of Godly Works. Human Realm Pain had swiftly appeared behind Jiraiya, prompting the Sage of Deep Waters to toss a smoke bomb. As a thick cloud enveloped the area, Jiraiya seized the moment to strike Human Realm Pain from behind. Without even turning, Human Realm Pain raised a hand to block Jiraiya's punch. What is happening? He didn't even look, and yet he thwarted my Sage Mode attack. Senjutsu, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya again maneuvered behind Beast Realm Pain, unleashing a barrage of white-haired needles toward him. Yet, to Jiraiya's surprise, Beast Realm Pain summoned a beast to defend against the onslaught. Jiraiya, what on earth is happening? This is not the first time. There has been no verbal communication nor any subtle cues exchanged. Even if all three are sensory-type ninjas, if they cannot perceive the opponent's intended attack, they are utterly defenseless. It seems these individuals are not mere shadow clones. Fukasaku Sage, it appears that the trio can share what each of them sees. Therefore, regardless of the direction from which we strike, it will be futile as long as one of them has visual contact. Senju Tobarama, visual sharing? Truly worthy of the Sage's eye. Anoki, does the Sage of Six Paths truly exist? How can one possibly defeat such adversaries? Naruto Uzumaki, visual sharing renders ambushes ineffective. That portly figure can absorb ninjutsu, which means energy-based attacks are useless. We can only rely on swift physical assaults to overcome them. Uchiha Izuna. Thus far, excluding the original, there are already 4 clones. Here, we only face 3. And Pain has yet to unleash his full power. Kaido, the skills may be flashy, but regrettably lacking in destructive force. It feels akin to children at play. Charlotte Linlin. With such feeble offensive capabilities, I can stand still and they won't breach my defenses. Shanks, a figure capable of stirring the entire world, cannot be weak. Rather, it is the inadequacy of the opponents that conceals Pain's true strength. Jiraiya. Video footage. Fukasaku Sage. Young Jiraiya, we must retreat. Jiraiya. Understood. Instantly, Jiraiya vanishes in a puff of smoke. Animal Path Pain. Have they escaped through the pipe? Jiraiya. What exactly is Pain? Fukasaku Sage. The specifics remain unclear. Yet we can make certain deductions based on the current situation. The 3 individuals' fields of vision are interconnected and shared. Jiraiya. Then the only viable strategy is to separate them for combat. One-on-one, victory is assured. Those possessing such eyes likely base their tactics on a unified trio, rendering taijutsu ineffective and ninjutsu entirely absorbable. Fukasaku Sage. If taijutsu and jinjutsu are futile, we must rely solely on jinjutsu. Jiraiya. However, my jinjutsu is utterly lacking. That said, you too. Fukasaku Sage. Those youngsters are Jiraiya's disciples. They should be aware that he does not employ jinjutsu, and perhaps this can be leveraged. Jiraiya, should either of you find yourselves in peril, please disengage from my shoulder immediately. Fukasaku Sage, that is not an option. This battle pertains to the future of the ninja world. Jiraiya, I have a proposal, albeit with elements of chance. Ribbit. Animal Path Pain. What is this? Is that the croaking of a frog? Jinjutsu? The 3 Pains rush toward the source of the frog's croak. Fire style, Great Fireball. Jiraiya unleashes a massive ball of flames, while the hungry Ghost Path Pain immediately extends his hands forward to absorb the ninjutsu. Jiraiya, I have won the wager. That hulking figure has indeed gone to absorb ninjutsu. Initially, he could only utilize summoning techniques, yet it was that very giant who absorbed the ninjutsu on 2 occasions. Precisely as I anticipated. Each of these individuals possesses but a singular ability. The giant is fixated on the ninjutsu, while another remains with eyes closed, transforming this into a one-on-one confrontation. Animal Realm Pain. I have been outmaneuvered. Jiraiya, at present, you are ensnared within an illusion that binds the mind, the gold binding technique. Thus, both your bodies and true selves are rendered immobile. Animal Realm Pain. Teacher Jiraiya, I had not anticipated you wielding such illusions. Jiraiya, I should have imparted to you that one must never underestimate any adversary. Nagato. Farewell. The scene shifts back to the realm of reality, where the 3 Pains have been pierced through by lethal blades. Jiraiya, it has come to an end. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya, how are you both faring? Fukasaku Sage, such illusions impose a considerable strain on the throat. Shima Sage, coordinating with the rhythm of the child's father is quite laborious. Jiraiya, my sincerest apologies. Let us take ample rest afterward. In this way, I have also made a choice. Yet, you taught me to never let my guard down, did you not, Teacher Jiraiya? Suddenly, Azura Realm Pain appeared behind Jiraiya and struck him from the high tower. Shima Sage, boy, your right hand is. Jiraiya, I am aware. Fukasaku Sage, what has transpired? Jiraiya, this figure bears a different visage from the three we encountered earlier. This must also be one summoned through the summoning technique. Fukasaku Sage, is that so? Before our illusion, several figures emerged from the gaping hole that Jiraiya had created, standing on the edge of the waterway. Deva Realm Pain, the 6 paths of pain present themselves here. Chapter 57, The Battle of Master and Apprentice, Part 2, Jiraiya. Is it possible that there are 6 of them? Which one is the true body? Naruto Uzumaki. Pervy Sage, your hand. Jiraiya. What a drag. That is a matter for the future. My hand is still intact. Tobarama Senju, Jiraiya. As a ninja, one must remain composed at all times. The metallic pieces embedded in these individuals clearly indicate that none of them are the true body. Minato Namikaze. Those 3 were just defeated by Jiraiya Sensei, yet they have returned. Locks. Is there a method to resurrect the dead? What are the requirements? Admiral Sengoku. Locks, do not entertain such fantasies. Just be a good corpse. Blackbeard. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, are you afraid? Akaino. Blackbeard. You should stay hidden in your rat hole. Next time, luck won't be on your side when someone comes to save you. Blackbeard. Ha ha ha. It's all fate. Ha ha ha. Shinshaku Sanin. 6 individuals. Can it truly be 6? Shima Sanin. Hey look. The 3 we just dealt with are back as well. Shinshaku Sanin. Perhaps they were summoned back by some means. Jiraiya. Pain. Who are you really? Tendo Pain. Pain refers to our unified identity as 6. Jiraiya. You are. That face. Yahiko? How is this possible? Yahiko is dead. And those eyes. Tendo Pain. Do you see Yahiko as shadow in me? As expected from my former teacher, but Yahiko has long since perished. What stands before you is pain. Jiraiya. I have heard enough of this nonsense. Why do you possess the Rinnegan? What in the world is happening? Tendo Pain. We are pain. We are gods. As soon as the words left his lips, the 6 pains sprang into action. Shinshaku Sanin. Young Jiraiya. Retreat at once. After an intense battle, Jiraiya was knocked into the water. While the 6 pains searched the surroundings, 2 slender tongues emerged from the depths, entwining the legs of Animal Path Pain and dragging him beneath the surface. Tendo Pain. The presence has vanished. Animal Path Pain. Is this a barrier? At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly leaped out, delivering a Rasengan that sent Animal Path Pain into the digestive fluids. Shinshaku Sanin. Well done, young Jiraiya. With a splash. As Animal Path Pain was on the brink of death, he thrust a black rod through Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya. Did I barely manage to take one down by dragging him into the barrier? Just then, the forehead protector of Animal Path Pain fell away, revealing a horizontal scar. Jiraiya. That's right. I remember now. This fellow is not Nagato. The man before me is someone I have faced before. According to the prophecy of the great sage Fukasaku, I encountered him at the beginning of my journey, a member of the Wind Demon clan. This scar on his forehead is a mark I left behind. Shima Sanin. Why is that individual here? Shimaku Sage. I find myself increasingly perplexed by the matters concerning pain. Jiraiya. If the prophecy holds true, I must once more confront those individuals. You too should return. Shima Sage. What? Shimaku Sage. No, it is too perilous. If I go this time, I will surely be killed. The number of eyes has increased, and the barrier traps will prevent them from falling for the same ruse again. They remain unaware of our presence. If we are to escape, it must be now. Jiraiya. Although venturing out now may indeed lead to my demise, it could also afford me the chance to discern the true identity of the enemy. Should I let this opportunity slip by, I may never again be so close to pain, and this moment presents the only chance to unveil his true self. Now is the time for the great Toad Sage's prophecy to be put to the test. Elder brother and sister, please take the intelligence we have gathered about pain and this body back with you, and inform Tsunade. Shimaku Sage, this matter can be entrusted to the child's mother. Jiraiya. But Shima Sage, make sure to return before dinner. Shimaku Sage, after it is over. I will return with young Jiraiya for dinner. Jiraiya, I am eternally grateful. Jiraiya quietly emerges from the water, hurling a massive shuriken at the back of Azura Path Pain, who effortlessly bends down to evade it without looking back. The 6 paths of pain swiftly encircle Jiraiya. Just as I suspected, Jiraiya observes the countenances of each pain closely, realizing they are all ninjas he encountered during his travels. Jiraiya, I have uncovered Pain's true identity. At that moment, his gaze is drawn to several Pains hovering above. Azure Path suddenly bursts forth from the water, crushing Jiraiya's throat with a single hand. Shimika Sage, young Jiraiya. Devapath Pain. You have discovered it too late, Master Jiraiya. With a sickening sound, Jiraiya is pierced by several black rods. His heartbeat gradually ceasing. Jiraiya, I must relay Pain's true identity to my elder brother. Shimika Sage, steady yourself, young Jiraiya. No, is your throat beyond saving? Damn it. How can I? I can feel consciousness slipping away. Am I to perish? Will I fail? Thoughts whirl. Ninjas exist in a world where the manner of living is inconsequential, but the manner of dying is of utmost importance. The value of a ninja's life is not determined by how they survive, but rather by their deeds before their demise. In retrospect, my life has been fraught with failures. I have been continually rejected by Tsunade and failed to protect my friends. I could not safeguard my disciples or my teacher. And compared to the grand achievements of the Hokages, my actions seem trivial, mere trifles. I too wish to depart from this world like the Hokages of yore. The tale's magnificence is ultimately determined by its conclusion, and even failure can be a source of enjoyment. I firmly believe that such trials have honed my character and allowed me to endure thus far. In contrast, I aspire to achieve a magnificent feat that can compensate for all my past failures, to perish as a great ninja. It ought to be so, however, this conclusion. I never imagined I would meet my end in such a manner. The great Toad Sage foretold that I am the harbinger of change, and the choices I make bear a profound impact on the stability or destruction of the ninja world. Defeating Pain here, thwarting Akatsuki, and salvaging the ninja realm, yet even this choice has culminated in failure. What a disgrace! I had not anticipated that this would be the conclusion of Jiraiya's epic tale. What a tedious narrative. Minato Namikaze, absolutely not. That is not the case. This story is remarkable. Its narratives are adaptations of various legends told by the teacher, akin to an autobiographical novel. The protagonist of this book possesses an unwavering spirit that mirrors that of the teacher right up to the end. Jiraiya, is that so? Minato Namikaze, hints, I have an idea. If I were to have a child in the future, I would hope they could become a ninja as admirable as the protagonist. Therefore, may I borrow the name of this novel's hero? Jiraiya, is that permissible? I merely conjured that name while indulging in ramen. Kushina Uzumaki, that name, Naruto, is truly splendid. Jiraiya, goodness, does this mean I will become a relative responsible for naming him? Do I truly possess that qualification? Minato Namikaze, it is precisely because you are the teacher that you hold that qualification. You are an exceptional ninja endowed with true ninja talent. There is no one more outstanding than you. Jiraiya, indeed, that is true. I once named that child Naruto. Reflecting upon it, you resemble the protagonist of that novel, inheriting Minato's and Kushina's beliefs and aspirations. In contrast, I, steadfast and sincere, never betraying my vows, and resolved to never surrender, regardless of the circumstances. If this embodies your ninja way, then Naruto, how could I, as your teacher, ever consider giving up? If asked why, a disciple's ninja way must surely inherit that of their master, correct, Naruto? With his heart having ceased to beat, Jiraiya struggled to rise. Fukasaku, have you risen through sheer willpower, young Jiraiya? The heart should have stopped beating by now. Pain, having already departed, sensed the anomaly and turned back. Fukasaku promptly understood. Shedding his cloak and positioning himself before Jiraiya, turning his back to him. Never yielding easily, this is the genuine choice I should make. With the last vestiges of his will, Jiraiya inscribed the information as a code upon Fukasaku's back. Devapath Pain, truly tenacious. Go deal with him. At that moment, Jiraiya completed the code. Pain? A death message? It has been encoded. Without a doubt, Naruto, you are the prophesied child. I entrust everything to you from here on. Jiraiya's epic tale thus takes on a semblance of significance. Final chapter. The frog at the bottom of the well disperses into the ocean. Ha ha ha. That seems quite appropriate. It is visually pleasing. I should nearly set down my pen. By the way, what title should I choose for the sequel? Ah yes. The words of Naruto Uzumaki, as the dragon returns to the sea, the ocean does not welcome me. As the falling leaves return to their roots, the leaves do not greet me, the three immortals. As the cloud and crane ascend to the heavens, the sky does not receive me, the miraculous would immortal. As the fierce tiger returns to the mountains do not embrace me, the great hero. The mountains return to their essence. If they do not welcome me, I shall come nonetheless.